There was no warning. There never was. 13. The Human Moon. One glance, Levkin was working the pump controls on the tanker. The next, and he was cartwheeling across the void. A glittering white cloud of cryogenic fuel plumed from the tanker and both fuel lines, and the grapple was snaking loose. Even while Ned watched, Levkin's chock reached the grapple's free end, and the man went careening into the void. Ned opened the general frequency. Levkin! Use your jets! You've got to stop your spin. Use your jets like you did in the water tank. There was no friction to stop you in space. Levkin would continue spinning until he lost consciousness. He would continue spinning forever. Clumsy fingers searched the alternate frequency, looking for Levkin's suit transponder. Bobby's voice. DAX-27, this is Flightcom. What is happening? No time. Tanker blew or something. Levkin's flying loose. I've got to catch him. There. The steady ping-ping echoed from the speaker. He let the navigation computer look at it. Keep the heading, baby. Keep the heading. To Bobby, he said, I'm going after him. I need some burns. Ned's eyes danced across the controls. Buttoned up. Jesus! Fuel pressure dropping? The cabin wall clanged, and from the corner of his eye, Ned glimpsed the free end of the oxygen hose through the side viewport. Levkin wasn't the only thing the blowout had hurtled across the void. The free end, he could see a clamping ring still attached to it, whiplashed from spewed vapor. Instinct guided his stabbing finger to the fuel intake valve shutoffs, because he never even had time to frame the thought that his hard-won precious fuel was spurting into space. When he withdrew his hand and held it before his eyes, he saw it was shaking. Calm down, Ned. This was no time for panic. Levkin had just replenished his suit, so he had plenty of power and oxygen. He would be okay for a couple of hours, provided his suit wasn't breached. And if it was already too late. Ned reeled in the magnetic grapple. The hoses he could do nothing about for the moment. He keyed his mic to Levkin's suit frequency. Gregor, do you hear me? I have you locked in. He unshipped the gyros and brought Bessie to bear on the transponder heading. Levkin had picked up velocity from the blowout, north by earthward from the fuel pod. Ned read the elevation angle and the angular rate of change from his console screen. There was no answer from Levkin. DAX-27, this is flight. Secure and return. Ned called up the burn tables on his onboard computer. What's that, Aitor? We have static. I can't hear you. Diablo, you can hear me, Ned. Follow instructions. There is something wrong with my uplink, Fernando Base. I am receiving signals, but they don't make any sense. Here are the burn schedules I'm getting from my onboard. Run them through your sims and feed me options. We receive nothing ground side from Levkin's suit monitors. He is most likely dead. Dubois, you must leave him. A very long pause. It is the burial he would have wanted. Like hell. Levkin wanted a burial on Earth with a fucking big heroic monument on top of it. Something school kids could visit. Ned set up his own simulation on a spreadsheet, using the Newtonian formulas in the library, plus the ship's performance characteristics from previous test flights. Delta V required gave you pounds of thrust required. Factor in the specific impulse of the fuel and engine, pounds of thrust per pound of fuel burned per second, turn the crank and, voila, fuel consumption. That was the big one, because what would it matter if he could close on Levkin if it only meant the man would die inside rather than outside? Well, it did matter. If not to Levkin, then to Mama Dubois's only child. He didn't want to know if he was the sort of person who could leave a friend to die. Even Levkin. Mendoza's voice, ominous. Dubois, this is Sheeps. Calculate you cannot close orbit without depletion. Repeat. Closest approach 5 meters after 1 orbit. Afterward, divergence. 5 meters? Hell, I can go EVA and grab him as I go past. Negative. Do not leave ship unattended. Why, you afraid someone will carjack it? Dubois, bring my ship back. Fuck you, Mendoza. I'll have to go EVA to detach the fuel hoses and secure the intake valve hatch covers anyway. Aitor's voice, dry. I see communications have been restored. You want to help out, Mendoza? You find out who fucked with the parameters you uploaded for the orbital transfer. A moment of silence, followed by flat, implacable syllables. I know. A graphic flashed on the computer screen as his spreadsheet worked out the orbits. The curve of the Earth encircled by 2 arcs. Blinking lights showed the locations of the plank and the fuel pod, courtesy of the GPS system. A 3rd arc and dot was Levkin, his orbit calculated from the transponder signals. Ned studied the projections. Mendoza was right. The closest he could get to Levkin, even with a big burn, was close enough to wave at him as he coasted by. That would be... He checked the console clock. In another 90 minutes. The ship had more computing power on board than the whole world had had just 30 years ago, and what the hell good did it do? If only their closest approach were at their respective perigees. Orbital mechanics would slow them both down, and he would have some slack for close maneuvering. If wishes were horses, Betsy used to say, beggars would ride. Hi-yo, cowboy! The thought was so sudden and so stunning that Ned held his breath for fear that breathing would knock it loose. Jesus, it was a slim chance, but it could work. And the difference between slim and none was all the difference in the world. An announcer interrupted the neurotic New York boomer sitcom on the TV to report rumors of something gone tragically wrong on the corporate space flight. Chase sucked in his breath and wondered if Captain Dubois was all right. He leaned toward the screen, wanting more. What had gone wrong? Could it be made right? But, of course, the announcer did not know, and left Chase sitting on the living room rug to watch the oh-so-important whinings of the actors. Cyrus Atwood swirled the brandy in his snifter and looked around the other faces in the club room. I say it serves them right, he said. Hubris. Young Bullock, his nephew and heir, shrugged and said, Events seem to have spun out of control. Cyrus pursed his lips and stared into his amber liquid. Yes, they had. The worst part of the orbit was that he never lost contact with Levkin's transponder. Its steady ping-ping stayed with him for the full 90 minutes. Tantalizingly close, teasingly far. If Levkin had been eclipsed by the curve of the Earth, Ned might have convinced himself that the man was lost and that the rescue was useless. He might have reasoned out that, having risked all to replenish his fuel, he would be foolish to squander the margin now in a quixotic attempt at retrieval. But he could not turn his back while he could still hear the man's suit. He watched the burn with one eye, the control console with the other, and with his third eye, the one that could see in imagination, he watched Levkin spinning along in the void. Unconscious, perhaps. At least, Ned hoped so. If Levkin was doomed, it was best if he never knew it. I'd unseal my helmet, if it were me, Ned thought, and then wondered if he could. It was a gesture of surrender, an abandonment of hope. The transponder echoes came closer together now. The ship was closing in. Ned had braked the plank into a faster orbit, a bargain he had made with fate, consuming precious fuel as his part of the bargain. He was flying the ship from the co-pilot's seat, using the cross-haired close-approach viewfinder, searching the sky for the pebble that was Levkin. He had elevation and azimuth. He just didn't have visual. The outside floodlights probed the region where mathematics claimed Levkin sailed. If he could not locate the man before they passed... And suddenly, there he was, a flare in the heavens. Levkin had fired his jetpack. A signal. Here I am. Doppler showed a slight change in the closing rate. Hell, Levkin might be able to bring himself in. Ned flashed the outside floods 3 times to let his co-pilot know he had been spotted. The jetpack flare died. Levkin must have been husbanding the last of his fuel for this moment. He must have used most of it up, stopping his spin. Ned saw that the man still had a slight forward tumble. Jesus, the man must have an iron ear to endure that steady rotation for most of an orbit. saving the remaining fuel for a flare on the off chance that someone would come by and pick him up. Ned switched over to telephoto and pulled the viewscope goggles to his eyes. Levkin stood out big against the endless backdrop. The left side of his suit was frosted white, probably from being caught in the cryogenic spray when the cracked valve had let go. His right hand, thumb protruding from a balled fist, waved slowly back and forth. Ned grinned at the crazy Russian. "Dubois' first rule of space travel," he said aloud. "Always pick up hitchhikers." He already knew that the two orbits would not close on this revolution, but this was as close as they would get any time before Levkin's suit failed him. "I have visual on Gregor," he told the ground. "Tell Seo Aitor I am about to execute Plan A." I am sitting flight now, DAX-27, Bobby said. "We'll explain later. Forrest and Mike have crawled over from the clinic. They're pulling for you, too." Ned hesitated a moment, then asked, "Is Betsy there?" "Affirmative. She is sitting with Forrest. She says to tell you that if you make it back, she is going to slap you silly for taking stupid chances." "Tell her, no slap will ever feel better. Out." Ned took a deep breath and began teasing the attitude jets. There was no time to waste. Time, tide, and Newton waited for no man. He turned Bessie Coleman until Levkin was centered in the upper viewport bullseye. Levkin slowly inched across the scope. Relative angular velocity was not quite zero. Distance closed from 10 to 8 to 6 meters. Ned wondered what was going through Levkin's mind. Gregor knew enough orbital mechanics to know that if they no more than passed in the night, there would never be another meeting. "Here goes nothing," Ned muttered, and he triggered the magnetic grapple. The line shot from the plank's midsection, straight and true. He could feel the reel spinning through the vibration of the deck plates. A body in motion tends to remain in motion in a straight line at a constant speed, unless acted upon by an outside force. The harpoon headed for a point just ahead of Levkin. Ned cranked up the power to the electromagnet. "Come on, baby." Gregor's a small target, but he's wearing a lot of metal, and not all of it is aluminum. If he missed, he might have time to reel the harpoon back in and try a second shot, but he did not want to count on it. And in his youth, along the banks of the upper Susquehanna, he had been no mean fly fisherman. Magically, the harpoon came close enough. Either there was enough metal in Levkin's suit and jetpack to attract the electromagnet, or Levkin himself managed to reach out and grab it. It was too close to call, and Ned didn't care which way it had been. Ned stopped the reel, reversed it, and took up the slack. Then, carefully, began to pull Levkin in. "Fernando Base," he said, "gone fishing. And you would not believe the big one I hooked." Then he disconnected the microphone and put his face in his hands and cried. Dramatic rescue in space. News crews are racing to Brazil by fastest jets available to film the touchdown of the first ever privately financed manned space mission. The heroic rescue of... Chase made a fist and shook it. "Yes," he said. "Yes!" "Roberta, dear, why are you crying?" Azim stopped in front of the electronics store on Queen Anne Boulevard, where a dozen TV screens carried the story. Fatima tugged at his jacket and said, "Come on, we'll be late." Azim grunted and said, "Just a sec, babe. Something here I want to check out." Jimmy Poole logged on to the internet. "I knew Dubois would pull it off. I knew it." Everyone in the Black Diamond Cafe shouted at the same time. Jake from the kitchen, greasy and smelly as he was, hugged Carol and kissed her. And Jenny Smith did too. Tani Pandya danced with Meat Tucker in the stockroom of Pandya's In and Out, while the old radio continued to hiss and crackle the good news. A crack of thunder in a cloudless tropical sky. Forrest Calhoun scanned the heavens, holding himself steady with his left hand gripped on the rail of the widow's walk. Beside him stood Betsy Dubois, Ramrod stiff. There was no point in telling her the pilot's unofficial name for the balcony, or that Ned had been the one to name it. She acted as if she knew anyway. Forrest pointed southwest, toward the sky over Ponta de Zapata, at the far end of the island. "Here he comes." Betsy bent down and lifted Lizzie so she could see. "Here comes Daddy," she said. Then she gave a hard stare at the growing speck. "You better not screw this up for her, Ned, or I'll never forgive you." "He screws up," Forrest reminded her quietly, "and he won't even know." Betsy lowered Lizzie to the balcony floor and crossed her arms. "You're a bastard, Forrest. Do you know that?" Forrest shrugged. "Yeah, I know it." He could not tear his gaze away from the approaching spacecraft. That should have been him up there. It would have been, if Levkin hadn't tampered with the stew. He wondered if Ned knew that the man he had saved was responsible. He had told Ned to leave Levkin behind if an emergency developed, but Ned never did know how to listen, not even back at Edwards during the old days, when they had both been bucking for slots on Black Horse. "He's coming in nose down," Netzie commented in a tightly controlled voice. "I thought he was supposed to land on his tail." "He's going to execute the cross-range maneuver. We call it the—" He hesitated. "The swoop of death." Test pilots sure as shit had a macabre sense of humor. They had to. "The Flash Gordon maneuver," he said. Betsy looked grim, and Forrest wondered if Bat or one of the others had already used the forbidden phrase. "There he goes." The approaching plank arced down and then up, soaring back into the sky whence it had just come. Without thinking, Forrest made the cross over his body. "Hover," he whispered aloud. "Low throttle." Betsy looked at him, but said nothing. From below, he could see the flames blossom on the base of the craft. The nozzles were canted inward for atmospheric flight, so there was a single bright spike of flame supporting it. Bessie Coleman dropped from the sky. Landing, you didn't need as much power as taking off since most of the fuel mass was gone. 1200, down at 40, Forrest said. He had run the exercise so often that he could imagine himself behind the controls. 1000, down at 30. Betsy laid a hand on his arm. "You can't fly it from here," she said gently. "If it fails, it won't be your fault." Forrest shook his head. "It's my best friend up there. I can't not worry." Betsy grimaced. "I know how you feel." Forrest looked at her. "Yeah, I guess you do. And it won't be your fault either." "We made love," she said. "The night before he went up. We hadn't been with each other for near 2 years." Forrest put his arm around her. Her body felt small and hard against him. Lizzie stuck her face between the 2 lower rails on the balcony, peering between them. "Christ, Ned, do you have any idea what you walked out on? I'd give anything to have this waiting for me when I came back." "It's a long time," he said, "to go without." Betsy laughed. "Don't tell me Ned went without, because I'll know you for a liar if you do." Forrest shook his head again. He still felt a little woozy from the dehydration, and he would probably have to put another day on the IV after this, but damn all if he was going to miss the touchdown. Queen Bessie fell to 200, and the flames beneath brightened. "Hover," Forrest said. "High throttle." The ship paused in mid-air, as if resting on an invisible pillow. She gleamed like gold in the mid-afternoon sunlight. "Damn, he's over Ilha Rasa," the little island off the northern point. "Bonifacio will have to send a boat over to take them off." The ship hovered for a few moments over the smaller island, then it canted to one side as the attitude jets began to fire. Forrest gripped the top rail with both hands. "Don't try it, son. Set her down now. You're almost home." He banged the rail with his fist. "Shit!" "What's that sumbitch doing now?" Betsy asked in a weary voice. "He's in translation mode. He's maneuvering sideways, trying to bring the ship over to the main island." "Can you do that?" "It was the first capability we tested back when Mike snuck aboard Nesterov. Only Ned can't have all that much fuel left." The ship danced across the waves of the narrow straits and up the narrow, rocky tip of the island, rising slightly and falling on its pillar of flame. Steam and spray leapt from the waters of the straits. Not until she was over the landing apron, not until Showboat Ned brought his craft to dead fucking center over the landing apron, did the legs pop out of their sheaths and the ship settle down into a pillow of white smoke. It bounced once on the landing gear, and the roar of the engines cut off. Betsy began to cry. "He did it. That sumbitch did it." "Yeah," said Forrest. "You got to admit, the boy has style." Bobby McFeely stepped through the doorway from the observation gallery. Her headset cord dangled over her shoulder. "I just wanted to see it with my own eyes," she said. "I just wanted to see it myself." She shook her head in disbelief. Forrest said, "What?" "Count to 10, Forrest. Go ahead. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. Puzzled, Forrest complied. When he reached 10, Bobby punched him on the arm and pointed toward the spaceship. That's all the goddamn fuel he had left. 10 seconds worth. They brought a cherry picker up to the side of the ship, and Ned helped ease Levkin out the main hatchway on the leeward side of the ship. Then he sat in the opening with his legs dangling over the side and breathed in the salty air. Off to his right, waves cascaded into the breakwaters of St. Anthony's Bay. He felt odd, as if he were rushing upward. 2 days of weightlessness and gravity already seemed a foreign thing. He wondered if he could keep his balance if he tried to walk. He had to get his land legs back again before he tried climbing down the ladder on the side of the ship. Let them bring the cherry picker back for him. He had earned it. And it'd be a hell of a note if, after everything that had gone down, he fell off the ladder climbing down and broke his fool neck. A Humvee raced toward him from admin, Forrest driving a pasty-faced Bonifacio. What was he doing out of the clinic? And in the back seat, Betsy and Lizzie. Before he had to make a decision, Arturo raised the cherry picker back up, and Ned climbed aboard. Below, the first Humvee raced Levkin off toward the clinic. The cryogenic spray had burned Levkin severely, even through the suit, and the uncontrolled gyrations had caused him to spew up the meal he had eaten earlier, filling his helmet with globules of... Ned did not even want to think about that. Harrowing enough to be the first man to orbit the planet without benefit of spacecraft. To do it with vomit in your face? Ned hoped Levkin would make it through. Time enough later to smack him around for what he had done. On the ground once more, solid ground, not moving or floating, Ned faced his welcoming committee. Bonifacio looked solemn. Maybe that was the food poisoning, or maybe it was that Ned had gone against Aitor's orders, or maybe it was simply an awareness of how close to the edge of disaster the mission had skirted. Forrest clapped Ned on the arm and squeezed. "Mighty glad to have you back, son. You are one hell of a pilot." "Shit, Forrest, it took you this long to figure that out?" "Where the hell is Aitor? I wanted to see his face because he didn't think I could pull it off." The odd look that Forrest and Bonifacio exchanged caused Ned's comment to dry up. "What happened?" Forrest spat onto the ground. "Damn right he didn't think you could pull it off." Bonifacio explained. "It was Aitor who tampered with the orbit transfer program. Mendoza accused him in the control room. Now he has vanished." "Aitor?" Forrest said. No one else had access to Mendoza's data. With Bonnie in the clinic, Aitor had flight. Seems he improvised, and Mendoza realized no one else could have made the alterations. "Aitor," Ned said again. "Why?" De Magalhães shrugged. "Who can say? The man was a gambler. He was deeply in debt. Perhaps someone offered to buy him out of it." Forrest leaned close to Ned's ear. "And it's a damn small island to vanish on." Ned decided that, if he caught Mendoza picking his teeth, he would keep his own counsel. Forrest guided him around to the Humvee where Betsy and Lizzie sat. Betsy had not gotten out. Lizzie jumped up and down in her seat, clapping her hands. "I saw you land the spaceship, Daddy. I saw you land." Ned reached out his arms and Lizzie jumped into them. Ned spun her around. "Did you like the show?" "It was fun." Betsy climbed out of the Humvee, and Ned lowered Lizzie to the ground. He waited. Betsy faced him for a moment. Then she sent a stinging slap across his left cheek. "That's for doing what you did," she said. A moment later, she had wrapped both her arms around his neck. "And so is this." She pressed her face into his and kissed him, long and hard. Ned knew finally that she did love him. The slap had proven it, not the kiss. Only someone you love can make you so angry and afraid. Even before John E. put down his cellular phone, Marisa knew from his broad smile that the news was going to be good. When he told her, she closed her eyes and said, "We did it, Keith. Oh, we did it." The brandy had made him a bit tipsy, Cyrus Atwood decided, which meant he ought to be damned careful what he said and to whom. He sat in a deep leather-upholstered chair and watched young Bullock with half-lidded eyes. "I'm doing it all for you," he thought. "You deserve a future that is stable and predictable, not the chaos, not the dog-eat-dog world that she would introduce." "She really managed to pull it off," his nephew said, shaking his head. "Lady Luck sure smiled on her today, wouldn't you say, Uncle Cyrus?" Cyrus placed his snifter on the end table for Stepan to collect, and the club steward, ever vigilant, had swooped past and taken it almost before Cyrus had relinquished his grip. "Luck, indeed," he replied. "But luck runs out, sooner or later, for everyone." Interlude. The Measure of Our Torment. 2. The rusted old car was a bastard. Literally. The front end was a Caddy, and the back end was a Chrysler. The welds where the two bodies were joined stood out lumpy against the surface. The paint had not taken uniformly, so front and back were different shades of tan. A little of this and a little of that, scrounged from the junkyards, salvaged from wrecks, stolen from parts stores, bolted, welded, epoxied, and wired together. But it worked. The engine ran ragged and it shifted like a bitch, but it worked. Too bad Storr couldn't have put some shocks in while he was at it, Azim thought, as he and Jojo and Zipper jounced through another of the potholes that last winter had given the city streets. Not patched yet, not even here on the good side of town. Wessex Avenue was 2 lanes east and 2 lanes west with a lane in the middle for turning. The neighborhood looked wrong to Azim, sinister. The houses lurked behind rows of trees and set back from the roads by broad green lawns. No sidewalks. It was like an alien planet in those stories they had read in school. It was like he wasn't even in a city at all. Sun goes down, Charlie goes in. Not many people outside walking. Those who were turned and stared at the car as it drove past. White faces, Asian faces, a black man jogging along the roadside in an expensive-looking green and gold tracksuit. "Hey, black boys, what you be doing here?" A good question, Azim thought, but not one Zipper had answered. In Eastport, people out on stoops, people out hanging. Were no gangs here on the west side, just amateur, talk-tough, wear-the-hat-backwards, spoiled white kids. But people huddled indoors anyways. They pulled up to the red light where Wessex Avenue crossed Maple Grove. Zipper swatted Jojo on the arm and pointed. "See those stores other side? Pull in there." Jojo nodded and waited for the light to change. Azim leaned forward between the two in the front seats. "Why are we stopping here?" he asked. The strip mall featured a deli, a bakery, a chink takeout, a wop takeout, a franchise chicken takeout. Didn't Whitey do nothing but eat out? "'Cause I be thirsty," Zipper said. Shit, thought Azim. We try lifting here. It's a long drive back to Eastport. Cops answered calls on the west side, especially white calls on black kids. And he had promised Fatima he would take her to the party tonight at the white woman's mansion, where the spacemen would be. That Dubois. And maybe Calhoun. Azim wouldn't mind meeting Calhoun. The light changed, and Jojo took them across the intersection and parked against the blank brick wall that made one side of the In-N-Out convenience store. The bricks were spray-painted, and the handset on the public telephone was ripped off, leaving the armored cable dangling loose. So some things were just like back in the hood. The stores were just beginning to light up. The street lamp bleached the color from everything, clothes, car, even skin, leaving everything a pale, pasty gray. Car doors slammed, 1, 2, 3. Zipper led them inside the In-N-Out and down the side aisle to the soda case in the rear. He pulled out 3 cans of Coke and tossed one to Jojo and one to Azim. Jojo grinned. "Thanks, Zip." They popped the tops and poured the soda down their throats as they walked toward the counter in the front, where a pudgy-faced Indo waited with a scowl. Azim dug in his jeans for $1. Zipper said, "This be my treat." At the counter, the Indo looked them over like he did not have a chocolate face himself. Damned Indo-Pacs looked down their noses at blacks when they were people of color, too. It made no sense to Azim, no sense at all. $3, boys," said the man. Zipper banged his soda can on the counter. "Who you calling boys?" The Indian looked surprised and blinked his eyes. Then he shrugged. "Just pay and leave. I want no trouble here." "We not good enough for you?" Zipper demanded. "You dissing us?" Zipper reached inside his jacket and pulled out Stork's 9. He pointed the automatic pistol straight-armed into the Indian's face. "How about you give us what you got in that cash register, man?" The manager held both his hands up. "Do not make trouble," he sing-songed. "Then give us your money." Jojo sucked in his breath. "Dude." "Zipper," said Azim, laying a hand on Zipper's shoulder. "This ain't smart." Zipper supported the gun with both hands. He shrugged off Azim's hand. "So maybe I'm not so smart as you," he said with a kind of bark. "You gots to decide who you be, Azim. You be sucking up to that egg bowl like a good house nigger. You buy into that white-ass spaceman shit. I don't know who you are anymore." The manager piled money on the counter. Zipper told Jojo to stuff it in his pockets. Azim looked out the window, down the aisles of the store, but there was no one else there. Then he saw the telephone in back of the counter. It had a row of buttons, and one of the buttons was lit up, which meant that someone in the back of the store was on the phone right now calling the cops. "Zipper, let's get the hell out, now." "What? You scared? The high and mighty Azim scared? Hey, he's showing us respect now. Look at him. Zipper, the telephone." Zipper and the store manager both looked, and the smile on Zipper's face grew wider. When he turned to Azim, his eyes were wide and glassy, and his grin was fixed. "So what?" he said. Then he looked over the counter and, without a moment's pause, shot the manager twice. The 9 danced in his fist. The sound hammered in Azim's ears. He saw how Zipper's arms jerked up and to the right. He saw the bright red blood fountain on the man's chest. It spattered Azim on the face and shirt, and he jumped away. The manager, with a dazed look, slumped against the stool, his white apron turning crimson. "You crazy man!" Azim practically shouted. Zipper took aim, and Azim grabbed his arm just as he fired a 3rd time. The 3rd bullet shattered the man's jaw in a spray of blood and bone. Zipper tugged his arm from Azim's grip. "Now you got no choice." "Baba! Baba!" The 3 of them turned at the shriek and saw the girl at the stockroom door with her hands raised to her face. "Baba!" she screamed. Azim recognized her from the white school. "Shit! Oh, shit!" And Zipper saw it too. "She knows us, man." He raised the gun again. The girl, Tanu, Pandi, Azim did not even know her name, had eyes only for the counter and the blood. She didn't even notice the gun. Azim grabbed Zipper by the arm and pushed it up so the 4th shot buried itself in the ceiling. A light shattered, and broken glass rained down. Another kid, with long black hair tied into a ponytail, reached out of the stockroom and yanked the screaming girl back in. The door slammed, and even from across the room Azim could hear the bolt clack into place. Zipper sent a 5th shot into the refrigerated cabinets. Maybe it went all the way through, into the stockroom behind. Maybe it hit the girl. The whoop-whoop of sirens in the distance, coming closer. Azim shouted, "Let's go!" He had to drag Zipper and Jojo both stumbling out the door into the parking lot. The noise had drawn curious people from the other stores, They saw Azim. They saw the 9. Screams and people running, dragging kids. Cars chirping as remote locks were triggered. Scrambling. Get away. Get the hell away from here. 2 cars backed out and crunched each other's rear fenders, a Toronado and a Volvo. Zipper laughed. He trotted behind Azim and Jojo as they ran for their own car. "Get in," said Azim. "No," said Zipper. "Get in. You stay here, you dead." "Yeah, well, so what? Then it's over." "You crazy man?" But in a sudden vision of icy clarity, Azim saw that he was. Zip's eyes had the forever look, and his grin might as well have been painted on. Foam speckled the corners of his mouth. Zipper wanted a woman. The woman's name was Death. Azim pushed Jojo into the passenger seat and then ran around to the driver's door. The sirens sounded like swooping eagles. As Azim slammed the door, he saw the creature that had been his homie shove another clip into the 9. Stork was really going to be pissed when he didn't get his gun back. "There's no turning white, Azim," Zipper told him. "They got you on videotape now. You and me, robbing the store, wasting the Indo. Now you got to be who you got to be." He laughed again and gave a shout. "So I'd see you in hell, Azim." He turned away and faced down Maple Grove, toward the sirens, holding the gun double-handed at his crotch. Azim pushed the car into gear and laid rubber onto Wessex. His mind was ice, cold and clear. The pigs would radio for help, and while there would be some initial confusion, was it a Caddy or a Chrysler, ma'am? They would have this car made. Jojo was pulling money out of his jacket and fanning it. "Look at this, Azim. Look at this." Mostly singles and 5s, Azim saw. Some 10s and 20s. Hardly enough to bother for. Hardly worth a life, even an Indo's life. Zipper had gone into the store wanting what had happened. It had been his plan all along, to bring them here, to bring Azim to this. Damn him. Damn him! There had been sunlight. Azim had seen it. Egbo had shown him. Now the shades were drawn for good. "Throw that shit out the window," he shouted. Jojo jerked and looked astonished. "Throw it out? Toss it!" Looking confused, Jojo threw a handful of bills out the window, but he stuffed the rest back in his pocket. Azim said nothing. It wasn't much, but it was more money than the boy had ever seen in one lump. Azim cut right at the next corner and went north 3 blocks, then took Northern Avenue back the way they had come. Let the cops find the cash. It would point them west for a while, maybe long enough to ditch the car and disappear. Disappear for good. Could never go back. They had him on the store cameras. The girl knew him. He thought the white boy with the ponytail was from Witherspoon, too. The cops would be waiting for him at home. They'd tell Mama what he'd done, and Mama lose her last boy now, too. He'd never see Mama again. He knew that. Never see Fatima again, either. But women you find everywhere. You only got one Mama. "Are we going back to pick up Zipper?" Jojo asked. Azim looked at him. Jojo didn't get it. Jojo never thought 5 minutes ahead of what was going down. Tomorrow might as well be another country. And where had he ever gotten thoughts like that? So damn Egbo, too, for waking whatever it was that had been asleep in his brain. Never miss what you never had. "You crying, Azim?" Yes, there were tears there. His cheeks grew hot and he snapped at Jojo. "Zipper dead." Then more gently, because Jojo was Jojo. "He stay back and wait for the pigs, so we get away." If he lasted that long. The gook coming out of his restaurant just as they peeled away, had that been a shotgun in his hands? Oh, man. Was that regret? Or envy in Jojo's voice? Or both? Just like that poem we read. Horatius. No, not like that poem. Those Romans, they protecting their hood from... Azim's hands were fists wrapped around the steering wheel. From people coming to rob them. Jojo said nothing for a while. Azim spotted an A&P parking lot. Find a car there where the people just went in the store. Hotwire it, be gone. ditched the Storkmobile somewheres else. Azim's mind was racing like an engine, forming plans, searching out chances. He knew a guy did phony IDs. "We gots to hide, don't we, Azim?" Azim looked at him, surprised the boy had reasoned that out. He nodded. "How long?" Azim shook his head. "I'll take care of you. Just you and me now, Jojo. Just you and me." 14. What if the bird does not sing? The reception at Silver Pond was a bittersweet affair, and Marisa detected a somber and reflective undertone beneath the upbeat chatter. It was not only that the orbital test flight had been a near disaster. Her fault. Oh, her fault for having pushed too hard and too fast, and Joao's for being pushable. Ned had brought it off, against the odds, had saved, whether he knew it or not, the program itself, and with it, perhaps, the world. It was not only that some were missing from the ranks. Keith looked on from wherever he had gone, and he had gone somewhere, she was sure, even if she was no longer sure where that somewhere lay. It was not even that powerful forces were marshalling against her. The sabotage on the island, the sniping from diehards in NASA and elsewhere, the naysayers seizing on fashionable causes as excuses for obstruction, Cyrus Atwood and his allies lurking in the markets. Could Cyrus really have sent the man with the knife, or suborned the debt-ridden Aitor Carnero, or, perhaps, even have financed the attack on the ram? Crusty, old, comfortable Cyrus? It hardly seemed possible. Was the man mad? No, there was something else besides all that, and she wasn't quite sure she could name it. A sense that among the gains there had been losses, hidden losses, things she had sacrificed precisely to make those gains. Had that been what Keith had meant when he had warned her, very nearly his last words, that the best things are lost in victory? But it was not victory. Not yet. It was only not defeat. Perhaps that was the reason for the underlying sadness that she felt, that only a handful of those present knew how much more lay ahead, and that the most desperate battles were yet to be joined. Ned Dubois was the center of attention, which was only as it should be. He smiled his way through the press of well-wishers crowding the mansion at Silver Pond, stopping every few feet when yet another round-eyed guest asked breathlessly for a recounting of those harrowing hours in space. Betsy, entwined tightly to his arm, kept him firmly anchored to the earth, and little Lizzie, skipping back and forth between the refreshment tables and blinking back the thread of sleep, effectively warded him from the women who would otherwise have asked for more private narratives. And perhaps that was as it should be, too. The guest list was an odd mix, Ned thought as he mingled. Jeweled glitterati and socialites fraternizing with middle-class business managers and rough-edged test pilots and engineers, and with a curious seasoning of teenagers and younger children, apparently flown in from Mentor Academy schools nationwide. Some sort of lottery, Marisa had told him, based on an essay contest. Some of the guests, young and old alike, were at Silver Pond because it was the place to be. Some were there to be seen. Some had come to renew old acquaintances or to celebrate the flight. But a surprising number, Ned learned, had come for no other reason than to lay eyes on Ned Dubois and touch the hem of his garment. "Hey, Captain Dubois, sir." Ned turned at the ironic greeting and saw the gangly, shaven-headed young man he had met at Thor Machining and later at the high school. And what were the odds that this kid would show up once again in his life? "Jace," he said, slapping the kid's hand in the approved style. Lottery my ass. The fix was in. But what made this kid so special? Or were all the kids invited here special in some sort of way? He introduced Chase to Betsy and Lizzie. Lizzie stared shyly at the pewter earrings dangling from Chase's earlobes. Chase grinned at her, and she ducked her face behind Betsy. Chase laughed. "You know, Mrs. D," he told Betsy, wagging a thumb at Ned, "this guy's genuine beans." Past Chase's shoulder, Ned spied a tall blonde woman in a red evening dress, whose low-cut neckline exposed bright, milky white skin. She was advertising, Ned thought, and had her product positioned for the marketplace. She noticed Ned's regard and paused a moment in her conversation with a black tuxedoed old gent to wet her cherry lips and trace a matching-hued fingernail idly down the track of her cleavage. Ned gave her a friendly smile. No harm. After all, he would probably never see her again. It never hurt to be friendly. "I guess being a test pilot is like the fattest," Chase said, pulling Ned's attention away from the woman. "Yeah," he said, "it is. There's nothing else like it. But I'll be honest with you. You have to learn to live with fear, because death is your co-pilot, and the day you forget it is the day he takes the controls from you." Chase stuck a chin out. "Yeah, well, I'm not afraid." Ned put a hand on his shoulder. "Learn to be. It can save your life." At Chase's urging, Ned escorted him around the ballroom and introduced him to the other test pilots. Iron Mike Krasnarov, Senior Machine, who had flown the bird when no one knew shit and had salvaged the very first test flight after Carnero had sabotaged the telemetry. Katya Volkovna, the Ice Angel, first to test the swoop of death. Batman da Silva, who had probed the limits of cross-range maneuverability in a wingless craft. Valery Volkov, Johnny Danger, who had made an impossible landing in a crippled ship. Columbine McFeely, first woman to fly solo to the edge of space and see the sky turn black with stars. Cowboy Calhoun, who had made the incredible half-hour flight to St. Petersburg. Only the hospitalized Levkin, the human moon, was absent. Forrest was the center of a small crowd of his own. "Well, hey," he said when he spied Ned, "if it isn't the man of the hour." He wrapped the arm around Ned's neck. "Second best test pilot in the U.S. of A. You're entitled to your opinions, Forrest, however wrong they may be. Forrest, this here's Chase Coughlin. He thinks he may want to be a pilot someday." Forrest cocked his head. "Test pilot?" Chase shrugged. "Maybe. I don't know." "Son, you don't look brain-damaged. Maybe you've been hanging around this character too much." Chase grinned. "Maybe that, too." Forrest squeezed Ned's shoulder once before releasing him. "Son, if you want to grow up like Ned, you're making a big mistake." Chase's eyes narrowed, and he said, a little stiffly, "And why's that?" "'Cause Ned here, he never did grow up." Everyone in the group laughed. Ned said, "Sure, let's pretend I'm not here." Jesus, this kid really does think I'm a hero. Even if it wouldn't be cool to show it. Great. Now I've got to be some kind of role model. Betsy touched his arm. "Lizzie is about dead on her feet," she said. "The butler is going to take us to our room. I'll be back in a few minutes. Try not to get in any trouble in the meantime." Forrest made a show of studying his watch. "Better hurry then, Bet. This man can get in trouble faster than anyone I know." When Betsy had left, Ned murmured to Forrest, "Has Kirby Wells tracked down Carnero yet?" Forrest shook his head. "Not last I heard. When Mendoza challenged him in mission control, Carnero bolted from the pit with Luis on his heels. According to Bobby, that Luis moves fast." "Chasing that tanker was a damn fool thing to do," Ned said. "But I was pissed off." He glanced at Chase and the other kids gathered around and decided they'd heard worse language from each other. "At Levkin because—" This time he looked at Forrest. "Because he's a lousy cook," Forrest said. "Yeah, I know. Go on." "Well, when he said no, I felt contrary." He shrugged. "Joao should never have left the choice up to us." "It was the right choice, Captain Dubois." Ned turned around and found himself face to face with Marisa Van Hoyten. The curly-haired schoolteacher, Fast, was with her, cradling her hand in the crook of his arm in a proprietary fashion. Ned cocked an eyebrow and put on his best crooked grin. "Why is that, Marisa? Because it worked out in the end and made us all heroes?" She shook her head. "No, because the world needs to learn how to take chances again. The road to success lies between foolhardiness and a timid demand for certainty, but, as you say, Success does justify many a decision. We have demonstrated feasibility. Investments are beginning to trickle in. McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed, and a host of smaller firms are setting up competitive ventures. NASA may revive the X program. For the first time in a very long time, the future looks to be an interesting one. She extended a hand and took his solemnly between both of hers. Accept the thanks of a grateful company, VHI as well as Daedalus, and, whether they will admit it yet or not, that of the country and of the world. Effusive praise made him uncomfortable. I was just doing my job. Marisa leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, and Ned felt himself blush. Ned Dubois blushing when a woman kissed him? What was the world coming to? Very Fast scowled, and Ned wondered what the man would do if he were to sweep Marisa off her feet and plant a big wet one on her lips. Come to think of it, he wondered what Marisa would do. It was an interesting thought. Something about Marisa Van Hoyten's reserve excited him as much as the matter-of-fact sauciness of that waitress in Fortaleza. Not that it mattered. He might not know what Marisa or Barry Fast would do, but he had a pretty good idea what Betsy would do. If it's all the same to you, Marisa, I'd just as soon have next week off. Oh, sure, Forrest said. Make the rest of us do all the work. Ned Dubois was a little too good to be true, Barry thought. A little too much of the aw shucks, gee whiz, just doing my job manner to him. It had to be a put-on, right? Somehow, Barry thought he would like the man a whole lot more if he bragged openly. And he hadn't missed the way Dubois had given Marisa the 5-second ocular undressing. What was it about men like that appealed to women? Was it the panache? The style? Certainly not the dependability. Men like that leapt from bed to bed without a second thought. Marisa is on cloud 9 tonight, he commented to Brittany Van Hoyten Armitage while he waited at the bar in the loggia. Loggia. Barry would have said sun porch, but that wouldn't have been classy. She's in orbit, and she didn't even need a ship to do it. Brittany tossed her shoulder-length brunette hair and took a good swallow of a colorful, fruit-infested drink. A Singapore sling, Barry thought. He preferred his own drinks unadorned with irrelevancies. Whatever it was, Brittany drank like a trooper and liked to flirt. She would have been real popular on the singles bar circuit if that had been her scene. She always was a little high on space, Tracy Bellingham said, back when we were in college together. Tracy was blonde and short, where Brittany was tall. The two women were opposite ends of the physical spectrum, though they shared a tan in common, probably from the same tropical beaches. Barry remembered how Tracy had kissed him at the New Year's Eve party up in the Roost. An invitation if you wanted one, but full of plausible deniability if you took a pass. Her red dress, cut deep in front, was a definite come-on. She wasn't hunting, but she wasn't hiding. Not in high school, said Brittany. Of course, I did not know her very well. She is the oldest cousin, you know, after my brother Chris. She was several years ahead of me in school, but I never did hear her say boo about space travel until after she had gone to college. I will have to admit— She paused and finished half her sling in the time it took Barry to accept his own drink from the bartender's outstretched hand. I will have to admit that her space scheme seems to have worked. Serious investors have subscribed to her latest prospectus now that they have seen some concrete results. Still in all, it was a terrible risk, and the family shall be keeping a closer eye on affairs from now on. The bartender finished making Marisa's Manhattan and passed it to Barry. Well, said Barry, saluting with a glass, I've got to go. It's been nice talking to you. Brittany's lips curled in amusement. Yes, I suspect I shall be seeing more of you. Tracy went with him to look for Marisa. Barry found himself a vantage point near the fireplace and scanned the throng. Tracy, with her bright red dress, stood out in the crowd. He imagined Marisa in a similar, teasingly sultry dress. Brittany is always so systematic about her affairs, Tracy said, running her forefinger around the lip of her glass. She plans each one, studies the candidates carefully and thoroughly before she makes her selection. I only wish she—" "Sounds damn cold-blooded to me." Tracy laughed. "Oh, I much prefer Reese's methods." Barry gave his companion a suspicious look, but before he could say anything, she pointed toward the foyer. "There she is." A pause. "Something seems amiss." Barry saw Onwuka Egbo buttoning his topcoat. He exchanged a few words with Marisa and with Belinda Carr, who each gripped his hand in turn before he ducked out the open front door. Sykes closed the door after him. The strange beveled glass in the door caught the light of the chandelier, giving the door an odd, sparkling appearance. Marisa and Belinda, heads close together in whispered conversation, moved swiftly to the elevator, passing out of Barry's sight. "I wonder what that was all about," Barry said. Something to do with the school. Otherwise, why Onwuka and Belinda? Egbo had seemed agitated. He had fumbled with his coat buttons. Barry wondered if he ought to follow Marisa and Belinda. He hadn't been asked, but if it was school business... But it might be other mentor business. Egbo was on loan from a private practice out west. Barry leaned his back against the fireplace mantel and sipped his bourbon. If Marisa needed him, she knew he was here. He wondered what he ought to do with her Manhattan. Follow Marisa upstairs? He compromised by sharing it with Tracy, though the drink was a little sweet for his taste. It was no more than 15 minutes later that Harriet swooped by, smiled an "excuse me" to Tracy, and hooked her talons into Barry's arm, hauling him off. She took him to a secluded alcove in the passageway that connected the ballroom with the dining room, and, placing herself between Barry and Freedom, said flatly, "She has gone to her study with that woman." He thought he might play cute. Who's she? But there was only one she in Harriet's life, and they both knew it. "Do you mean with Dr. Carr? I think they heard some news regarding Mentor." Harriet's lips thinned into a bloodless line. "Then I would suggest you haul your butt up there." Vulgarity from the always proper Mrs. Gorley Van Hoyten left Barry speechless. She started to turn away, but paused and looked him directly in the eye. "I did not think highly of you, Mr. Fast. Not at first." "Really? You could have fooled me." But Barry kept his face composed. "On second thought, you seem to have your redeeming qualities. Marisa, of course, could do far better for herself, but then she could also do far worse." "If that was meant to be a compliment, Mrs. Van—" "No, Mr. Fast. I learned a long time ago the value of compliments. Simply the facts, as I see them. I could be wrong. I often have been. I hope I am now. Go upstairs. Barry." She turned on her heel and, in a few quick steps, had returned to the ballroom. Barry heard her calling out a deliciously friendly greeting to some dear, dear acquaintance. Outside, below the dormer window, May color was fading into the green of June, and the busy, sensual opening up giving way to the business of growth. The setting sun, grazing the crest of Skunktown Mountain, highlighted the festive groups chattering on the lawn, spillover from the reception. There was a lawn tennis game in progress. Katja Volkov playing against Steve Matthias, while her husband cheered her on. Sykes had laid the croquet course out with the old carved wood wickets. A gaggle of young males fluttered hopefully, if futilely, around Bobby McFeely, while she hammered their balls off the field. Marisa turned away from the window. "No, Belinda, don't bother with the lights. The evening sun will do." Belinda Carr tapped the base of the desk lamp with her fingertips, then pulled out the rolling chair and fell into it. She seemed oddly insubstantial to Marisa, composed of soft, ruddy shadows from the soft light that filtered through the window. "What shall we do, Marisa?" she asked plaintively. "We've lost another one." The pain in her voice was palpable. Marisa ran her hand down the smooth wood of the window sash. "I doubt that there is much that we can do. Armed robbery? Attempted murder? It is in the hands of the law. Lieutenant Burkhart said it was one of the other youths who pulled the gun. Thomas may have tried to stop him. The videotape is not clear." Then why did he run? For a moment, Belinda seemed at a loss. Then she said, "Marisa, that is a most foolish question." Marisa sighed and, turning, pulled the window shut. The cries and happy laughter from below were cut off abruptly. "Onwuka saw great promise in the boy," Belinda said. Marisa faced her. "Not all promises are kept. We lose prospects every year. A junior at Singley, Garrigan Wu, was killed in an automobile accident 2 months ago, and the Parnell School in Seattle lost it. This is different. We could have saved Thomas if we had done more." "Done what, Belinda? We are not omnipotent." "I don't know." She looked away. "Something." "And what of the others? Jenny Ribbon vanished God knows where. The Frazzetti girl and her family swallowed up by the Witness Protection Program. And Tanuja Pandya, we may lose her too. Could we have saved all of them if we had done something?" Belinda put on her stubborn face. "Yes, if we had known." "We are not omniscient either. Prometheus will survive, regardless." Belinda struck the desktop with the flat of her hand. "Oh, dear Lord, Reese, I don't cry over Prometheus. It's the children that matter." "Everything matters. The children, yes, but Prometheus, too. It was because of Prometheus that we set out to—" Belinda stood, and the chair rolled from beneath her. "No, it was not." She emphasized each word with a stab of her finger against the desk. "Or have you forgotten that I started car academies long before I ever heard of Prometheus, or you? Sometimes—" She stopped and turned away. "Sometimes I wish I never had." "Heard of Prometheus?" Marisa asked quietly. "Or of me?" Belinda Carr shook her head and did not answer. "We each had a need, Belinda," Marisa continued. "You needed to inspire your children with a positive future, something that would motivate them. I needed a generation of motivated youth who would grow up and lead Prometheus to its fruition. Is it so terrible that our two needs satisfied one another so well? Or will you tell me now that you never sat in this very room and confessed your dreams to me?" After a moment of strained silence, Belinda said, "Onwuka will contact us as soon as he learns more." "This has hit him pretty hard." Belinda pushed the chair back under the desk and arranged it carefully. She ran her hands back and forth across the chair back. "Yes." "Keep me informed. Despite what you think, I do care." "Yes, in an abstract sort of way." Marisa watched her go. Belinda paused once and looked back before stepping into the elevator alcove. When she was gone, Marisa turned and stared out the window, not at the celebrating crowd that had spilled out onto the lawn, but at the cruel stars that pocked the heavens like a shotgun blast. "I think I may hate you." The voice was thin, reedy, and high-pitched by a tightening of the throat. Marisa recognized it before she even turned. "Styx, I had not realized you had come up here." The stick-thin, black-sheathed girl stepped out of the doorway that led into the darkened observatory. Her arms were held stiff at her sides. Her hands were balled into fists. "I heard everything." "You came up here seeking inspiration for a poem, no doubt. What is it you are working on?" "I trusted you." Marisa turned away, so she would not have to look into the hurt she saw in Roberta's eyes. "You did not hear anything. You do not know everything. Because I'm just a kid, right? Because you have not lived with what I have lived with for as many years as I have." And had it made her just a little bit crazy? Just a little bit monomaniacal on the subject? "You are brainwashing us." She turned back to Styx and saw the tears racing down her cheeks, like comets, leaving trails behind them. "I would rather say that I have a vision to share." "What right do you have to force that vision on us?" What right does anyone? Would you rather be fed visions of Hollywood and music videos and fashion statements? Or visions of apocalyptic disaster? If I've fed you hope rather than banality or despair, is that so terrible? She took a step forward with her arm held out, but Styx skipped a step backward. I thought you cared about me. I thought you were the only one who did. Slowly Maurice's hand dropped and hung limply by her side. I do care about you, Styx. You want to use me. You want to play with my head, so I'll write your poems instead of mine. If you want them so badly, why don't you get your old geezer friend to write them? It was odd. Until Styx had spoken, she had forgotten that Keith had died. He passed away last week. She saw that jarred the girl, but steel whelmed up in her eyes, molten steel shimmering and sparkling and pouring forth, and she said, Well then, I guess you can't use him anymore. The words were blades. They cut. The elevator hummed, and the door slid open. Styx turned and bolted for the alcove, nearly colliding with Barry fast as he stepped into view. Marisa heard the cage door crash shut and the sound of a fist pounding the buttons. Barry turned, frowning. What the hell happened up here? First Belinda runs me down getting off on the first floor, then the Carson girl does the same thing getting on. His tentative grin faded. It's something serious, isn't it? Marisa felt a numb heaviness in her limbs. It is a long and complex story, Barry. He stepped close to her and took her hands in his. I have time. She shook her head. Promise that, if I tell you, you will not run off on me too? Hey. He pulled her to him and wrapped his arms around her. A comforting embrace, not a romantic one. He knows how to listen, Keith had said. Running off is not Barry's style, he said, with an odd twist to his words. Marisa buried her face against his chest to smother the sob she felt welling up. I think I may have lost a daughter. What? She tugged herself loose and flew to the window, cupping her hands around her eyes and peering through the glass. Below, leaving a wake in the milling guests, the young girl fled. Black, nearly invisible in the deepening evening shadows, flashes of white that were hands and face. What if the bird does not sing? Marisa whispered. What was that? Asked Barry. I didn't hear. What if the bird does not sing? Marisa said again, more clearly. The question from the benchmark test, one of the personality classifiers, I've never understood where that comes from. Marisa turned and faced him. It took every bit of strength in her to remind herself that Styx did not matter in the long-term scheme of things, that even she herself did not matter. Only the goal, always the goal. Asteroid, comet, it was only a matter of time. Next millennium, next century, next year. It did not matter. You shall know neither the day nor the hour. Earth had to be ready. Don't let the goal eat you up, Belinda had warned her. If the goal was to save the world, did it really matter if a few lives were ruined in the bargain, even her own? Keith had thought so. There were 3 great warlords in medieval Japan, she said, who vied with each other to unify the country. Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu. 3 very different men who all had the same vision. It occurred to her that the same could be said of any of them. Of the Prometheus team, the pilots, the teachers, Belinda's kids, everyone. There is a poem about them, one that every Japanese schoolchild knows. How does it go? A deep breath failed to calm her. What if the bird will not sing? Nobunaga answers, kill it. Hideyoshi answers, make it want to sing. She paused, thinking of Styx, thinking of the betrayal she had seen in the girl's eyes. "And what does Ieyasu say?" prompted Barry. Marisa turned and stared out the window at the night into which Styx had vanished. Wait. Part 3. Shooting Star, AD 2007. Interlude. Prodigals. The gun platform whispered 5 feet above ground level, if there was such a thing as ground level in the tangled, watery maze of White Oak Swamp. Gunnery Sergeant Thomas A. Monroe took it down to the deck, just above the sluggish waters. The lift rotors kicked up the spray underneath, while bald cypress and sweet gum decked with Spanish moss closed in overhead, cutting off the sunlight. Monroe clicked in the IR enhancement, and the undergrowth glowed in the virtual light on his helmet visor. The brackish water beneath him whirled from the ground effect. He floated through the swamp on a cloud of mist, through muck and water, and trees rising straight out of the water itself, as if they had gone wading into the sea. The lift rotors were the special quiet kind. Hush props, they were called. The blade surfaces were covered with millions of micron-length cantilever beams that continually adjusted the profile to counteract air turbulence. MEMS, they were called, micro-electromechanical systems. Developed originally for noise suppression on helicopters and the big jump jets, the smart blades enabled Monroe to creep through the swamp without much more than a hum. A good idea when you didn't know how near the enemy was. Somewhere close by, that was all he knew. It was his job to find them. He went to hover and up the gain on his audio, listening up and down the frequencies for some sign of the enemy. He caught a snippet of music from a distant radio station. Otherwise, hissing silence. He had been quartering the swamp for several hours, searching for some sign of the enemy. The book said you grounded at this point and activated the camouflage MEMS canopy to save on the fuel cells while you e-searched. But there was damn little ground in sight, which meant the book needed another chapter. He ran his eyes along the top and bottom edges of his helmet visor, drinking in his platform's status. Fuel cell loads, ammo levels, platform attitude and heading. Everything was there in pale, glowing graphs. Another hour before he'd have to stop and drink sunlight for a field recharge. Not much sun down here under the canopy. Rec IRAQ at a dock. There. Someone sending in black code, and their ECM had faltered for a moment. Not friendly forces, or his onboard would have recognized the E-code. The computer opened a map window on his visor display and gave him a bearing on the intercept. 10 o'clock relative, 127 true. A twitch of his finger sent a black query to the 24 in GEO, and the bounceback superimposed his true position on the map. According to the map, the bearing line from his location intersected an allegedly solid island at 50 yards. Monroe rubbed mental hands together. Gotcha. He black-coded a message to the other 5 platforms in his squad, and their responses appeared as red icons on the map. Monroe took his squad leader's wand and touched the icon for Sears's platform, then the position he wanted Sears to take up. That blocked one possible escape route, down the Trent to the enemy beachhead. Quickly he positioned Miller, Levan, and the rest of the squad, bracketing the supposed enemy command post. Numbers appeared beside each icon as his squad mates estimated the time to reach their positions. 5 minutes, max. Monroe guided his own platform down a bayou that wandered off in the heading he needed. The visor map kept him oriented toward the enemy position, if his guess was right about the intercepted signal. 2 problems with scouting in swamps, he reflected. Number 1, finding things. Number 2, getting found. If he ever lost contact with the 24, he didn't know how he'd ever get his platform out of the cypress thickets. His radio search flagged another fragment of signal. This one, the high-pitched whine and frying bacon sound of 2 processors handshaking. That sort of signal was narrowcast, which meant he was probably on line of sight between the command post and one of its pickets. Great. So he had to watch his rear, too. He touched his throat mic. Red thumb to red hand. Condition gladiola. End. Otherwise, he maintained radio silence. He guided his platform toward the edge of the channel to take advantage of the overgrowth there. The cameras on the platform's underbelly sent a continual signal to the MEMS array on his canopy, reproing a video of the ground beneath him. Not that visual concealment would hide his IR signature if a patrol picket cruised by. His hush props ran quiet enough, but they dumped a shitload of heat into the air, so he wasn't exactly stealthed to the max. He stole another glance at his power graph. Good thing the platform was mostly made of smoke. You couldn't quite tuck it under your arm and walk around with it, but its weight came mostly from the Gatling on the prow and surface birds racked on either side. You didn't need as much power to lift and move solid smoke as you did for more conventional materials. Through a gap in the tapestry of moss, he spied the enemy command center. 3 swamp boats drawn up on an island in a side channel. Camouflage netting overhead. A half-dozen men and women bent over equipment. 3 human guards watching the approaches from up and downstream and another side channel. 3 others wearing VR helmets, probably emoting the pickets. Monroe hovered at the edge of the main channel until the rest of Red Hand checked in. He gave them all a peek video freeze of the camp. Horace Lee, one of his ancestors had been named Lighthorse of all things, had a visual fix too, from upstream on the side channel 2 o'clock from Monroe's position. The computer integrated the 2 views and mocked a holo for them on the screen. Monroe studied it for a moment, then made assignments with his wand. Picketers first, then boats, then mop-up. Some of the comm, brief though it was, must have leaked through their ECM screen, because Monroe saw one of the VR picketers on the island shout, and the enemy command center burst into sudden action. Boat handlers ran for the beached swamp boats and started their fans. One of the human guards ran forward into the stream up to his calves and scanned the farther shore, probably hunting for Jim Groff's position. Shit, thought Monroe. Red Hand, on my mark. He gave one of his surface birds a look at the nearest swamp boat. There it is, baby. Don't forget, the birds had brains the size of a pea, though what with the mag switches and all, that pea was smarter than a lot of Monroe's messmates. 3, 2, 1, mark. The platform bucked as the first missile launched. Before it had reached its target, he had given the second missile a look at the VR control center and sent it along behind. The first salvo struck, his own and 3 of his squad mates. Bareface Miller, down the main channel to his right, did not have line of sight and was sweeping for pickets. A bright billow of red smoke erupted among the boats and the communications gear. The cadre there began to cough and rub their eyes. One of the VR operators tore her helmet off and threw it to the ground. That would cost her demerits come debrief back at Lejeune. Monroe grinned as he imagined the cussing that must be going on among Blue Heron Squad. An insistent finger tapping on his shoulder broke his concentration. Monroe put the platform into auto-hover and unstrapped his own VR helmet. White Oak Swamp vanished, replaced by Red Company headquarters and Lieutenant Flynn. Good work, Gunny, the lieutenant said. The judges ruled it a clean sweep. Turn your platform over to Transport Squad and let them fly it out of the swamp. You and I have a date with the colonel back at Lejeune, at our convenience, by which he means at his convenience. There's just enough time to skimmy back and clean up. Monroe waited until the control link transferred. Then he shut down his board. He exchanged high fives with Sears and the rest of his squad, and followed the lieutenant out of the tent into the bright North Carolina sun. Katydids scolded them and fled from their passing. The Hum-3, a modified gray ghost with smoked body and hush-prop lifters, seemed to float in its parking stall. But the lieutenant kept it on its rubbers and took the dirt road back to the camp. Monroe, who had spent the day coasting through the air by remote, shoved his boonie over his face and leaned back in the seat, enduring the bouncing and the jarring. Thomas Monroe stood before the mirror in his quarters, the razor in his hand, and his face still half covered with shaving lather. A mission, the lieutenant had said during the drive. But what mission? He did not know. B Company, and Red Hand in particular, had been selected by higher-ups to rehearse tactics. Word up, Monroe had told him. Best damn squad in the 5th Marines. Best in the Corps. He grinned at his reflection. Commandant up there in Washington picked us out his own self. Damn, it felt good to be the best. Felt good to belong. The smile faltered momentarily. Thomas Albert Monroe belonged. He had belonged going on 7 years now. But Thomas Albert Monroe was a lie. And sometimes when he looked at his own reflection, Monroe saw only the face of Azim Thomas. And Azim Thomas didn't belong nowhere. The inquiry came over the net, as most of them did these days, but it was addressed to Crackman, and there had not been so many of those since he had gone mostly legitimate. S. James Poole, computer security consultant, was in high demand and low supply, which made his price very dear indeed. Banks sought him out, and confidential agencies. Even the government had used him several times, though he stayed shy of intelligence work. Business was good, because everyone wanted to know what everyone else knew, and everyone wanted to stop everyone else from knowing what they knew. Business was good enough that no one ever wondered if it accounted entirely for his wealth. Partly that was because a large chunk of his wealth sat in Switzerland and the Caymans under a variety of pseudonyms. Partly that was because he had invested in the Aurora Corporation at a time when fractional ballistic transportation was still a topic for late-night comedians. The stock had been cheaper than a politician's vote, but it had split 5 times since then, the only bright spot in the long, sluggish turn-of-the-century recession. And Jimmy had seen a step further and invested in interstate methane pipelines. Aurora, Daedalus, and the rest had to get their hydrogen from somewhere, and distilling methane was still cheaper than cracking seawater. For now, Jimmy had heard rumors about aerogel separators. And partly, and this was the part he never talked about, even to his other friends on the net, Jimmy had seen the gold mine in the 4th decimal place. The computer programs that the bank used to calculate compound interest cycled daily, but they did not round the numbers off to the nearest cent until it was monthly statement time. So Jimmy had cracked security and hacked a no-bot and skimmed off everything after the 4th decimal place from every account. A few hundredths of a cent a day did not sound like much, but there were a lot of days, and a lot of accounts, and a lot of banks. And every time a client hired him, Jimmy gained access to a new system, learned its gateways and back alleys, built himself trapdoors. Today, from his own den, he could go virtually anywhere in the world. Poole grinned at his own pun while he studied the request from BB. A typical outlaw hack. Someone wanted to splice a logic bomb into a software package. The bomb was supposed to be transparent to test software. Difficult, but not impossible, if the test software lived in the same system as the target program. One way was to infiltrate the test software itself and poke out an eye. The bomb was supposed to bang only when the program realized. Dormancy was a snap. The big challenge was to comprehend the target software well enough to engineer the appropriate patch. Any damn fool amateur could sabotage a system. It took a pro to do it to spec. Poole slouched in his black, high-backed hammock chair while he studied the terms and conditions. The promised fee was generous. Crackman was top of the line in that line of work. The stumbling block, as always, was enforcement of the contract. He could not exactly sue in court for payment. At no time did he consider the return address as genuine. He drummed his fingers on the padded mouse pad built into his chair's armrest. Arranged in a semicircle around his seat were stacks of monitors, processors, modems, scanners, everything the working stiff needed. Were it not for the wretched necessity to eat and sleep and evacuate, he could spend his life in this chair. On 2 of the monitors, no-bots were marching to and fro like busy ants, finding and assembling information for his clients from target systems. Both were legal data assemblies, from public or user fee DBs. His clients could have conducted the search themselves, but like tenderfeet edging into the wilderness, They needed a frontier guide, an electronic Hawkeye to blaze trail for them. Some people still could not program their VCRs. A third monitor tracked a worm he was following. It was not his worm, but it was a very good worm, and Poole very much admired it. He had, as yet, discovered neither who had written it nor for what purpose. "Roberta," he said.
"Yes, Lord and Master."
He had synthesized the op system's voice himself, using a world-class mixer and his own fantasies. It was a soft voice, mellow, yet with a hard, too-wise edge. Sometimes when he closed his eyes, he could even imagine the face to which the voice belonged. Sometimes, running a slightly different persona, he had the Vox say things to him that he had long ago realized he would never hear from female lips. Humans. Who needed them anyway? List. Personi. File. Bond. Execute. Voxer syntax was still bogged down in a reverse Polish algebra, but no one had figured out how to make it more natural and still preserve precision. Poole had tried it once himself, using a simulated neural net, and had only succeeded in getting into a semantic debate with his own hardware. Easier for humans to learn to speak logically. The list of personae he used for clandestine inquiries appeared on the main screen. He never moused the net in his own persona, even legitimate searches, and he always inserted a phantom system between the persona and his own face. He had not become as good as he had by doing things off the cuff or carelessly. The methodical approach might be maddeningly slow to some, but it produced many results and few mistakes. He finally settled on Tullio Gucci. After he had defined the search parameters, name of search object, qualities of search object, geographical nexus, time depth, and so on down the menu, he gave the persona a kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. And sent him on his way. Tullio would construct the Nobot, apparently on a system it would choose at random from the net, and send the information back through a series of clones and dead drops. After giving the matter additional thought, Poole called up Igor and sent him on a different search. Jimmy hated working for anonymous clients. He wanted to know who was behind BB and the mail drop return address. Knowing might mean nothing, or it might mean that Crackman could adjust the fee schedule. Meanwhile, Jimmy had legitimate clients to service. Tullio reported back within a half hour, but Poole did not read the report until the next morning, over a stack of toaster waffles soggy with maple syrup. Poole did not waste many hours of his life on non-essentials, and meals were one of those. Zip and nuke and be done with it. He had been overweight since high school, and how those bastards had mocked him. No one mocked him now, but it would be the work of an afternoon to destroy each and every one of those bastards. Words struck through. Creeps. Finances, reputations. Humiliate them with false records, morphed photographs. Let them feel how he had felt all those times they had laughed or picked on him. The terminal on his breakfast table was fastened to a Lazy Susan. He turned it to angle off the glare from the morning sun streaming through the kitchen window. Sunlight was a nuisance, too. Tullio had found several encrypted files at the address his client had given him. Black code. Be a bitch, word struck through. Hassle, to decrypt those. But there were clear files as well. Poole sucked on the tines of his fork while he studied the feedback. The maple syrup dripped on his chin and hands. The address belonged to an Aurora transport system that suckled on the net. A smart system, guarded with mice. Tullio had mousetrapped several and brought their code back for autopsy. Live and learn, thought Poole, or you don't live long. Tullio had also brought back an infection. It had fried the host system Tullio had pirated as a base of ops. Too bad, but that's why Crackman always used someone else's system to filter viruses. He scrolled through the pirated files, looking for some sense of the size, shape, and purpose of his target. That was the only way to cost the job, and you had to cost the job to know if the fee was reasonable. No point spending more money hacking than the hack would earn, unless it was a real bean hack. The fee his anonymous client had waved at him would have seemed princely only 5 years ago, but it was just walking around money now. A picture gradually emerged from the memos and reports. A neural net expert program. Aurora was apparently forecasting traffic control problems down the line, and client wanted that control to fail, big time. It would be quite a challenge just to find the program. No way was Aurora Herbie enough to let that code anywhere near a gateway, let alone a dark alley. He would have to send out a worm that could slip into an Aurora system, any Aurora system, and hide in the shadows until it could clone itself elsewhere. Sooner or later, one of the clones would find the system where the target lived and send word back into the net. He could use the old Beaumont worm as his template. There were safeguards against it nowadays, but it never hurt to study the classics. Amid all the corpo jargon and cover-ass in the memos, he stumbled across the one additional infobit that made the whole hack just too delicious to pass up. It was the most beautiful joke on everyone involved, Aurora, client, and Jimmy himself. Acting through a dummy corporate front, Aurora had subcontracted pool security consultants to write the protection for the target. It was wonderful. It was delicious. Client wanted him to crack a safe for which the owner had hired him to write the combination. Already he could see 3 different ways to hack it. His fingers danced over the keyboard, no hunt and pecker he, typing out an acceptance which he threw down a rabbit hole in the email. This would be the easiest $100,000 he ever made. Well, not quite. There was a little matter of professional pride, too. He always did his best for a client, no matter what. And now 2 clients had, unknowingly, hired him to battle himself. The best against the best, like playing both sides of the chessboard. He would be the irresistible force. He would be the immovable object. Sabotage the traffic control program and protect it from sabotage. Somehow, he would satisfy both contracts. He had no idea how, but that was a detail. Igor never did come back, and that worried him. A lot. When the mist came off the Vltava, as it did most spring mornings, the castle on the heights across the river seemed to float in the air above the clouds. Roberta Carson stirred on her bed, propped herself up on her elbows, and studied the sight through the frame of the open window. The castle walls, pink in the morning sunshine, hovered above the fog that shrouded the flanks of the hill. A lone falcon circled in the updrafts around the great spire of St. Vitus Cathedral. A horn from the nearby riverfront echoed through the winding, close-in streets of Old Town. Below her window, traffic creaked into life on the cobblestones, 3 stories down. "I see a great city," the prophetess said, "whose glory will touch the stars." For 3 years, Roberta had lived among the American expatriates who infested the side streets of the old town of Threshold. Artists, writers, musicians, poets like herself. You got a different angle on life from the east bank of the Vltava, a more mature and reflective one than was possible on the obsessively material streets of America. There was a greater depth of time here, a scale that put the callow postmodern world into perspective. Threshold was the only city in Europe that war had never torched, a city where a district called Newtown could be 6 centuries old. Her former life, her former world, was far, far away. Sitting up in bed had caused the sheet to drop and gather at her waist. Goosebumps from the chill spring air prickled her flesh, and she folded her arms across her breasts. A reflection of the motion drew her eye to the tall, dingy, ornately framed mirror on the opposite wall of the one-room flat, where she saw a parody of modesty. She grinned at her reflection and tried a different pose, more classical, breasts exposed, but with the hand draped coyly just so over her crotch. Then another pose, rather more saucy. Finally, one that was outright pornographic. Beside her, Václav stirred and rolled onto his back, tugging most of the sheet to him. That meant the snoring would resume soon. Carefully, she lifted the sheets aside and stepped out of bed. Václav shifted again, as if there were some law of conservation at work compensating for her absence. The science of sleeping lovers, she thought. Then, before she could forget to do it, she padded across the room to the battered wooden table and opened her journal, where she wrote the thought down. She had no idea what would come of it. It might be a line, a motif, a poem, or even the title for an entire chapbook. Or it might never blossom at all. You never could tell. It had been a while since she had given her last reading, and Emmett Alexis, back in New York, was already asking about another collection. She also wrote, "One woman, 4 poses," and "Image is what we choose to show the world." She studied herself again in the mirror. Not as scrawny as the waifs the fashion industry pushed, nor as aggressively mammalian as the upholstered objet de self-abuse that the men's magazines used for advertising lures, just ordinary. But ordinary was in these days. Average was a new sensation in a world grown bored with extreme. Václav had painted her several times, and so had a number of their friends. Realism was fashionable once again, and abstractionism already had the quaint and antique look of a bygone age, bloodless and cool, lacking in passion. Cool had once been a compliment. Roberta wondered if her mother had ever seen any of those nude and semi-nude paintings of her daughter. Possible reactions ranged from horrified shame to a retro-boomer 60s, "That's my girl." Not that Beth was the sort to haunt the galleries in lower Manhattan, but the one Václav had done of her ironing clothes had graced the cover of her last collection, uncommonly commonplace, and Mother, just maybe, had glanced at her daughter's books. Or maybe not. There had been letters for a while, from Mother, and from the rich lady, too, forwarded through Emmett's office. Roberta had not read them, had never replied, and after a while they had stopped coming. She dressed quickly and methodically in yesterday's clothes. She wanted to walk the streets while the morning was still soft. Spring mornings were best for inspiration. Time enough later for a shower, after Václav had awakened, and they could shower together. He wasn't the best lover she had ever had, but was far from the worst, and certainly better than any of the gawky, gropey American expats she had allowed into her bed. He was her own age, 24, but European men seemed to mature earlier. With Emmett, just after she had run off to the village, she had been too young to know better, and living with him had seemed finer then than it did now. Roberta tucked her journal under her arm and slipped out the door, closing it silently behind her. The streets were just shrugging into life. Night shift workers on their way home, housekeepers headed for the market. The metro rumbled beneath her feet. Old Town was closed to traffic, so she picked up a tram when she came to Old Town Square and rode it past the old Jewish cemetery, where Rabbi Lowe, who had built the golem, lay buried. When she reached the river, she hopped off and strolled along the bank on Dvorak Street, watching the barges and the river traffic. In the little sidewalk cafe across the street, Karel Janacek was already enthroned with his easel and his absinthe, trying to capture the vision of the castle before the mists burned off. Each day he made a little more progress before the light could turn and the shadows shift. Roberta wondered if he would finish the painting before the absinthe finished him. He saw her and waved. "G'day, Václav," he called. Roberta made a pantomime of sleeping, and Karel laughed. "Morning is best for painting," he said in clipped Slavic consonants. "You are moving in with me. I paint you in morning light. I always rise in morning for you," he added. Roberta pretended she didn't know what he meant about rising for her, and waved goodbye. "S'bohem, Karel." She turned right at the intersection and walked out onto the Charles Bridge. It was her favorite spot to sit and think. The Emperor Charles had commissioned the bridge in 1345 when he established his court in Threshold, but in the early 1700s, in a maniacal burst of Baroque creativity, the Czechs had decked the 600-meter span with 30 statues and statuary groups. They lined both sides of the bridge, making it one of the most beautiful in Europe. She had thought once of writing a series of cantos, each one based on a Charles Bridge statue, but, not being Czech, had thought herself unable to do the themes justice. Although it was early yet, a few people had already gathered on the bridge, sketching, talking, arguing. A woodwind trio had set up by the lesser town end of the bridge, and a puppet master was arranging his shadow box. Young men and women, Czech and expat, Bohemians all. Just living here in Threshold was a deliciously postmodern pun. Roberta greeted those she knew, and they asked her if she was going to read at the Pivnitsa tonight. The Czechs loved their Pilsner and their Budvar, and the avant-garde here gathered in taverns, not in coffee-houses. The new art was mellow, not jittery. A lone woman stood with an oddly impatient stillness contemplating the statue of St. Louis Garda across the street. Something about the woman seemed familiar, and Roberta gave her a second look as she passed her, but no, she knew nobody as old as that. Roberta perched herself on the guardrail opposite St. John, Felix, and Ivan with the Turk, nearly over Campa Island and the Devil's Brook on the lesser town end. The St. John group was a statue best loved by the people of Threshold, and watching those who came to view it provided her with a wealth of observations. Unlike the painters with their easels, and the photographers with their cameras, and the pixies with their laptops, Roberta came to the Charles Bridge to capture the people, not the statuary. The elderly woman moved on to study the next statue in line, and then, a few minutes later, moved on to St. John of Matti, blocking Roberta's view. The woman walked with a cane, but it seemed more a concession than a need. She was old, white-haired, face taut with expensive lifts, and dressed in the tawdry of wealth. A dead animal was draped around her neck. Roberta wondered if she was checking out each statue in sequence, allocating a set amount of time to each, like a Catholic doing the Stations of the Cross. She seemed more the sort who would try to buy the statue than to study it. Roberta's hand twitched in the special shorthand she used to note character sketches in her journal. After a moment or two, the woman turned and saw Roberta looking at her with the journal open upon her lap. "Oh," she said, "were you sketching? Was I blocking your view?" She spoke American English slowly and distinctly. Apparently that was the magic key. All those wogs would understand if only you spoke clearly and slowly enough. Roberta smiled innocently and said, "Ne, milevite česky." The woman looked nonplussed and fumbled in her purse, pulling forward a traveler's phrase book. "My daughter has convinced me I ought to carry one of these on my travels," she explained. She began to page through it earnestly. Roberta sighed and gave up the charade. "Never mind. I wasn't sketching." "You're American." The voice was less surprised than curious. "I'm a poet." "Ah, yes. I understand Prague has become quite the place for the avant-garde to gather. In my day it was Greenwich Village. The beatniks, you know. Years before that it was the left bank of Paris." The patronizing tone was all the more offensive for its off-handedness. "You can't dismiss the new art so easily," Roberta said with some heat. "I beg your pardon?" "By sticking us in a slot and slapping a label on us. We're not the beatniks. We are not the lost generation. We're doing something new here." "Yes, it is always something new." She gestured toward the double row of statuary that lined the bridge. "Myself, I prefer the old." "You know what? You look like a school kid with a homework assignment." The woman raised an eyebrow, refusing to take offense. "Really?" "You were working your way down the line so systematically." The woman smiled ruefully. "My daughter told me I ought to see the Charles Bridge statuary. I mean, I have seen them before. I am no stranger to Prague. But I have never looked at them. It is not easy to take instruction from your own daughter, but I have learned in a small way to appreciate this city, and the others where I summer. At one time I would stay only in the Intercontinental." A nod of the head toward the American luxury hotel on the Old Town riverside. "I would come to Prague, but I would not be in Prague, if you understand me." Let's give the old gal credit for that at least. She was trying, in an earnest, fumbling fashion. She would never reach where she needed to be, but at least she knew she needed to be there. Roberta said, "Your daughter sounds like a smart person." "Oh, quite. Far too smart for me. Perhaps far too smart for herself. In any event, before I left home, I changed my rooms to Utri Pestrosu. It is not so expensive, but it does have more local atmosphere." Not so expensive. The Three Ostriches, in Lessertown, rented a grand total of 18 rooms and suites, and, with its 17th-century ambience, was one of the most sought-after hotels on the continent. And here was a woman who could have a suite there on a whim. A bit richer than some doctor's wife from Long Island. A silver limousine with tinted windows coasted to the edge of the street and pulled up beside the old woman. And vehicles are not allowed on the bridge. Not only rich, but connected. "Oh dear, my driver is here to take me back to the hotel. It has been nice chatting with you, miss." She turned to the limo, and the curved, tinted glass of the half-open door sent back a reflection. A younger, thinner face. One that Roberta knew. One that Styx had known. "Van Hoyten." The woman turned and looked at her with a frown. "Do I know you?" "But you can't be. You're too old." The woman's lips thinned into a tight smile. "Old? I have always favored a straightforward honesty myself, so I cannot complain when I hear it. Perhaps you know my daughter, Marisa." Bitterness rose up in Roberta's throat from a long-forgotten pool. "Yes, I knew her." "I am so sorry, but I do not recognize you." Odd that the woman would actually sound so distressed. The simulation of truth by manners. "Take 7 years off," Roberta said. "I was just a kid when I used to come to your mansion." And now surprise did display itself. Oh, you were one of them. Which one? A poet, you said? Then you must be Carson. Marisa often speaks of you. She was so distressed when you left, you know." Straightforward honesty indeed. "I'm sure she's gotten over it by now." "Perhaps. My daughter was always rather a cold fish, but there was something about you that brought her out of herself, and now she has retreated again." A silence, as if the woman regretted having said so much. Then, "She collects your books, you know." Oddly, that made Roberta angry. "I don't need her patronage. My books sell. How many poets can say that?" Some of the old die-hard postmoderns criticized her for that, as if the fact that the commoners bought her poetry somehow damned it. But there had always been a strong strain of contempt for working people running through the intelligentsia. "I believe it upsets her that so many of your poems attack what she does. Oh, she is still quite involved with her stars and planets," Van Hoyten's mother went on. "I'm sure you know of the Aurora transportation system, though you would certainly never get me aboard one of those things. I fly the safe and sane way by jetliner. I understand there is even talk of placing a spaceport here in Prague. Something about an ancient prophecy." "Oh, great," Roberta said. "Ruin the country." "I suppose it could be preserved as it is," Van Hoyten responded with amused sarcasm, "for the enjoyment of artists and wealthy American tourists. But that is for the Czechs to decide, is it not?" She pulled a cell phone from her purse. "I could call Marisa, if you like. I am sure she would be delighted to hear from you. She is married now, and expecting a child in a few months." From the set of Mrs. Van Hoyten's lips, she was not so thrilled with those two facts, but the rich lady? Married? She's in Threshold? Why, their paths might have crossed entirely by accident. And what would she say to her if they were to meet, after all this time? All the words that she had wanted to say to her in those first few months after the reception jumbled up in her throat. "Oh, goodness, no, A clouded look, and Mrs. Van Hoyten glanced away. "We never traveled together. Marisa is surely at home, or more likely at work. But I can reach her through her telephone, wherever she is." Roberta slid off her perch. "No thanks," she said. "I got places to be, and people to see." She started away, then checked herself. "Tell the rich lady," she said, "that when you start pushing things around, they might not end up where you planned." Then she turned and walked back toward Old Town. Anywhere in the world, no more distant than a dozen touches on a keypad. Her old world was not so far away after all. 1. Bumboat. "There, do you see it?" Ned Dubois pointed through the viewport. From the vantage point of Mere Station, the approaching plank was a spot of light trailing behind and below, high enough to catch the sunlight around the edge of Earth. "That's the bumboat coming up. They'll make rendezvous in half an orbit." "I don't understand," the young postdoc floating beside him said. Ned reached out and gripped a stanchion to keep himself from drifting. "Well, they're below us, which means they're catching up with us. But they're on an elliptical orbit, so when they reach apogee, they'll touch our orbit. They'll slow as they come into apogee, rise into a slot right behind us, and then close for docking." The postdoc made a face. "I know that. I meant, what's a bumboat?" "Oh." The postdoc was a scientist on board doing some sort of research. Of course he would know basic orbital mechanics. "Just some waterfront slang I picked up years ago. A bumboat is one that comes out from the port with supplies to service the ships at anchor." Ned pushed away from the viewport and floated back to his work center. Working surfaces and cabinets were bolted to every bulkhead so that none of them cried out floor or ceiling. It was an odd and, at first, disorienting perspective. Now Ned wondered if he could get used to up and down again when his stint was over. A long string of computer paper was taped to one bulkhead. Big printer-generated letters read, "Mother Van Hoyten's Highway Service Station and Garage. Last chance for gas, next 387 million miles." Vlad Sugachev, the station commander, looked up from his computer screen and grunted. "But it does not bring our relief crew yet." "Oh, you love it up here, Vlad." Ned settled into the space before his own terminal and planted his stick fabric boot soles on one of the anchor pads. "Besides," he said, "it'll be good to have company for a change." Vlad made a face. "Excellent. I shall have the guest bedroom prepared." The postdoc, listening, chuckled low in his throat. "Yeah, it will be a little tight in here," Ned admitted. Mere was not exactly spacious. 4 meters in diameter and a shade over 13 end to end, divided into 4 modules, about the size of a small one-story ranch home. The place smelled like a locker room, too. There must be sweat molecules here dating back to the original Soviet crew. Ned turned his attention to the job list. 2 more Motorola repeaters were due in for repair, and 1 Navstar needed an upgrade. Wilson was banging up 2 more fuel pods next week from the Nairobi ram. Business was low but steady, and beginning to pick up now that the recession was finally ending. The computer had flagged the optimum launch windows for the retrievals, which meant he ought to be going through the pre-flight checklist on Glenn Curtis, which orbited tethered to the station. He pushed the intercom button for the garage. "Hey, Jeff, what's the status on Motorola 47? "Almost done. I'm running the diagnostics now," the payload specialist replied. "Why? What's up?" "Company coming. We have to be presentable." "Raj, how soon?" Ned looked at Vlad, who studied his screen and said, 45 minutes. "Sounds about right," said the postdoc. Ned looked at him. "In your head?" The postdoc looked suddenly embarrassed and muttered something about getting back to his ceramics. He kicked off against the bulkhead and coasted to the access lock to Crystal, the old metallurgical lab that Argonaut Labs had converted. "You should not tease Dr. Hobart," Vlad said. "He is very bright, or he would not be here. But he is very young and inexperienced, or he would not be here." Ned grinned at him. "You know, Vlad, that almost makes sense." He hadn't been teasing the kid, not really, just banter. The kid probably could do the math in his head. Ned scrolled to the next screen on his terminal, the squawk list from Glenn Curtis's previous flight. The Russian shrugged. You would not send distinguished elder scientist up here to do zero-G experiment. Experiment would be if distinguished elder scientist survives. But Hobart must work without direct supervision, so he must be himself a skilled researcher." Ned looked over his shoulder at the manlock to Crystal. "In ceramics. What's he doing, throwing pots?" Vlad laughed. "Whatever it is business of Argonaut, and not of Energia space transportation, nor of Leprechaun satellite repair." "Yeah." Ned started to read the maintenance downloads. Then he sighed, blanked his screen, and floated in space, staring at nothing in particular. Just another routine fetch and carry. No wonder the Volkovs had called it quits. Ned wasn't sure how long he could stick it himself. The glory days of flight testing on Fernando G. Noronha were long past. A cadre remained on the archipelago to pilot design changes, but flying the plank was an everyday thing now, even the Mark IVs. Besides, flight test was a young man's game, and Ned was looking at the wrong side of 40. Good enough to fly within the envelope, no longer good enough to lick its edge. Damn, but those had been great times. Forrest, Bobby, Mike, flying the swoop of death when no one knew shit. Even Levkin had had his good points. So where were they now? Forrest, he knew, was at Pegasus Space Flight Academy at Ames Field. He was chief nose-wiper for a bunch of young wannabe space cadets, and probably twice as bored as Ned was. And Iron Mike was head pilot for Energia, and Vlad's immediate boss. He and Ned chatted from time to time, chewed over old times and remember wins. The others he had lost track of, despite all the sincere promises to stay in touch after the wind-down. But hell, what's done is done. It would be a while before there was a new frontier to tackle. Enough of a while to pass beyond the horizon of his own personal interest. The picture of Betsy and not-so-little Lizzie stuck to his noteboard was beginning to curl at the edges. Another month, and I'll be home again. He had a regular job now, one that took him into space, the way he wanted, but not out on the edge, the way she wanted. 3 months up, 6 months down. Routine enough that even Betsy had internalized the risk. It was like the old Elton John song, "It's just a job." With a stab of his finger, Ned woke his screen and began setting up the flight plan for the Navstar retrieval. Just like 100 other flight plans to retrieve 100 other satellites and boomer pods. Some days Ned thought the boredom was more likely to kill him than re-entry, vacuum, or absolute zero combined. Pegasus Spaceline SSTO Louis Blériot, calling Energia Station Mir. Permission to dock? It was a young voice, Ned thought, one with a touch of nervous inexperience. Probably a cadet flying under instruction. One of the new crop of pilots from Ames, for whom the plank meant reading the manuals, not writing them. Vlad Sugachev said, "Acknowledged, Blériot. Permission granted." Ned wondered what would happen if Vlad said no. Would Blériot deorbit and go home? And how could Vlad stop them from docking anyhow? It wasn't as if Mir could dodge or run away with her little attitude control engines. Hell, the plank was bigger than Mir, though most of that was fuel tank. Still, the courtesies were important. Enough courtesies and quasi-naval etiquette, and you could forget how grubby and elbow-to-earlobe everyone was after 2 months in space. He and Vlad watched the docking through the outside fiber ops that VHI had installed during the upgrade. Blériot gleamed, her fuselage relatively unscorched. Either she was a new hull, or Pegasus was fussier than Daedalus had been. Not that Daedalus had been sloppy, but spit and polish were less important in test than in operations. The docking probes telescoped from the rim of the plank's nose collar, and Vlad coached the pilot until the prongs were in the proper orientation. The plank coughed an engine, and the prongs engaged. Gently, they retracted and pulled the two craft together. The station reverberated from the contact. The docking collars locked, and Vlad's board turned green. Still, the station chief methodically touched off each checklist item on the computer screen while Ned watched and confirmed over his shoulder. Some rituals were for more than politeness' sake. When Vlad was satisfied, he announced, "All systems are go, Blériot." "Join like lovers kissing," declared a familiar basso over the radio link, and Ned had the sudden twisting feeling in his gut his life was about to change. It was Forrest Calhoun, all right, big and black and in your face. Ned could not help grinning when the man emerged from the airlock into the docking sphere. They hadn't seen each other since the final ceremony, when Pessoa had officially shifted the plank from development testing to production. Forrest was dressed in a bright red Pegasus coverall with the rearing stallion logo over his right breast and a ship captain's 4 white bands circling each wrist. Ned snapped him a fancy salute, the effect being spoiled by the fact that they were upside down with respect to one another. Forrest laughed. "Well, toss me out in vacuum if it isn't the second best space pilot in the world," Ned finished for him. "Show a little humility, Ned," Forrest admonished him. "You're only the second best in orbit. Leastwise, now that I'm here." It was a game they had played with each other since their days together at Edwards on the old X-33. Ned introduced him to the station crew floating at random orientations around the module. Vlad, Jeff Landis, the payload specialist who did most of the satellite repair work, and Dr. Leland Hobart, the researcher from Argonaut who was renting space. Hobie? A younger man had crawled through the airlock behind Forrest and now floated in the air beside him. He, too, wore Pegasus red, but with only a single sleeve stripe. His hair was cropped short on the top and shaved on the sides. Dr. Hobart blinked. "Do I know you?" he asked uncertainly. Ned laughed. "Chase Coughlin," he said, grabbing a stanchion and sticking out a hand at the youngster. "Don't tell me you've fallen under Forrest's evil influence." Chase pumped his hand. "Captain Dubois, sir." A startled look crossed his face as he began to tumble slowly. Forrest reached out and snagged him. "First rule of zero G, son. Don't make any sudden moves lest you're holding on to something more reliable than Ned." To Ned he added, "This is Chase's final exam. He had to do an orbit and a rendezvous to get his certificate, so I figured, hell, why not drop in on my old buddy and see how he's getting on?" He gave Ned another look. "Son, with that bright green leprechaun outfit you're wearing, we better not stand too close together or these folks will think it's Christmas time." "I'm still officially with Daedalus," Ned told him. "Just on loan to Leprechaun." Forrest squinted at the patch on Ned's coveralls. Cute little guy. What's his name? Murphy?" Ned tapped a finger on Forrest's own patch. "At least I'm not working for Mr. Ed." "What the hell," Forrest said. "It's all VHI. I think all these separate companies are the corporate equivalent of watertight compartments in an ocean vessel." Hobart suddenly pointed a finger at Chase. "High school, right? I'm sorry I didn't recognize you right off." Chase shrugged. "It's been a lot of years. You're a big-time football jock. I was nobody special to remember." "I remember you now. You got in a big fight with that metalhead. What was his name?" "Meat Tucker. Yeah, and he pulled a screwdriver on you, and Igor had to bust it up." The two of them began to laugh. Ned and Forrest exchanged glances. "Dear old Golden Rule days," Forrest suggested. "We have aboard genuine Stolichnaya," Vlad announced. "To celebrate your visit, we have set up in the maintenance module a party." He indicated the lock tunnel that led to the next module. "Oh, good. A party?" Forrest deadpanned. "With girls jumping out of cakes?" "No," Ned told him, "though we were planning to have Jeff here hop out of a Motorola relay satellite." Landis grinned and tugged at his beard. Alone of the station's 4 crew members, he had had a beard to begin with. "Almost true," he said. "I did have to climb halfway inside the last job to locate the fault." Forrest nodded. "I like a man who throws himself into his work." "When I came on board," Dr. Hobart told Chase, "Ned pulled the same handshake stunt on me, only he pulled me out into the center of the docking module and left me hanging out of reach of any of the walls." "Yeah?" Chase thought that over. "So what'd you do?" Hobart shrugged. Newton's third law. I used my lips as a jet nozzle and blew my breath out as hard as I could. Ned laughed, and gave himself enough velocity that he might have reached the nearest bulkhead sometime around March. Theory was sound, though. Forrest put a hand around Ned's neck and gave him a gentle push toward the lock. Son, not everyone is as big a blowhard as some I could mention. Why, Forrest, Ned said as he checked himself at the mouth of the tunnel, that's uncharacteristically modest of you. The maintenance bay was the largest module on the station since Mir's reconfiguration. It had its own bay door to admit satellites for repair and was connected to the living quarters and the command module by a second manlock. About half the cubic was occupied by a Motorola signal repeater, held in place by 3-axis guy wires. Forrest whistled. Why, this here module is big enough we could all dance the boogaloo if only half of us breathed at the same time. Pressurized volume is at a premium, Ned told him, and this is still the high-rent district. Energia, Vlad said, is planning to orbit additional volume next year. He began passing drinking bulbs around from a pouch he had brought with him. Mir was designed from outset to be modular. I would have moved number 47 outside, Jeff said apologetically. Job's all done except for the paperwork, but there wasn't enough time. Forrest contemplated the garage. You surely could use more elbow room, and that's a fact. Well, Forrest, if you want to help us throw up a patio deck out back, you'd be more than welcome. Forrest grinned. I might do that. Vlad held his bulb out. Gospoda, the stars. The others echoed him and sucked from their drinking bulbs. Ned suppressed a chuckle. Drinking from baby bottles. Can't exactly toss the vodka back in the traditional stiff-wristed Russian style. He noticed that Dr. Hobart had passed on the vodka for a fruit juice squeegee. Whatever happened to that meat? Hobart asked Chase. The two younger men floated together on the edge of the group. The cadet pilot shrugged. Meat? Geez, I don't know. He dropped out after that robbery at the In-N-Out where he worked. Yeah, the shooting. Hobart was silent for a while. Then he said, They ever find Azim? Not that I ever heard. Hobart scowled. Matchstick always scared me. The boy was going tick, tick, tick inside. But I can't help thinking that if he'd only come to Silver Pond that day instead of hanging with his homies, he'd be okay now. Ned looked around sharply. Silver Pond? Are you talking about that party after my orbital flight? Hobart nodded. You never mentioned you were there. Hobart shrugged. If you didn't remember, what would have been the point? Ned shook his head. Seems I keep bumping into the same bunch of kids over and over. Chase laughed. Well, you know what Styx says. Who is this Styx? Asked Vlad. Styx, said Chase. Girl we went to school with. You knew her, Hobie. Always dressed in black. More serious than a math test. Kids called her Morticia. Hobie nodded slowly. Saw her around. Didn't know her. Oddly, Ned recalled her, too. From that visit he had made to Chase's high school. A quiet girl with solemn eyes. She had asked him about Jerry Godlaw. He wondered if he had met the others they had mentioned, Meat and Azim. Shit. Azim? Hadn't he been one of the 3 black kids who had blocked the doorway on him? Styx ran off just before graduation, Chase told the group. Then she begins grinding out these poems attacking VHI and Miss Van Hoyten. Attacking my bread and butter, Forrest said with a grunt. Wait a minute, said Ned. Do you mean that Roberta Carson gal the media's so gaga over is your friend Styx? What she got against Marisa anyway? Chase pursed his lips and looked at Hobart. She says Mentor brainwashed us into supporting VHI's space program. Forrest chuckled. Well, that could be true. Half the applicants at the academy come out of Mentor schools. Hobart sucked his bulb dry and stuffed it down the trash trap. So what? Mentor showed us opportunities and encouraged us to take them. That's not brainwashing. Chase shrugged. She says it goes deeper than that. Subtle propaganda in the teaching materials, secret plans for selected students, all kinds of conspiracy shit. Hobart looked angry. She could be right, and still so what? Where would I be today wasn't for Mentor? Still stammering, 'cause where would I ever hear about that Demosthenes dude? And no way I'd be in superconductor research. 4 years in college playing football and not getting taught shit, then maybe a couple years in the pros butting myself silly and breaking bones so beer-swilling white guys could yell at their TVs. It's 'cause of Mentor I'm up here with you guys instead. Forrest nodded. Sounds like you got the short end on that one, son, but I won't complain if you won't. Hobart laughed. Word up, he said, but it could have been a lot worse for me without people like Mr. Egbo and Miss Glendower. And you know what the worst part would have been? Forrest cocked his head with interest. No. What? Hobart looked momentarily grim. I would have thought I was on top of the world. Chase grinned. And now you are, for real. Jeff Landis said, So what's the buzz groundside these days? Forrest wagged his hand back and forth. Same old, he said. Recession finally seems to be bottoming out. Again. Tampa Bay's going to be hard to beat this year, I guess because they don't have Doc here on their line. Wilson says he's putting up a new Skylab next year, if enough research bodies pool the cost of ramming and assembling the modules. Ned grunted. There goes the neighborhood. Forrest crumpled his bulb. Serbia's making more booga-booga at Macedonia. Things could go shit there real fast. He launched the bulb toward the trash trap, but it sailed off at a tangent. Landis snagged it as it passed him, and before it could lose itself in the guts of the relay satellite. Forrest looked abashed. Forgot. No parabola. Low Earth orbit is hell on basketball. Hey, what's wrong, Doc? Hobart's face was knotted in a frown. Macedonia, he said. My dad's with the UN peacekeepers at Skopje. Hey, he'll be okay, Chase said with a wave of the hand. Even the Serbies aren't crazy enough to mess with the U.S. Marines. Yeah, but he'll be wearing UN baby blue, and he's not allowed to shoot back. Peacekeepers, said Forrest. More like hostages. Vlad said, Serbia has legitimate claim. This Macedonia was once part of Yugoslavia. You mean Yugoslavia, said Forrest, and before that it was part of Turkey, and before that it was part of Greece, and the Crusaders ran it for a while. I think everybody but the Rotary Club has taken a shot at running the Balkans. Vlad looked grim. Confederation would be best for all. Hail, son, said Forrest. Considering the tribal baggage everyone is hauling, that would be a shotgun wedding. I say, if they don't want to live together, the Serbs should let them go. Vlad gave him a sharp look. Like your Abraham Lincoln? Forrest made no reply, but his lips pulled in. Even Jeff looked upset. This tin can is too damn small for a political argument, Ned thought. He and Vlad had worked together long enough that it was easy to forget that the fellow owed his allegiance to a different country with different strategic interests. Aloud he said, Peace talks are still going on, right? Maybe everything will turn out okay. It was the Balkans, and precedent was against it, but hope was still possible. Vlad tensed for a moment, as if he intended to say something, then changed his mind. Yes. Peaceful solution is always best. Jeff and Dr. Hobart nodded in agreement. Chase and Forrest looked skeptical but said nothing. After a moment longer, Jeff said abruptly, Well, back to work. He tugged himself by guy wire to the side of the Motorola, where he picked up a CompuPad. Vlad excused himself, pleading duties, and squeezed into the airlock to the crew quarters. Ned began collecting everyone's remaining bulbs and stuffing them into the trash trap. They had achieved agreement of sorts, but the party was definitely over. Forrest helped Ned stock the supplies that Blériot had brought up. They suited up and sealed off the crew quarters and control module, then depressurized the garage and cracked the module's space door. It was faster to move the stock in this way than through the narrower manlock connecting the plank's nose with the docking module. Ned felt the small puff of residual air blowing off into vacuum. The water vapor froze out into a gentle, improbable snow that coated the work surfaces in a thin sheen of frost. Chase and Jeff offloaded the plank and passed the crates through the bay door to Forrest. Ned checked each item against the bill of lading and told Forrest where it should be stowed. "You waited a lot of years," Forrest said philosophically, "to tell me where to shove it." During a lull, Forrest switched off his suit radio and leaned close to Ned, touching helmets. Ned took the hint and switched off his own transmitter, leaving the receiver on just in case Landis hollered. "What is it?" He'd had the feeling, ever since Forrest's arrival, that his friend had more reasons than he had admitted to for proctoring Chase's maiden flight. "Daedalus make any requests for readiness reports the last couple weeks?" An unexpected and obscure question, but it was Forrest's hand to play. "Yeah, sure," he said. "They asked for the quarterly proficiencies a little early, so?" Forrest was silent a moment, considering. "So, this. Pegasus did the same thing, and Valerie Volkov told me that Aurora's rating her ballistic pilots ahead of schedule, too. Scuttlebutt has it that Mac, Dak, NASA, and the others are quietly checking out their own flight crews." Ned's pulse began to hammer. "Any idea why?" he asked casually. Something big and something quiet, or more would have been said than, "Hand in your performance ratings early." Forrest fell silent again, long enough that Ned knew he did have a notion. "Nothing that would explain so much activity in so many different quarters." "Try me." Forrest switched on his transmitter. "Yo, Chase, my man, what is the holdup on the electromagnet?" "Damn storage bolt is froze," Chase's voice responded. "Put me into a counterclock." "Need help?" "Nah, we'll have it." Forrest switched his transmitter off again. "What do you know about asteroids, Ned?" "Little rocks between Mars and Jupiter. No nightlife. What about them?" "Ever hear of 1991 JW?" "Oh, sure. Mars, Jupiter, 1991 JW. I know all the biggies." "Don't get snooty with me, son. I'm doing you a favor against my best judgment." The fist in Ned's belly clenched up tighter. "Forrest, you don't have a best judgment." "Yeah, look who I pick as friends. All right, here's the whisper. Not all the asteroids are out past Mars. Seems there are a flock of them that crisscross the Earth's orbit." "Like 1991 JW, Ned guessed. "Yeah, like that. Seems your old pal Marisa Van Hoyten is real interested and wants to send a probe out to rendezvous with it." A probe? He felt like he was floating. Damn it, he was floating. He grasped for a handhold at the same time Forrest grabbed him by the arm. "Steady there, son." "What sort of probe?" He anchored himself to a stick fabric patch against Jeff's storage locker. "Manned probe. Pilot, co, and a geologist." Jesus. "Amen, brother. 1 year, round trip, with 41 days of that spent at the Rock. Supposed to leave Earth orbit in 2 years. 5.9 Delta V." "Not much prep time," Ned said doubtfully. A deep space flight. 5.9 was farther than the moon. For once, there'd be no footsteps in the dust ahead of him. The blood in his ears murmured like the Atlantic surf. "The little birdie told me it's been growing under very deep wrap for at least 5 years, with prelims going back even farther, for a similar mission that got scrubbed. That's all I know, and I don't even know that." Ned could feel the sweat on his palms and wipe them against his thighs, a futile gesture in a spacesuit. "Whose show is it?" "Pegasus." Ned studied the company patch on Forrest's suit shoulder. He grunted. "Looks like you backed the right horse." "Damn it, Ned." Forrest pulled his helmet away from contact, checked a turn, and pushed it back into Ned's face. "Damn it, Ned, why do you think I'm cluing you in? And why do you think I didn't want to?" Forrest didn't have to say any more. Ned turned his radio back on. Chase and Jeff were guiding a large bin with Argonaut's Greek galley logo stenciled on the side. More equipment for... What had Chase called him? Hobie? Ned watched Forrest kick off and coast to intercept the others. He flew gracefully and effortlessly straight toward his target. Once before, Forrest Calhoun had watched the chance of a lifetime slide away from him and into the hands of Ned Dubois. Jeff Landis shook his head and tugged his beard. His leprechaun coverall was sweat-stained now that he had taken his EVA suit off. "We didn't finish unloading the cargo," he said. "What do you mean?" Ned shut down his CompuPad and stowed it in its locker. You learned early on always to put things away, otherwise they tended to drift with the air circulation into unexpected places. Ned had awakened once, with a pair of Vlad's undershorts settling into his face. Vlad was now a more careful housekeeper. "I mean, there's still cargo aboard Blériot." "We stocked everything on the bill of lading," Ned said. He was still thinking about the asteroid mission Forrest had mentioned. Would Daedalus pilots be eligible for the flight roster? Nobody had more continuous time in space than Mama Dubois's favorite son, but you didn't have to attend board meetings to know there was a deep-seated rivalry between Pegasus and Daedalus that went all the way back to the original Planck development. He wondered if he could transfer companies without losing his seniority. Hell, who cared about seniority? He sure wouldn't lose his education and experience, and chances were they would want either the pilot or the co-pilot to be an engineer. His gaze fell on the photograph of Betsy and Liz. A year-long flight out to an asteroid and back. He rubbed his hands against his face. Jesus, look at the time. "I'm going to hit the sack," he said. Jeff followed him to the crew module airlock. "What I mean is, why would Blériot lift excess cargo? It's not like there are more stops on his delivery route." Ned paused before crawling through. "Maybe they're hauling a satellite." "Couple dozen crates, about 2 meters long?" Jeff held his hands apart. Ned frowned. "Cost per pound isn't like it used to be, but you're right. It doesn't make sense. Nobody lifts Deadhead. I'll ask Forrest about it." He pushed himself through the lock. As he emerged into the crew module, Forrest and Chase turned to look in his direction. He had the feeling they had just fallen silent a moment before. "What's up?" he asked. Forrest showed white teeth. "We all are, son. About 200 miles, but Chase and me, we were wondering where to toss our sleeping bags." No sleeping bags, but you can pull up a handy volume of empty space, as long as you tether yourself so you don't drift into my bed during station night. Don't flatter yourself, Ned, you ain't that pretty. Forrest looked around the crew module. It was about as big as a front parlor, with 4 bunk niches set into 4 of the bulkheads. I keep forgetting you don't need surfaces for some things. A bland smile. Handy to remember if I go on any real long trips. Ned let that pass. "Jeff is curious about the crates you left on board Blériot." Forrest made a negligent wave of the hand. "Just some Pegasus stuff." Chase glanced at him and kept quiet, but Ned noticed the reaction. "Say," said Forrest in a suddenly jovial tone, "you know your sign, Mother Van Hoyten? Well, she's about to be one. A mother." Which change of subject meant Forrest wasn't about to explain the cargo. Well, could be it was a top-secret, closed-box experiment and Ned didn't have need to know. Still, it seemed curious and, damn it, Forrest looked smug enough to burst. "I hadn't heard." He'd gone to the wedding like everyone else on the project. Marisa had looked, well, all brides looked radiant. But she had looked, what? Satisfied? Triumphant? Ned hadn't understood that look. Barry Fast wasn't much of a catch, though it was admittedly hard to measure up to the Dubois standard. So how had she triumphed? Marrying Fast was like fighting a war, and in the end all you had was Macedonia. You had to wonder, why bother? "Mr. Fast was one of my teachers," Chase volunteered. Ned grunted. Why should he care who she married? He had his own marriage to think about, one he had salvaged from the scrap pile, and the only cost had been letting go of everything he had ever held dear. Well, nearly everything. There was Betsy, and there was Liz, and age would have loosened his grip on the envelope before long. He had been faithful to Betsy now for 7 years. 90% faithful, and you couldn't ask for much more than that. In the morning, Forrest wanted to chew the fat, so Jeff volunteered to check Chase out on the refueling procedures, and Vlad suited up as the safety man to keep watch while they hooked Blériot up to one of Wilson's fuel pods that flocked along on Mir's orbit. Ever since that cracked valve had blown while Levkin was refueling, regulations required a safety man. 999 times you didn't need him. The 1,000th time, you wanted to kiss him. Ned and Forrest repaired to the command module, where Ned studied his checklists for Glenn Curtis with one eye, while watching the fiber-op monitor tuned to the pod farm with the other. Both Jeff and Vlad had refueled planks countless times, and Chase had rehearsed it in the sims, in the tank, and on short field trips using dummy pods. It was funny. The cost of Earth to orbit had dropped enough that flight plans could be filed for training cruises, and Daedalus could keep planks like Glenn Curtis in permanent orbit. "Yeah, it's funny how things turn out," Forrest said, when Ned mentioned the thought. "Here we are, intrepid test pilots with muscle cars parked in our driveways and wristwatches like the crown jewels, and what are we doing now? Laying our hides on the line? Hell no. Headmaster at a school for hotshots. Tow truck driver. You know Bobby and the Volkoffs are senior pilots for Aurora? Yeah, they're hauling routine passenger and special freight traffic from Recife to St. Petersburg to Woomera and points in between. Kinda makes you wish for something new and exciting to come along." Ned stabbed a sequence of buttons, and his flight plan for the next retrieval downloaded to Leprechaun headquarters at Shannon Spaceport. "And about when do you expect that to be, Forrest?" "Eh?" "I checked the ephemeris in the computer. There have been 3 launch windows back to Ames Field since the time we finished unloading your cargo." Forrest gave him a wide-eyed look. "A man needs his beauty sleep. Besides, I had that vodka. Drink and fly, if you want to die." "And you keep looking at that watch of yours that's too big not to notice." Forrest held up his wrist, and gold and chrome flashed in the cabin's fluorescent lighting. "You like it? I got it from a very sincere man on 42nd Street in New York City. He swore it was a genuine whatever it is. It gives me my pulse rate and skin temperature, does simple arithmetic, and shows true north with uncanny accuracy." He looked at the dial and scowled. "Haven't figured out how to tell time yet, but what the hell? Forrest, quit the—" The communicator beeped, distracting him. Forrest smiled blandly. "You going to answer your phone, son?" Ned looked at him suspiciously and punched the response button hard. Some days Forrest was too cute to live. The comm screen went to fuzz, then cleared into the face of Khan Gagrat. Shiny, bald head, ferocious Central Asian mustache, gold hoop earring flaunted in his left ear. He was the most unlikely-looking accountant that Ned had ever met, and a bizarre contrast to his predecessor, the gentle, unassuming Keith McReynolds. "Dubois, good. Listen, VHI has taken on a rush order from NASA. Considering our assets in place, corporate has awarded the contract jointly to Pegasus and Leprechaun. Are you ready to download?" Khan was not big on small talk, and came to the point with a directness that bordered on rude. He was, Ned was sure, the despair of corporate cocktail parties. Ned pressed a sequence of buttons on his console and entered Khan's public key. "Ready?" "Good," Khan said after a moment. The milliseconds delay always made Earth-to-orbit conversation seem to be conducted by people not paying complete attention. "Here is your verbal briefing. Calhoun is there?" "Yes." "Background. A programming error affected this morning's shuttle launch by the U.S. NASA. Endeavour made orbit safely, but external tank jettison was delayed by 12 seconds. The ET itself is now in co-elliptical orbit with the shuttle. Space Traffic Control has determined that it is a traffic hazard due to heavy use of that orbit by satellites. Furthermore, the orbit crisscrosses those used by VHI Space Industries, as well as those used by our competitors. Do you understand the background?" "Acknowledged," said Ned. Forrest said, "That's a big 10-4, good buddy." "Good. Scope of work. NASA has contracted with VHI to match orbits with the rogue tank, attach strap-on rocket motors, and boost it out of orbit. The download provides the orbital parameters and a selection of possible launch windows, including windows for deorbiting the ET, without hazard to Earth surface ocean traffic. NASA suggests the southern Indian Ocean as the best drop zone. Do you understand the scope?" "Acknowledged. It's never been done before, Khan. Do you at least have some protocols prepared?" He heard Forrest chuckle behind him. "Remember what Louis Blériot once said about flying? It's really very simple. You just have to know how to do it." Ned gave him a sour look, but Forrest was unquenchable. "When do you expect to send up the strap-ons?" Ned asked Khan. In the dead interval before Khan could hear and reply, Forrest said casually, "I may have a couple dozen back in the ship. Do you want me to check?" Ned turned his head so sharply that his torso twisted the other way to conserve angular momentum, and he came unstuck from the stick fabric. "Why, you son of a bitch!" After he had floundered back to an anchorage, explained to Khan that he hadn't meant the CFO's parentage, and had logged off the comm, he faced Forrest squarely. "Do you mind explaining just how you happened to have the boosters on board, seeing as how NASA didn't discover the problem until after this morning's launch?" "Foresight?" Forrest suggested. "Bullsight. Somebody in VHI pulled a hack on NASA. And it had to be authorized by somebody pretty high up the food chain, too. Marisa herself? But why?" Ned shook his head. "It doesn't make sense, Forrest. I mean, why game NASA's system and put an ET into orbit just to get the contract to drop it back down into the ocean? That's got to be nickels and dimes in VHI's cash flow." Forrest pursed his lips and looked innocent. "Who said anything about dropping it in the ocean?" "But Khan said—" "Nah." Forrest waved both hands, palms out. "NASA said that would be the easiest thing to do, but since when has easy ever been in VHI specs? Khan's download includes a couple other burn schedules for boosting the tank up higher." Ned just stared at him. "Hell, Ned," Forrest said, spreading his hands in appeal and giving Ned the most innocent stare imaginable. "Didn't I tell you yesterday I'd help you put a patio deck out back?" 2. Prices paid. The dark room reminded Marisa Van Hoyten of a grotto, silent, dark, with a dull red light shimmering on pools. She pulled the print from the stopper bath, and the chemicals dribbled into the tray with the sounds of a seeping spring running off a cave wall into a lagoon. She held the photograph up and studied it in the ruddy illumination. Not that the eye could discern much in the mad spray of stars it portrayed, but having developed the print, she could not study it. She regarded the small white smear of light in the center of the field with the quiet pride of proprietorship. Of course, until its orbit was analyzed, she could not be sure it was a new discovery. But she knew her patch of the sky as well as she knew the estate grounds. This was something that moved, and nothing had moved there before. She knew the interval between exposures, and a few moments with the calipers would give her the displacement, and seconds of arc per day could be converted to velocity, and that, in turn, would yield the distance from the sun. The astronomer's version of Kentucky windage. It was really more complex than that. One had to take the Earth's motion into account as well, so it would fall to others more talented than she to determine where this object lay, and where it had come from. And more important, where it was headed. She shivered slightly, wondering if this might be the one. The odds were vanishingly small, but... The darkroom door opened, sending a spear of light through the shadows. She whirled and saw Barry framed in the doorway. "I have told you countless times," she snapped, "never come in here when the red light is on." He froze and stammered, his hand still gripping the knob. "But..." Then more crisply, "Sykes says that dinner is Get out! Barry's face hardened, and he gave her a curt nod. As you wish. He did not slam the door shut behind him. Marisa turned back to her tray table. She had finished the development, fixed the image. The light would have damaged nothing. There had been no need to snap at Barry as she had. Yet it was an ironclad rule that no one enter when the red light was on. She swallowed a sob. Sobs came too easily to her these days, and laid a hand across her womb where it swelled under the rubber apron she wore. Anger and sorrow, and the feeling that her body had swollen to grotesque proportions. She knew it was nothing but the hormone storm that accompanied pregnancy. Intellectually, she could stand aside and watch herself rail and lash out and collapse in helpless tears, and know that it was all chemical imbalance. But nothing in that knowledge gave her control. She was no longer master of her own body. She watched, but it was through a wall of glass. She was a vessel now, a life support system for someone else. Her hand searched under the apron, under the blouse, to the drum-tight skin, and lay there waiting. But there were no kicks forthcoming, and, losing patience, she turned her attention back to the photograph she had just printed. Later, when she left the darkroom, she forgot to turn the warning light off. With a sigh of exasperation for her growing absent-mindedness, she turned about and noticed that the bulb above the doorway was not lit. Had she turned it off, after all? No. She checked the switch, and it was on. After a moment's hesitation, she shoved the switch down. She would have to remember to change the bulb. Chris Van Hoyten stopped at Silver Pond later that day, and Marisa welcomed her cousin with a fierce hug. "It has been too long, Chris," she said, greeting him in the foyer. "Sykes, we will repair to the sitting room. Please tell Barry and Mother that Chris is here." Sykes inclined his head as he closed the door. He took Chris's long spring coat and folded it over his arm. "Your usual, sir?" he said. "On the rocks, Sykes, yes." Chris had a package tucked under his arm, a plain brown wrapper tied up in cord. With his long legs, he kept pace easily with Marisa as he followed her down the hall. "How is my new nephew?" he asked. "Oh," she stroked her swollen belly with both hands. "I thought he wanted out last week, but it turned out to be false labor. He's been quiet since then." "Maybe he changed his mind," said Chris with a grin. "A decade ago I would not have blamed him, considering the Christmas recession and its aftermath. But things have been looking better these last few years. He ought to be eager to come out." "And you are just as eager to have him out." Chris laughed and stood aside at the entrance to the sitting room. "I remember Mary Ann's pregnancies. The last month is the worst." The sitting room was broad and open, with a bay window facing the meadow behind the house. The room was sparingly furnished, almost Quaker in its simplicity, with its emphasis on chairs and conversation. A fireplace, little used, graced one wall, and, above it, the wedding photographs of 3 generations of Van Hoytens: Willem, father, and herself. Willem and Matilda had pride of place. Grandpa was young and snappy in his morning coat, with slicked-down hair and a cocky smile for the camera. His bride, engulfed in a cloud of lace, with a flapper curl pasted against her forehead, looked willing but bewildered, not quite sure what had happened to her. The odd thing about the grouping, Marisa had noticed when she had arranged the pictures after her wedding 5 years ago, was the nearly identical look in the eyes of her father and herself, a knowing look separated by 3 decades, as if they shared some common secret. Chris handed her the package he had brought, and she tore the wrapper off. "Have you brought me a shower present, Chris?" It was a book, handsomely bound. On its cover, a color photograph of a plank lifting off. Which ship she was not sure, though it had the look of the early Mark IIs tested on Fernando G. Noronha. The title, in boldly cursive capitals, was Prometheans, A Passion to Break the Sky. And under that, Commercial Space Travel in the Early Years, 1996 to 2006. A sticker on the cover read, pre-publication proof copy. "I thought you might like to see it," Chris said. "After all, VHI provided most of the material."
"Thank you, Chris."
Marisa flipped through the lavishly illustrated volume. What did they call them? Coffee table books? There was a picture of Luis Mendoza standing with his fists on his hips on the assembly floor of Daedalus' Recife plant as the first Mark I took shape around him. Another showed Joao and Luis and 3 anonymous technicians hunched over a drawing. She paused a moment when she came to a full-page portrait photo of Edward Ned Dubois in his Daedalus coveralls. 3/4 face, looking at something beyond the photographer's shoulder, eyes distant and slightly unfocused. Just the sort of heroic pose Ned would want, with its hint of the little boy and the suppressed grin. No wonder women found him attractive. She looked up as her mother and her husband entered. "Mother, Barry, look what Chris brought." She handed the book to Barry. Harriet could not handle such a large volume and her cane at the same time. Her mother looked at the cover, sniffed, and hobbled toward the low-slung barrel chair she favored. "It looks very nice," she offered. Harriet was not disparaging the book, but had never learned to conceal her disinterest. Marisa joined Barry on the sofa, looking over his shoulder while he paged through the book. Barry grinned. He had, by some instinct, opened it to a full-page photograph of Marisa. She leaned toward him and studied it. Had she really looked so strained and worried back then? Barry put his arm around her waist. "How does it feel to be history?" He closed the book and laid it on the glass coffee table. "You know you're past the hump when they put out books like this." "Oh, that's only volume 1, she said. Chris barked a laugh. "God, yes, wait until Zeus becomes operational." "Have the modifications been finished?" Marisa asked. "On the Jean Bullard?" "Everything is ready for next month's test," Chris said. "Joao's report ought to be in your e-basket." "And Will Gregerson called here the other day," said Barry. "He says the torch is ready too, pending software validation." Sykes entered with a tray balanced on his hand. He passed among them, allowing each to take their own glass. Marisa hated mineral water, but Dr. Marshall had told her to avoid alcohol during the pregnancy. "You did not tell me he had called," Marisa said. "You were busy. The memo is in your e-basket anyway." Barry downed half his bourbon in one swallow and turned to Harriet, who was pretending to leaf through the big book on the coffee table. "You haven't been checking your mail lately." Harriet looked up. "She should not fret over company matters at this time, or—" a significant look at Marisa, "handle chemicals in the dark room, or spend ungodly long hours at night up on the roof. Oh, Mother, I am not some delicate flower. American pioneer women had their babies in the field and then went back to the plowing." Harriet nodded. "And then died young." Silence followed Harriet's remark. Barry turned to Chris suddenly and said, "So, what's happening with Far Trip?" "Oh," Chris made a careless gesture with his hand. "Washington is dithering as usual. They don't see the value of visiting an asteroid. Say what you will about Champion, but at least the man made decisions. Donaldson won't say aye, yay, or no. None of the agencies feel they have a clear direction, so they put off choices. But Russia, Singapore, and Kenya are lined up. And Brazil, of course. President Gomez owes us." Barry ran a finger lightly along Marisa's shoulder. "I wish I could go out for the test. I feel I ought to contribute more." He spoke idly, but Marisa could hear the wistfulness in his voice. She settled against Barry's comforting arm and listened to the two men. A sneaky way to brief her right under Harriet's nose. Barry was attentive to her once and clever at such misdirection. Prometheus had grown too big for her. There was something sad about that. It was hard to keep up with all the threads. Zeus, Far Trip, the E.T. diversion, the contingency planning with the Pentagon. She tried to keep current on the major policy decisions, but Aurora and Pegasus and Daedalus were cultivating a dozen projects apiece. Sometimes she missed the old days, when the steering committee could meet, by face or by interface, and discuss every item on Prometheus's menu. but it was as impossible to imagine the inner circle gathering to discuss Aurora's Woomera to Phoenix schedules as it was to go through Belinda's crop of new students every year. She felt like a mother whose son had grown and left home. And met new friends. Wilson and Macdac and the others were busy too. Wilson had 2 rams in operation, Antisana and Kilimanjaro, both carefully monitored by UN commissions. Now that the economy seemed to be picking up again, other players were coming on board. The Artemis Corporation had announced plans to launch an automated mining factory to the moon, and was selling entertainment rights to finance it. And not even the Securities and Exchange Commission had objected. Economies of scale had already brought plank production below 27 kilotroy apiece. Federal Express and the Santa Fe Railroad had purchased 2 ships apiece, as had Northwest Orient Airlines. Marisa doubted Aurora's de facto semi-ballistic monopoly would last much longer. A sharp pain sliced through her, and she winced. Barry, with his arm around her, noticed and gave her an inquiring look. Marisa counted off the way she had been instructed, but there was no second contraction. Relief fought with disappointment as she shook her head ever so slightly. Barry gave her a gentle squeeze. She stiffened ever so slightly under his embrace. What did he have to be condescending about? The man's contribution to birth lasted a few seconds at the most. The woman's lasted 9 months and longer. Mrs. Pontevecchio had prepared a vitello francese for dinner, elegantly presented in a bed of capellini and accompanied by green beans almondine. Marisa was sure it was another of the old woman's triumphs, and that she would miss these meals dearly when the cook finally retired in August. But the odor made her unaccountably queasy, and she barely nibbled at it. She sat at the head of the table, with Barry to her right and Chris to her left. The 3 of them discussed Zeus. Harriet, seated at the far end of the table, facing Marisa and engaged with her own thoughts, seemed on a different world. Marisa thought about drawing her into the conversation. Perhaps she ought to change the topic to roses or babies. But before she could say anything, Sykes appeared in the doorway and caught Marisa's eye. She nodded, and Sykes approached her. "Miss, I have Mr. Redmond on the line. He says it is urgent. Do you wish to speak to him?" Harriet put her fork down on her plate, a sharp clack. "Certainly not. We are eating. Tell him you will call him back." "Did you tell John E. we were eating?" Marisa asked the butler. A bob of the head. "He still insists." "Very well. Bring my phone." Harriet fumed and bent over her vitello, pointedly ignoring the others. Barry asked her what John E. wanted, but she only shrugged. John E. came of good family. He would not interrupt dinner save for the most compelling reasons. Sykes brought her phone, and she unfolded it. "Yes, John E., what is it?" "I thought you would want to know," the lawyer's Virginia drawl told her, "but Cyrus Atwood plans to go into federal court Friday in Phoenix to get an injunction against next week's test of torch." "An injunction?" She noticed Barry and Chris start, and Harriet's studied disinterest. "On what grounds?" "The usual. Public safety, the environment, anything that will sound good and mask his real motives." I never thought I would say such a thing, but I long to read his obituary. He is like some frantic lapdog, yapping and snipping. She covered the mouthpiece and said, "Atwood," to the others. Chris nodded, and Barry shook his head. Harriet said, "A boorish man, though of good stock." "It wouldn't do any good, Marisa," John E. said with lawyerly seriousness. "There are others who are with him, and for the same reasons. Change threatens their position." She told Chris about the injunction. Her cousin frowned and reached into his pocket, pulling out his own phone. Marisa ignored Harriet's petulant tisk. Perhaps it was time to take the white gloves off. An economic war wasted resources urgently needed elsewhere, but a sharp attack where he least expected it might teach Cyrus and his allies to restrain themselves. Cyrus owned coal mines, oil tankers. It shouldn't be too difficult to instigate Phil Albright or someone into action. She might even be able to use the government. There were 70,000 pages published in the Federal Register last year alone. It was inconceivable that Cyrus's businesses were in compliance with every single regulation. Inconceivable that they even knew what each regulation was. So find a non-compliance and throw him to the bureaucrats. That would take his mind off VHI. Champion's predecessor had done that to her, she remembered, to extort campaign support. Well, it was not the weapon, but the motive that mattered. "Very well, John E. You are on the case, I presume?" "Certainly. If your cousin is visiting, I called his office first. Tell him that the werewolf is anxious to speak with him about the test." Marisa thanked Redmond and disconnected. She folded the telephone and laid it on the table and sat for a long moment wrapped in thought. Harriet sighed. "I have always said that such calls do little to aid the digestion." "Quiet, Mother, let me think." She leaned back in her chair and drummed fingertips against the table. "Chris, you told me that the bullet is ready, and the torch?" "Do you think Atwood will get his injunction?" Barry asked. "Pick the right judge, and you can get anything." "I'm talking to Will right now," Chris announced. "He wants to know what you want to do, but he'd rather pull the test off and present the courts with a fait accompli than try to get the injunction overturned." Marisa nodded. "Very well. I am inclined that way also. What does Dolores say?" "Pegasus will go along. They're simply lending us facilities. It's our call, Will's and mine." "Do it then." Chris spoke into his phone. "Will, I'll leave tonight. Expect me at Sky Harbor in the morning." Barry said, "Good luck." Marisa turned to him. "Barry, why don't you go with Chris? I cannot be there to witness the test. I want you to be my eyes and ears." Chris paused with his phone tucked back into his pocket and looked from one to the other. Marisa thought he wanted to say something, but he held his peace. Harriet's long, slow exhale was more audible. Barry frowned. "I don't think I should leave you at this point. You're due in a week." "Nonsense. You will be back by Friday night, and nothing will happen before then. Chris, you can brief Barry on the flight out. Barry, when you return, I will want to hear every detail." She thought it was such a brilliant solution to the problem, her inability to be present, Barry's desire to be more useful, that she could not understand the 3 frowns of various intensity that greeted her. No one dissented, though, and that was the important thing. After dinner, while Barry and Chris made plans and Harriet repaired to the solarium to rest, Marisa took the elevator upstairs to the 2nd floor. Even Barry frowned when she took the stairs these days. Even Sykes looked concerned. It was so irritating to be looked after. The nursery had been put into an extra room adjacent to the master suite, and a room on the other side had been prepared for the nanny. The dislocations at Silver Pond that had started with Barry's advent had spread like ripples throughout the house. Furniture rearranged here, a room put to new use there. In 100 small ways, life at Silver Pond had altered and adjusted, trying to accommodate the alien particle in it. And the nursery was only one more ripple. Ripple? No, more like high tide in the Bay of Fundy. She still could not sort out the emotion she had felt when she first learned she was pregnant. Joy? Dismay? Hope? Trepidation? Later, she would pick one and retrofit it. She suspected it was that way in most cases. Hindsight named the emotions. She had had the room done in blue, of course. Harriet was a traditionalist, and Marisa had not thought the issue worth fighting over. She had, however, insisted on a space motif. The wallpaper and other accessories featured spaceships and space-suited figures in childish proportions. The ceiling she had had done as the night sky, black with small luminescent points. She had conducted a dozen interviews before finding a nanny attuned to the same outlook. The crib was an anachronism. White wood sawn and joined in an old-fashioned design, no nails or metal fasteners, and decorated with flowers and infantilized animals. On this item, Harriet had insisted. It had been Maurice's own crib and Harriet's before that. Maurice had conceded. It was a connection with the past amid the images of the future. Some things ought to be done for no other reason than that. She ran her hand along the crib rail and felt the tears rise in her throat. She set her jaw and her lips and would not let them through. What was it about joy and sorrow that they bordered so close upon one another? Both brought tears in their wake. She turned and sucked in her breath at the sudden figure in the doorway. "Don't sneak up behind me that way," she said. Barry stepped toward her and held her in his arms. "Chris is leaving," he said. "We'll be flying to Phoenix to meet with Dolores Pitchlynn. I came to say goodbye." "I just want everything to be done with," she said. He did not ask her what she meant. The test, the pregnancy, even she did not know. With his right hand, he stroked her short-cropped hair. It wasn't true, anyway. She did not want things done. She wanted the new things to start, to replace all the old things that had ended. She wanted the new life in her life. She wanted the fire of Zeus to pierce the nighttime sky. She wanted to watch a spot of light in orbit depart for deep space. She even wanted the mad scheme hatched by the Pentagon to bloom. Anything to break the spell of confinement and marking time that had entangled her the last few months. She wondered if Barry felt the same way. The day he had given up his classroom position, he had shut himself in the day room and consumed an entire decanter of sherry. Every loss left a void, and every void wanted filling. Since then, he had thrown himself into Prometheus. If he did not have the talent for technical work, he at least showed an ability to coordinate the many interlocking activities. It came from handling 15-year-olds, he had joked with her once. She began to laugh and pressed her face against his chest to stifle it. It was a hysterically funny thought, but considering his growing enthusiasm for Prometheus, she had put as much of herself into him as he had put himself into her. Marisa could never remember having seen a look of pure joy on her mother's face. The occasional dry humor, a few surprised laughs, sometimes a sort of quiet contentment, but never joy. As far back as her childhood recollections went, Marisa could conjure up a visage that had seemed worried at best, disapproving at worst. In dusty photograph albums, even the young Harriet Gorley sported that wary frown, as if anticipating all the cares of her future. As she had matured, Marisa began to understand some of what underlay her mother's behavior, a core of sadness that had curdled to sour over the years, of loyalty to Pete that never quite bent into submission. The efforts of a devoted lifeguard whose charge had drowned regardless. Endurance had replaced enthusiasm in her life. The prospect of a grandson had stirred her, much as a poker might stir an old fire. But Harriet, her empathy withered from long disuse, responded the only way she knew, with sparks, with control. "I do not know why you let that man go off to Arizona with Chris," Harriet said with the sigh of a reasonable woman surrounded by fools. That man was Harriet's term for Barry. They were sitting in the library. It was not quite late enough to retire, and Marisa had a stack of executive summary reports to digest. Reading hard copy struck her as distressingly wasteful. She could not link or cross-reference documents or call up supporting files. She felt, in fact, as if she were informationally one-eyed. But the light from her monitor had begun to bother her vision lately. She hoped her tolerance would return to normal after the birth. "Werewolf Electronics will be testing Zeus tomorrow evening," she said without looking up. "Since I cannot be there myself, I thought it best that Barry go in my place." "His place is by your side. The child could come at any time." Marisa removed her reading glasses. On the monitor, she simply upped the point size of the text, and regarded Harriet, who sat in the tall wingback by the alcove across the room. It would be difficult for two people to sit farther apart and still be in the same room. Harriet had a book of flowers on her lap, another campaign to be fought in her search for the perfect rose, but she sat with her place marked by a finger.
He will only be gone 2 days, Mother. The probability of the birth—
Such talk! What do probabilities matter? Pete was with me when you were born because, drunk or sober, he knew his duty. Willem, she snorted, your grandfather had progress reports phoned into him. Duty means standing watch even if the enemy is nowhere in sight.
Zeus is important.
My grandson is important.
One does not exclude the other.
Marisa set the report she had been reading aside. Feasibility studies for the Pentagon contingency. There would be a meeting next month among the major players. She meant to attend, assuming the birth went well, but if not, she had to select a deputy. Khan, as her CFO, and John E. as her CLO, would be the best selection, though Khan's appearance and John E.'s demeanor might press a few hot buttons among the blue suits. She squared the pile of reports and stood, cradling them in her arms.
I'm growing tired. I think I shall retire.
Why don't you admit the real reason you want that man out of town?
Marisa looked at Harriet without emotion.
And what reason would that be?
Harriet reopened her book of floriculture.
Do you truly believe he is deceived when you throw him these scraps of assignments?
It is touching of you to be so concerned for him.
Harriet snorted. I have never understood what you have seen in that man. He has his charms, I admit. He is entertaining, though perhaps too glib, but he is not our sort at all. But he also has his pride. He was a teacher, and you have taken that away from him.
It was his decision to resign his practice. There was the appearance of special treatment given his new circumstances.
You mean, how could the other teachers and principals engage him as an equal when he was sleeping with their boss's boss?
Marisa pursed her lips.
Baldly phrased, but essentially correct.
Harriet shook her head.
A teacher deprived of the classroom is like a sailor barred from the sea, and that is one quality I have granted him. He is a teacher. He was a good teacher, and he knew it.
Marisa began to walk toward the door.
Sometimes, to gain one thing you want, you must give up something else you have. There are always prices paid.
Do you remember that child who used to come here, the one who always dressed in black?
The non sequitur turned her around at the doorway.
Styx.
Yes, that was what she called herself, wasn't it? Did I ever tell you that I ran into her when I was in Prague last summer?
No. You've been waiting for just the right time to tell me.
How did she look to you? Is she well?
Harriet's lips curled in amusement. Now you sound like a mother. Yes, she seemed to be getting on. Very worldly, in a slatternly sort of way. Bohemian, but then she was in Bohemia.
Mother. Humor?
We spoke for quite a while on the Karlov Most.
Did you? Did she say anything about me?
Harriet cocked her head, as if in thought, but Marisa was reasonably sure she remembered quite clearly.
She said, "Tell the rich lady that when you start pushing things around, they might not end up where you planned." It made no sense to me, but I assume you know what she meant.
Marisa nodded dumbly. The child in her belly seemed like a weight, infinitely heavy. She remembered the nights she and Styx had spent together in the roost, when she had thought to guide the young girl's thoughts toward the stars. She remembered the dinner they had had in Princeton with dear Keith McReynolds, and the way her eyes had lit up at the thought of freedom. And now, thinking herself free, her own thoughts had become her prison.
I cared very much for that girl, she said, and it has only turned her against me.
Yes. Well, said Harriet, it is a talent some of us possess.
Dolores Pitchlynn called on Friday. Marisa took the call in the roost, knowing it would be a difficult conversation. She smiled her best chairman of the board smile for the fibercam and waited for some similar courtesy from Dolores. But the president of Pegasus was not given to the social amenities. A ranch woman from an old southwestern family, her skin was dark and hard with the look of old leather and did not fold easily into the creases of a smile. Her sun-bleached hair was a starkly contrasting white blonde. A careful, penurious money manager, she believed in the future because, like Chris, she had studied the balance statements and the state of technology. She did not believe in it the way Keith had, or Corey, or Werewolf. She had dollar signs in her eyes, not stars. "Joao is butting his nose in again," she said by way of greeting. Marisa's chair was a slung-back contour chair with mouse controls built into the armrests. She tapped her right index finger against the pad. "In what way?" "He sent me a list of names for pilot candidates for Far Trip." She meant the asteroid rendezvous mission. "I do not see how that... Doesn't he think I have the personnel to staff this project?" "Dolores, I am sure he had no ulterior motive. Daedalus has some very good pilots. Ned Dubois is one of the best. For that matter, Aurora has good pilots also, and I do not recall objections when Wallace submitted his candidates. Wallace Coyle did not submit a draft critique of operational plans either. Joao sent me a 25-page report that his chief engineer had written. I don't like being second-guessed by backseat drivers." Dolores's face set, if that was possible, into even harder lines. Marisa pursed her lips. If Luis Mendoza had something to say about Far Trip's profile, it would probably be something worth listening to. "Perhaps we ought to meet over this," she said. "Have your chief project engineer review Mendoza's comments first, then contact Zhao Hui. I will have her set something up at corporate HQ after the Zeus trials. You, Joao, and Wallace. And Werewolf and Chris, too, since the Zeus Torch project ties in with Far Trip. I do not want competition among my own companies." Dolores nodded, a bare bobbing of the head that might have been measured in millimeters. "I quite understand why you gave the original project to an offshore company. The political situation at the time was unfriendly, and the government could have used Chapter 35 against us. But things have loosened up. If Donaldson isn't quite the friend that Champion was, at least he's neutral. So there's no reason to favor Daedalus any further. May I remind you that another election swing could easily bring the old guard back into power. I do not expect it, given our projections for the economy, but we must be aware of the possibility. Donaldson may feel pressure from the left to regulate our new industries into oblivion in the public interest, and Atwood and the other dinosaurs on the right may instigate just such a move in their own interest. So I shall not place all of our eggs in one company's basket." "Brazilian eggs are hardly secure," Dolores pointed out. "Though they are on the equator. Dolores, this is a fruitless discussion. Daedalus builds the planks and operates Leprechaun through its Irish subsidiary. Pegasus operates Earth-to-orbit freight and transport. Aurora operates Earth-to-Earth. Both Pegasus and Aurora fly Daedalus-built planks. The steering committee made that partition years ago. We are a family. We ought to behave as one." For the first time, Marisa saw genuine amusement on Pitchlynn's face. "Have you ever met my family? Never mind, Marisa. You'll get what you want. You always do." The screen went blank. Marisa sighed and rose unsteadily from her chair. Joao and Dolores never had gotten on with one another. The older woman had always regarded the Daedalus arrangement as an affront to Pegasus, political situation or no. Marisa checked the clock on the wall and corrected for Phoenix time. She would have to call Chris and Will at the Argonaut Mountain test facility and warn them what was going on, and Wallace too. Aurora was neutral. With luck, the four of them should be able to referee any unpleasantness between Joao and Dolores. Or, if not, to sit on them. The pain came in the small hours of the morning, when the false dawn had lightened the eastern sky. It felt like a knife slashing her belly,
Marisa curled on her side and whimpered, unable to draw the breath for a scream. With her right hand, she searched the bedclothes for Barry and found nothing. Where could he have gone? Barry? But her voice was tightened to a whisper. She could barely hear it herself. Then she remembered that Barry had gone with Chris to witness the Zeus trials. He was out on some mountaintop in the Arizona desert, probably even now since the trials had been set for midnight. A second wave of pain followed before the first had quite subsided, and she sucked in her breath, holding her arms tight against her womb with her hands clenched into fists. She realized she had forgotten to count the seconds between the contractions. You were supposed to do that. But all she could think of was that Harriet had been right about her time coming the one day Barry was absent, and now she would never hear the end of it. A third contraction, and she felt hot and wet between her legs. The pain eased, and she was able to draw a breath at last. She moaned softly. "Computer," she said, as loudly as she could. Not quite loud enough. There was no response from the voice recognition algorithm. "Computer," she said again, more hopelessly, her head sagging into her pillow. What a cruel irony. Alone and in the dark, she might give birth right here in her own bed, just like her grandmother had, except that Tildy had been surrounded by the best medical skills of the day. "Mother." A shadow stirred in the easy chair by the window. Large and black, it loomed against the pattern of stars beyond. Another wave of pain passed through her like fire, but she could not take her eyes off the apparition. Great black wings spread like the embrace of death. "Is it the baby?" Harriet's voice. Marisa saw her mother's face floating above her in the darkness of the room. Harriet, wrapped in a bulky blanket against the evening. Marisa nodded, without speaking. Her lip was caught tight between her teeth. She could taste blood where she had bitten through. "Soon, I think," she gasped out. Harriet nodded and strode to the intercom on the wall, where she turned on the overhead lights. "Sykes! Miss Whitmore! It's time!" She turned back to Marisa. "Miss Whitmore will bring your bags. Sykes will drive. Can you walk, or shall I have Armando and Roy assist you?" Marisa inched to the edge of the mattress. The sheet beneath her was sopping. "I can walk," she said, but collapsed, unable to swing her legs over the side. "The hell you can," said Harriet. Then, "Your sheets!" Marisa smiled feebly. "I think my water broke." Harriet's eyes softened. "Wait there. I'll fetch your robe." Miss Whitmore, a blouse and a hasty pair of jeans drawn on and looking like Marisa's kid sister, stopped in the doorway. "I set the suitcases by the door, ma'am," she said to Harriet. Then she looked at Marisa and stopped. Her face, always pale, seemed to fade away. Harriet spun her around by main force and gave her a little shove in the small of the back. "Send Armando and the stable boy upstairs, and have Sykes call Jim Folks and tell him to come immediately." "Oh, Mother!" Another cramp, worse than the others, tied her into a knot of pain. When it had passed, she gasped, "Don't need copter." Harriet was sitting beside her on the bed, stroking her hair gently. "Well," she said, "it is a bit close, and Mr. Folks can be here in 5 minutes. The car may take too long." She chuckled, though it sounded strained to Marisa's ears. "You wouldn't want to force poor Lawrence Sprague to deliver a baby in his limousine, would you?" Marisa blew her breath out in little puffs. It did not seem to help. "No," she said between gasps. "Poor Sprague." She could already hear the whap-whap of the helicopter blades when Armando and Roy came upstairs and plucked her gently from the bed. They carried her past Harriet, who huddled whispering with Miss Whitmore on the balustraded walkway overlooking the atrium outside her bedroom door. "Just strip the bed and destroy the sheets," she heard her mother say. "Perhaps the mattress as well." She wanted to tell Harriet that it was a mad extravagance even for one of the Gorleys, who were known for their spendthrift ways. But the best she could manage was to turn her head to look at the damaged sheets. It was funny. She couldn't remember having had red sheets put on. 3. Searchlight. Arizona had a lot in common with the moon, or maybe with Mars. Not quite so barren, perhaps, but life was sparse and odd and strange. Twisting Joshua trees, sly-eyed, languid lizards reclusive in the late afternoon sun, barrel-chested saguaro cacti scattered in surrender across a landscape baked and shimmering in the heat. The land had a dry, metallic smell, like a tea kettle left on the stove after all the water had boiled off. Barry, who had spent his entire life in the rainforest of the Pacific Northwest and the moist, loamy oak and hemlock of the New Jersey uplands, found the landscape disturbingly alien. Test Site Zeus was situated in a remote corner of the Luke Air Force Base testing range in the southwestern part of the state, about as far from civilization as you could get and still be on the same planet. The sun was just touching the peaks behind them when Will Gregerson turned the Land Rover off the county road onto a rutted dirt track. A sign by the turnoff read, "Restricted Area," but there were no sentries or gates in view. The road climbed sharply into the Sand Tank Mountains, past knife-edge sandpaper outcroppings, edging against red-rocked cliffsides. In places, the track was nothing more than a worn spot in smooth, exposed stone. The boundary between road and landscape became progressively more arbitrary. Jetliner in the Phoenix Sky Harbor, company shuttle jet to Yuma, Air Force chopper to the staging area at the base of the mountains, finally a four-wheel into the ragged hills. Any farther, Barry thought, and they'd mount a mule train. But treacherous downdrafts raked the hillsides and canyons by night. There was no flying this last leg. Barry tugged the baseball hat Werewolf had given him back down over his face and settled more comfortably in the Land Rover's back seat. Why was he out here in this God-forsaken country when he should have been at Silver Pond awaiting the birth of his son? Because the test was important to Marisa, and she could not come herself? Her observer, she had said. Very well. If that was what she wanted, he would observe. 5 years of practice had taught him how to please her, yet, if she could have come, would he have been invited along? Why on earth had he been so pathetically pleased to be asked? It was only a 2-day trip, he reminded himself. He touched his jacket pocket, felt the hard lump there. He was no farther away from her than a phone call. The test was scheduled for midnight, and preparations were well underway when Gregerson parked the Land Rover beside a row of trailers parked atop the mountain. A ring of bright halogen floodlights encircled the site. The metal ceramic torch gleamed in the desert night, and one assembly jutted toward the heavens like a high-tech anti-aircraft gun. Barry shivered and hugged himself within his jacket as he and Chris circled the giant laser. No one had told him that the desert became a freezer when the sun went down. Barry had sat through the afternoon briefing at Pegasus back in Phoenix, but the talk about in-view angles and thin-film CDTE photovoltaic arrays and electrodeless pulsed inductive thrusters was all geek to him. He was in Nerd City, by damn, and the natives, in their colorful folk costumes of lab coats, pocket protectors, and belt calculators, saw no need to translate for the turistas. He had taken notes anyway because he knew Marisa would ask later. Detailed notes, because he did not know what was important and what was not. As Marisa's husband, he was ipso facto a member of the inner circle, so he knew the purpose and scope of Zeus, if not the gory details. The laser and its targeting software would attempt to hit a panel of solar cells installed on a modified plank, the Gene Bullard. The Bullard was fitted with a new sort of engine, an electrically powered thruster running off the solar cells. If the laser could hit the target, hold the target, and put enough energy into the small area of the array, it could power the spacecraft's engines from the ground. The torch would never lift a craft from Earth to orbit, but it could take a craft already in orbit and goose it into a higher one, say from LEO to GEO. If it worked. There seemed to be plenty of people who hoped it would not, or who dismissed its importance. They were not all manufacturers of transfer-stage rockets either. Curiously, it seemed to him, the biggest vote of confidence had come from Cyrus Atwood. If he hadn't thought it would succeed, he would never have gone to court to stop it. Barry looked at his watch. Would go to stop it. They still had almost 12 hours, unless Atwood's attorney was the sort to wake federal judges in the middle of the night. "This is a 1-megawatt free electron laser," Werewolf explained with a father's pride. "The focusing mirror is a 10-meter segmented optic design. Each segment is MEMS coordinated with its neighbors so that the whole array acts like a single mirror." Barry and the Air Force man nodded. The blue suit in understanding, Barry simply in acknowledgement. "The MEMS units," Gregerson went on, "are 100 square microns each, so that the mirror resembles a membrane more than a solid structure. The receiver array is similar." Chris Van Hoyten tilted his head back, one hand clapped to keep his hard hat in place. "You have conducted the usual validation tests, haven't you?" He didn't look at Gregerson when he said that, so he didn't see the look of annoyance that Barry caught. "We conducted design verification testing at conceptual, alpha, beta, and configuration," Gregerson growled. "All the calculations were verified using alternative formulas before we bent 10. The fabrication processes were qualified through capability studies during pilot and startup, and the production runs were closely monitored and the results analyzed statistically to detect anomalies. The software ran and wrecked 10 generations of digital sims before we ever loaded it to hardware." Chris turned around and looked at him. "That wasn't what I asked." Gregerson snorted. "I know what you asked. You asked, did we make sure the damned contraption works when we plug it in? Hell yes. We only had 48 hours notice, but we tested all the systems. I throw that switch there, and all the lights light up. I enter the right commands, and the beacon sensor responds. I run the tracking program, and the damned mirror follows the sky from 15 degrees above the rising horizon to 15 degrees above setting, and we'll get the damned test run before any injunction can reach us. Anything else?" Chris stiffened. With his height, he could not help looking down his nose, at least a little. "It would be rather a sour note if the equipment failed to function, wouldn't you say?" "Now, look here, Chris." "He's asking for my sake," Barry said on impulse. Chris turned and gave him a puzzled look, but said nothing. Barry said, "I need to learn more about project management if I'm to become effective. Validation, verification, failure modes, and effects analysis. Fault trees. It's all new to me. I don't even know what questions to ask, so I asked Chris to help me." Gregerson scowled and grunted something unintelligible. Barry didn't know why he had put himself between the two men, only that he'd had the sudden sense that the tension everyone felt could easily snap back like a rubber band, and the nervous questions and impatient answers could grow into a genuine argument. Chris had asked only from the strain of the approaching deadline, and Gregerson had reacted defensively for the same reason. Only Barry remained cool and objective. Because of the three of them, he alone had no personal stake in how the test worked out. Well, aside from the effect on Marisa. But that was a personal stake of a different sort. The Air Force observer, a General Beeson, checked his watch. "First pass in 20 minutes, he said conversationally. Gregerson looked at him and wiped his hands together. "Yeah." "We'll post ourselves over here," Chris said to Gregerson, indicating an open area near the equipment trailers. "Stay out of your hair." Gregerson rumbled. "And I've got a lot of hair to stay out of." He ran a hand through his bushy mane. "Hell, I'm a spare wheel here, too. You don't think any of my engineers would let the damned president touch the equipment, do you?" He shook his head and shoved his hands in his pants pockets. "Sometimes I miss the old days, back in the garage in Cleveland. I haven't burned my hand with a soldering gun in a good long while." "I know how you feel," Barry said, Werewolf looked at him quizzically, but Barry did not elaborate. If he got started on that subject, he might be the one who needed reining in. Chris said, "I understand Dolores runs a cattle ranch out by Yuma, Will. She might have a branding iron you could borrow, if burning your hide is what you miss." Gregerson screwed up his face. "Yeah, I don't see old Prunella up here freezing her tits off." Barry tucked his hands under his armpits. "Just shows she's smarter than us." Gregerson turned away. "Well, there's some of us. When the new world rises over the horizon, we like to be there to see it." A light beam probed the sky briefly, and a werewolf technician called out, "Sodium illumination positive," and another answered, "We have turbulence sampling," and a moment later, "Compensating." Barry watched the engineers and technicians run through their checklists. In his own gruff style, Werewolf was a dreamer, but he had a point. If the day ever came when this night mattered, the artists would paint this oasis of light in the cold desert night, not the offices or boardrooms where high officials awaited reports. They would paint Mary Ann Dyson, the Pegasus engineer, hunched over her equipment, coordinating the test with the crew aboard Gene Bullard, 200 miles above. In the foreground, they would put Werewolf Gregerson, whose expertise had created the great laser, leaning intently forward like a bear ready to spring, and Chris Van Hoyten, whose researchers had made it possible, tall and thin, his aristocratic features frozen in anticipation, and the Air Force general calmly waiting in the background, swaddled in his wool-collared flight jacket and with his arms folded across his chest, only the rapid puffs of vapor steaming from his lips betraying his excitement. The techs and the riggers, one wore his hard hat backward like a baseball cap, they would be painted in too. And himself. Very fast, one-time high school teacher, now husband consort, and soon-to-be father. The spare-wheel observer. They'd paint him in the scene too, though he had brought nothing to the mesa himself. The creators, the builders, the operators, and the observers. Barry shivered, suddenly and uncontrollably, as the desert wind pierced his suit coat. The general leaned close to Chris. "How much of the megawatt do you expect Bullard to harvest?" Chris rose up and down on the balls of his feet, from impatience, the cold, or both. "Using our new Argonaut cells, we expect conversion efficiency to be in the low 60s. The general nodded. "Not bad." "Not bad? Damn good for thin film. 80% of the beam energy is within the spot diameter, and we'll get maybe 70% of that. The real trick is whether Will's contraption can acquire the target and hold the spot small enough to fit within the array perimeter. The receiver is big because we made it light, 2 microns of film over 25 microns of substrate, that's tissue paper, but it is not the broadside of a barn by any means." Barry walked away from the others, out of the circle of light. No one would be looking for him to answer questions. Nothing would remain undone if he failed to do it. There was no reason to paint him into the scene with the others. He walked around to the right. It was darker outside the immediate sight, almost as if a curtain had been drawn between it and him. The scene seemed, by some trick of lighting, to become small and distant. Barry's shoe caught a rock and sent it skittering into the base of a short, spike-leaved plant. The leaves rustled, and something unseen leapt fleeing into the night, making Barry jump. One of the riggers had taken a seat on a stack of structural members left over from the construction. He wore a heavy flannel work shirt in red and black checks and scarred metal-tipped palomino boots that made his feet seem twice as big. He saw Barry and made a seating motion to the space beside him. Barry shrugged and accepted the invitation. The steel was cold. He'd freeze his butt off. Now he knew why Arizonans tolerated the daytime heat. On the average, you're comfortable. The rigger was a young man, mid-20s, with a fringe beard that looked almost Amish, and a death skull earring that did not. Even in the bleached lighting of the halogen poles, his skin looked dusky. His eyes were folded at the corners, but he did not look oriental. He grinned at Barry. "Ready for the show?" "I don't know that there'll be much to see," Barry said. "They told me that 850, Nanometers? Nanometers was near the edge of visible light. We may see nothing but the tracer beam that lets them know the thing's working. Yeah? The rigger seemed to consider that. Too bad. There ought to be a show. He frowned some more and scratched his beard. The tracer's for air turbulence, right? Barry blinked. That's what they tell me. You've got to keep the beam tight so the spot fits inside the target array. Air turbulence can spread it too wide to be useful. That was the second purpose of the test, the stealth purpose. The consortium designing the demonstration solar power satellite was still hung up in environmental impact studies. Zeus was a back doorway to test the beam control software. Solar power satellites, PowerSats, would face the same sort of targeting and turbulence problems aiming down toward the Earth. For some reason, Phil Albright's crowd did not seem to regard a beam from Earth to space with quite the same dread fascination as they did one from space to Earth. To the software, though, it was just a matter of plus or minus. The rigger grunted. Whiter the beam, the thinner the soup. That's what my buddy says. Like, you gotta concentrate those watts onto those screens. Jesus, even the riggers knew as much about the project as he did. The tracer laser lights up the sodium at the edge of space, Barry said. The instruments down here read that light and figure out how the air in between is disturbed. Then that computer tells the computer running the mirror, which adjusts the big laser to compensate. The rigger tugged on his beard. Yeah, but what I don't get is, if the air is really turbulent, it'll change every second, won't it? And the laser passes through it in a nanosecond. Barry snapped his finger. No matter how turbulent the air is, it can't change faster than the beam adjusts. Ay, que pendejo. I already told you that, Chino, said a new voice behind Barry's shoulder. You don't believe me or what? Barry turned and saw the rigger with the ponytail and the reversed hard hat. He wore a big grin and a ragged goatee and a T-shirt that featured a desiccated skeleton in a lawn chair. The lawn chair was set in a typical Arizona desert scene, and the skeleton clutched an empty water glass. The legend read, "But it's a dry heat." The rigger glanced at Barry. Just because a guy wears a suit, you... He looked back and gave Barry an astonished stare. Then he laughed. Mr. Fast? Is that you? Barry cocked his head. It was a naggingly familiar face, longer and fuller than he remembered, but... You were a student. The name would not come. Not one of his star pupils, then. The rigger took his hard hat off and played a few chords of air guitar. Barry slapped his knee and pointed. Morris Tucker, class of '01. He stuck out his hand. Chino said, Maurice? And Tucker rolled his eyes as he clasped Barry's hand. You've blown my cover, Mr. Fast. Name's Meat. Thought you knew that. He didn't seem too upset, though. He perched himself on the steel between Barry and his friend and clapped Chino on the shoulder. This guy here, he told Chino, wagging a thumb at Barry, was one of my teachers back in high school. A beanie one, too. And he looked at Barry. But I guess you knew that, Mr. Fast. Barry looked away. You don't know until your students come back and tell you. And what a feeling it was. What a goddamn flaming A rush when you heard it. Barry paused a moment until he was sure he could speak. Call me Barry, he managed. Tucker shook his head. Nah, I gotta stand up straight, say sir or ma'am, and call you Mr. Fast. Chino said, What kind of high school you go to, man? And in return, Barry recited, I will address you as Mr. Tucker. They looked at each other for a moment, before they both burst out laughing, and Tucker said, Yeah, those days were rated. First time I wasn't treated like a kid. He shook his head. Remember, Ms. G? I never really got science, you know, until this one time when she burned a bunch of stuff in class, and then she wouldn't explain anything, told us to make our own guesses, hypotheses, see? I remembered. And then we had to come up with a new experiment that would show which guess was right. Really weirded us, you know. But when we were wrong, it was because we were wrong and not shut up and listen, stupid. You know? Barry said, I know. He remembered how proud Gwyn had been of that particular lesson. and he knew why. But he was curious if Meat knew why, too. "Seems like a roundabout way to learn about oxidation," he offered, and Chino grunted his puzzled agreement. "Me too. I go, why can't she just tell us? So one day I'm crossing Thicket Street from the parking lot to the school, and I'm thinking about that old heap I used to drive. You ever see it? A Camaro, mostly. What a wreck. I could have left it on a Newark street corner, and the homeboys had put parts into it. So I'm thinking about how the bottom's near rusted out, that if I stepped too hard on the brake, my foot'd go through and stop the car with shoe leather. And I think about that experiment, and it hits me. Whack! A fist to the side of his head. Rust is the flame of iron. Oh, man, there's a metal song in that, I know it. And I realized that Miss G wasn't trying to teach us the answers. She was teaching us how to ask the questions." Barry saw Chris Van Hoyten waving to him. "Looks like they're ready to start the test." Meat looked at his watch. "Yeah, it's that time." Barry stood and shook his trousers, and Meat stood with him. He was surprised to notice how tall the boy had gotten. He was taller than Barry now, with lean, hardened muscles. "So, how'd you wind up here, Meat? What did you do with yourself after graduation?" The young man momentarily lost his grin, and his eyes looked inward. "You know about what happened at Pandya's, don't you?" Barry nodded. "According to the store cameras, Tani Pandya would be dead if you hadn't pulled her into the stockroom with you." Tucker shrugged. "Yeah, well, I don't know if I did her any favors. She was still wailing over her old man when the police let me go home. Couldn't deal with that shit, man. Not then. So I hit the road." He walked with Barry back toward the equipment trailers. Chino tagged along. "After that I hitched to Seattle, but man, the town was stiff. And everyone went how all the action was in Milwaukee. But I don't play goofball, so—" A careless shrug, but one that hurt, and hurt bad, as Barry could see in the shrouded eyes. "Played a few gigs here and there," Meat went on, "but every Herbie with an amp was booking goof, so nobody would cheese me. Metal was rusted out. I finally wound up in construction. Then I heard how the Van Hoytens wanted to build like these power satellites, Me, I'm no scientist like Ching Aye or a hot dog pilot like I heard Chase wanted to be, but hell, I figure they'll need riggers up there as much as they need pilots and scientists, so I put in an app to Ossa and Pelion when they started hiring for this, and they took me." Barry looked at him. "Why so interested in space construction?" "He's nuts," said Chino. Meat did not look at his friend. Another shrug, more elaborate, more affected, more concealing. He looked at the ground while he kicked at a stone with his construction boots. He hunched his arms close to his body. "Don't know. Maybe. Just once. I just want to feel I was part of something important." Score another one for Belinda and Marisa, Barry thought. Belinda believed that to inspire the students, you needed a dream that was bigger than life. Maybe so, though it sometimes seemed that it was less inspiration than self-promotion, a betrayal of the students' trust. "Barry," Belinda had said, "we cannot help but mold the young minds in our care to something, and if that something is nothing in particular, that may be the cruelest betrayal of all." Barry had sniffed around that excuse now for 7 years, unable to refute it, yet unable entirely to embrace it. "Don't make value judgments" had been one of the watchwords of his youth, and he still believed it, or he told himself he did. Yet it had given rise to a world without values, and with very little judgment. For dealing with diversity, value neutrality had proven a weak substitute for the search for common values. Even the rebels would be cheated, Belinda had told him, for without values, what could they rebel against? Barry looked sideways at Meat and wondered where the boy would be today if Belinda had not quietly and methodically stuffed dreams into his head. Maybe a warehouse stock handler or a plumber, making good money and doing valuable if unsung work. Or maybe snorting coke and shooting twofers in biker bars, bouncing from gig to busted gig, singing songs like 100 other metal club bands, and maybe swallowing the wrong end of a shotgun one fine winter's night. Maybe he would have wound up in the Arizona desert anyway, dreaming about rigging the big one. You couldn't possibly know. Or maybe, just maybe, had he pursued them, this young man's songs would have filled some hole in the world's heart. They might even have been the songs that Marisa had intended Styx to sing, before her poetry had drifted into screed and polemic. Was it right that Belinda had deprived the world of that possibility? Yes, it was right. If the price of priceless song is suicide, no, if you only dreamed another's dream. The first pass was a qualified success. The technicians at their panels cheered, and Chris Van Hoyten and Will Gregerson traded solemn handshakes with each other and with General Beeson. Meat waved his hard hat in the air. Barry removed his protective goggles and let them dangle from his neck. A lot of celebration, he thought, for something they had not even seen with their own eyes. The beam was invisible, and the target was 200 miles away. But all the dials and meters said A-OK. Personally, he thought that just hitting solar panels on an orbiting plank was an achievement, like getting a kiss on your first date. To snare half a megawatt from the beam and use it to power the thrusters was like getting some tongue back on that first kiss. That had sure powered his thrusters, Barry remembered. There was a lot of sing-song back and forth among the techs about thrust and specific impulse and conversion efficiencies. 50% was a little less than what Werewolf had been hoping for, so after the target had passed outside the viewing angle, he and Chris put their heads together and announced that they would use a lower frequency on the plank's next orbit and trade some power for a tighter beam. Even if Atwood had gotten his injunction by now, no way could notice be served much before mid-morning. The decision was relayed up and around the satellite communication network, and an acknowledgement came back from Bullard within a few minutes. Werewolf clapped his hands. "Okay, gang. Bullard will be back at view in about 90 minutes. Take an hour break, but don't go anywhere." Meat shook his head. "Damn, here goes the side trip to Vegas." He reached into his shirt pocket and slipped out a deck of cards which he riffled with the tip of his thumb. "You want to play a few hands with Chino and the boys? Or do you have something to do?" He tossed his head at the trailer, where Werewolf and the others were huddled. "No," he told Meat. "I'm just here to take notes." He followed Meat back to where the construction workers had collected. They were excited and laughing too. Maybe they hadn't understood the science, but by God, they had built the fucking equipment. A guy takes pride, Meat told him, in making something work. Someone tossed around a couple of six-packs of Keystone. Barry caught one can and snapped the tab. The beer was cool but not cold, but he drank it anyway. Meat perched at one end of a girder. Chino and a few other hard hats gathered around. One of the boys, Barry noticed, was a young woman with a canvas tool belt and a yellow hard hat bearing the Arizona Public Service logo. Two others were Air Force tech sergeants. Only fair, since this was their test range. Meat split the deck and riffled the two halves together. "Take notes, huh? Like for school, right?" He did an accordion shuffle and gave the deck to the APS woman to cut. Barry waited a beat before answering. He lowered the beer can from his lips. "No, not for school." He found speech suddenly difficult. God, I still miss teaching. Not the pay, though teachers had been well over New Jersey's median salary even before Mentor. Not the hours. Toward the end, he'd been working like a dog. But the promise in the hopeful faces, and the challenge in the closed ones, the thought that, here and there, he had made a difference in someone's life. "I've left teaching," he said quietly. Meat twisted around in surprise. "You shitting me? How come?" Barry shrugged and tried to appear as if he did not care, as if it had been just one more career move, which, in a sense, it had been. "I married my boss." Meat's eyes widened. "Dr. Carr? But she's a—" "No, her boss." Meat opened his mouth again, but Barry held his hand up and shook his head. Meat took the hint and did not name names. He just grinned and said, "I don't blame you. Who needs the 9 to 5, right?" Barry scowled and tilted his head back. Yeah, who needs it? He finished the can and crumpled it. The trailer door opened, and Chris appeared in the doorway with his cell phone in his hand. "Barry," he called. "What is it?" But even as he spoke, his own cell phone chirped at him. He fumbled in his jacket pocket and pulled it out. At 1 a.m, it could not possibly be good news. He flipped the cover open and pressed the receive button. "Yes?" "Mr. Fast, this is Sykes. You must return to Silver Pond immediately. There has been a problem." It was more than the night desert that chilled him. "Marisa? The baby? What? Who?" He wasn't making sense. He couldn't put a sentence together. What happened?
"We will not know for several hours, sir."
Probably static, but Barry thought he heard Sykes's voice crack. Almost certainly static.
"A charter jet is waiting at Phoenix Sky Harbor. How soon can you and Mr. Chris be there?"
The long drive down the mountain, the chopper to Yuma, or could they go directly to Phoenix? How long? Too long. Every minute lost forever. Chris had reached him, already tucking his own phone away. His face looked tight and strained. "Did Harriet call you?" 2 + 2 =... Sykes. Something had happened to Marisa, and the first person Harriet had called was Cousin Chris. She'd had the butler call the husband. Or, possibly, Sykes had called on his own initiative. Do you want the reason, Barry? Do you want to conjure up Harriet's oh-so-reasonable face and hear her say, "You and Chris were together. One phone call was sufficient"? Will said he'd lend us the Land Rover, but he can't spare any techs, with Bullard due back in 30 minutes. Chris struck his left palm repeatedly with his fist. He looked everywhere, but in Barry's eyes. Meat folded his hand and dropped it to the impromptu card table. "I'll drive you down," he announced. "Get lost in the dark, man. You'll go over the edge." Barry nodded his thanks. To Chris he said, "Did Harriet give you any details?" Chris shook his head. That was bad. If they could have said, "She's out of danger," or "She's doing fine," they would have. You could often hear the message by listening to what wasn't said. They didn't run to the Land Rover, not exactly, but Meat had the car in gear before Barry had fastened his seatbelt. Barry took his phone out and punched the speed dial number for Dr. Marshall. Chris leaned forward from the back seat and put a hand on his shoulder. "She'll be all right," he said. "Sure." There was no answer at Marshall's. Should he call Silver Pond or try the hospital? "Damn Cyrus Atwood," he said. "If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been out here tonight." "If it hadn't been for him," Chris announced, "the Phoenix-Allentown route would be open, and Aurora could have us back east in 15 minutes. He collapsed into his seat and looked into the darkness outside the car. "We can't afford to lose her," he said. "She's the glue that holds us together." Barry turned away and faced forward. "There are other reasons," he said to the night beyond the windshield. "Oh, God, yes," Chris said. But Barry hardly heard him and did not respond. Charlie Jim met them at Newark Airport and ferried them by helicopter to Frelinghuysen Hospital. Red-eyed from lack of sleep, head pierced by nails of headache, mouth gummy and chin sandpaper, Barry led the way down to the third-floor critical care unit from the rooftop helipad. He knew the way, God help him. He knew the way. They had put Shannon here after her suicide attempt. It was even the same room. The gods of chance had a nasty streak to them. The Harridan barred the door. "You cannot go in," Harriet announced. "She has lost a great deal of blood and is still unconscious." They were standing in the nurse's station. Critical care units ringed them in a horseshoe. Chris grimaced, crossed his arms tight, and turned to look through the window at Marisa. Barry reached out and lifted Harriet by the elbows and moved her aside. "That's my wife in there." 4 brisk strides took him to Marisa's bedside. Her skin was pale and drawn. Her mouth hung partly open, emphasizing her undershot chin. Tubes brought her blood and nutrients from plastic harness-hung bags, metered by small blue boxes with red numerical displays. A nurse, sitting in a straight-back chair on the other side of the bed, looked at him, then at Harriet, then back to her computer without speaking. She scanned certain readouts with a wand and entered other items on the keyboard. "Marisa?" he said, sitting slowly into another chair. "Reese?" He never called her Reese except in private, except when they made love. "What happened?" he asked the nurse. When she hesitated, he snapped, "I'm her husband, damn it!" The nurse seemed to jerk, and her eyes dropped to her computer. "She had a miscarriage. As nearly as the midwife doctor could determine, the fetus died 3 days ago, shortly after the last examination." "Dead?" Barry remembered the nursery furniture, the wallpaper with the baby spacemen floating in it, toys waiting to be played with, laughter and cries never to be heard. Insanely, irrelevantly, he thought, "We'll have to let the nanny go." His name was William. "Excuse me?" "The baby. We were going to call him William. William Raymond Van Hoyten Fast." Barry had even imagined the boy's face, imagined it lighting up when he came home. How? He took a deep breath. "Dr. Marshall said everything was fine." It was a lie, a horrible lie. Manifestly, everything was not fine, could not have been fine. He said it as an accusation. "These things happen," the nurse explained. There was no explanation at all. She might as well have said that the fates had clipped the thread of life. For a moment, he wanted to strike her, to make her see what a cruel thing she had said. But the feeling passed. A nurse, she must have seen as bad or worse, and built her own armor over the years. "Will she make it?" he asked. The hesitation was barely noticeable. "The chances are good." Harriet in the doorway said, "The doctor needs to see her." The man behind her was a stranger, far too young to entrust a life to, but his eyes were tired and older than his body. He had not had much sleep either. Barry rose and thanked the nurse. As he passed close to her on the way out, he nodded imperceptibly to the doctor and murmured, "Tired people make mistakes." The nurse's eyes widened momentarily, then she nodded. "I'll double-check everything." Barry smiled a weak smile and left the CCU. Harriet and Chris flanked him. He wondered if the waiting room still had that awful soda machine. At the swinging door, and before they stepped outside into the corridor, Harriet stopped and said in a low, bitter voice, "This is all your fault." Barry had no feelings left for anger. "Mine," Chris said. "Really, Aunt Harriet, she was too old for a pregnancy. I tried to tell her that. I told her she ought to have it terminated for safety's sake." "She did it for you," Barry said, hearing cruelty in his own voice and not much caring. "You wanted grandchildren. I never heard a word from you these last 9 months." "The blame is not mine. I'll not have it." Harriet was clenched so tight she seemed to vibrate. Her eyes were pits where hope and fear waged battle, and denial vied with misery. She slapped Barry on the cheek so hard he felt nothing. And just as suddenly, he had wrapped her in his arms and held her tight against the storm that rent her. They both wept. It was an odd moment of oneness. They had found a ground on which they both could meet, and Barry wondered with a part of his mind if that meant there might be other grounds. Which only meant that later, when he had returned to Silver Pond to wash up and rest, and he played his voicemail and heard Shannon wishing him the prayers of John and herself and the girls, that he could really feel deep down how big a shit he was. Interlude. A settled rest. The first time, Roberta missed the turn entirely. A lot had changed in 7 years. Eastport was barely recognizable. The Grey Horse Pike had been widened and made restricted access. You no longer had a stoplight every few hundred yards. You could keep going and never stop, never pause, never even know what you had passed. The little strip mall on the north side of the highway had depended on casual traffic pulling off and on the pike. It had withered and died when the road had been made a throughway. But Grey Horse Mall, a little farther down, had swollen from the traffic. Roberta pulled off the exit ramp and turned left through the underpass, then onto the service road on the south side, and started back the way she had come. This was more like it. This was the old street. She could see in the contours of the service road a memory of the county lane she had lived on. Almost there. The trees planted along the roadside after the pike had been widened stood in regular, equally spaced rows. Restoration, they called it. But the old woods beside her house had been a tangle, a jungle full of monkey vines and sassafras and pinkster flower, and poison sumac. She grinned to herself at that memory. The woods had been smaller than an even smaller Styx had imagined, but it was a part of her childhood. Now a slice of it had been taken, and the road builder had thought that these seedlings could replace it. She slowed as she took the turn, and then, unbelieving, she let the car coast gradually to a stop in the gravel at the side of the road. For a minute, she sat there with her hands on the wheel of Emmett's borrowed car and stared at the ragged weeds swaying in the wind and the abutment for the traffic ramp just beyond. The house was gone. She turned the motor off. In the silence, the rush of cars on the highway filtered through the line of struggling trees. It had been a whisper once, through a thicker, older stand. It was a torrent now. The trees were thinner and the traffic greater. She stepped out of the car and into New Jersey's springtime chill. Her feet crunched on the gravel as she walked to the site. The school bus used to stop here, and the mailbox on its wobbly post had been there. She stepped through the space where the gate had sagged open in the weathered, unpainted wooden fence. Barnwood, Beth had called it, as if that made it trendy. There was no sign of the house. Yes, there was. A line of half-buried cinder blocks that must have marked one side of the foundation peeked through the waving chest-high weeds. The familiar odor of milkweed and wild onion enveloped her. The woods, she remembered, would return someday and claim the spot where the house had been. A few boards with rusted nails in them, a few sheets of torn tar-paper roofing, one block of asphalt shingles the color of light shit. That had been the siding, she thought. She had always hated the color. She stopped and picked up the square. It felt moist and smooth on the backside, warm and pebbly on the face. Underneath the shingles, sun faded until black and white blended into one another, molded and rotted by the damp ground, though partly protected by the shingles, home to slugs and blind, pale, crawling things, lay the poster of goth rocker Alaric Castlemaine. She tried to pick it up, and it fell apart in her hands. For some reason, she began to cry. She threw the shingle square as hard as she could, and it sailed through the wind like an ungainly kite before banking and crashing into the weeds. She had thought about this moment for months, ever since she had encountered Van Hoyten's mother on the Charles Bridge. She had imagined half a dozen reactions from Beth, ranging from stony rejection to tears of joy. The one thing she had not imagined was that there would be no reaction, no reactor, not even a venue for the reacting. You could plan for every future but the one that came. The letters had stopped coming years ago. Had it been surrender or something more? Ought she to have opened at least the last one? But I didn't know then that it was the last one. It struck her that she was alone in a very large country. When you came right down to it, she had always counted on Beth and that old shingle-sided shack being there. She thought again of the decayed poster rotting under the shingles and began to sob. That her mother had died and she had never even learned about it, or that her mother had left behind in an abandoned home all of Styx's childhood. Her first thought, when she had gained control over her tears, was that she might wangle a job teaching. After all, she was a well-known poet, a leader in the new art. Colleges ought to vie to have her in residence. Not Princeton, though. The Ivies were still clasped firmly in the death grip of the postmoderns. The new art was an abomination to the establishment. But New Jersey had any number of private and public colleges, and beyond that lay New York and Philadelphia. If she could not secure a post at Bryn Mawr or Chestnut Hill, she ought to turn in her credentials. Though, having lived so very far away, she wanted to stay in Wessex County for a while. So the first step was to pick up a copy of the North Orange Register and check out the apartments for rent. Rents were cheaper in the western half of the county, and you didn't have to drive too far to hop on the Boonton line and ride into the city. There'd been a convenience store at the corner of Wessex and Maple Grove, she remembered, not too far from the school. It had to have a news rack, right? And that was the side of town where she wanted to look anyway. She'd be just as happy if she never saw Eastport, downtown, or the locks again. She took the short way, straight through downtown, or what was left of it. The old Gorton building was gone, a profitless department store replaced by a parking lot. Perfect for people who had no store to go to. Urban planning at its finest. Queen Anne Boulevard, with its boarded-up stores and sullen gangbangers loitering on the corners. Roberta jumped the light when it changed and turned sharp left before the oncoming traffic could move. Downtown had not improved in the last 7 years. The West Side was in better shape, middle class and comfortable. She even saw a few signs of budding prosperity. One or two of the ranch styles were adding second stories. The In-N-Out was still where she remembered it, a little shabbier perhaps. There was a rock-sized hole in the big sign above the window and a jumble of white and black spray paint on the blank wall facing Wessex. There were a half-dozen people inside. Roberta pulled a copy of the Register from the pile in front of the ice cream freezer and stood in line at the checkout. A chubby Indian woman worked the register. Roberta scanned the headlines while she waited her turn. The Register was just as parochial and small-town as she remembered. The annual Witherspoon pitcher basketball game had gone off without a single arrest. The Gray Horse widening project would be extended into Berwick Township. Stop the presses. Even the national news was reduced to a small-town perspective. The local office of the People's Crusades announced that their organization was funding a scientific study of the effects of laser power beaming on the ozone layer. When Roberta reached the counter, she plunked down her quarter and turned away. But before she could take 2 steps, the woman at the counter called to her. "Sticks?" Roberta stopped and turned. The chubby woman smiled at her expectantly. Roberta stared until the smile started to fade. "You don't remember me, do you?" "You're Tani Pandya." The smile resurfaced. Sticks couldn't believe it. Tani had been one of the brightest girls in the class, tapped for valedictorian after Jenny Ribbon had run away. What was she doing here, of all places? She should have been... not here. "I read about you sometimes," Tani said. "In the New Yorker and the Times. I bought all your books." "Don't talk to me like that. Don't come on to me like some Herbie who has to live through someone else's accomplishments. You should have been writing your own books, damn it. And we'd trade my poems for your stories, or your science text, or whatever it was you were meant to do." All she could think to say was, "What are you doing here?" Tani answered quietly, "Running Baba's store for him." And then she remembered. "Oh, whatever happened to your father? I left town just after the robbery." "He died. They operated, and they repaired his jaw and replaced his blood. But he never really got well, and he died a year later." "I'm sorry to hear that." "It was a long time ago. It seems like another life." "Yes, I know the feeling." She had felt that way about her childhood, and later, about her life in the States. She was a string-of-pearls person. Not one person with a continuous life, but discrete and different individuals with self-enclosed lives, each replaced at some prime moment by a successor. "But if your father's dead, why not sell the store? Doesn't your mother have a job?" "She sells real estate. We are quite comfortable." "Then why?" "Because I promised Baba." Styx sucked in her breath to say, That's stupid. But Tani's eyes, when she looked into them, gazed back with the despair of a trapped animal. She didn't need another wound. Instead, Roberta said, "You have talent. Your father couldn't want you to stay here forever. Sooner or later, all debts are paid." Tani shrugged. "Perhaps. Think about it, Tani." A brief smile played around her lips. "Thank you. You are a friend." Roberta left the store and sat for a few long minutes in the car before starting it. When she did, she pulled out on the Maple Grove side and, on sudden impulse, turned up Thicket Street and drove past Witherspoon High School. She slowed as she passed. There was a class sitting outdoors on the flagpole oval, studying something their teacher had passed around. She didn't recognize the teacher. "Uniforms!" she shouted. "They've put the weenies in uniforms!" Like some damn Catholic school or fancy pants academy. All over Europe, school uniforms had been the norm, even college students in some places. Why should it bother her? She couldn't explain, so she settled for turning the radio on, loud. Logically, you could make a case for uniforms. The poorer students could not be teased into costly fashion competitions by those better off, and maybe it did instill a sense of community, like some people said. But she just did not like what uniforms implied about the souls that wore them. Too much order, too much obedience. The students on the flagpole oval seemed entirely too submissive, too goody-goody, wait your turn and speak when spoken to. Six liked a little sass in life, and Roberta hadn't changed that part of her soul. They would never have gotten a uniform on Styx, or on Chase, or Meat, or Azim Thomas. Jenny Ribbon might have worn one, and Cheng Aye, if those were the rules of the game, but they'd have done it with amused contempt and found a way to show it. For that matter, most of the kids she had known. It struck her, suddenly and irrelevantly, that she had been close to none of them. And 5 minutes ago was the first time any of them had called her a friend. She rolled down the car's window and cranked up the volume. The radio was playing Goof, of course, and she hated Goof. Nothing goth was playing these days, nothing industrial, nothing house, nothing alternative. There was still rap, but it didn't have the hip-hop edge anymore. Hell, at this point she would even listen to metal if she could find it. The kids in front of Witherspoon turned at the twangy beat and stared at the car. Styx stuck her middle finger in the air before Roberta could stop her. The boys mostly laughed, but half the girls hid their eyes. Hid their eyes? What was the world coming to? She peeled off and took the turn at Thicket and Wessex without stopping. The asinine song came to an end, and the local news took over. Roberta let it go. The top news story was the mayor had been convicted of something. As long as Roberta could remember, mayors of North Orange were being convicted of something, and being re-elected afterward. One of them had actually run his campaign from his jail cell, and won. Why wasn't there a law like they had for child molesters, where a politician would have to have his prior convictions advertised if he wanted to run for office? "I'm just a poor, young lawyer. I want to serve our town." The lines began to build themselves in her mind. Styx began to grin. The second story was that Marisa Van Hoyten had been taken off the critical list and moved into private care. A weird compression enclosed her chest while the announcer recapped the background, and for a long moment she could not breathe. Miscarriage, hemorrhage, intensive care, well wishes from around the world. Roberta sucked in her breath at last. "Oh, no, you don't," she said, swatting the radio with the flat of her hand. "You don't get off that easy. You haven't answered to me yet." To hell with the teaching job. She'd call the People's Crusades. This advertisement is neither an offer to sell nor a solicitation for an offer to buy any of these securities. The offering is made only by the prospectus. May 23, 2007. 2,750,000 shares. The Leo Consortium. Wilson Enterprises, Lockheed Martin, Pegasus Space Lines, McDonnell Douglas, Motorola Incorporated, Energia Launch Systems, Ruger AG, Ossa and Pelion Construction, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Common stock. Price U.S. $100 per share. 5.7 pennyweight Troy. Copies of the prospectus may be obtained from such of the underwriters as may legally offer these securities in compliance with the security laws of the respective states. Caldero, Bennett & Oaks, Dean Witter, Reynolds Incorporated, Ford Donaldson, Doherty, Hartwell, Hayden Incorporated, Nippon Bank, Smith Barney Incorporated, the Kidwith Zoller Company Incorporated, Chase Manhattan Securities, Deutsches Bundesbank. 4. Pilots of the Purple Twilight. Pegasus Aerospace had sited its South Mountain Research Center on a spur of the mountain outside the park boundaries, where a winding road off Chandler Boulevard led up through steep canyons until cactus and wind-carved rock gave way to a more peculiar forest of antennae and microwave relay towers and satellite dishes. The peak commanded a view of the Superstition Mountains to the east. An appropriate view, thought Ned Dubois, if you believed in luck. Ned pulled his car into a parking slot close to the building's entrance, just acing out another car angling for the same spot. The red Ford Catapult inched slowly past, while Ned locked his own more prosaic rental job. When the caddy's window rolled down, Ned wondered if the other driver was going to cuss him out for stealing his space. Well, tough shit. Life's a bitch. You were either quick on your wheels or you went looking somewhere else. But the other driver turned out to be Forrest, who only said mildly, "Seems you beat me out again, son." The smile looked genuine enough, but there was an edge to the words. Forrest put the catapult into reverse and laid rubber backing to a space farther down the row. Ned waited, jiggling the car keys in his pocket, until Forrest joined him. "Nice car," he said, gripping hands with his friend. "Well, I like speed," Forrest allowed. "How long's it been, old son?" "Not since you and me hijacked NASA's external tank 2-3 months ago." "Son, we didn't hijack shit. We had a contract, remember? NASA just didn't read the fine print. Besides, abandoned property is fair game." Forrest laughed. "Why do you think the captains used to go down with their ships? They had to maintain possession for the owners." "You go down with one of our ships," Ned reflected, "and there wouldn't be anything to salvage but a rain of fine ash." In the entrance lobby, they looked into a retinal ID box, and the computer agreed that they were who they claimed to be. They entered their VHI security codes, and their name appeared on the video log. Ned nudged Forrest. "Look who else is here." Forrest raised his eyebrows. "The Flying Volkovs, eh? And good old Bobby. Well, well, old home week." He ran his finger down the list of names, while the guard looked uncertain whether to stop him or not. Guess the others aren't coming, or else we beat them here." 2 photo passes printed out, and the guard put them in plastic clip-on name-tag holders. Ned fastened his to the collar of his polo shirt. Forrest clipped his to his fly, thought about it for a moment, then sighed and transferred it to his shirt pocket. He took Ned by the arm. "Let's go to the show," he said. "I wonder what they're selling." "Asteroids?" Ned wondered. "Could be, son. Might could be." There were about 30 pilots in the meeting room, standing in clusters, chattering and sipping from styrofoam cups of hot coffee. Several rows of chairs had been set up facing a lectern, where a middle-aged engineering type conversed in low whispers with an Air Force general and a lieutenant in camos. Judging from the haircut, Ned figured the lieutenant for Marine Corps. Ned went to the big metal coffee urn, poured himself a cup, and studied the crowd. It looked like all of VHI was represented. Most of the pilots were in civvies, but some had come in jumpsuits, maybe even fresh off the flight line. Pegasus Red was dominant. Forrest, in a gaily colored sports shirt, was the center of a great red spot. But Ned saw Valerie Volkov wearing Aurora purple, and there was a sprinkling of Daedalus brown. There were at least 3 blue suiters in the group, too, and a few other company colors he didn't recognize. Free hands waved through the air in Universal Pilot Sign Language as men and women described flights to one another. An arm shot up from the center of one group and waved in the unmistakable swoop of death. Ned smiled to himself and made his way into the group. Bobby McFeely saw him coming and put her hands on her hips. "Well, well, well," she said, "and here I thought this was an exclusive gathering." "We've got to stop meeting like this," he told her. "How's Aurora treating you?" "Can't complain. They won't let me." She shrugged. "What the hell? It's steady work, but not too exciting." She lowered her voice, a theatrical gesture considering there were 5 others listening in. "Any idea what this is all about?" Ned leaned close to her. "It's a cover, so you and I could get lucky." Bobby snorted. "Huh, but if you get lucky, I don't, friend, and vice versa." Flirting with Bobby was the safest activity he knew. Number 1, there was little chance she would take him up, and number 2, if she did, it would be outstanding. It wasn't being unfaithful to remember those times on Old Fernando or even to enjoy the memories. It had happened before he and Betsy had gotten back together. "Seriously, though," he said, "I'm as much in the dark as you are." He might have his guesses, the rumored asteroid mission, courtesy of Forrest, but he had learned long ago what the penalties were for spreading rumors, even true ones. Especially true ones. The first test everyone had to pass for project work. Can you keep a secret? It was bad enough he had told Betsy about Forrest's conjectures. A year or more out, on the loneliest and most dangerous mission yet, she had blown hot for 3 days and cold for 7, and the issue still lay on the table between them. A hell of a thing when he didn't know if there was a mission, unless that was why he was here. 30 pilots invited for tryouts? They must imagine a selection process like Gideon had used. "Are you really Ned Dubois?" asked one of the pilots with Bobby. The way she asked, she was addressing a demigod. In the old days, that would have been the opening move. "Depends," he said. "Does he owe you money?" She laughed, though the joke hadn't been that funny. Definitely a prospect, if he were still a prospector. Not a bad looker, either. Bobby introduced her as Alex, short for Alexandra Feathershaft. She flew for Aurora. The others were mostly Aurora pilots, too, except for Nacho Kilbride, a Federal Express pilot, and Frank Johnson, who flew for the Santa Fe Railroad? Ned asked incredulously. Johnson was rail-thin and 2 shades lighter than Forrest. He spoke with an Oklahoma twang. "Sure enough, long-haul freight. Annie Sandy just extended her rail system, is all." "When I was a kid," Ned admitted, "I always wanted to be a railroad engineer. Later, I wanted to be a pilot. Looks like you get to be both." "You flew the old Mark II, didn't you?" Alex asked him. "In flight test, yeah. The Mark I was just a test bed for engine and control system development. Calberth Rogers was a Mark IIA, which incorporated some design mods that the pilots suggested. She never flew quite the same after the accident, though. All the readouts were in spec, but it never felt right." One of the Aurora pilots shook his head. "Must have been something taking her up, knowing she'd just been repaired." Ned nodded across the room, in Valerie's direction. "Volkov had the nastier turn. He flew her coming down before she'd been repaired." Forrest interrupted to tell him that Bat de Silva had arrived and led Bobby and him over to greet the Carioca pilot. The Volkovs were there too, so it looked like class reunion time. There were handshakes and embraces all around. Bat was dressed in Daedalus browns, and he gave each of them an abrazo, except Bobby, who received a rather more passionate greeting. Forrest nudged Ned. "See, son, I told you there was something between them." "Forrest, you couldn't get a 16th-inch shim between them. Sure do hope the man's using birth control." Bobby's left arm, draped around Bat's neck, flipped them the bird just before she and Bat parted. When it was Ned's turn, he said, "I'd just soon shake hands, Bat, if it's all the same to you." They talked over the old days, of course. That's what pilots did when the glory days were behind them. "You would not recognize the archipelago these days, my friends," Bat told them.
I have 10 test pilots working for me now. They come from everywhere. Brazil, America, Europe, Russia. Just for the opportunity to test themselves against our machines. We fly 5 ships as test beds for Mendoza's designs. Villa do Remdias has doubled in size since President Gomez had a jump port built there, and always there are the big hats flying in and out. Old Claudio must be raking in the reais, Forrest said. Claudio has closed down, Bat admitted. There is a hotel there now, executive suites, with a much better restaurant than Claudio had. Ned hadn't thought about Claudio, or Gisela, in years, but it was strange to think that the old ramshackle building with the wooden floor was gone. It had seemed the kind of place that would creak along forever, as much a part of the landscape as Morro de Pico or St. Anthony's Bay. He wondered where the locals went these days. A restaurant in an upscale chain hotel, white tablecloths, menus, a wine list, a bar stocked with all the fashionable liqueurs. That wasn't the sort of place Ned would hang in. Not a proper place for poker at all. And he doubted the waitresses were as accommodating as Gisela had been. They needed a place for the papacas to stay, Katya said contemptuously. She still wore her hair cut close to her scalp, still wore the tight clothing that gave her the unruffled look, inviting but sealed off at the same time. She still wore the same equivocal smile. The pale scar tissue across her left temple was new, though. Even Aurora milk runs could have their exciting moments. The new restaurant is probably much cleaner, Valerie said. But he didn't sound very happy either. Forrest shook his head sadly. Claudio, he sure made a damn fine feijoada. It's a dirty shame. They all agreed, and the talk moved on to less bittersweet topics. The new head-to-tail flat spin that Daedalus was testing to replace the old swoop of death maneuver. The relative merits of the new Mark IVs coming online versus the old reliable Mark IIICs that had blazed the trails from Phoenix to Woomera and Recife and St. Petersburg. When Valerie complained again of being a prosaic freight hauler, Bobby flicked a finger against his purple jumpsuit and recited a bit of poetry for them, Tennyson's Locksley Hall, 1842. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonders that would be, saw the heavens filled with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the purple twilight, dropping down with costly bales. Valerie said, but Aurora is the goddess of the dawn. Do you think Chairman Van Hoyten never read that poem when she picked the name? I wonder if she read all of it, Forrest said. What do you mean? Ned asked him. Forrest cocked his head and looked toward the Air Force pilots chatting with the lieutenant in the camouflage. He spoke. Heard the heavens filled with shouting, and there rained a ghastly dew from the nation's airy navies grappling in the central blue. There wasn't much that could be said to that, and after a moment or two of silence, the talk moved once more onto technical topics. Valerie held that the new 180 swivel was actually more dangerous than the death swoop. The last thing you wanted to do on close approach was put your sheen into any kind of spin, even a controlled one. While they talked, Ned began to notice something curious. Circulating individually through the crowd, each of them had attracted a coterie of listeners. But now, gathered together, the others in the meeting room were giving them a wide berth. The 6 of them formed a small knot near the center of the room. The other pilots circled them like moons, like asteroids, he thought, glancing their way from time to time. Jesus H. Speaking of demigods, the original 8 must be almost legends to the regular Planck pilots. They must feel the way the pilots of the Great War had felt about Wright and Blériot and Santos Dumont and the other aviation pioneers. The time span was about the same. Once, it had been big news whenever a Planck did anything at all, because whatever it was the first time. Recife to St. Petersburg. Refueled in orbit, docked with Mir, first flight to Phoenix, first flight to Woomera, first satellite fetched and returned, first one-day turnaround, Phoenix Sky Harbor grand reopening.
Now it was all routine, and Aurora's flight schedules were posted on the net and downloaded by all the major papers. These pilots flew something new and glamorous, and still a little dangerous. The Jorge Chavez had proven that. But in their midst were those who had dared when the whole idea was unproven. Good thing the Iron Mike and the Human Moon weren't here, Ned decided, or the mojo would reach critical mass. He wondered at the absence of the other two. Then he realized that, as far as he could tell, no one from Energia was present. And he wondered even more. The meeting was run by Aurora's chief engineer. G.H. Stein had been the guiding genius behind the fractional ballistic transport system, steering site selection and infrastructure development in half a dozen countries. Johannesburg Spaceport would open next year, and Aomori the year after, once the methane pipelines were extended into northern Honshu. And there were unscheduled charter flights to Quito and Nairobi to service Wilson's RAM accelerators. Only the northeast U.S. site had been stymied, thanks to a consortium of interests with a power lock on the political machines there. Yet Stein looked like just an ordinary guy. Half expecting a preliminary briefing on the proposed asteroid mission, Ned was surprised when the engineer gave them a pep talk on a proposed emergency response plan instead. Judging by the reactions of a half-dozen others in the room, a few of them had expected something else as well. As he addressed them, Stein ran a series of video clips across the big flat screen on the front wall of the conference room. Mississippi floods, Japanese earthquakes, the typhoon that had wrecked Manila the year before, shot of people living in tents, or the local high school gym, shots of rescuers and relief workers dispensing foods and medicines. A common thread running through many recent disasters, he told the assembly, is the delay in needed supplies reaching the distressed area, especially when a wide geographical district is affected. Disaster victims must often wait days before medicine and drinking water can make their way in. I'm sure you all remember Manila and the Ankara earthquake. Kinshasa fever is another datum. Had the vaccines reached the city even 2 days earlier, the death toll would have been far less. The screen changed to a computer graphic, showing a dozen or more red lines tracing great circle routes across a globe of the Earth. The blinking lights at the head of each trajectory converged on a single site. Your companies, in consultation with the Office of Emergency Preparedness and the UN Relief Agency, have agreed to make available one or more planks to a readiness pool, the Emergency Response Pool, or ERP, in case they are needed in an emergency to bring in supplies or to conduct evacuations. Stein shuffled his notes and looked out over the ranks of pilots. The graphic was replaced by an animation showing a mix of Mark IVs and Mark IIICs landing, or already grounded, on an anonymous landscape surrounded by mountains. For the last 5 years, one plank has always been kept on the ready line in case of an on-orbit emergency, with the responsibility rotating by informal agreement among the spacefaring companies. The time has come to do the same for on-Earth emergencies. Someone raised a hand. You can't mean keeping a dozen planks off in the flying schedule just in case there's an earthquake somewheres. Those dogies cost too much troy to have 'em sit in a firehouse all day. Stein shook his head. That's right. It may prove economical sometime in the future, but for now we'll have to rely on a volunteer fire department. A ripple of laughter crossed the room. Pilots and vessels participating in ERP must be ready on short notice to abort their current missions, land where directed to take on supplies and fuel, and head for the emergency zone. You must be ready to land on unprepared ground, possibly at airports, but just as possibly on football fields and parking lots. There will be no refueling available, not where a hurricane or an earthquake has just done its worst, so you must be able to lift out again without the usual ground support. The earlier laughter had turned to mutters. Stein raised his voice. High risk, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake about that. With several planks converging simultaneously on the same general locale, or shuttling back and forth along the same trajectory, the opportunities for accident will be greatly increased, especially if the site of the emergency is outside the zones now covered by the space traffic control system. The graphic behind him morphed as he spoke, and two of the approaching ships were shown colliding in mid-air. There was a stir among the assembled pilots. On a ballistic approach, God was more than your co-pilot. He was pilot, navigator, and bosun of the captain's gig. Another smile from Stein, this time a challenging one. The mission profile is high risk, but your companies have picked you as the pilots who are just dumb enough to try it, and just good enough to pull it off. Some of the commercial pilots sat straight in their seats and folded their arms across their chests. This wasn't in their contract. But Ned leaned forward, intrigued by the problem, and anticipating what would come next. Werewolf Electronics, Stein told them, Pool Security Consultants, and other software development firms are preparing an expert program and knowledge base for the STC network so that it can instantly recalculate the traffic patterns needed to mobilize and dispatch ERP ships. In addition, they have developed an adaptive net so your onboard navigator can handle flocking when ships find themselves sharing airspace. If things start happening on close approach, they will happen too fast for humans to handle. The code has been written, but after all the simulations have tested the software's wits, after all the alpha testing is finished, someone has to take hardware into the sky and see what really happens when two ships get too close. Ned twined his hands together into a double fist, almost as if he were praying. Flight test. It wasn't like going into orbit, but it was damn all on the edge, where certainty began to fray and life became real again. Bobby McFeely, at the end of the row, asked the question first. "When does flight test start?" she asked in a lazy voice. Stein looked at his watch. "At 1 o'clock this afternoon, for those who sign on." Silence in the auditorium. Stein had to mean simulator runs, right? He didn't expect them to hop into a couple planks right after lunch and play chicken. Forrest drawled, "Hell, son, that's barely enough time to chow down a burger." Enough time for those who wanted out to leave the center. Well, they couldn't have counted on all the pilots signing up for the ERP, let alone for flight testing the software, but it definitely sounded like a test profile that separated the true Quill from the wannabes. He glanced at his friend's thoughtful face. "What is it, Forrest?" Forrest pulled on his jaw. "Son, do I strike you as a man who has his ear to the ground?" "Forrest, you have your ear any closer to the ground, your head'd be buried in the sand." A worried frown. "Well, then, if they're already up to simulator training, that software has been in prep a while. Or they're pushing it priority A, or both. So how come I never heard beans?" Ned shrugged. "Werewolf and Aurora and the Space Traffic Agency are running this show. Why should you hear anything up there at the Academy?" Forrest shook his head. "I hear things. Not just Pegasus things, either. I got more connections than U.S. West. Here's another one for you. The blue suits over there. Why?" "Hell, Forrest, why shouldn't Air Force be in ERP? They fly planks, too. One of them stopped by Mir last month with an Air Force general aboard. Same fellow that was talking with Stein earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Some sort of goodwill mission. A Russian plank rendezvoused and they made courtesy calls on each other." Forrest raised his eyebrows. "That's so. Funny what doesn't make the news these days. But riddle me this, Ned, old son. I'll give you the Air Force, but what was that jarhead doing in the corner? Congress only lets USAF Space Command buy planks. The Marines or the Navy don't have any." "And Inertia isn't here at all," Ned reminded himself. Declined the invite? Or snubbed? And, either way, why? They picked him for the flight tests, of course. Werewolf was looking for the cream, and they didn't come any creamier than Ned Dubois. They picked 3 others as well: Bobby McFeely, Alex Feathershaft, and a Pegasus pilot named Stan Kovacs. Forrest was passed over. He had been, in his own typically restrained words, too goddamn fucking valuable running the goddamn fucking son of a bitch Space Academy to spare for the Flock program. Ned had been passed over enough times on the original Planck qualification runs that he knew exactly how his friend felt. The Flock testing would either be the smoothest milk run Ned had ever flown, babysitting the software that would do all the work, or it would be the single most dangerous flight in his life. It all depended on how well the net had been taught. Neural nets were not programmed. They were trained, by trial and error, which might be wasteful of ships and pilots, except that the trials were run in simulations. Loads, stresses, thrusts, velocities, and other parameters were churned through a mathematical model to produce a performance profile. To make life interesting, atmospheric conditions were varied at random: air temperature, wind speed, and direction. Some mighty potent testware had been challenging the flocking program for several months already, forcing it to fail, then telling it why it failed. But test software had limitations of its own, and sooner or later you had to bring in a human teacher. The test of a system, hardware, software, or wetware, was how it performed under extreme conditions. At the edge, at the envelope, at the point where things fell apart and the center could not hold, and only those who had it could haul it back in time. In other words, Ned had to teach the program his own personal mojo. He and Bobby, older, more experienced, more careful, did most of the training. And wasn't that a sure sign he was growing older, that Mama Dubois's hell-raising little boy had become the standard of mature judgment? They flew simulated flights in a simulated control cabin, old hat to old hands, and tried this or that or the other thing to make the flocker screw up. Alex and Stan, younger and more reckless, often got themselves into situations that Ned's more mature judgment managed to avoid. Some things worked, some things failed. And the net would learn. When Ned and the others finished a scenario, the testware would put the net through thousands of repeated simulations, varying the conditions at random. Each go-round the net did a little better against the test software bully. Failure rates dropped steadily, and Ned felt an irrational pride in his pupil. Cheng Ai-ye, the software test engineer, looked a little young for his post, but he sure as hell knew his ASCII from a hole in the ground, and was probably grateful as hell that his parents hadn't named him O. He came by the simulator room periodically to post the flocker's failure rates and to discuss the configuration and scenario simulations with the pilots. Ned appreciated an engineer who kept in touch with the wetware. He'd known too many in the past who never ventured beyond their offices or lifted their eyes from their terminals. "It's a decaying exponential curve," Dr. Ye commented one afternoon as he pondered the neat mathematical beauty of the graph he had just posted. Ye was a great believer in graphs. "Always draw a picture of the data," he liked to say. Ned was running through the simulator shutdown checklist with Alex Feathershaft. "I'll take your word for that, Doc." Not that he didn't know his engineering, but when it came to equations, there were 3 kinds: linear, polynomial, and rat-ass bastards. "Asymptotic, of course," Ye said absently. A sigh, and he traced the curve out with his finger, projecting it. "Too bad, it never quite reaches 0. Ned felt his heart thud. Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scowling at the graph as if it had betrayed him. "No, there's never 0 risk," Ned told him. They're getting ready to fly iron. He could feel it in the air, feel it in Ye's awkward stance. Good. He was tired of let's pretend flying. Alex closed and sealed the simulator cabin door. She came over to the console and stood beside Ned and placed a hand on his shoulder. The test engineer shrugged, then he turned and faced them. "Alpha test has reached the point of diminishing returns," he announced. "Beta test begins on Monday. You and McFeely will fly close approach trajectories to Fernando Base. The flight director has your flight plans. See him before you leave." He would not look directly at Ned. Like any engineer, he had to believe in his equations. But it was Ned's life if he was wrong. If his team had overlooked some variable, an interaction maybe, or a hardware-software interface. Ned gave him a patented Ned Dubois grin to hide the elevator sensation in his own belly. Monday? Today's only Wednesday. That's not much time to practice the profiles. Absently, he reached up and touched Alex's hand where it rested on his shoulder. Management wants this program pushed. They do. Why the big rush? Ned did not care for programs shoved onto the fast track. Too often, fast track meant shortcut. Ye held his hands up. I'm just the software geek. They don't tell me anything, but you've flown enough ballistics, Ned. This is nothing new for you. You'll be sharing airspace with a second plank, but the neural net will handle everything. What if it doesn't? A fleeting, nervous smile. That's why you and Bobby will be aboard. But I wouldn't worry. Worst-case scenario in the simulations is one failure in 315 iterations, and that scenario has a dozen planks converging from as many directions. You won't have any problems, Ned. That's word up. Alex waited in the corridor outside the sim lab for Ned to catch up. She gave him a light punch on the arm. First flight, she said. You lucky bastard. Ned rubbed his arm. Yeah, real lucky. He wondered how close the physical approach was planned to be. Close enough to trigger the net to avoid a collision, assuming the net worked in hardware as well as it worked in software. After all, the Sims used finite element models, a pegwork plank of minute trapezoids. The real thing was steel and ceramic and titanium and smoke. Hell, assuming the hardware worked, sensors could fail too. Well, that was why God invented test pilots. And you knew the score when you volunteered. You'd do it again, and you know it. Still, the whole program gave him a feeling of unseemly haste. Bonifacio had compressed the plank schedule a time or two, but there'd been years of groundwork leading up to flight test. The flocker couldn't be more than 6 months old, tops. Granted, clocks ran faster in the software universe, but still. He rubbed a hand across his stomach to soothe the feathery feeling there. He wasn't coming down with an ulcer, was he? Alex gave him another backhanded tap on the arm. Hey, what say you and me? We celebrate flight test and have dinner tonight. He collected himself. Pilots shouldn't think too much. It slowed the reflexes. Sure, he said expansively. Let's go see if we can round up Bobby and Stan. She barely hesitated. Actually, I was thinking just you and me. Ned gave her a speculative look. Standing hip-shot in her Aurora perps, she came only to his chest. 2 short black braids bracketed her ears. The zipper that ran down the front of her coveralls was pulled a quarter of the way down. Not enough to give you a view, but enough to let you know there was one. Where are you? He asked with a crooked smile. Thinking you'll cook it yourself? There were 2 sorts of dinner invitations. One involved dinner. Well, I do know my way around, a kitchen. Maybe afterward we could have a little, dessert? I like my desserts sweet and sticky. Think you can manage that? Does the Pope wear a funny hat? She swatted him on the rear end with the flat of her hand. Ned returned the compliment as she walked away. Did she wiggle her buns at him, or did she always sway that way when she walked? Jesus H. What was it, some sort of pheromones he put out? There was hardly room in his pants for himself, and Alex wanted to slip in there with him? What was a man supposed to do? Baggier pants hardly seemed the answer. She's 15 years your junior, Ned. She's a hero worshiper, and you're a damned hero. That doesn't necessarily mean she's collecting pelts. Dinner could be just that, and only your ego thinks otherwise. There was only one way to find out, though, and even an innocent dinner could morph into something else. Even without intentions, events had a way of happening. A moment comes, a look, a touch, something. You push the outside of the envelope just a little, and before you could pull it back, you lost it, and found yourself spinning out of control and auguring in. But hell, pushing the envelope? That's what test pilots did. Come Friday afternoon, Ned borrowed a company jet and grabbed Sky. He even asked permission from Pegasus Flight Control, and he even filed a flight plan and followed it. And when he sat it down again, he was at Argonaut's hangar on the small private airport south of Houston that serviced the high-tech hub there. That was how he managed to be waiting on the front room sofa when Betsy came home from work. Standing in the foyer, fumbling with her keys and purse and briefcase, she failed to notice him. Navy business suit, pleated skirt, wide lapel jacket, red bow, all slightly rumpled. Understated gold jewelry, a brooch, earrings that caught a gleam of light. The hair done up but coming just a bit loose after her 8-hour stint at Odysseus. He liked to see her dressed up. She looked classy. As she closed the door, Ned admired the set of her calves and the hollow behind her knees just visible under the fluttering pleats. Turning, she saw him. She gave a start and her hand went to her chest. "Jesus, Ned," she said, "my insurance isn't paid up and you're trying to give me a heart attack." She dropped her briefcase on the chair by the window and came to him, bending close to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Welcome home." He grabbed her wrist before she could move away and pulled her to a seat on the sofa beside him. "That wasn't much of a kiss, considering I've been away for 3 weeks. 3 weeks for you, Ned, is like stepping around the corner for groceries." But she didn't pull away when Ned pressed his lips to hers. She put her hand to the back of his neck and held him. He grinned when they parted. "Could have been 3 months upon Mir, right?" She didn't grin. "Or 2 years in South America." There wasn't any nastiness in the comment. She had said it the way she might have said, "The sun is out." It was not even a major topic at Casa Dubois anymore. A few years' worth of dirt had been shoveled onto that casket. But every now and then a reminder would casually drop into her conversation. So, was she a bitch because she never forgot? Or was he a bastard because he thought she should? Or maybe both. Yet his time on Fernando G. Noronha, when he had hardly written and never called, and they both knew he was playing mattress ping-pong, was a 2-year hole in both their lives, and it would be silly to pretend it wasn't there, or that they didn't know who had dug it, or why. But there were 13 other years between them, too, and they had been pretty good. Mostly. With a flourish, Ned whipped the dish towel off the end table, revealing 2 glasses of sherry and a bottle of Harvey's Bristol cream. He handed Betsy one of the glasses. "I thought you might want to relax after a hard day at the office." "Did you?" She took the glass with an amused smile and waited until he had his. "Is there a toast?" He touched her glass, and the crystal tinged. "To us." "Not very original, Flyboy, but I'll drink to it." Over the rim of his glass, he watched her throat work as she swallowed. It was always the small images that seemed to capture her the best, and they stayed in his mind like snapshots. The way she swallowed, her face in profile staring out a window at Pennsylvania snow, the grease on her cheek that time she had to change a tire on her car, the curve of her leg, the sound of her laugh, the touch of her hand, the taste of her lips. And the cut of her tongue, let's not forget that. Too much sweetness was cloying. A proper love needed bite. She lowered the glass and looked into it, running the tip of her finger around the rim. "Where's Lizzie?" she asked. "I told her she could spend the night at Anne's house." Betsy nodded slowly. "You're a hell of a guy, Ned Dubois. Always thinking of other people." He pretended to reach toward the telephone. "I could call her and tell her I changed my mind." She took another sip of sherry. "No. Kids hate inconsistent parents. We'll just have to make the best of it." She set her glass on the end table on her side of the sofa. "You forgot the coasters, Flyboy." "What, are you going to spank me?" You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Beat me," said the masochist. She grinned. "No," said the sadist. They both laughed, and he circled her with his arm and drew her to him. They kissed again, this time more slowly. Once, twice. Her tongue played with him. They parted, and she laid her head against his chest while he rubbed her back through her linen blouse. 3 weeks isn't that long, she said, running her fingers along his trouser leg. I've had days that seemed longer, but it's long enough. The sofa was too narrow, but the living room floor, with a little improvisation with the throw pillows, proved more than satisfactory. And if a few things got wrinkled or tossed about in the process, well, she was planning on having that suit dry cleaned anyway. Afterward, Ned drifted, half asleep. Her body, where it pressed against his, firm, soft, tickly, was an anchor to reality. Her fingers played in his hair. The silence of touching seemed to last forever. Forever ended when Betsy spoke. They've started flying, haven't they? It wasn't really a question. Ned didn't open his eyes as he answered. He didn't even ask her how she knew. Monday. I'm heading back Sunday morning. The fingers in his hair tightened momentarily, then relaxed. Seems crazy to me, Ned. Her voice was reasonable. He heard the strain that kept it so. You're trying to collide on purpose? No problemo. He opened his eyes and looked into hers. He was close enough that he could see himself reflected there. He kissed her again, gently on softened lips. The ships are programmed to avoid each other. The risk is minimal. Then take me with you. He sat upright. What? She rose too. She tucked her legs underneath her and folded her arms across her breasts. Take me with you on the flight. You say there's no risk? Take me, and Lizzie. It's a test flight, for crying out loud. Betsy's smile was sad. That's what I thought. Now, wait up. I just don't understand why they at least don't try it with remote-controlled planks. Me either. A couple remotes would have been prudent, but this is fast-tracked. They'll go out of line of sight. That was the line that Madam Pitchlynn had handed them anyway. The remotes would have to be relayed through satellite links or handed off from one set of ground pilots to another. Too easy to fumble, or to react too late if there is a problem. Those ships cost 2,500 Troy apiece. It's not cheap, replacing one. She placed one hand on his thigh. He could feel the heat, like a brand. They could give me 20,000 Troy, flyboy, and I still couldn't replace you, cheap as you are. Cowgirl. One hand settled on her waist, and he leaned toward her. She touched his lips with her finger. Don't say anything. Don't make excuses. 15 years, I have an inkling of what makes Ned Dubois tick. It's never gotten easier to live with. But if something does go wrong on Monday, at least we had this weekend. You gave me that, and I thank you for it. A quick peck. But it was the words that sent the thrill to him. Sometimes love pleased more than sex, and affection more than love. You will take us back with you, Liz and me. Damn it, Betsy, test flight rules. I didn't mean on the plank. I meant take us back to Phoenix with you. School is out for the summer, and I damn sure know I can cut a deal with Odysseus Travel to cover for the next few weeks. Hell, I could jack in my PC and do the work from your apartment out there. Tell Pegasus, and tell him you need a bigger pad. If they won't do that much for a certified company hero, then screw 'em. And screw you, too. Promises, promises. Why so hot to come to Phoenix, cowgirl? She poked him on the chest, hard enough that he had to brace himself with his arm. 3 reasons, flyboy, and pay attention 'cause they're good ones. Number 1, Houston in the summer ain't nothing to write home about. Number 2, in 15 years minus 2 of being married to a damn flyboy, I've never been in a plane with you at the controls, and I'd like to see if you're as good as you say you are. I'm as good in a plane as I am in a bed. Either way, I stay up a long time. But number 3, Ned, that's the killer. When Flyboy Ned flies test, he grabs for the nearest woman, and I'd just as soon that woman was me than the gal you left to fly out here to poke me on my own damn front room carpet. For a moment, Ned could not find his voice. When he did, he said, Betsy, there isn't any. She pushed him hard on the chest so that he toppled on his back even as she straddled him like a horse. Ned, What we were doing here a half hour ago, that was truth. So don't you go spoil it with any lies. Of course there's a gal back there in Phoenix. Probably has her tongue hanging halfway to the ground and her heels kicked halfway to the sky. And you wanted her so bad that you hopped in a jet plane and flew to me like a bat out of hell. She slid down and lay atop him. And Ned, she said with her lips an inch from his, that is the most beautiful thing you've ever done. The test flight to Fernando was anticlimactic. Louis Paulin approached Vasily Kamensky 3 times on the profile, once on the orbital fraction, once on descent trajectory, once on landing approach, and the neural net worked perfectly each time, maintaining the spacing between them. Ned felt almost like a passenger in his own craft, and didn't like it one bit. He almost wished something would go wrong just so he could pull it out himself. Almost. He was no fool. He and Bobby touched down on the old familiar landing apron by St. Anthony's Bay at nearly the same time, and a scant dozen meters apart. A camera crew from the American Argus caught the whole thing on tape. There were a few firsts still left, after all. The first near-simultaneous landing. It must have been a spectacular sight, Ned thought. Almost as spectacular as if the ships had collided. He wondered if the news crew was disappointed, but hell, you can't have everything. They wanted shots of Bobby and Ned congratulating each other, so Ned took Bobby's hand and said, "My computer congratulates your computer on a splendid flight." Bobby was all teeth for the camera. "Screw you," she said, without moving her lips. The base threw a party for them in the cafeteria. It was half a celebration of the successful test flight, half a welcome home. Most of the ground crew were old hands from the qualification test days, when the base had been a closely held secret, and no one had known for sure if the bird would fly at all. Arturo Guzmão was there, and Dolores, and even the laconic chief engineer, Luis Mendoza, who had flown out from Fortaleza. Bonnie de Magalhães seemed older. His dapper mustache and slicked-down hair were shot through with gray, and crow's feet decorated the corners of his eyes. Of the old hands, only João Pessoa, the president, was missing. He was in New Jersey for a top-level VHI meeting and couldn't be present. Bat de Silva roasted them, dragging up old, embarrassing stories from flight test days. The poker games at Claudio's, the Humvee races through the Villa, the Walking Corpses Club, how Cowboy Calhoun had dumped a load of trash on the simulator cabin, or Iron Mike Krasnarov had hijacked the plank's maidenhood. He even managed to intimate, without ever actually saying so, that the long radio silence when he and Bobby had docked 2 planks for the first time had been due to an amorous interlude in 0G. Ned didn't remember it all quite so jolly. Bat could have told other stories, the tension and the rivalry, how Bat himself had been shunned at first, how Forrest and Mike had squabbled like roosters, how Lefkin had poisoned the food at Claudio's and greased the step in the simulator room, how Ned had very nearly drunk himself out of the program. He could have mentioned the sabotage, too, and Valerie's near-fatal crash, or Aitor Carnero's disappearance and Mendoza's rumored dining habits. He could have mentioned the long, lonely hour waiting to catch up with Lefkin in orbit. It hadn't been all laughs, not by a long shot. But it was hard to have fun at parties if you dwelt on the downside. If Bat chose to accentuate the positive, Ned, for one, would be the last to call him on it, because the good times had been just as real. The high point was a picture phone call from Marisa Van Hoyten herself. That was the high point of the party showed how far down the evolutionary ladder he had fallen as a party animal. Time was, the high point would have come later with Dolores or Floriana. They were older now, but women were like wine in that respect, and a few moments of eye contact established that the vintage was still available. But he was still feeling virtuous as all hell because of Alex Feathershaft, and he hated to ruin things, what with Betsy waiting for the return flight back in Phoenix. Marisa looked drawn and tired on the picture phone, pale. She had lost a lot of weight, and had never had too much to begin with. It could have been the picture quality, or it could have been a slow recovery from her ordeal. She thanked them for their good work and the vital and timely test flight. Ned and Bobby responded with the usual platitudes. Ned wanted desperately to ask after her. How was her health? Was she taking things easier? That was hard to imagine. Was Barry Fast treating her right? But it was too public a venue. Too many others were listening, and he didn't really have the standing to ask such personal questions. He and Marisa had never shared anything except a single night of stargazing on her observatory catwalk. Instead, Ned expressed conventional regrets about the shortness of the Flocker testing program. "It shall prove useful, I am sure," she said, "and perhaps there will be other programs upcoming that are more to your taste." Ned tried to act nonchalant. "I always did like long trips," he replied, "and rock collecting was a hobby of mine when I was a kid." Marisa raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Sure. Quartz, feldspar, agate, you name it. Geology was a hobby of mine, like stamp collecting, although it was damn hard pasting those rocks in my scrapbook." She laughed and took him at his word. "Have you ever collected carbonaceous chondrite?" she asked, with a small mocking smile. "No," he said, returning the gesture, "but there's a first time for everything." "Indeed there is, Captain Dubois. Indeed there is." When the connection was broken, Ned turned away from the phone and found himself face to face with Bobby McFeely, who had a crooked grin across her own face. "So, Ned," she said, "heard any good rumors lately?"
5. Oh, you can't always get what you want.
The elevator door parted, and Marisa stepped out into the reception area and almost into the arms of her assistant, Zhao Hui, who welcomed her back and guided her by the arm toward her office. Marisa suffered the solicitude. There were worse crimes that people visited upon one another. "I shall want executive summaries," she told Hui. "Status reports on each company, on each major initiative, with a separate listing for Prometheus." When Ms. Zhao hesitated, Maria asked, "What is it, Hui?" "We thought you would want to relax on your first day back." Marisa shook her head. "Relax? I have been doing that for the last 2 months. No, I need to return to the swim of things."
"I never thought I would hear a stay in intensive care equated with relaxation," drawled a soft voice from the hallway to Executive Row. Marisa saw John E. Redman, her chief legal officer, striding toward her.
"John E., how delightful to see you. I was not looking my best when we last met." She held out her hand, and he made a show of kissing it. Still holding her hand, he said, in more serious tones,
"We were worried about you."
She matched his mood. "It was not a pleasant experience. I do not recommend it."
"No, I would think not. Are you certain you're fit to return?"
"I am not made of china, John E. I do not break so easily." No, she was not broken, but emptied out. That was a different feeling entirely. She felt as if she had been drained, of energy, of life. Perhaps it was the ennui of convalescence. Perhaps it was that she had been emptied out, and a life had been taken from her. The three of them entered her office together, but Marisa halted in the doorway when she saw what awaited her. Bouquets and arrangements were everywhere, on the tables, on her desk, on the bookcase shelves. A wild variety of blooms, from prosaic roses to the most outre tropicals. The smell was a sweet and pungent amalgam of every fragrance known, the olfactory equivalent of black. Stepping into the room was like entering a jungle. She supposed it was too much to expect that her return to work would have gone unremarked. She picked a card from an arrangement of yellow and orange daffodils. "Congratulations on your recovery, Harry and Laura." Who the devil were Harry and Laura? Society friends from her family circles? Business acquaintances? Employees here at VHI? "Have you kept a list of the gifts, Miss Zhao? I shall have to send acknowledgments for each one." "Yes, ma'am. And, ma'am, the staff wants to tell you we are happy to see you back. It was not the same without you." Marisa favored her with a wry smile. "No, I fancy it was something of a vacation. Or is John E. such a taskmaster?" She studied her desk once more. The smell was too thick, too cloying. It reminded her of funeral homes. "Have buildings send someone up to remove these. We shall place some in the cafeterias and other offices, and some downstairs in the vestibule. Brighten things up for everyone." "All of them?" asked Zhao Hui. "Leave Barry's and Harriet's, and a few others." For appearance's sake, if nothing else. But every arrangement was a reminder, every blossom a pain, and she wanted them out of her office. John E. offered her his arm. "Why don't you come over to my offices until Miss Zhao gets this place straightened up?" He surveyed the forest of plants and shook his head. "You have more admirers than you think." "Flowers are easy, John E. Even Cyrus Atwood sent flowers."
"A man who observes the conventions."
John E.'s face darkened.
"His injunction against Zeus is still in force."
"Judges are easy, too." As they walked down Executive Row, officers, assistants, and secretaries alike emerged from their offices to greet her, some offering kisses or hugs, some only handshakes and murmured condolences, all offering happiness and relief that she had come through all right. "If one more person insists on giving me sympathy, I shall scream." No one really understood. No one else could possibly understand. Half of them mentioned friends or relatives who had had near-fatal encounters, and Peggy, in data processing, told of being herself in a terrible automobile accident. Did that establish a bond? Marisa felt no ties. Joy created bonds. Tragedy built only a terrible isolation. It was Khan, whose comfort was the cruelest of them all, who touched closest to her heart. "You are terribly lucky," he said, patting her hands with his, "that the child was never born. There was no time to grow attached to it." The words sliced straight through to her core, and she felt her muscles contract in sympathy, as if probing the void within her. Gone. Empty. Never to be. She parted her lips to rebuke her CFO, but caught herself when she saw a wintry pain deep within the man's eyes. Instead, she thanked him meaninglessly and turned away to follow John E. If Khan's comfort came from the knowledge of a greater sorrow, she did not want to know it yet. William, oh, William. Only later did she realize how precisely Khan had spoken. On Saturday, she had gone to the nursery to direct its dismantling, but at the sight of the crib and the playthings, she had broken down and cried right there in front of the workmen, heedless of all appearances, and Sykes had had to lead her away. Barry would not even enter the room, but had gone instead to the library, where Marisa had later found the bourbon decanter quite empty. In the end, arrangements had fallen to Harriet, who had managed with her usual dispatch. The crib she had taken herself down to the storage room in the sub-basement, but it was a long, long time before she had come back up. "Is something wrong, Marisa?" John E. asked. Marisa pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed at her face. "No, nothing. I picked up a slight cold while I was recuperating." "Are you sure you are ready to return to work?" She shoved the handkerchief back in place and stepped down the hall to the legal office. "Quite certain," she told him. "Work is the best therapy." Even with most of the flowers removed, her office still smelled like a mortuary, but she endured it, as she would need to endure so much else. Marisa kept the briefing small: Khan, John E., Steve Mathias, and herself. Steve had coptered over from his Manhattan offices just to give the Prometheus update in person. He liked to do that. He liked to face with the CEO. They sat around the low glass coffee table by the windows facing Watchung Mountain. Marisa had tea and frosted wafers brought in, and managed to survive the social chit-chat before they settled down to business. Khan Gagrat conducted the briefing. John E., long-haired and laid back, took Khan's Indo-Afghan ferociousness in stride. But Marisa knew that the shaven head, gold hoop earring, and drooping mustaches bothered Steve, though Steve was far too polite and far too circumspect ever to mention it. It had made a striking cover photograph on Forbes, however. The chief financial officer was practical, organized, objective to the point of rudeness, and less disposed to splitting ethical hairs than Keith McReynolds had been. The only thing he shared with his predecessor was a fierce belief in the future. Khan presented the current status of each of VHI's companies with meticulous precision. Asclepius, Daedalus, Demeter, Mentor, Pegasus, Thor, Werewolf, and the rest. The balance sheets were mainly favorable, which was no surprise. The economy had been picking up steadily since 2006, and most of the boats were rising with the tide. Aurora promised to break even again this year, and the deficits on Pegasus and Leprechaun were closing at very nearly the forecast rate. We always expected that the fractional ballistic transportation system would be the main moneymaker for the first decade, Steve commented. But cost to orbit is low enough now that even speculative ventures have become feasible. Khan added, and the markets have become sufficiently attuned to the new cost regime that such ventures can also be financed. Feasible and fundable, John E. said with slow humor. A rare combination. Easy enough to have one without the other. Steel does not look good, however, Khan continued. Vulcan has reported losses for the last 5 quarters. It has never run well since Bennett retired, Marisa said. Khan pursed his lips, considering the primacy of personality over economic forces. Even the legendary Bennett Longworth would have trouble in today's market, he said. The problem is systemic. Most of steel's applications have been usurped by aluminum and light metals in some instances, by composites and ceramics in others, and more recently, by smoke. You may want to give some thought to liquidating the entire business, he added flatly. Vulcan? Why, that was one of VHI's original holdings, Marisa pointed out. It had been Hudson Forge once, and Van Hoyten Iron Works after that. Khan held a forefinger erect. You need more reason for keeping it than that it is a family heirloom. He did not quite wag the finger at her. Keith would have chided her too, though not quite so bluntly. That's what CFOs were for, to make sure that dreams did not outrun their balance sheets. Marisa folded her hands under her chin and leaned back in her chair. It was good to have a problem like this, an old-fashioned, business-oriented MBA casebook sort of problem, one that she could consider dispassionately, one that did not pierce her so sharply. I need more information before I can consider selling off Vulcan. What are the projections for steel? Is there a specialty niche we can exploit? Or other ventures to which Vulcan's assets can be deployed? Hard to see, said Steve Mathias, what else you can do with a blast furnace. The others chuckled, but Marisa pointed out that Vulcan ran electric arc furnaces, fed by scrap steel. There must be value in the recycling, at least. John E., I would like one of your staff to lead the analysis. Khan, you will supply the necessary input. And speak to Jalene, in human relations. You will need to consider the impact on the workforce, too. Gramper would not have cared about that aspect. Gramper had been of the old school, where the workers were faceless, interchangeable, and disposable. But Marisa was a child of another era. John E. was taking notes. He looked up at her. 1 month? I shall mark my calendar. Now, gentlemen, Prometheus. She leaned forward in her seat as if she were about to take a deadfall in full leap. Everything else was for making money. Prometheus was for saving the world. The goal, said Steve Mathias, with a salute just shy of mockery. John E. shook his head. How long has it been since we drank that toast? The enthusiasm of beginnings, said Khan, succumbs to the doggedness of pressing on. It had the sound of a proverb, but Marisa suspected that Khan could make up proverbs to suit his purpose. He hadn't been there at the beginning. He didn't know the conspiratorial delight, the careful soundings out, the heady days of planning, the dizziness of the first few landmark steps. Launching the plank design team, chartering the North Orange School District, selecting the test pilots. But at some point, every breakthrough project crossed over to the ordinary business side of things and became routine. Yet, the goal, The ultimate goal was still unrealized. It would be all too easy for others to rise from the table with their winnings and not play the game to its conclusion. "Perhaps we ought to revive it," she said. "It was a bonding ritual. Steve, your report?" Steve threw an arm across the back of his chair. "Hasn't your husband been keeping you up to date?" It was a challenge of some sort, but Marisa was not quite sure what it meant, nor where Steve meant to take it. She studied his carefully neutral face. A man as cautious as Steve Mathias would not hurl a challenge lightly. "Barry is not program coordinator," she explained. "He is more of a personal ambassador." "Then why not put him inside?" Steve said, with a casual wave of the hand. "I could use an assistant. Running Thor and being Prometheus program coordinator is pretty much 2 full-time jobs." Marisa traded a brief glance with Redman, who made a barely perceptible shrug. "We could split the 2 assignments," she said, "if that is what is bothering you." Steve backpedaled. "That's not what I meant. Each project manager within Prometheus has a full-time staff to support his work. I thought the program coordinator ought to have similar resources." "The coordinator is not to micromanage each project, Steve." The man's face colored slightly. "I didn't mean that, either." Khan interrupted. "I will investigate the staffing needs. As the program grows more projects, it may need more staff, or it may only need better cybernetics. It may even be reasonable to make it a full-time independent presidency. The job has grown since the early days." "I don't see that last option at all," Steve insisted. "Prometheus is more of a confederation than a company. Some of our technology partners are not even part of VHI. The job really wants a coordinator, not a president." "Very well," Marisa said, fairly sure now she knew where Steve was coming from. "I will take the issue under advisement. Let's move on. Capsule descriptions for each project, 1 sentence each. Then we can expand upon them. Far trip?" "That would be the asteroid mission." Steve opened a small notebook and flipped over a tab. Marisa thought with amusement that John E. or Werewolf would have flipped open a laptop and accessed a file. There was a generational borderland, and it had a very sharp slope. Steve was not much older than the others. Of the steering committee, only Corey was older, but there were certain ingrained behaviors that he could not shake. He probably did have all the information on a disk somewhere, but he probably had everything hard-copied in metal file cabinets, too. "On track," he said. "Supplemental Earth-based propulsion system proved out in trials last—" He stopped and looked at her with sudden concern. "Yes, I know what day that was. Go on." He ducked his head. "Astronaut selection will open in another 2 months. The flight control programs are being written, behind track by 3 months. That was more than 1 sentence, she pointed out, but never mind. Flocker? Aurora is holding a meeting this week in Phoenix for the pilots who have been nominated for the ERP. We expect 6 volunteers for beta testing the software. John E. said, $5 on Dubois and Calhoun. Marisa said, $10, says Dolores will not release Calhoun from his academy duties. Khan said, I was disappointed that the Russians will not attend. It was their way of showing displeasure over the Balkan situation, said John E. Their sympathies lie with Serbia and Greece, so they have been snubbing international ventures lately. Steve frowned. They won't kick us off Mir, will they? There is no telling what a government will do. I'll be happy when we have our own station in place. Speaking of which, Marisa hinted. Steve glanced at his notes. The Leo Consortium projects 5 years to first operation. Until then, we're vulnerable to Russian politics. He consulted his notebook again. Fartrip, Flocker, Leo. Zeus proved out the impulse engines, and Torch, of course, showed we can beam electrical power up to ships and orbital stations. Power losses were close to theory. The rest is up to the courts. John E.? Werewolf has begun dismantling the Arizona laser for shipment to Wilson's site in Ecuador. Atwood is threatening that move, too, on national security grounds. Steve snorted. Yeah, like Ecuador's going to attack by beaming electrical power at us. Khan interrupted. Wilson has offered to lease space at both of his RAM sites, but most other sites along the equator have better uses for a megawatt of electrical power than powering satellites. So shelve the ground-based power grid for the time being. Maybe 2 or 3 to boost Fartrip. What about the plan to put a power satellite into sun-synchronous polar orbit? Marisa asked. That would seem to be the path of least resistance for now. Surely no one can object to microwave beaming into outer space. Steve cocked an eye. You'd be surprised what people can object to, he said. But, let's see. More page flipping. The Helios Consortium plans to put one up late this year. They'll run it as an electrical utility for satellites and space stations, and as a test bed for power beam transmission. Meanwhile, John E. drawled, your old friend Phil Albright is putting the People's Crusades behind a ground-based solar array outside Albuquerque. He says it would eliminate the need for power beams slicing through the air. That might undermine investment in our SPS program. Marisa pursed her lips. Yes, I saw him on television last week. Earth-safe solar. We will certainly need to evaluate our strategic plans. She smiled to herself as she considered various options, layering them like a wall between herself and the pain inside her. Sykes brought her aperitif to the roost and set it quietly on the desk beside the computer. It was a violet liqueur in a small thumb-sized glass. Marisa looked up from her screen. The roost appeared dim, a room of shadows. She had been staring into the screen too long. Is it 10 o'clock already, Sykes? I have been buried in these reports all evening. She tilted back in the chair as she swiveled away from the desk. An ergonomic design, the chair supported her body perfectly. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. I am playing catch-up with the project details. I doubt, Sykes volunteered, that anyone could hope to master all of the details anymore. She looked into his face, expressionless as always. Meaning, you think I spend too much time on this? Well, perhaps you are right. Once the Helios power plant is operational and Fartrip is on its way, the crunch will be over and I can relax a little. She could never relax entirely, and there was always another project waiting in the wings. She reached for the aperitif. Ask Barry if he would join me up here. Tell him it is a night for stargazing. Under the stars, on the catwalk outside the observatory, was one of Barry's favorite places for intimacy, and she had been neglecting him since her hospitalization. I'm afraid Mr. Fast went out earlier this evening. He had arranged a dinner party with some of the teachers he used to work with. I see. Sykes made no comment. Very well, Sykes. Inform me when he returns. I shall probably still be up here catching up on my personal correspondence. Sykes inclined his head and retreated to the elevator. Marisa sat a while in contemplation. She ought not begrudge Barry his evenings out. It was only once or twice a month. Only, she felt the need for him too, and the night outside was balmy. She remembered the liqueur in her hand and drank it down. Closing her eyes, she could imagine Barry's hands touching her gently, his fingers exploring her, bringing her slowly to ecstasy. The sweet liquid warmed her, and she felt it spread from her throat to her abdomen. She set the glass aside. She could never have a child now. It was no longer possible. She turned to the mass of correspondence that had accumulated during her hospitalization and began sorting it into piles. Personal, family, business. She tried to do a little each day, and the stack was yielding slowly to her persistence. One parcel was a padded manila envelope with a return address from the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. Business or personal? She opened it, and inside she found a disc cassette and a letter from Dr. Helen. This will confirm the asteroid sighting you sent us on 14 February. The past had a way of welling up in unexpected ways. She had forgotten this, forgotten the tingle in her limbs when she had found the dim little smear on the photograph. Events in between had shoved that aside. Developing the photographs for this find, she had chased Barry from the darkroom. It must have been about that time that the child had... She had wondered even then at the lack of activity within her. Deliberately, she turned her mind from those thoughts. She was alone in the roost, and there was no one to share the news with. Well, time enough tomorrow. What shall I name it? Prometheus? Perhaps Barry, a way of apologizing. She read the remainder of the letter. Perihelion, major and minor axes, complete orbital data on diskette, Apollo-class asteroid. Apollo? The chill that enveloped her expunged the earlier warmth, and she reached again for her drink before remembering that she had already consumed it. Apollo asteroids crisscrossed the Earth's orbit. Sometimes they struck. In high school, she had seen one graze the Earth's biosphere, barely missing her. The moon was a shield. One glance at its backside was proof enough of that, but a poor one. Earth had scars, too, not so obvious as the moon's, scoured by centuries or millennia of wind and rain, but still there for those with the wit to see them. Something had made all those circular lakes and seas that she had marked on her globe. They had even found Nemesis, the dinosaur killer, in the seabed off the coast of Yucatan. When would another such monster strike? No one knew. Not for 1,000,000 more years? Tomorrow. She picked up the disc and held it before her eyes. She had found one of the bullets in the gun held to Earth's head. Prometheus? Barry? Not fit names for something that might threaten the Earth. Harriet? A sly humor to that name, but one likely to be lost on everyone, including Harriet. No close approaches projected, the letter said. That fit Harriet, too. Her relief was sudden, but wary. Chaos theory meant orbits could not be forecast too far ahead, certainly not for rocks subject to the whims of Jupiter and close encounters with Earth or Venus. Even little Mars might put in a random nudge or two. She started to insert the disk in her computer, but it trembled, and she could not place it in the slot. She paused, took a breath, and tried again with more steady hands. She closed the project management program and called up Skyrock, which digested the new information. Within moments, the monitor displayed a top-down view of the inner system, showing the locations of all the asteroids she had been tracking. Each appeared as a blinking dot trailing a short, hairline comet trail behind it, a plotting convention to indicate its path. Her two original discoveries, Gramper and, yes, call it Harriet, were flagged in red. Marisa ran the program forward, and the dots whirled in an intricate ballet, their tails blurred into ellipses. Glow had been right, of course. Harriet would come nowhere near the Earth, at least in the foreseeable future. A reprieve, at least from this particular bullet. But perhaps it had made a close approach in the past? The letter from JPL did not say. Any number of asteroids passed through near space, and only since the 80s had Skywatch and other volunteer groups been looking for them. Some had been seen only after they had passed, especially if they had come out of the sun. Who knew how many had never been seen at all? Harriet might have been one of them. Almost, she wanted it to have happened. She wanted to know that there had been a close call. Years ago, her high school beau had not even turned his head to look. Not looking was the greatest sin of all. Marisa returned the display to 0 time, then told Skyrock to run backward. The odd thing about celestial mechanics was that it had no sense of direction. The equations worked the same way backward as forward. The blinking dots on the screen danced just as happily in reverse, post-dicting where they had been. Occasionally, dots brightened to indicate a position confirmed by actual sighting. When the display reached 2001, a queer thing happened. 2 of the dots passed through each other, Harriet and another. An illusion caused by a two-dimensional graphic? She stepped the display back to that point and froze it. When she rotated the picture, she saw that both asteroids were on the same plane too, so she pointed to each to obtain its coordinate position. Not quite the same, she saw when the numbers were displayed beside each dot. Just an illusion caused by scale, then. She magnified the sector where the two asteroids had had their close encounter. A very close encounter, she saw at once. Was there any chance they actually had collided? That would be a marvelous discovery in itself. The positions, after all, were only projections and, hence, approximate. She clicked up another window to examine her log for the second asteroid. Gidget. Not her own discovery, of course. And who on earth would name an asteroid Gidget? 18 confirmed observations between 1992, when she had picked it up, and 2001. After that, nothing. She had lost track of it. She remembered now. A frustrating night, rerunning the computer calculations, realigning the telescope. Styx had been in the roost with her. And that shabby little creature, what had been his name, Michelson, had been using the reg agencies to extort money for the president's campaign, and, somehow or other, she had fumbled the calculations for the asteroid's position. She had never found it since that time, and had eventually given up looking for it. And here might be the reason. If the two had collided, both would have gone off in different directions thereafter, like billiard balls. What a delicious coincidence! She opened her email and tapped out a quick note to J.P. Henry at the University of Hawaii. J.P., any chance these two orbits meet? Marisa V.H. Then she downloaded the relevant data, attached it to the email cover letter, and sent it to the net gateway. It was a painstaking task, and it absorbed her completely, and that, of course, was half the reason for it. The kitchen at Silver Pond was a large one with a tiled floor and drains, bright with polished pans and cookware hanging from hooks like so many dead game birds. A butcher block occupied the center of the room, along with a number of preparation tables. Stoves and lockers and a stone oven lined the walls. The smell of freshly baked bread permeated the air. Everything gleamed. Mrs. Pontevecchio permitted no dirt or disorder in her domain. Marisa often imagined that, even while preparing a meal, she was cleaning up behind herself with the other hand. On the north wall, double doors gave access to the outside. The kitchen was on the first basement level, but faced a slope in the mound that allowed deliveries to be made directly. Mrs. Pontevecchio hovered over the workmen installing the new refrigerator, not giving them directions but watching with suspicion everything they did. The cook herself was a large matronly woman with saucy Italian eyes. Marisa and Barry watched from beside the butcher block. Marisa wondered how the Argonaut workmen felt, working under such scrutiny. Barry stood beside her with his arms crossed. One hand held a glass of bourbon nestled in the elbow of the other arm. "It doesn't look like a refrigerator," he said. "What's that thing?" "The electromagnet," she said. She was only guessing, but the tall cylinder looked like what she imagined an electromagnet would look like. An electromagnet on a refrigerator? Barry shook his head. "According to Chris, when you magnetize a material, it warms up, because its molecules align themselves and something called entropy decreases. When you turn off the magnetism, the material cools." Chris had explained the system to her several times. Active magnetic regeneration. Curie points. Ames metal. Magnetic hysteresis. She did not understand even a quarter of it, only that it kept things cold. Barry unfolded his arms and took a drink. "How much does that puppy cost?" "Kept things cold at great expense. 57 troy ounces, about 20,000 American dollars. He whistled. "Well, I guess Sears won't be stocking them." She wondered if his sarcasm was meant seriously or as humor. "The high cost," she told him, "stems from the cryogenic superconductors and a rare earth compound of, I believe Chris said, dysprosium and erbium with common aluminum." Barry laughed. "It says so right on the label." Sometimes Barry could be a bit inscrutable, as if the universe were a private joke crafted for his own amusement. What it all adds up to, though, is that rich people can afford them, and poor people can't. Barry, all innovations start as novelties for the rich. Automobiles, televisions, passive solar heating. Someone has to be the guinea pig for new technology. Experience brings the cost down eventually. In 10 years, most well-to-do households will have mag fridges. In 20 years, everyone will. But it is not as if it were a necessity that others are being denied. I can buy a refrigerator today for far less than 57 ounces. That will do a great deal more than this contraption. He took a long swallow of his drink. Then why bother? The device needs no HCFCs or HFCs to operate, she pointed out. Barry looked at her. I thought you didn't buy that line. I do not. But a market is a market. Yeah. Money. It always comes down to money. He shrugged and would not quite look at her while he finished off his drink. Marisa wondered what he was thinking. He had become indrawn in the 2 months since her stay in the hospital. Of course, he had been looking forward to fatherhood as much as she had been toward motherhood. Still, one did pull oneself together and move on. Barry had always found it easy to lift a drink. These days, he found it harder to put one down. Ought she say something? Or should she let him grieve in his own way, as she did with the immersion of her work? How was your dinner last week? She asked, breaking the silence that threatened. He started slightly, glanced at her momentarily, casually set his now empty glass on the butcher block, and stuffed his hands into his pants pockets. All right, I guess. Were Gwen and Bob there? I have not seen them in some time. Perhaps at your next affair I could accompany you. His sudden laugh puzzled her. That would be something to see. To her inquiring look he said, Never mind. It doesn't matter. I had dinner with some middle school teachers. Bob and Gwen won't talk to me. With Bob, that's a plus, but Gwen and I always got along before. He fell silent and resumed his study of the refrigerator. Marisa didn't ask him before what. Would you like to return to teaching? He shook his head. It would be a little silly, wouldn't it? I couldn't go back to Witherspoon, and my name was mud in the government schools even before you and I. His voice trailed off. What if the Van Hoyten Trust endowed you with a fund to open your own school independent of Mentor? It would not need to turn a profit. There still wouldn't be a point to it, would there? He turned and faced her at last. The workmen continued their assembly, pretending nothing was happening. I would still have my allowance. And oh, how his voice grated on that word. There wouldn't be any challenge. It would be a toy school that you gave me to play with while you did your important things. Is there something more important, she asked quietly, than educating children? He was silent for a moment. Do you see what money does? He said at last. I've even lost sight of who I used to be. You could assemble a team of teachers and organize the school as you saw fit. You may take on partners, if you wish. Damn it, are you listening? I said I need a challenge. It would be in North Orange, of course, sufficiently nearby our home, perhaps in Eastport or downtown. He was silent. She said, Is that a sufficient challenge? Jesus, you don't make things easy, do you? Easy things are seldom worth doing. After Marisa had broken the connection to Fernando, she relaxed in her chair and swiveled to face the others sitting around the board table. Inevitably, that included facing old Henrik hanging above the doorway and a half-dozen or so telepresence screens. This time, only Henrik was scowling. Though, to be fair, it was more a thoughtful look than a scowl, as if he were weighing, if not quite celebrating, the successful Flocker test flight. The standards of facial expression had changed over the centuries. No one back then ever said, "Smile for the painter," Even La Gioconda had managed only a faint grin. "Well," said Barry, who was sitting directly to Maurice's right, "old Ned is as cocky as ever." "The flight was successful," Marisa replied. "That's what counts." "What I want to know," Dolores Pitchland countered, "is how he got wind of Fartrip. It seemed pretty clear to me what he was talking about. Collecting rocks, indeed." Marisa faced the Pegasus monitor, not the camera. It always bothered her when the telepresent looked off in odd directions instead of directly out from the screen, but she liked to see the faces of the people she was talking to. "I would guess that about half the pilots have some inkling of the project by now." "It was supposed to be confidential," Dolores insisted. Steve Mathias, sitting on Marisa's left, just past John E. Redmond, made an off-camera face that Marisa interpreted as, "Give it a rest, Dottie." Joao Pessoa, who had come to New Jersey for a meeting of VHI's international division, maintained a blank look. Heinz Ruger, also present for the international meeting, ran his stubby fingers through short, graying blonde hair and said, "We are today discussing the configuration of the Fartrip vessel, no?" "Always business, Heinz." His broad alpine face hardly ever broke a smile, and the word was that he dreamed about resource allocation and planning. But he wrote science fiction novels in Germany under a pseudonym. A puckish secret life. Of all the steering group, Marisa thought he was the most likely to understand about the asteroid threat, but she did not know him well enough as a person to approach him on that subject. "The hydroponics are ready," Corey Wilcox volunteered. He spoke from a Gaia executive jump jet en route to Minneapolis. "The test facility aboard Mir has been operational for 3 months with no problem, except a tendency for the plants to grow wispy. Vasily says the tomatoes taste fine, and oxygen efficiency is up about 6%. "Will we do the 6-month test with the actual flight crew?" Wallace Coyle asked from the Aurora Odysseus screen. "It might be best not to put the flight crew through that with a year's journey following right after." Marisa held up a hand. "Let's hear what Dolores has to say first. Then each of you can report on your sub-projects." Dolores Pitchland unfolded a pair of reading glasses and placed them on her nose. "Thank you." She picked up a single sheet of paper and looked out from the screen. "I have the status report of the vessel, people. The details have been black-coded and emailed to each of your confidential work centers. In brief, it is as follows. 1 cargo module is being refitted by our Daedalus subsidiary with life support equipment for the 1-year flight, including the hydroponic tanks that Corey is to deliver within the next month. We plan to rely on proven fuel cell technology for oxygen generation and on packaged food stores, but the hydroponics will provide a wider margin for error. In addition, Wilson Enterprises will loft a series of supply canisters with additional fuel and support gear. These will be outfitted in orbit with electrodeless pulsed inductive thrusters and launched on rendezvous trajectories, allowing the plank to replenish supplies en route. These loads are not mission essential, but are intended to increase our margins. Without them, the supply budget is tight, and the PERT has very little slack. The mission will be bare bones, but still doable. With them, she raised her eyes from the paper, with them, the mission may be fattened with additional options. Pitchlynn adjusted her glasses and resumed reading. Refitting of a plank will begin shortly as soon as one is designated. I suggest the Jean Bullard, as it already has had EPI thrusters installed for the Zeus torch test. We can detach the solar panel array and leave it at the station while the vessel is in ground dock. During Phase 2, scheduled for late 2008, we will reorbit Bullard to Skydock and gut it of all systems dedicated to ground landing, attach the couplings for the booster stage, and perform the final readiness check. "The first permanent deep space vessel," said Werewolf Gregerson on the Cleveland monitor. He folded his hands across his stomach and smiled, a contented smile. "Provided," Dolores said sternly, "that Helios and your ground-based laser array will be operational. The mass reduction ground basing the power plant allows in the booster stage makes the difference between doable and really neat idea. The Helios utility alone will be insufficient for our purposes."
"The second laser is under construction in Kenya," said Werewolf. "We're still looking for a third site. The main hurdle is access to a power grid. When the Kilimanjaro laser fires up, Nairobi goes dark."
He chuckled at the joke.
"And what do the Kenyans get out of it?"
Barry asked quietly, besides sitting in the dark for a couple hours a day. Gregerson pursed his lips, and his shaggy eyebrows came together.
"I exaggerated. But if you want to know, they get a nice chunk of hard currency tied to infrastructure development. And when the first deep space vessel leaves cislunar space for another worldlet, it will be, by God, the Kenyans who helped push it there."
"Which means," said John E., with a lawyer's summing up air, "politics. Maurice and I are heading for Washington next week to see if we can convince Albright to temper his criticisms of the laser system, and to check on how many senators Cyrus Atwood has rented."
"One hell of an effort," Barry commented, "for a non-profit venture."
"It's a world project, Barry," Marisa reminded him. "VHI is only the prime contractor." Chris Van Hoyten sat at the far end of the table, with his fingers peaked. His position directly under Henrik's portrait accentuated both his resemblance and differences. Lighter, thinner, taller than old Henrik, Chris nevertheless possessed the same high cheekbones, the same snake-lazy eyes. "It's a scientific research venture, Barry. It's funded by several governments and agencies. Gene Forney and Heimdall plan to auction the live broadcasts from the vessel and at the asteroid as a weekly television show, which will recover some of the cost, but no one expects the venture to make money." Marisa could read in his face that Chris was not thrilled with the idea, but he was a trooper. He'd go along with the gag, as long as someone covered the nut. Khan coughed gently into his hand. "Bullard will bring back a cargo. One of Wilson's canisters will contain mining equipment, and another, perhaps, strap-on boosters and an EPI thruster." He smiled like a cat. Marisa put her hands flat on the table and pressed until the knuckles turned white. "What are you talking about, Khan? Are you proposing we move the asteroid?"
"Well," said Werewolf with a grin, "it is a little far away, so we thought we'd see if we could bring it home for a closer look."
Most of those around the table chuckled. So did the telepresent.
"Why wasn't I told?"
Her voice trembled. She pushed against the table. Did they know what they were doing? To send an asteroid hurtling toward the Earth? Her worst nightmare, and they were planning to realize it?
"You were in intensive care, Marisa," Steve Mathias pointed out. "We thought it best not to bother you."
"I absolutely forbid it." She pitched her voice calm, but absolute. She was rewarded by puzzled gazes, except from Barry, who looked concerned and placed a hand on her forearm, and from Corey and Wallace, who understood her fear.
"Reese," said Belinda on the Spokane monitor, "what is the problem?"
Marisa did not answer. Their relationship had never been the same since the night Styx ran away, and she and Belinda had grown further apart in the years following her marriage. Mentor's president seldom stopped at Silver Pond for social visits anymore. Corey's voice rose over the background hum of hush props.
"Wallace and I voted in favor," he said.
Marisa tensed for a moment, then forced herself to relax. "I see." Puzzlement rippled around the table at the interplay, and Steve Mathias turned to the Gaia monitor with his brow knotted in thought. Corey and Wallace, along with the late Keith McReynolds, were the only members of the steering group who took the threat of asteroid impact as seriously, if not quite as urgently, as she did. Corey was trying to tell her that they considered the plan safe. Marisa took a deep breath and gently pulled her arm away from Barry's hand. Of course, that did not mean that they were correct in their belief. "I shall want to see the complete plans, including contingency plans, by end of business today. I will review them and give you my thoughts. Whom did you choose as prime?" Heinz Brugger raised his hand.
"Me. We estimate there is enough iron in the rock to build a dozen space stations once orbital smelters are set up."
He shrugged, flipping the upraised hand palm up.
"Perhaps that takes decades before we have the facilities, but the ore will wait. Never will we have a better opportunity to bring so much material into orbit for as little cost. We are going there anyway, and if it does not work, we are no worse off."
"No, we could be much worse off." "Why wait?" asked Barry. "Just dig tunnels or build domes or whatever and use the rock as your space station. I think you'd have something a lot sooner, a lot bigger, and a lot cheaper than if you boiled it with space mirrors, recovered the metals, and fabricated the structures." Heinz looked at him dumbly. Werewolf slapped his forehead so hard Marisa heard it through the speakers. "I will be dipped. Barry, if you ever come to Cleveland, I'll buy you a steak dinner. I hadn't even thought past schlepping it back."
"Out of the mouths of babes," said Steve Matthias with a smile.
Barry smiled back, but Marisa saw more watts in his eyes than there were in the Kilimanjaro laser. After the meeting, John E. fiddled with his briefcase, while the others trickled out of the room and the video monitors went blank, one by one. Steve Matthias tried to outwait him, but when the lawyer unfolded his personal phone to call his office, Steve conceded the contest. He stuck his hand out to Marisa and said he would call the next day. Then it was only herself and Barry and John E. in the room. Redmond folded the phone and put it away.
"And I'll bet I know what Steve wants to talk to you about, too."
He glanced briefly at Barry before giving Marisa his attention.
"Corey and Wallace seem to have some sort of special status here. It's hardly ever evident. In fact, most of the time they're just corporate wallpaper. But every now and then something comes up like today, and there they are. Keith had special status too, but we all figured it was because he was a family friend as well as CFO. Steve is supposed to be program coordinator, and he doesn't like the idea that you may have some sort of secret oversight committee second-guessing him."
"If you ask me," said Barry, "Steve needs a little oversight." John E. raised his eyebrows and regarded Barry.
"No offense, Barry, but he has a worse hang-up with you. The others are VHI officials, corporate staff like Khan or me, or divisional presidents and CEOs, but you have no official standing."
Marisa spoke sharply before Barry could answer. "He is my special assistant." Redmond nodded.
"The chairman's spouse."
"And don't I know it," Barry said. Marisa saw the flush creep along his neck. John E. spread his hands.
"Understand, I have no problem. You've thrown more than one good idea into the pot, like today, but to Steve it looks as if you are Marisa's personal agent, what they used to call them, the Queen's eyes and ears."
"That is absurd, John E. I have set Barry to reviewing progress reports and summarizing them, and he has conducted procedure audits for me, but—"
"Oh, that must set Steve's mind at ease."
"Why should he be uneasy?" Barry wondered. "That Marisa might be looking over his shoulder." He looked at Marisa, then at the lawyer. "Does he have something to hide?"
Redmond smiled broadly. "I would think so. Everyone does. That's why lawyers made discovery into fishing expeditions. But no one likes another watching over his shoulder when he's trying to get a job done."
There was a light tap on the door, and Redmond's confidential assistant entered with a manila envelope, which she handed to the CLO.
"Thank you, Pamela," he said.
He slid open the seal with a pocket knife and pulled out another, smaller envelope. He held it by the edges and stared at it for a moment, his eyes growing sad. Then he sighed and extended the envelope to Marisa.
"Keith left this with me for safekeeping. I have no idea what's in it. His instructions were to turn it over to you if the subject of moving an asteroid into Earth orbit ever came up.
It was the most unlikely announcement. Marisa stared at the envelope in John E.'s hand before taking it. A 5x8 standard tan envelope, a message from the past. Though it was light enough, it felt as if it weighed a ton. She saw her name, Reese, in broad curls across the front. Keith had had the finest handwriting of any man she had ever known, the last generation to master that art. Marisa started to break the seal with her fingernail, but John E. handed her his penknife, and she used that instead. Inside was a single sheet of Keith's stationery, his personal stationery with the embossed sun and planet. It read, "Fear is fine for motivating thoughts, but not so fine for thinking them." Almost she could hear his voice, see his bow tie, feel his cheerful smile on her. Barry tapped her on the shoulder, and a handkerchief appeared. She took it and held it against her cheek. "I'm sorry," she said. "I still miss him." When she thought she had mastered herself, she said, "John, do you have many more envelopes like this?" John E. could not take his eyes off the stationery. He shook his head. "I can only hope that when I am dead 7 years, there will be someone who still treasures my advice." Then, in a more severe tone, he added, "Do you care to tell me what this is all about, Marisa? Keith knew about his heart condition for several months before the end. He knew it could come at any time, and he put all of his affairs systematically in order. Yet, he thought it was important to take the time to give you advice on a contingency that was nowhere near anybody's planning horizon then, and to entrust that advice to my safekeeping. I think Steve is right. There is something going on, and only you and Corey and Wallace and Keith are in on it." His glance at Barry was uncertain. "It is something you are concealing from the rest of us, and it has something to do with asteroids." She unfolded Keith's memo and folded it again. "John E.," Barry said suddenly, "have you ever seen Marisa's special globe?" She looked at her husband with astonishment. He said, "Reese, I may not be a math teacher, but I learned enough arithmetic to add 2 and 2. His eyes said more, that he had not been trusted. And Marisa, having no answer to that, dropped her gaze. Marisa arranged to meet Phil Albright at the Crystal Gateway Marriott in Arlington, Virginia. It was only a short distance from National Airport and connected to Washington by the metro. Marisa had other business to conduct in the capital, and the venue was a handy compromise between meeting him in the People's Crusade's offices in the district or inviting him to VHI in New Jersey. She brought Zhao Hui with her and John E. Redman. Werewolf flew commercial from Cleveland, and they met him at the airport terminal. "In case Phil has any technical questions," Marisa had said when inviting him. "Technical issues are not where he's at," Werewolf had replied, but he came anyway. Marisa and her people waited, as arranged, at the foot of the escalator to Tuscany's, the mezzanine restaurant. The lobby was white tile, the paneling light woods. Green plants and an open ceiling gave it an atrium look. Businessmen dragging suit bags with laptop satchels dangling from their shoulders stood patiently in line at the registration desk. The bell captain, wearing an ankle-length red coat and a white British India helmet, positioned a cart of baggage near the desk. "There he is," said Miss Zhao. Marisa saw Albright emerging from the concourse walkway on the far side of the lobby. True to his principles, he had taken the Metro Yellow Line to get here. The slender young woman who accompanied him topped him by half a head. Not that she was especially tall, but Phil Albright was himself a short man. "Looks like he brought his secretary," Gregerson commented. "Didn't know he had one," said John E. "I thought personal assistance went against his philosophy." Gregerson snorted. "Like most sensible arrangements. That egalitarian we're all co-equal line he likes to hand out about the Crusades is so much horse hockey. There's Phil Albright, and there's Simon Fell, and the cadre, and after that comes everyone else." "Hush," said Marisa. We are here to reach a meeting of the minds. And why assume the woman is a secretary, or that secretaries are unimportant? The woman wore a plain red blouse and navy skirt. No jewelry, no makeup, black, shoulder-length hair. "Dear Lord," she said suddenly, "it sticks." She hadn't recognized the girl in the woman, not without the black garments and makeup she had once affected. "Surprised to see me?" Styx said, when they were close enough for speech. She did not offer her hand. "I had heard through your publisher that you were back home." "Hey, ain't you heard? Home isn't there anymore." Her voice was sassy, challenging, and defensive. Marisa did not understand the comment, and did not pursue it. She turned to the short, dark, intense man she had come to meet. "Phil, it was good of you to meet me like this." Albright, at least, understood manners. He shook hands with Marisa and the others.
"I see you brought reinforcements," he said with a grin. "I'm flattered."
Implying that 2 of them were worth 4 of us. This man liked to play head games. "Shall we proceed upstairs? I have reserved a table." Albright shrugged.
"Why not?"
The restaurant had an Italian theme. Styx and Albright ordered pasta primavera. Werewolf ordered veal. Albright grimaced at the choice, but made no comment. John E. chose the wine. Being the lone Virginian, he was in some sense the host. Once the meals were ordered, Marisa raised the subject of the booster lasers. She laid the case out systematically, pointing out that by supplying power to ships and facilities in orbit, they would reduce the number of launches needed. "That's a false benefit," Albright pointed out. "Your orbital economy is projected to grow quite rapidly, so the number of launches will increase regardless." He picked up his wine glass and studied the play of light off the golden liquid. "I don't know if our atmosphere can take it." Werewolf huffed, and Marisa tapped him on the shin to keep him quiet. "There is no scientific evidence to support that position," she pointed out. "There have been studies by scientists with an axe to grind, or funded by those who sell axes." Albright smiled at the clever turn of phrase, but Styx leaned over the table. "I see. When the science disagrees with you, it's bad science." "Assume honesty," said Werewolf. Styx turned her head and squinted at him. "What?" Marisa raised a hand to stop him, but caught John E.'s signal and waited to hear what Will had to say.
"Assume that all the scientists are honest," Gregerson went on. "That's a stretch because scientists are human like everybody else. They have passions, beliefs, and sometimes those passions intersect their scientific work and they see what they want to see, like Margaret Mead on Samoa. But let's assume honesty all around. The problem with data is that it's fuzzy. No measurement is ever precise. Every sample is an estimate. When a scientist says how much carbon dioxide was in the air during the Ice Age, what he really means is that is what he got when he tested a sample of ice using a certain test method. Other samples, other methods, other results. As much as double in the case of Ice Age CO2. So with all that fuzziness, it's possible to find, he made quote marks with his fingers, a relationship even when there is no relationship. It's called the alpha risk. If the alpha risk for a certain design of study, let's say a study of Planck launches versus atmospheric ozone, if that alpha risk is 10% and you conduct 10 studies, chances are about 1 in 3 that at least one of them will show a positive result. Too bad that's the one that gets on TV. Albright shrugged. Styx said, "Why did you single out Margaret Mead?" Werewolf's face tightened, and he leaned back in his chair. He downed his wine with a single gulp. "Why bother? You didn't even hear my point." Albright set his own wine glass on the white linen tablecloth and ran his finger across the base. "I understand your point quite well, Mr. Gregerson. May I call you Will? But I see things from a different perspective. Call it the beta risk." He smiled. "Didn't think I knew that."
I'm not a mindless Luddite, you know. Not like, well, we all do business with people we'd rather not, eh, Marisa? But, Will, you want proof that there is a harm? I want proof that there is not. If you wait for proof positive, it may be too late when you get it."
"So we should act before we have proof?" asked Marisa. Styx grinned maliciously. "When the consequences are severe, yes." Marisa turned her attention to the girl. "Is that not what motivates vigilantes and lynch mobs?" Roberta hesitated and pulled back from the table. "That's a false analogy," she said after a moment. But the hesitation was tribute of Mentor's training. Roberta was too intellectually honest to take refuge in such casual dismissal. Marisa could almost hear Onwuka's rolling bass. "Set up the analogies and prove that." "Furthermore," Marisa pressed the point, "it is impossible to prove a negative. So your insistence on such a standard," she turned her attention again to Phil Albright, "amounts to an assumption of guilt, which the accused must disprove." "Which is bad law," John E. reminded them, "and bad science." "You only think so," Roberta said, "because Anglos have had a privileged position in our culture, and concepts from Anglo culture, like innocent until proven guilty, have been imposed on the science story." A glance from Marisa silenced Werewolf before his words were more than a rumble in his throat. Roberta's eyes were black and unblinking. Shotgun barrels, Marisa thought with a weird sense of déjà vu. Have I hurt her so very much? Yet what could she have done differently? The future puts demands on us, will we or not, and sometimes there were casualties. "This isn't the place," John E. said, "to debate philosophy. We're meeting with y'all to discuss one particular issue, ground-based lasers. Our meals will be here soon, and I, for one, dislike talking business while I'm eating. And afterwards, it spoils the digestion." Albright leaned back and laid one arm on his chair arm. "All right. Convince me why I should let you play with my home planet's atmosphere." Provocatively phrased, thought Marisa. She nodded to John E. that he should carry the ball. John E. held up his fingers and ticked them off. "First of all, there is no evidence to support your position. Secondly, we've been over item 1 already, let me finish. Secondly, the operations we plan to support will actually provide the data to decide the issue. Thirdly, there is considerable support for the asteroid mission, especially in the Third World." "Yes," interjected Albright, "clever of you to cite the lasers there. And fourthly, as more industry is located in orbit, the less pollution there will be on Earth." Albright smiled cat-quick. "Though I find it hard to believe that any useful fraction of industry will ever move up there. And what happens to all the workers? But—" He held a palm out. "I'll think about it." Roberta sucked in her breath. "Phil," she said, "maybe we can set up a scientific commission to study the effects. That is—" and he gave them an ironic smile, "if we can find any objective scientists." Marisa nodded. "Something can undoubtedly be arranged. I'm sure you have limited resources which you would rather spend on immediate and clearly hurtful problems. Too many children go to bed hungry or fail to receive proper medical care. Too many women are beaten and murdered by jealous men. Too many factories dump waste into watersheds and air." "Touching of you to care," said Roberta. Marisa turned to her and spoke sharply. "Do not assume that because I work through different means, I do not care about the same ends. Many of the same ends," she admitted with an ironic nod to Albright. "After all, Holy Rollers and Episcopalians both worship the same God." "As do Jews and Muslims," Albright pointed out. Marisa acknowledged the point. "My point is that neither you nor I can do everything at once, so we must do something first. Every donated dollar you spend on one crusade is a dollar you cannot spend on another crusade.
So why waste money fighting you when I can spend it fighting someone else?
There is no shortage of legitimate targets. Albright nodded, as if to himself, and looked off with a thoughtful expression. Marisa wondered what was going through his head.
Understand. I'm sympathetic to some of your goals, Albright said, but I'm wary of how you plan to get there. I don't think it's wrong or even hostile to insist on being careful and testing each step before taking it and seeing where it leads. These ground-based lasers of yours sound harmless enough, but we both know they're only the first step to solar power satellites beaming power at the Earth, and that has already been decided against. Right, said Werewolf. We can't have all that cheap power available to people.
Albright gave him a hard look.
It won't be all that cheap, and you know it. And there are lots of other problems. Not just atmospheric heating or ozone depletion, but there are consequences to cheap power. To lifestyle, to other cultures, to population growth. Life is a web, don't you see?
And Marisa thought she could almost hear pleading in his voice. Paul preaching to the Athenians.
I know, said Werewolf. You would rather preserve other cultures in quaintly picturesque squalor than see them become westernized and wealthy. You do know that wealth is the only known antidote for population growth? That's only a correlation, not cause and effect, Albright said. I'll remind you of those words the next time your people release a study.
John E. reached for the wine bottle, placing himself between Gregerson and Albright, both of whom fell silent. Redmond made a good referee, Marisa thought. He knew how to intervene without appearing to. Bringing Werewolf had been a mistake, she decided. The man was too argumentative. He wore his contempt on his sleeve. Will was an outstanding entrepreneur, but a lousy politician, which was why he had nearly lost control of his own company before Marisa had stepped in and bought it.
We can agree to disagree, the lawyer said. I might point out, however, that obtaining a driver's license could be the first step on the path to a bank robbery, yet that is no reason to forbid the license. You may oppose the SPS project without opposing the ground-to-orbit power system. In any event, no SPS construction is projected for some time to come, and there are, as mentioned earlier, more urgent projects that need your attention.
Marisa let it set at that point. No hearts and minds would be won around this table today, and she did not want to back Albright into too tight a corner. Who knew how much of Albright's hardline position was conviction and how much was concession? Albright had factions to deal with, just as she did, and had to juggle them with all the same dexterity. During the meal, conversation drifted into more casual matters. The rain in the Midwest, the Serbian ultimatum to Macedonia, the Washington Metro, the one thing in Washington, Marisa conceded, that seemed to work well, possibly because it was only quasi-governmental and was required to turn a profit. The new Caribbean Baseball League. The Havana Gulls were battling the San Juan Conquistadors for first place. The Mexico City Toltecs were in firm possession of the cellar. Albright wondered what the effect would be on the American and National Leagues, with so much prime talent now staying home to play. Marisa was delighted to find in Albright another aficionado of the graceful and patient 19th century sport. It opened another window on how the man's mind worked. He did not think from week to week, like a football fan, but in longer terms. She thought that, under other circumstances, she could like this man. She tried to draw sticks out more than once, and received only sarcasm or hostility in return. Finally, she gave up the effort, but felt unaccountably depressed during the remainder of the meal. It made no rational sense, but she wanted Roberta Carson to like her, if for no other reason than that she once had. You can't always get what you want, the poet had said. Yet what could she give up that would regain the look that had once been in young Styx's eyes? If she conceded every point to Albright, if she gave up on the goal and turned her back on the dangerous skies, even assuming the steering committee would let her. Marisa suspected that even that would not be enough. It was not as simple as weighing assets against liabilities and achieving a positive balance. She had once won a trust and then lost it, and had no idea how it might be won back again. When Albright and Roberta had gone, Marisa and her people lingered. John E. opened his briefcase and passed out the briefing papers for the morning meetings. Profiles of senators and congressmen, their voting records, their public finances, their primary backers. "You might as well forget Bowman," Redmond said. "What money he doesn't get from Atwood's fronts, he gets from the trial lawyers, which means courtesy of our quondam dinner guest." "We will meet with him," Marisa said, "to let him know that we know he is taking money from both sides. He will be shocked, of course, to learn that planetary preservation is a paper shell for Atwood's Klondike American oil. What about Phil?" The lawyer shrugged. "Odds are Albright will try to block our ground-based laser system, but it's not a priority with him. It's the orbital SPS system that he plans to kill." "Let him try," Gregerson said. "Well, John," Marisa said quietly, "you know what needs doing." 6. Promises Kept 1. Barry studied his reflection in the dresser mirror and tried to decide just what it was he had become. There was a wide range of choices. It started with reptile and went down from there. The motel mirror was old and spotted where the silvering had begun to show through, and there was a spiderweb crack in the upper right corner, as if something had been thrown against it years ago. In the clouded glass, Barry appeared cloudy himself. He had no edge, no definition, and where his image intersected the mosaic of cracks, he was fragmented. He ran a finger under his eyes, where the skin had begun to sag. The hair on his temples was now a decided gray. A step back, and he could see that his body had begun to lose its tone. "You're passing the midpoint, Barry. Soon you'll be spending more time looking back than looking forward." And what did he have to look backward to? By now he had thought to have some accomplishment to point to. "I don't get any respect," he said aloud. Even that sounded pitiful. Rodney Dangerfield had done it better. In the mirror, the figure on the bed stirred and sat up. "I've always respected you," Shannon said. "Even after you married that woman. I knew it wasn't for real." But it was. There was something that formed between him and Marisa, something born of mutual respect, possibly of loneliness too, or a sense of fragility and the desire to protect, almost certainly with a soupçon of defiance shaken like Tabasco into the stew. There had been that hazy late summer afternoon atop Skunktown Mountain when Marisa had first opened herself to him, and the beach in Rio Grande do Sul, and the ski lodge in British Columbia, places where Prometheus and VHI could be remote, if not entirely forgotten. There had been nights of sharing hopes and dreams and a vision of the future. Nights never exactly of passion, but of an affection that often transcended passion, when, afterward, they had lain side by side and built castles higher than the air. And those delicious, giddy months when they thought that between them they had created a new life. His hand shook, and he laid it on the dresser top. "They don't take me seriously," he said, "but I'm the boss's husband. Who knows what pillow talk goes on, so they humor me. Mathias is outright hostile, and Gregerson usually makes a point of mentioning how he built up his fortune by hard work, meaning he didn't marry money." Barry ran a hand through his hair. Was it thinner? "Even Marisa can be so wrapped up in her projects, she forgets to come home or forgets I'm there. She sends me out on silly, meaningless errands, procedure audits." He was going out again in 2 weeks, after Marisa returned from the management retreat. "Hell, the only one who treats me like a person is Harriet. Unfortunately," he twisted his mouth, "it's a person she doesn't like." Shannon pulled the sheets aside so he could see her. "Come back over here, Barry," and I'll treat you like a person." He wondered if that was actually true. What did she see when she looked at him? Very fast, with all his hopes and dreams, or a handy dalliance? Age was working on Shannon, too. Her delicious roundness had softened, and the laugh lines around her eyes and mouth had become permanent. Yet, flesh responds to flesh, and the old familiar expectations coursed through him. She saw and smiled. "We'll always have each other, won't we, Barry?" At least until the quarterly management meetings are over and Marisa returns to Silver Pond. He looked into the mirror again and despised what he saw. Just how had he come to this? What had once been beguiling and, face it, ego-gratifying, had become sneaking around. Did Shannon, who had always faced this dilemma of spouse and lover, feel the same conflict tearing at her? He studied the reflection of her eyes. Expectation mixed with... what? Hunger? No, he decided. Guilt was not one of the shakers in Shannon's personal spice rack. It was her complete lack of guilt that at once attracted and repelled him, and so held him firmly in place, unable to move. And yet, without Shannon, he had no tie at all into the life he used to live. A simpler life in a smaller pond, when he had been a bigger frog. It could be that he held to Shannon because that was all that was left to hold on to. "Of course we will." The words came easily, from long practice. Shannon had asked for that assurance often enough, and now that her girls had left home, it seemed to him as if she sought it more often than before. Was it easier for her to get away now, or only more important to her? "Marisa offered to set me up with my own school," he said, turning from the mirror. Shannon pressed her hands together and said, with exaggerated pleasure, "Oh, how cute! Your very own school. What else has she bought you?" The words were slaps. His hands closed tight around the knobs on the dresser drawer. There was nothing to pick up and throw. He looked again at the spiderweb cracks in the mirror and wondered what other couples had pressed each other's buttons in this room. "It's not funny," he said. Was it his voice? His tone? Shannon dropped the mocking pose. She pushed herself upright and sat with her back against the headboard and braced her arms along the top. "No, I guess it's not. I wouldn't like being kept either. Only a bird in a gilded cage? Only you're a cock, not a hen." "Thank you for making me feel better," he said with heavy irony. "I can make you feel better. I meant here," he tapped his head. "That too." He crossed the room and stood over the bed. "How would you like to come in with me?" "Only if you come in with me." He had meant in the new school Marisa had proposed. "I'm serious." Shannon slid back down against the pillows. "So am I." Sometimes when she was in this mode, it was hard to keep her serious. Feeling helpless, Barry climbed into the bed and lowered himself onto her. When their flesh touched, he trembled. She felt hot pressed against him, still moist from their first encounter. She put her hands on the back of his head and pulled his face to her. He kissed her, and their tongues parried, caressing each other. Afterward, he laid his head on her abdomen while she twirled his hair with her fingers. The delightful odor of sweat and musk filled his breath. Soon enough, showers and the false sense of perfume and lotion. For now, he drank her in. The soft curve of her belly and thighs, the sound of her tuneless humming, the smell and the touch, and he kissed her belly once, twice. The taste of her, salty and tangy. Even, as his head rose and fell with her breathing, even his kinesthetic sense was filled with her. It was a soap bubble world. Touch it, and it would burst. "We never talk," he said. The words came out before he knew what the words would be. She was still drowsy with the love-making. "Of course we do. We talked all afternoon. In between, she added with a meaningful loft of the eyebrow. And I agreed to join your new school, didn't I? That was smart, Barry. Now you and I have an excuse to get together. That wasn't all I had in mind, and it could make things more complicated, not less. If I do decide to open this school, it's not going to be a cover-up. He realized suddenly how deftly she had turned his earlier comment aside, how she had been doing so for years. And when I said we never talk, he went on, I didn't mean about the latest book or the latest movie, or how the world is going crazy or rising from its deathbed or both at once. I meant we never talk about us. He could almost feel the way she froze. Her belly stopped its even rise and fall, and her fingers stiffened in his hair. What is there to talk about? She asked, in a voice at once authoritative and wary. Oh, God. I'm not saying we shouldn't see each other. I just wonder sometimes where this is going. Does it have to go somewhere? Can't it just be? Let it be. Barry placed a train of kisses up her body, pausing on the breasts, ending on the lips. Of course. It's just what, lover? She held his face tight between her hands and kissed him hard. He saw the flush grow in her neck and spread across her chest. With his free hand, he fondled her. Just why? He insisted. What have I got that John hasn't? She pushed him away from her and gave him an appraising glance top to bottom. Start with good looks and tight buns, and go on from there. He ignored her attempt to divert him again and pressed the question. I've never questioned good luck when it came my way. I just took it and was glad. When you came my way, I took you too. And I've been glad. More or less. Ever since. But... Now she did push him away and sat up hard in the bed. Growing introspective in your old age, are you? You want to know? You want to know why? I'll tell you. Because you can string enough sentences together to make an actual paragraph when you talk. Because even when we argue, you have interesting things to say. God, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm allowed to think. And Barry, never once in all these years have you told me how lucky a plain-looking girl is to have you. You've never looked plain to me. Liar. But free sex more than balanced looks, and he suspected that Shannon knew that just as much as he did. Because what the hell did she know about his mind before she slid into that booth beside him in Philadelphia? The unexamined life, Plato had said, is not worth living. Sometimes, Barry thought, the examined one is not much better. Marisa threw a small dinner party at Silver Pond. Harriet, always more the social creature than her daughter, threw herself into the arrangements and managed to be pleasant to everyone, including Barry. Chris Van Hoyten was there, and his wife Marianne. Gwen Glendower from Witherspoon came with Belinda Carr, and both greeted Barry with cool civility. Aaron Venable, Director Emeritus of Argonaut's New Jersey lab near Red Bank, brought the guest of honor. "Hobie," said Barry, greeting the young man in the foyer with Marisa, "welcome to Silver Pond." Just as if Silver Pond were his to give welcomes to. He transferred his grip on his bourbon and pumped Hobie's outstretched hand. "Can I get you a drink?" Ever the genial host, and, besides, his own glass was nearly empty. "A fruit juice, if you have it, Mr. Fast," the young man replied. He was as solidly built as Barry remembered from school, with broad features and a thick torso that seemed wider than it was tall, and the strong arms that always looked as if they were about to grab something. Only his eyes were different, deeper, and more thoughtful. Unless it was the world that looked at him differently. "The man of the hour," said Chris Van Hoyten. "Mr. Superconductor himself." Barry turned to fetch the drink, and Dr. Venable tugged at his sleeve. "A little white wine, please. We must toast our young Einstein." Hobie lowered his head and muttered, "Ain't no Einstein." Barry heard him say, with just a hint of the stammer that had pigeonholed him in high school. Barry had taught many a student over the years and was always gratified when the bright ones succeeded. But there was something almost transcendent when one transformed. If both Meat and Cheng-Ai had met their respective destinies, Hobie had created his from whole cloth. Barry drew Hobie a little to the side as he was leaving the foyer and whispered, "Don't have to be Einstein. Just be Hobie." The man flashed him a grateful smile as he allowed Chris to drag him into the parlor with the others. In the library, Barry found Sykes already pouring drinks at the sideboard. He looked up when Barry entered. "There was no need to trouble, Mr. Fast." He placed a glass of orange juice, liberally iced, on the serving tray. Barry picked up the bourbon decanter and replenished his own glass. "It's no trouble, Sykes." He eyed the fruit juice. "Do you know what everyone drinks?" "All of the family's special guests." Barry tossed his head back and downed half the bourbon. A sweet, pungent taste, the bite dampened by its numbing predecessors. "I could have done it." "There was no need for you to bother, sir." "Yeah." Barry looked into his glass, twirled it so the liquor danced and spun. "That's the problem, isn't it? There's no need for me to do anything. Sir?" Barry lifted the glass to his lips, inhaled the aroma, but then he set it down on the sideboard. "Tell me, Ed, what do you think I should do?" The butler lifted the serving tray. "It's not my place to say." "Suppose it was. Suppose you and me were down at the corner tavern hoisting a few. Better yet, suppose you were me." Sykes paused and regarded him. The serving tray was perfectly horizontal. The liquid in the glasses hardly stirred from the movement. He said, in the carefully neutral tones he always used, "For one thing, if I were in your situation, I might reduce my consumption of alcohol." Barry laughed. Sykes waited him out. Barry picked up the remainder of his drink. "You know," he said, "it's a common misconception that drunks don't know how much they drink." He finished the glass, filled it once more. "I could tell you to the dram." "But you think you can handle it?" For once, through the flat neutrality, Barry thought he heard emotion. Barry snorted. "Hell no." "It would be rather a poor show to spoil young Dr. Hobart's dinner." The disapproval was plain now, and somehow, coming from Sykes, it stung more. From Harriet, disapproval was so continuous that one grew numb to it. Barry set his glass on the table with the deliberate care of the man who is tipsy and knows it. "You're right, Ed. You're damn fucking right. I'm a shit, but I'm not that big a shit. Would you like some coffee before you rejoin the others?" "Yeah." Barry walked to the bay window that faced the meadow behind the mansion. "Make it a Hobie, black and strong." Caffeine did not really counteract alcohol. That was a folk myth, but maybe if you believed strongly enough it would work. The shadow of the mound stretched across the restless grasses toward the sunlit flank of Skunktown Mountain. How long had it been since he and Marisa had lain together up there? Some days it seemed a memory of a different life. "And, sir," Barry turned and gave Sykes an inquiring look. The butler was all imperturbability again, the perfect, unobtrusive presence. A gentleman's gentleman in a house of women. "There is a message, should you ever encounter the gentleman that Miss Marisa once married. He was a charming fellow, and I rather miss him." Barry smiled, without humor. "You and me both, Sykes. You and me both." During the dinner, Dr. Venable made a gaffe. Chris and Hobie had taken turns trying to explain the significance of very high-temperature superconductors to Harriet, who had trouble understanding how anything below 0 Fahrenheit could be considered a high temperature at all. If sparring with Harriet over the years had taught Barry anything, it was that she was not stupid. But certain matters were simply not in her mental world. Years ago she had decided, or she had been taught, that science was not for ladies, and now the concepts had no point of entry to her thinking. "It was the time in crystal that led to the breakthrough," Hobie said. "It took 3 trips up on Mir before I got it right. But the microgravity let me line up the thallium and other stuff near perfect, without any of the crystalline obstructions you get in a macrogravity field. It's like, you ever see fans at a game make the wave in the stands?" Barry, at least, knew the words. Superconductor, maglev, and all the rest. BSCCO, TBCCO, and a host of compounds that most people had never heard of. And Hobie's 3-dimensional periodic table of superconductors, which he had used to predict the properties of his new compound. Barry noticed how raptly Marisa listened while Hobie talked. As host and hostess, he and Marisa sat at opposite ends of the long table. Seen through the faintly surreal buzz of the liquor, Marisa seemed vastly distant, as if the far end of the table receded from him at a steady rate. The coffee and the bourbon did battle down below. He had hardly touched his pasta. "I hope I'm not going to be sick." His head felt like someone had used it for a nail, or a hammer. "Well, Chris," Marisa said, "shall we begin planning a maglev rail line?" Chris held up a hand. "First things first, cuz. We need to get Hobartium out of the lab and into production, and that is no small problem. Then we have to figure out how to wire draw it without destroying its properties." "Yeah," said Hobie. "That'll be important. Make hoops." "Hoops?" Marisa raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Shoot baskets," thought Barry. But that was wrong. Hobie was a football player. Hobie scowled ferociously, a look that had once sent defensive linesmen into shivers, but which now looked only thoughtful and intense. "Send a current through a hoop. Get a magnetic field." Chris nodded yes, so Barry nodded yes along with him. "Okay, so the Earth has a magnetic field too. I figure you play the hoops right. The resultant vector is, well, straight up." The gesture he made with his hand was small, but they all looked toward the ceiling. Chris whistled. Dr. Venable chuckled. "You would need a very powerful field for that." "Word," Hobie said simply. 4,000 kiloamps at north magnetic. Accelerate at 3.3 Gs. Get 11 to 12 clicks per second, final velocity." "Sounds fast," Barry said. "Mars in 150 days, straight from Earth surface." There was dead silence around the table. "Marisa," said Chris with a sudden laugh, "I give Hobie's mag ships 25 years, and they'll be carrying most of the orbital transfer traffic." "Do you, Dr. Van Hoyten?" Hobie said. He bent over his plate. "I give them 15. He shook his head as he twisted his linguine on his fork. "And to think," he added, "in high school, I couldn't even spell superconductors." "Now they'll name them after you," said Chris. "I owe it all to you, Mr. Fast, and Miss Glendower, and the others." Gwyn preened, and Belinda said, with what Barry thought a self-congratulatory air, "Mentor tries to stimulate thinking in its students." Dr. Venable chuckled. "Marisa even enlisted me," he said. Gwyn frowned and adjusted her glasses. "I don't remember you visiting the school." No, the old man waved his hand peremptorily. "It was years ago. Hobie worked at the labs one summer and we made it so he could fix a problem for us." He shook with suppressed laughter as he remembered. Marisa had stiffened and gave Dr. Venable a distressed look. "Aaron," Gwyn said, "I don't understand." Barry laughed, suddenly understanding. "He means it was a setup job, right, Doc?" If the glance Marisa had given Dr. Venable was distressed, the one she sent his way was pure anger. "The truth will set you free, but it will also piss people off. But didn't Hobie have a right to know how he'd been manipulated?" In the awkward silence that formed, Hobie said, So, then Styx was right all along. Belinda said, Hobie, not all learning takes place in the classroom. Mentor's charge to educate its student customers does not end at the schoolhouse door. Which must mean you're still pulling the same stunts. Belinda looked at Marisa helplessly. Marisa said, defiantly, Of course. Hobie lifted his fork. He looked up. Is this the part where I'm supposed to run away across the field? No one answered him, and he snorted. One thing you learn in football, you don't win games running away from the goal. Then you have no ill feelings? Marisa asked, after a slight hesitation. Well, I always did wonder about it later on, because I never saw anything else run that sloppy in the lab. So what if the situation was rigged? It was still up to me to solve it. That wasn't fake. I really did solve it. I scored a touchdown. Me. He struck his chest with his thumb. All you did was make sure I was handed the ball, and the way I felt afterward? If you manipulate 100 other kids into feeling that way about themselves, I say, more power to you. How would I ever have gotten up the nerve to tackle superconductors? I told Chase Coughlin so, the time he was up making deliveries. So, no, I don't feel bad about what you did. He slipped the linguine into his mouth and chewed. He put the fork down, took a drink, and swallowed. How you feel about it, he said without looking at anyone. Well, that's your problem. On the road, the Queen's agent. Managers welcomed him with a wide range of sincerity as he made his rounds. On the road, with time to think. The measured thud of the giant Niagara press made the floor shiver. The steel strip indexed into the feeder, and 400 tons dropped on it, closing to a precise distance. The trim scrap dropped out a chute into the red hopper, and the part slid into a drop-bottom metal tub filled with similar parts. Barry craned his neck, looking toward the top of the machine, where a cam translated the spinning wheel into up-and-down motion. The sharp odor of hot machine oil tickled his nose, and he shifted his safety glasses to a more comfortable position. The 40-ton blisses at the end of the line seemed puny in comparison with the Niagara. Impressive, he said. When it comes to raw power, 19th century tech wins, hands down. Steve Mathias leaned close to Barry's ear. The technology's even older than that. His voice sounded faint through the foam earplugs required in the press room. Wooden cams ran iron forges in the High Middle Ages. The water in the raceway would spin the water wheel, and the cam would raise and lower giant hammers. He looked down the row of presses with a proprietary air. It wasn't for nothing that she named this division Thor. Barry didn't ask who she was. He tilted his clipboard and made a notation. Mathias very deliberately did not look at what he wrote. I have to point out, Barry said, that the output tub doesn't have an identification placard giving the part number and other traceability information. Mathias said, Are you getting a kick out of this, Barry? Do you agree that that's a violation of Thor operating procedures? Barry insisted. He found these procedure audits tiresome, and suspected Mathias was right that much of it was nitpicking, but he'd be damned if he'd let the man get the better of him. Oh, absolutely, Mathias said expansively. Except the tub's only half full, and the operator doesn't put the tracer tag on it until it's full, and he's ready to move it out to the staging area. Until then, hell, he knows what part he's running. Mathias cupped his hands and hollered. The operator looked over, and Mathias beckoned him. You don't have to, Barry started to say. Spud, isn't it? Mathias shook hands with the operator, a brawny man with enormous shoulders showing through a sleeveless T-shirt. Spud wore a shoulder-to-knee apron with a union pin on one strap. When Barry shook his hand, he noticed that the man's right pinky was missing, and thought again of the 400-ton press coming down. Mathias shouted to be heard through the press noise and the earplugs. Spud, what part are you running? The operator reached into the parts bin and pulled out the flattened metal shape.
That's a P/N387-22010-BV. The bin clanged when he tossed the part back. A right-side fuel tank spar for Daedalus Aerospace. Job orders hanging at the workstation.
Thanks. Matthias clapped him on the back. The man gave Barry a scowl and returned to work. Matthias turned on Barry and displayed teeth. See? He doesn't need a bin placard until the bin leaves the press. It's the next operation that needs to pick this part out from 100 others. Barry suppressed a sigh. Then you need to rewrite the procedure that requires the placard. Matthias made a note on his own clipboard. Well, I'll be sure to get someone on the grammar and punctuation right away. Look, this isn't my idea of a good time either. I'll call it a minor nonconformance, since it's only procedural. Fine by me, said Matthias cheerfully. Together they left the press area and entered a warren of corridors where men and women bent over desks and conference tables and squinted into multicolored computer screens with wire body diagrams. It was quieter here. The thumping of the Niagara was a muted tramp, like an army of giants come marching to Armageddon. Barry pulled the foam plugs from his ears. Where to next? Asked Matthias. Precision grinding? The plant manager told me he's making some valve bodies for the plank's hydraulics. How about the cafeteria? And I buy you a cup of coffee. There are a few questions we need to get straight. You mean like where a comma goes in a work instruction? You were an English teacher, right? So this must be right up your alley. Barry kept a tight rein on his temper. No, I mean like what your main problem is. Matthias regarded him a moment, then shrugged. Sure. You want the nitty-gritty? I don't like working with amateurs. That clear enough for you? Crystal. You never dealt much with executive management, have you? No, but I worked with teenaged discipline problems. Ouch. Matthias scratched his cheek. Then he suddenly grinned. I guess I deserved that. And come to think of it, you should have been at last month's management retreat. Come on, the cafeteria's this way. He turned right and led Barry down another corridor of anonymous gray partitions. But let me tell you where I'm coming from. I run the best damn division in the corporation by any measure you care to name. P&L, labor relations, return on equity. Maybe it's not as glamorous or as sexy as Will's electronics or Dottie's aerospace. But show me how to build a plank or a megawatt laser without machine tools or fabricated parts. That may be the 1930s out there, a jerk of his thumb over his shoulder, but the 20-aughts stand on our shoulders. When I had joined Prometheus Group 7 years ago, they had made fantastic progress all right, but they were tangled up in all sorts of procedural inefficiencies. The schedule was slipping every week. I cleaned things up, tightened procedures. Yes, I do know the benefit of well-crafted procedures. I'm just not anal retentive about it. We brought administrative rework down to 10% and shortened the critical path on the PERT by 25%. They had come to a door. Matthias stopped and opened it. So you see, I might be feeling a tad underappreciated. The way I heard it, Barry said levelly, you more or less forced your way onto the committee for your own personal advancement. Matthias laughed and ushered Barry through the door. The cafeteria was an open area laid out in gray and burgundy tile and decked in chrome. The walls were lined with counters, one for entrees, another for sandwiches, still another for dessert and bottled beverages. Neon signs adorned the walls above the counters. It looked like a food court at the mall. A few workers occupied the tables. I see you've been talking to Will and Corey, Matthias said. Corey Wilcox is a fine one to talk about personal ambition, though. He got his own company out of the deal. Tell me, Barry, what do you know about Pickett's charge? Barry picked a styrofoam cup from the stack and poured himself a cup of coffee at the hot beverage island. Gettysburg, he said, wondering at the non sequitur. South lost? Lee's dumbest move. What's your point? Well, there were a whole lot of generals led those troops. Some of them went up there for their homes, some because they hated Yankees.
Some went because they'd do anything Marse Robert asked them to, and some went for the glory. One brigadier went because he planned to run for the Confederate Congress after the war and needed a top military record. But you know what, Barry? They all went, and not any of them came back.
Matthias poured a cup for himself and added cream and sugar. Barry followed him to a table near the wall.
To extend the analogy, Barry said, is Prometheus Marse Maurice's dumbest move?
Matthias tested the coffee as he sat down. He looked at Barry.
That all depends on how it comes out, doesn't it?
He grimaced briefly, took another sip.
Me? I just want to see it done as well as possible.
A mercenary, Barry suggested.
That's not an insult in my book. The Lafayette Escadrille and the Flying Tigers were mercenaries too. Tell me, Barry, where do you fit in? Which of the generals are you?
Barry moved his cup on the table. The coffee was still too hot to drink.
General, he said, you've got an awfully inflated idea of who I am.
Matthias shrugged.
Adjutant, then. Why did you sign on for the charge up the steepest goddamn hill in history?
Barry avoided his eyes.
My reasons are personal.
Ah.
There was a long silence, and Barry finally looked up. I'll be damned. My apologies, Barry, Matthias said. That's the one reason I hadn't expected. I never did peg you as a true believer, and you sure aren't with Chris and the rest of the cost-benefit crowd.
His smile, which had always been a professional one, turned personal.
No wonder she's sending you into every nook and cranny of the program. I don't understand.
Matthias waved a hand at the clipboard Barry had set on the table.
We do process audits every month. Each one of my plants. We ask all the same questions you do. So where's the value added, I wondered. What does VHI get out of all this?
My question exactly. Barry shook his head.
I give up. What?
Matthias folded his arms and settled back in his chair.
A better informed Barry Fast.
Oddly enough, of all the reasons Barry had conjured up to explain his otherwise pointless missions, that had not been one of them. Get him out of her hair, give him some busy work so he'll feel useful. Those reasons had occurred to him all too easily. Did that tell him something about Marisa? Or about himself?
It's your turn, Steve, he said. His own coffee was finally cool enough to drink. Which of the generals are you?
Matthias grinned broadly.
Me? I'm Longstreet, Lee's workhorse. He was the only one who saw the attack could never work and tried like the devil to convince the boss, but when he had it to do, he did the best damn job he could.
Barry's hotel room looked out over the lake, over choppy blue waters with wind-whipped whitecaps. One line of freighters steamed east toward Buffalo, another west to Cleveland. Ship and harbor flags stood out stiff in the breeze. On the far horizon was a smudge of Canada. This region was where America's heart had once beat, the whole rim from Buffalo to Milwaukee. They called it the Rust Belt now, in faintly condescending tones, but if all the go-go was in the Pacific Northwest these days, there were still big men with names full of consonants who kept watch over furnaces and forges and presses around the rim of the lakes. A sound at the door pulled Barry's attention away from the window, and he saw a manila envelope slide through the space between door and carpet. Another fax from Marisa? Usually hotels just lit the message light on the phone, but some delivered them to the rooms. Barry crossed and picked it up. It was a thick one, standard 8.5 by 11 with a sheaf of heavy-stock papers inside. Photographs, he saw when he had sat on the edge of the bed and opened the envelope. He pulled them out and studied them one by one, and his stomach turned slowly to stone. Shannon parking her car at the Polecat Motor Lodge in Skunktown Furnace. Another of Barry parking elsewhere on the same lot. shots of each of them entering the same cabin, cleverly framed to assure the viewer that they had been taken on the same day. The stone in his stomach grew heavier with each print. The fifth photograph proved that whoever had taken them had placed a camera inside the cabin, which had to mean that the smarmy room clerk was in on it. There were 15 photographs in all. It was not pornography, not exactly. Pornography was art, consciously posed and framed. Candid shots like these were groping, clutching, squirming bodies, two rutting animals, and not two human lovers. It hadn't been that way at all, he remembered. There had been tenderness. There had been care. There had also, evidently, been carelessness. Damn Harriet to hell! He would never have believed the woman would stoop this low. Barry's supper churned in his stomach, and he pressed his hand against his shirt. The last one was the worst. It was a shot of Shannon, alone, facing the camera. The lens must have been fixed into the mirror frame somehow. It looked slightly down toward her from a point just above her head, encompassing face, breasts, waist, and thighs. Shannon never used much makeup, and what little lipstick she'd worn had been kissed away. Her hair was tousled. The camera had caught her in a private moment. He had never seen her from the outside like this, naked rather than nude. Never seen Shannon save through the filter of his own eyes. The picture, more than any of the others, made him ashamed. He hated them, whoever they were. He wanted to close his hands around their throats. Instead, he closed them around the sheaf of photographs and tore them in two and flung them across the room. They fluttered like leaves in a storm. It was 8 o'clock, and the sun was just a memory. Barry had gathered the torn photographs. He wanted to burn them, but that would have set off the smoke detectors and the sprinklers, and how did you explain that? The last photograph, the one of Shannon alone, he kept for a moment, holding the two halves together. Then he stuffed that, too, back into the envelope. After that, he went for a walk in the night. He stood for a while in the parking lot with his hands jammed in his pockets. It was a sultry night, the heat of the day combined with the moist breeze off the lake. It was the sort of night when you could not sweat. The air conditioning in his room struck him like a dash of cold water. He found his way to the bed and sat on its edge. The telephone jarred him from his reverie. He stared at the instrument while it rang. 3 times, then nothing. It must have gone to the hotel's voicemail. A moment later, it rang again. Someone didn't like voicemail, or wanted to speak to him in person. This time he crossed to the writing table and picked up the handset. Yes?
Did you have a nice walk?
A question with a message. We have you under observation. It was a man's voice, whiskey raw and liquidy. An older man. Sometime or other he had heard that voice, but no face rose up in his mind to speak it. Who is this?
A friend.
Really?
Friends try to protect each other from their silly mistakes. Did you receive the materials my man dropped off at your room?
Barry said nothing, and after a slight pause, the voice continued.
I'm certain you did. They were quite informative, wouldn't you say?
Barry squeezed the handle of the phone, imagining it was his caller's neck. You are a pile of shit, he said. A pause.
I am only looking after your own interests. You would not want those pictures to get into the wrong hands. People who might use them against you and force you out of your cozy new life, or even submit them for, professional publication.
A wheezy intake of breath. What do you want? Barry asked.
A man who gets right down to business. I saw that on the photographs, too.
His laugh gurgled in his throat. A smoker and a drinker, Barry thought. And old. May you drop dead, schmuck.
I want only what you want. That those photographs never see the light of day.
You could destroy them, and the negatives, if that's what concerns you. More chuckles.
I'm afraid there are no simple answers. Archimedes once said that if he had a place to stand and a place to put his lever, he could move the world. I have a lever.
Get to the point. This is a man who is clever and wants you to know he is clever.
Your wife has a private space program, he said.
So do a lot of people these days.
Ah, but your wife is the center. If she drops out, the others will fade, or perhaps regroup and rethink their priorities. The frenzy that has possessed them will be lifted once its source is muted.
Barry didn't believe that, and he wondered if his caller did. And you want me to tell her to stop? Now Barry laughed. His caller did not know as much as he thought. She wouldn't listen, not on that subject, not even to me.
Good heavens, no, said the voice. I want you to encourage her. Some of her advisors are too, shall we say, too conventional in their thinking. They try to dissuade her from her more daring plans. I want you to support her in those ventures, urge her to fund them as they deserve.
Of all the demands he had expected, that was the least likely. This man had compromising pictures of the husband of the richest woman in North America. Shouldn't he at least ask for money? Encourage her? You don't need to blackmail me into that.
Blackmail is such an ugly word, Mr. Fast.
Not so ugly as the deed.
Nor so ugly as a married man shacking up with his whore mistress in a 2-bit motel. Come now, let us not bandy pointless insults. It is impossible to blackmail an honest man. And you know as well as I what I want you to do.
You want her to spread herself too thin, to waste resources on marginal projects.
Hubris is a weapon, Mr. Fast. As a student of literature, you should appreciate that. Your wife's schemes are madness. They can lead nowhere but to financial ruin for her, for me, for everyone. And I am determined that they not ruin any more innocent bystanders like Doyle Kinnan. She brings death and must be stopped by any means. I have done things I never thought I could do.
The guy is bonkers. What if I said no? What if I became the voice of caution?
It would be a poor sword that had but one edge.
By now, Barry's rage had turned to ice. If his caller saw no way to use the photographs to force Barry to do his bidding, he would use them to destroy Maurice's marriage. And Shannon's. If he said yes, at least he could buy time. He could put the moment off. Given time, who knew what countermove he could come up with? I'll think about it.
Think carefully. Lives and reputations are riding upon your choice. But tell me.
And now Barry heard honest curiosity in the voice.
This woman that you fuck, she is not so attractive as your wife, and certainly not so wealthy. So
why?
Yes, exactly. Why?
You couldn't explain anything true to a man whose values were all external. What did he know of enthusiasm, either Shannon's or Maurice's? What did he know of the inner life, of hopes or dreams or fears? Barry said, I made a promise once, and I've kept it. Leave it go at that. An obscene chuckle rumbled in his ear.
You are a curious man, Mr. Fast. A curious man. I have never heard faithfulness used to excuse adultery.
Barry hung up first, and it was an act of will to not throw the phone across the room. Yet he had to strike out at something, so he pummeled the pillows on the bed. He hammered the mattress with his fists. How had he ever gotten tangled up like this? Looking back, he could see 1,000 forks in his life when there had been better choices. But looking back, he could not see how he could have taken them. Leave Shannon in the hospital so she could try again and maybe succeed? Her suicide would have been his fault. He did not want that on his soul, either. On his return trip, Barry stopped off in Manhattan and visited the public library on Fifth Avenue, where he spent the afternoon reading through periodical indices until he finally found a reference to Doyle Kennan. It led him to an article in the Wall Street Journal. Plant closing ends in tragedy. The People's Crusades had shut down a Klondike American oil depot in Alaska over seepage into the groundwater. 200 people had lost their jobs, including 50 Atapascan Indians, and one foreman, Doyle Kennan, had gone home and swallowed his revolver. Tough breaks all around, but Barry could not see what it had to do with Marisa, unless some convoluted daisy chain of cause and effect that led from the plank flights to the refinery. One other solid bit of information did come out, though. Among those who had lost, not lives or jobs, but investments, was Cyrus Atwood, majority stockholder in Klondike American. At least he knew why his blackmailer had not asked for money. Barry wasn't sure how the information helped him, but knowing your enemy's name was supposed to give you power. 7. Lost Lamb. The summer management meeting was held in Phoenix, partly because Marisa liked to rotate the meetings around the country, partly to give Pegasus and Aurora a chance to show off for the rest of the divisions. VHI had taken over the Phoenician resort for the week and filled it with presidents and vice presidents, and even a few Van Hoytens. Chris was present, of course, but Brittany had come also. The golf course at the resort was reputedly splendid, and so had Norbert, who hardly ever left New England, and then never for any place so vulgar as the Southwest. Even Aunt Wilhelmina had come, just to see how affairs are getting on. It was Marisa's own fault, really. She had awakened a few of her relatives. The reception was held in the grand ballroom, and the corporate and divisional officers mingled with the family trustees. The drinks helped loosen tongues, which was not all bad, nor all good. If in vino there was veritas, who knew what lurked in martinis? "All I am saying," said Piper Cosgrove with just a touch of lèse-majesté and endangering his drink with the wave of his hand, "is that we should focus our resources on the suborbital trade. That is a proven market, less speculative than the orbital businesses." Marisa smiled politely. Piper was head of Hermes Retail and ran chains of both discount and upscale stores across the country. He had never been invited into Prometheus. Marisa doubted he dreamed even in his sleep, and he never missed a chance to downplay the program's importance. "Piper, I can remember when you thought the suborbital venture was a non-starter."
"And he was right,"
said the tall, rail-thin man at Piper's side.
"It was a gamble. We were damned lucky it paid off."
Jimmy Undershot was old, almost cadaverous, with thoughts that ran as slow as his speech. He ran Morpheus Plastics through a system of brilliant hiring coupled with benign neglect. It was even money among the corporate staff that his retirement in 2 years would go utterly unnoticed.
"That doesn't mean we should leap on every speculative venture that comes our way."
If Piper was miffed because he had never been asked on board, Jimmy, like Brad Hardaway at Demeter, smoldered because some of his underlings had been. Several Morphean vice presidents and middle managers had been up to their elbows in Promethean projects. Jimmy nursed a pique 7 years long. Uncle Bennett, also excluded, had behaved far more graciously and with more understanding. "Take this Helios business," Piper jabbed with his index finger when he talked, a habit that Marisa found boorish, although she doubted the man was aware that he did it. "A power utility in outer space? Who's out there to buy the power?" "Mir, for one," Marisa pointed out. Piper rolled his eyes. "Great, and they'll pay us in genuine rubles."
"One customer will hardly support the business,"
Jimmy pointed out. "ComSat is interested, and Motorola. If satellites no longer need heavy and expensive internal power plants, their costs will drop considerably." "And, of course," said a familiar voice by her elbow, "the Leo Consortium will need power too. One Helios may not be enough in the long run." It was Belinda Carr. She nodded to Marisa and traded perfunctory handshakes with her two colleagues. The senior principal of Mentor was dressed in a broad-shouldered blue suit with wide lapels. She made no attempt to cover the gray spreading in her hair, but wore it like a badge of honor.
"The Leo Consortium," Jimmy said, "is another bad example. Half the members are VHI companies. How can we make money selling to one another?"
"It reminds me of the old retailer's joke," said Piper. "Two merchants were marooned on a desert isle, and all they had was a derby hat between them. When they were rescued, 2 weeks later, they were both rich from selling the hat back and forth." Marisa gave the joke the thin laugh it deserved, and Piper and Jimmy moved on, leaving her with Belinda. How did men so devoid of imagination ever come to run a business? Granted, imagination often counted for less than thoroughness, but at the margin it was audacity that mattered. You could not cross a chasm in short, careful steps. Those two are certainly cautious. Belinda drank from her white wine. Caution? I'd call it obstruction. Joao was complaining to me earlier tonight that orders from Morpheus are chronically late. Jimmy says that interdivisional sales don't generate real income, so Daedalus, and Pegasus too, tend to drop down his production queue. "It's the bell curve," Marisa said, watching Jimmy circulate and glad-hand other presidents and officers. Slow, but methodical. A man of careful procedures. The innovators are at one end, and the diehards are at the other. Belinda cocked her head. "And who's in the middle?" "Missourians." "Show me." "If they see it works, they'll go along." Belinda smiled without humor. "The great silent majority," she said. "Silent because they have nothing to say." "Don't be catty, Linda. They are also the ones jerked back and forth in the tug-of-war between the two extremes." Marisa wondered if Belinda was right, and Jimmy was hamstringing the plank schedules deliberately. While Jimmy did have a point about interdivisional sales, in the long term, the creation of new wealth always paid off, and it did not matter how the tokens were traded among merchants. "Perhaps," she told Belinda, "I ought to speak to Joao." She turned to leave, and Belinda said, "We found Jenny Ribbon." Marisa stopped and gave her a puzzled stare. "Who?" Belinda had always had a short, broad build, but with a pleasant, open expression. When she closed up, she looked like a brick wall. "I see you've forgotten her. She didn't pan out, so you've crossed her off your list." "Oh!" Marisa laid a hand on Belinda's forearm. "No! It was a change of subject. I apologize." Jenny Ribbon. Jenny Ribbon. She had forgotten. One of the original roster that first year at Witherspoon. Did Belinda honestly expect her to remember someone from 7 years ago? Marisa tried to conjure up an image of the girl, but failed. Uptight, she remembered. Strung out. Some kids we push too hard, some we don't push enough. But how was one to know until pushing, something broke? "Where did you find her?" Not how, but where. Belinda set her wineglass aside, half-finished. A passing waiter snatched it up without asking. "At our boarding school in Pittsburgh, under an assumed name. Hope schools take in children of single mothers in exchange for volunteer staff work, but the Commonwealth obliges us to take in a certain percentage of orphans' court cases. They found Jenny on the street in Pittsburgh and placed her with us. We put her through community college, and after she graduated, she stayed on at Pittsburgh's Hope to help out. Jenny Smith, she calls herself now. She helped create the Dragoon system for welfare moms. That's what finally brought her to my attention." Marisa took a sip of her Manhattan, uncomfortably aware of Belinda's act of setting her wine aside unfinished. "What is the Dragoon system?" she asked. "It sounds like 18th century military police." Belinda smiled fleetingly. "Dragoons were mounted infantry. When they reached the battle, they dismounted and 1 dragoon in every 4 held the horses while the other 3 fought. What Jenny did was translate that. 4 single mothers form a squad, I suppose you would call it. 3 of them work and pay the 4th pro rata for daycare. Conservatives hate it because the arrangements are communal and there's no stigma attached. Liberals hate it because the money doesn't come from the government, so the recipients have no incentive to vote for liberals. You are not being fair, Belinda, to either camp. The short woman shrugged. I stopped being fair years ago, when I decided being effective was more important. Do you realize, Marisa, that the next generation of children may be educated by welfare mothers? How so? Because about half our volunteer mothers volunteer for classroom work. Are they qualified? Considering that schools of education already get the bottom cut of the students, we don't even have to screen out the drug addicts or the hopeless. Mostly, those don't volunteer. And the ones who do, well, that tells me they have promise, and we put them into the state rehab program and tell them to come back clean. Reese, elementary education was ruined when intelligent women found other outlets than teaching for their talents. We went to Wall Street. We became lawyers, doctors, engineers. All well and good, and I wouldn't turn the clock back a minute, but it created a brain drain in our schools. Well, now we have a class of women who are largely unemployable elsewhere, but by and large they are not stupid. A few years at Mentor's normal schools can bring them up to specs. After all, they don't have to teach nuclear physics, just the 4 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic, and rhetoric. Jenny calls it our barefoot teacher program. Echoes of Red China. Another reason our conservative donors don't like it. Our liberal donors don't like it because it's no frills. Marisa, if the choice were between a basic, no-frills education with standard-grade teachers or an excellent one with fascinating options and brilliant teachers, why, there'd be no choice at all. But, Reese, that's not the choice. No, I don't suppose it is. You've been doing yeoman's work, Linda, and on a shoestring budget. Everyone needed strokes now and then, even Belinda. If Mentor had never turned a profit, it had never needed a subsidy either. No one bought Mentor shares expecting a dividend, unless one remembered that not all profits came as money. Reese, Belinda hesitated, then said, No, I've bent your ear long enough. I better give Joao his turn. Belinda. The senior principal paused, half-turned, and Marisa searched her eyes for the woman she had once known. The woman who had spent so many evenings at Silver Pond, plotting until the early morning how they could grow the children the future needed. If that woman were anywhere, she was somewhere in those hazel pools. Do you have an up-to-date list for our original class at Witherspoon? I would like to see how they are getting on. Planning to move Jenny Ribbon from the loser column to the winner column? Belinda's question was sharp. It stung like a wasp. It took a hand on the arm to keep Belinda from leaving. Marisa wanted her to understand. She desperately needed her to understand. No, nothing like that. God, what do you think of me? I only thought I should keep some direct contact with that thread. Belinda gave her a stern and worried look. Yes, you should. Too many megawatt lasers or impulse engines or asteroids can distract you from the important things. Nodding agreement, Marisa froze at the mention of asteroids. Asteroids, she said, choosing her words carefully, can be important, too. Dryly. So I've surmised. Belinda, I have been thinking, how many children are on your list this year? Nationwide? About 3,000. Why? A far cry from the first few years, when they numbered only a few score. That is far too many for me to review personally, Marisa said. But what if I reviewed just the North Orange students? What if you left off the ordinarily bright, the Cheng Ayes or the Jacob Ullmans or the Tommy Schwerens, and just gave me the others? Like Roberta Carson. Yes, like her, the odd ducklings. That list may be short enough that I can manage it. I will have you a list by Monday of next week. Good, thank you. Marisa reached out suddenly and gripped the other woman by both arms. Belinda, come to Silver Pond, like you used to do. Please? There are so many things we need to talk about. Shoes and ships and sealing wax. All right, Reese. I'll come. Tell me, has Harriet mellowed? Like a fine vintage. Belinda laughed. I'll bet. And Barry, I haven't seen him here. He is at home holding down the fort. After I get home, I'm sending him out on another management audit. She hesitated a moment and toyed with her glass. That was why you walked about a reception with a glass in your hand. It gave you something to do while you thought. You have never cared much for Barry, have you? Now it was Belinda's turn to hesitate. He was an excellent teacher, she said. I meant personally. Belinda was silent. She fussed with some lint on her jacket sleeve and would not look at Marisa. You married him. She spoke so low that Marisa scarcely heard her. You can still speak your mind. She raised her head. I didn't mean... Oh, never mind. You want me to criticize a woman's husband to her face? All right, I'll take you up on that. And then we'll see if that invitation to Silver Pond still holds. And if it doesn't, well, I'd rather find out now. She breathed once. I never did understand why you married him. Marisa looked around the room and saw that no one was listening, but she took Belinda by the elbow and guided her toward an empty nook. Cozy chairs clustered around an open space facing each other. Neither of them took a seat. He is a charming and thoughtful man, Marisa told Belinda. He listens to me when I run on, and when we talk, he does not simply tell me what I want to hear. Then why didn't you marry Keith while he was still with us? Never mind. What do you want to hear, Reese? Marisa tilted her chin up. The truth. I want genuine opinions. I want engagement, not agreement. Then Barry does tell you what you want to hear, doesn't he? I'll tell you something, dear. Either Barry is exceptionally forthright and honest, or he has found the most novel way I ever heard of for kissing up. Do you think he is a social climber, then? Believe me when I say I recognize the type. No, I think he is terribly sincere, and I mean that he is sincere in a terrible way. He goes with the flow every time, but sincerely. The man cannot make a decision. Oh, come now, Belinda. He chose to join Prometheus. He chose me. Did he, Marisa? Or did he just hang around until that was the way the flow took him? Oh, I don't know. I don't think he knows either. But I would hate to see him standing halfway between two equally desirable options. When Belinda left, Marisa elected to stay alone in the nook for a while. A company officer would find her sooner or later and pour out his wails and moans or his pet ideas. For the moment, she enjoyed the solitude. Belinda did not know Barry, not like she did. Belinda had never seen Barry weeping alone for hours over a baby never born. The test pilots arrived at Silver Pond by ones and twos. Ned Dubois and Forrest Calhoun came together, roaring up the access road almost before the call from the security gate reached the house. They rode in a low-slung red sports car, as bold and brassy as themselves, Calhoun at the wheel. Speeding over the hump in the road near the edge of the broad front meadow, they nearly took flight. "Rocket pilots," said Harriet, shaking her head as she and Marisa watched from the window. Marisa wondered how a woman like Harriet could be so entirely unaffected by the new age. Harriet would have fit just as comfortably on the grand liners of the Atlantic or the jet set of the 60s. Someday she might well travel into orbit. If her circle went, she would go. But she would never do so with the sense of adventure that people like Ned brought, or the vision of the future that people like Will and Chris had. For her, it would just be another grand tour, to be endured for the sake of its social utility. At least those silly names, astronaut and cosmonaut, were falling into disuse. The new decade inclined toward plain language, and young men and women were likely to cough and roll their eyes when their elders rolled out the circumlocutions and neologisms of the past. Mikhail Krasnarov stepped up beside them in time to see the red sports car disappear onto the parking apron behind the swell of the great mound. He brushed his drooping mustache with the knuckle of his index finger. "I see Calhoun has not changed," he said dryly. Marisa turned away from the window and nodded to Sykes, who was waiting by the front door. "These are the last," she told Harriet. "Shall we join Dolores and the others on the veranda?" She took the lead across the empty ballroom toward the white marble arcade that opened onto the rose garden in the rear. Krasnarov trailed behind. "It will be good to see Calhoun again," he said. Marisa looked over her shoulder. "I thought you and he did not get along." Krasnarov heaved his massive shoulders in a very Russian shrug. "We have done great deeds together. That makes a bond." Unexpectedly, his eyes twinkled, and he smiled. "We have also suffered food poisoning and heaved our guts together. That makes a greater bond." Marisa laughed, but Harriet only sucked her breath in. Rocket pilots, Marisa could hear her think. The afternoon was warm, and her guests gradually filtered outdoors onto the patio overlooking Harriet's ornamental shrubs. The roses were still in bloom, a shattering variety of shades that nature and craft had created. One of them Harriet herself had created, a hybrid of a white floribunda and a stunning black tea rose she had found in a West Irish village. Its blossom, a startling silver, was called Harriet's Sterling. Marisa doubted any of the rocket pilots appreciated the fine points of rose culture, although Harriet managed to trap one of the geologists, Ignacio Mendez, into a seemingly interminable lesson. He stood with hands in pockets, nodding while Harriet pointed and explained. Calhoun stood at the edge of the flagstone steps that led down to the garden and the fountain of hyacinth. Tall, vase-shaped planters, each bearing an ornamental hedge, flanked the stairs and marked the end of the marble patio balustrade. Calhoun gripped a mug of beer and sipped from it from time to time as he watched the others. Marisa approached him, and he lifted his mug in salute. "Black sapphire malt," he said. "My favorite. Tell me you keep a cellar full just in case I drop by." "Sykes is a marvel, isn't he? I don't know how he does it." Calhoun grunted and took a long swallow. He leaned an arm against the planter. "I count 9, he said. 6 pilots and 3 geologists. So, unless this asteroid rendezvous expedition is bigger than we've heard, there are going to be a lot of disappointed faces come next year." When it came to intrigue and digging for information, pilots were amateurs. They wore their questions on their lapels like ribbons. "That will all be covered later when Dolores briefs you." "For now, it's drinks and hors d'oeuvres, right?" Calhoun tried hard to mask his disappointment. "This is a social affair," she agreed. "I had become too distant from the project, so I asked Dolores if she would hold her meeting here." "Sure. Calhoun looked uncomfortable and stared into his now empty mug. Heard about your baby. That was tough. I felt bad for you." The sudden upwelling took her by surprise. She felt herself float as if lifted on a wave, and for a moment everything grew distant. It was only for a moment, though, and she maintained rigid control until the feelings subsided. "I have tried to put that behind me," she said. "Life goes on." Calhoun said, "Yeah, I really felt sorry about that." Marisa thanked him and fled his presence. She sought out the veranda, away from the bright sunlight, and stood there alone in the shadows while she regained her composure. "William." But there was no face for that name, no laughing smile, no tears to wipe away. "Are you all right?" She turned, and it was Ned Dubois, in an open-necked polo shirt and the sun behind him. He held a tall glass frosty with iced tea and wore an uncertain smile. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I'm all right. It was just too much sun." "Yeah, you've got the wrong complexion for it. That's for sure."
He looked left and right. "Where's my main man, Barry?" Marisa had never seen anything pass between Barry and Ned but wary looks and sly cuts, and the question had been couched in mocking tones. Why was it that Belinda and Ned, and Harriet, were so unenthused about her husband? Granted, there might have been an element of analysis in her choice of Barry, or in his choice of her, damn Belinda. But still, was she the only one who saw anything in him? "He is in Erie, Pennsylvania, visiting one of our facilities." Ned shook his head in faux admiration. "That Barry, always on the move." "Are you enjoying the reception, Captain?" He paused at the deliberate change in topic, and his voice lost its bantering tone. "Sure," he said, "but I'll enjoy it a lot more when you tell the others you've selected me." "That will be for Dolores and the Far Trip Steering Committee to decide." Ned was all agreeability. "And you are just an innocent bystander." "Do not presume too far, Ned. I'm sorry. But it cost me a lot to come to this meeting, and I needed to know if it was worth it." Marisa frowned and cocked her eyebrows. "Pegasus paid your airfares and lodging." His eyes grew somber, and he looked away. "It cost me a lot," he repeated. "But to walk on another world, to land on another planet, even a small one, well, you understand how I feel." Actually, she did not. She did not understand people like Ned at all. Adventurers, risk-seekers. They sought the high frontier along with the dreamers and the entrepreneurs, and someone had to break trail. But Marisa could not hear the sirens that called them. "We each have our own drives," was all she said. "Why 3 crews?" he asked. "I'm not asking which one I'm on," he added quickly, "but 1 flight crew and 1 backup and 1... what?" She shrugged. There was no reason to withhold that information. They would hear it all at the briefing later today. "It will be a 1-year flight out and back," she reminded him. "Pegasus plans to test the onboard life support systems for 6 months prior to departure. So the 3rd crew gets to sit in the ship and circle the Earth for a while, make sure the air and water regen and the hydroponics and all can hold up. Think of it as another sort of test flight." He smiled crookedly. "Think of it as a booby prize. That crew will be too fatigued afterward to act as backup or prime. All right, I see where you're coming from. But you don't need primo meat for a test like that. Any 3 bods will do." "Captain Dubois, we will have only 1 departure window for this expedition. I will have 3 competent crews in training for it." "Sure. Just don't serve them feijoada before the flight." He laughed. "I guess I don't have to ask why the cadre on this is all stag." "It will be a year-long flight," Marisa said dryly, "in rather close quarters. We would rather not jeopardize the mission with potential, hormonal conflicts. 2 men and 1 woman could prove sticky." Ned scratched his cheek. 2 women, 1 man, though. I might give that a shot, but why not an all-girl crew? Dolores and I, she stressed the name, gave that possibility serious thought. Studies have shown that women, she stressed that word too, are better suited for tasks that require patience and painstaking attention to detail, and a year-long flight to an asteroid surely meets that requirement. But, despite advances in equipment and ergonomics, upper body strength will be too important to the mission's success. Not to mention, liberated thinking to the contrary notwithstanding, that if an all-female expedition went bad, it could prove a public relations disaster. Not because certain quarters, like Cyrus, would try to make it appear as if an unqualified crew had been selected for political correctness' sake, but because society still regarded men as the disposable gender. Well, Ned rubbed his left hand on his pants, an unconscious gesture that drew her attention to his flat stomach and tight jeans. Well, he said, don't be too sure about those hormones. After a year in close confinement, even Mike Krasnarov might start to look awful pretty. He shifted his glass to his left hand and held out his right. Come on back outside. Too much shadow is as bad as too much sun. Almost, she told him to start practicing. That he and Krasnarov and Mendez the geologist had already been chosen for the flight crew, with Calhoun, Kravchenko,
and Steuben as backup. It would be quite an ego boost, but the one thing Ned Dubois had never needed in his entire life was an ego boost. The radio whispered softly in the background while Marisa worked on her scrapbook. According to many scientists, the asteroid trip is only a publicity stunt whose motives are to score political points with third-world countries. Cosmologist Darrell Blessing. There are so many better ways to... Marisa tried not to listen. Dr. Blessing had never approved any space venture except when he received the funding. She hunkered over the black scrapbook pages. She had started the book after the management meeting in Phoenix, and there were a number of years to catch up on. Although she had downloaded photographs and newspaper articles and other material from netbases, she had elected to prepare the book itself the old-fashioned way, with mucilage paste and acetate on acid-free heavy-stock black paper. According to official sources in Athens, the relocation of a Greek motorized regiment to Thessalonica is a routine rotation. Computer, Marisa said aloud. Radio, off. The background murmur fell silent, and Marisa heaved a sigh. The earlier concert music had been pleasant, but voices were distracting. She looked up briefly when Harriet entered the library, tugging off her gardening gloves and homing in on the liquor rack, where she poured herself a sherry. Marisa leaned again over her work, arranging the photograph on the page. Mrs. Pontevecchio wants to know if she should lay out a late board, she heard Harriet say. She says you have not eaten all afternoon, and the sun is now down. Marisa looked up. Is it? My, the time flies. Harriet clucked. A cliché from you. Usually you avoid those like the plague. Her mother's face did not even twitch, and Marisa searched it for evidence that the humor had been intended. It was difficult to imagine Harriet making a joke, though it did seem to her that her mother had grown less distant since the hospitalization, and there was a vague memory, possibly from childhood, of her mother rising from a rocking chair and rushing to her bedside when she had cried. She gave her mother a tender look. Encouraged, Harriet crossed the room and stood behind her, studying the scrapbook over her shoulder. She had an earthy smell from leaning into the dirt of her flower beds, and the hand she laid on her shoulder had a gentle touch. Don't speak, she thought. Let's not quarrel. The moment was too precious to spoil with a quarrel, but if Harriet spoke, a quarrel would grow as surely as weeds sprouted from the wind. A fine-looking young man, said Harriet. Who is he? Marisa had centered the photograph on the page, the only item on that page. Scrapbooks were supposed to be disorderly, but Marisa could not fight her own penchant for organizing. That is Chase Coughlin, the day he graduated from the Space Academy. Self-conscious in his red coverall uniform, standing against a photographer's background of stars and planets, flanked by American and Pegasus flags, the ensign's pips sparkled on his shoulders. He still shaved the sides of his head, but the earring that dangled from his right ear was Prometheus's hand and fireball. Marisa grunted softly. What is it? Harriet asked. Nothing. I was just remembering the day he and I met. I would never have said he showed such promise. Harriet said, Oh? Then she said, Oh. A moment later she asked, Was he one of the students you had to our house that first year? Yes. Yes, he was. Harriet sniffed. I thought he looked familiar. I saw him grope that poor young girl, the one that became a poet. He was waiting on the veranda when she came up from the garden. He grabbed her and tried to kiss her, so she slapped him on the face, and let me tell you, he deserved it. I refuse to quarrel. I refuse to quarrel. Marisa turned a few pages to one that contained the cover of Styx's last book of poems. There was also a photograph clipped from a news story. It showed her standing with Phil Albright in front of an array of solar panels in the New Mexico desert. They were holding a giant check between them. $200,000 made out to Earth-Safe Solar. The check, from Japan America Friends of Solar, was endorsed by Arthur Kondo. Marisa touched Styx's image briefly. Harriet tisked. I do not know why you are wasting your time on such things. She turned away and walked to the bookshelves against the back wall, where she appeared to study the titles. I refuse to quarrel. I refuse to quarrel. But they both understood the quarrel had been there, defined by its very absence. The next day, Lawrence Sprague dropped off a haggard and rumpled Barry. Marisa welcomed him with a glass of fruited iced tea, but he added a splash of white wine to it before he drank. Marisa said nothing. He seemed distracted to her. When she touched him on the thigh that night, as she often did to express her willingness, he turned aside and was soon asleep. In the morning he still seemed edgy and preoccupied, but when she asked him about it over breakfast, he only said, 3 cities in 10 days? How would you feel? Did you visit Morpheus, as I asked? Barry shook his head. Yeah. Beats me why you just don't fire that guy, Reese. Matthias at least is a go-getter, but Undershot? Jesus. He came back from the management retreat while I was still doing the audit, and he hit the ceiling. I've explained about VHI's peculiar structure. Yes, it's a federal union. Barry jabbed at the omelet on his plate. I know. Partnerships, subsidiaries, minority ownerships. The trust owns some things, you own others personally, and some of them are public. It sounds like the Holy Roman Empire. That might be a good analogy, she said dryly. If only... Barry looked up and grinned at her. If only the HRE hadn't been so ineffective. He turned his attention back to his omelet. I talked to Williams, Undershot's production VP, about the delays you mentioned on the phone. He told me privately he'd see what he could do to work around the old man. Thank you, Barry. I knew I could depend on you. His grin wavered. He looked at his plate. Yeah. Thanks. Sykes brought the morning mail on a silver tray. He stopped first at Marisa's seat, then at Barry's, before carrying the remaining letters off to Harriet's rooms. One of the letters was from J.P. at the University of Hawaii, and she opened that first, only to sigh in exasperation. A bit of miscommunication, I'm afraid, she said in response to Barry's question. I had asked a friend whether it was possible that 2 asteroids I am tracking had once collided, but J.P. thought I was asking about orbital transfers for a Planck mission, and he calculated the burn that would be sufficient to shift from the first orbit to the second. Bother. No chance that really was a single track? Oh, quite impossible, I assure you. Granted, an asteroid may shift orbits, but only when it is deflected by a planet's gravity well. Even if Mars or Jupiter had been nearby, a transfer this great would have been like making a sharp left at the corner. Barry began to open his own mail. It may have been the morning sun streaming through the French windows behind him, but it seemed to Marisa as if Barry went pale when he looked inside a large manila envelope. What is it? She asked him. Nothing, he said with an angry growl. Someone doesn't trust my memory. He slapped the envelope on the table and resumed his attack on his omelet. The egg fell off his fork as he lifted it, and he laid the fork down too. He snatched up his napkin and wiped his hands. That night, she and Barry were intimate. He caressed her with more tenderness and kissed her with greater hunger than he had in many months. I do love you, he told her more than once. Marisa, allowing the waves of pleasure to pulse through her, replied, I know. She was not the sort to abandon herself to ecstasy. She was no mooner and groaner, though sometimes when the moment came, she would laugh. Sometimes she thought she was a cold fish, that she had never learned to express her feelings because Father had, and Mother did, and Grandpa hadn't any to express. She had kept them in so long that they stayed in now by habit, like dogs behind invisible fences. She thought that might be a defect in her character, that other concerns, and the great fear, had grown so large they consumed her life and left no room for anything more personal. If so, the realization gained her nothing. It was a fact, like any other fact. Like the moon circled the earth. You could know it, but what could you do about it? She was not simply passive. Her hands and tongue knew which places to explore, and yet the one reason she most treasured Barry was that he knew, as her earlier occasional liaisons had not, that sometimes a man best expressed his love by restraint. An encircling arm, a brief squeeze of the hand, could mean more than a few minutes of grunting and pushing. The best love lay in giving pleasure, not in getting it. Which meant that on some nights, as tonight, when Barry seemed in frantic need, it was her own duty to give that pleasure back. Interlude. Roadkill on the Infobahn. Sometimes the answers just dropped out of nowhere. Jimmy Poole did not believe in God unless destiny was a god, but sometimes the coincidences in life gave the appearance of meaning and pattern. He could estimate the probabilities, calculate the permutations and combinations. He could show you, if you'd only sit still and listen, that a significant concatenation was not only possible, but likely. He swiveled side to side in his chair as he typed, "Do you know where the files are kept?" The cursor blinked once, twice, 3 times. It had taken a long time tracking down Igor's killer through the electronic demimonde. Identifying BB was proving much harder. Mighty Mouse, on the other end of the link, had hinted of secret knowledge. Jimmy didn't much like the mouse, but neither Lightning Wizard or Dr. Demon had been able to help. Professor Bean he had been unable to locate, which might mean she, had gone legit, like Jimmy sort of had. Or the feds had him. Or the phone company. Yes, the screen told him. Jimmy licked his lips. Now all he had to do was find the system where the files were. That was the problem. Finding grubs under rocks was a no-brainer. Finding the right rock was not. "Can you give me access?" "I can give you a name." Jimmy rubbed his fingers on the touchpad armrest. He swung back and forth in his chair and kicked his feet. His fingers danced on the keyboard. "Names are good. Passwords are better, but names are good." Cyrus Atwood. That name! Jimmy jerked and brought his 2 forefingers up in a cross. Jimmy's hate was a cold thing, a freezing in his gut. It was hate, but it interfaced with fear as well. "He killed Igor?" Question mark, question mark, question mark. "One of my nobots trespassed, accidentally, on Atwood's systems, and he killed it." A moment or two passed before the response came from wherever it came from. Mighty Mouse could be half a world away or over on the next block. The net could paradoxically shrink the world and widen it at the same time, so that you could face with people and share your thoughts and never know where they were. The mouse was a good hacker, one of the best. Not as good as Crackman in his outlaw days, but sometimes other people knew things. "Roadkill on the information superhighway, eh?" posted the mouse. That wasn't funny. Igor had been special. But he could not expect anyone, not even another surfer like the mouse, to understand his loss. Some people had children. Igor was a child of his brain, springing like Venus from his own brow. Jimmy typed furiously, "Information superhighway is so second wave. It's not a highway. Highways are concrete, fixed configuration. The net is organic. It grows and changes." When Mighty Mouse had logged off and the link was broken, Jimmy disassembled the phantom node he had been working from and covered his electronic tracks. "Always pick up after yourself," his mother used to tell him. Good advice, especially when hacking the net. Afterwards he popped himself a can of Jolt, dropped onto his sofa, and sucked on Jolt while he considered what the new information meant to him. Atwood was BB. Or BB was Atwood's creature, which amounted to the same thing. And BB had hired Crackman to sabotage Aurora's traffic control program, Flocker, which Crackman had duly done. BB had been satisfied with the work, and the money had accordingly changed hands, slithering from one nexus to another across the net, ducking into phone booth accounts to change identities, slipping down back alleyways, through a keyhole, and ultimately into the bank account of S. James Poole, computer security consultant, complete with a phony invoice on a dummy corporation, and all taxes apparently paid. Life was good. He looked around his home. The Tajik rug, the inlaid wood chess table, where he regularly played with himself, the best against the best, the silver cappuccino maker with the gold American eagle atop it. He lived comfortably, no doubt about it. But his creature needs were few. Most of what he spent went into more equipment, and there was money in some of his accounts that he would never spend in his lifetime. And it was all chump change to Atwood. The thought that he had done the dirty work for Igor's killer bothered him. The logic bomb Crackman had planted in Flocker was fiendishly clever, yet ultimately simple. Flocker was modeled on the flocking patterns of birds. Birds never collided because there was a 4-rule algorithm with an emergent structure, and one rule was, veer off if you get too close to another bird. Crackman's bomb reset that trigger distance to a negative number. It was a beautiful piece of work, really. Well, as long as people weren't killed. But that was the beauty of it. Crackman had a contract with Atwood, but world-renowned S. James Poole had one with Aurora. Keep the code secure. So Crackman's fuse wouldn't light until 5 or more planks were sharing airspace, and Aurora's traffic projections didn't show anything like that kind of traffic density until the middle teens. And by then, the software rewrites would be several revs up. A hell of a bomb that never goes off. But it fulfilled both contracts. Beebe had been satisfied. He paid to the penny. Couldn't beef because the bomb met all his specs. But he hadn't known then that Beebe was Atwood Igor Killer. Atwood didn't play word games. Jimmy rubbed his cheek with a soda can. Atwood, he muttered. Every time I roll a rock over, Atwood comes crawling out. The buzz from the jolt was beginning to hit. He bounced a little on the sofa, squirming to a more comfortable position. If Atwood was smart enough to trap Igor, he was smart enough to know the bomb was bogeyed. And waiting 5 years or more before it pops? Jimmy didn't think he was into delayed gratification, either. Old as the weasel was, he couldn't afford delays. But the bomb, even with the bogey, made happy smiles for him. Which had to mean that Atwood was playing another game. The problem was, what game? And did Jimmy want to play? The more involved he got, the more likely that Atwood would trace Crackman to Poole, and that would interest far too many people. And some of them wore badges. 8. Code dancing on the crypt. The call came in the middle of the night, at an hour when the stars had taken on a look of cold distance, and the dawn seemed a lifetime away. But for every midnight, there is a dawn somewhere else on the planet, in a different land, speaking different tongues. The sun comes up, as red as blood, and the clank of treads and the tramp of booted feet striking ground scatters the songbirds with the cry of feeding ravens. Marisa awoke, disoriented in the darkness, lying nude beneath the white, silken sheet. Barry's body, turned upon its side, heaved slowly with the tide of his breathing. She stared into the night, where a gap in the curtains revealed a slice of sky. Lights gleamed out there like distant balefires. Before she could wonder what had awakened her, the intercom buzzed. Again, she supposed. Barry stirred and rolled over, and his eyes blinked open. Marisa raised her voice. Computer, intercom, accept. It was Sykes, his voice hesitant with apology. I am dreadfully sorry to bother you at this unfortunate hour, miss, but the caller insisted. Marisa stifled a yawn and wondered, weirdly, if Sykes had put on his long coat to buzz her. She could not imagine talking to the man in his pajamas. Or, surely Sykes did not sleep in the nude. She suppressed a giggle. It was a manic hour. What is it? Asked Barry. Marisa made a wait-and-see gesture. Who is calling, Sykes? The caller claimed to represent the Pentagon. Sykes could put a dram of skepticism in an ounce of speech. Electricity ran through her, and her arms tingled. Suddenly she was fully awake. Did he give you a name? He said to say Eagles, said Sykes, his skepticism fading. Imagine if eagles were to flock. I will take the call, Sykes. She sat up on the edge of the bed and groped for the telephone on the nightstand beside the bed. The mattress sagged as Barry sat upright beside her. She could feel the heat of him close behind her, hear the tension in his breathing. He turned on a bed lamp on the headboard, and she blinked in the sudden light. "Yes, this is Marissa Van Hoyten." It was General Beeson, as she had suspected. After he had given her the news, she hung up the telephone and sat quietly on the bedside. Then, suddenly aware of her nakedness, she began to shiver. Barry's arms enveloped her from behind. "What's wrong?" he asked. "They've crossed the border." Her pulse was a drumbeat in her ears. She twisted and pressed herself against him, against his flesh, and clenched him tight within the circle of her arms. Dr. Leland Hobart whistled as he knotted his tie in front of his apartment mirror, while the TV chattered the morning news. Normally he hated morning staff meetings. Real science was action, not talk. But they were meeting to discuss his discovery. Argonaut Labs, one of the world's premier research labs, was holding a special meeting to discuss further experiments and the papers that would be written. Hobart's law, Dr. Van Hoyten had suggested with a sly wink, and Hobie hadn't argued too hard. He didn't look for honors, but he didn't turn them down either. His discovery. Not Hobartium, and the world, it seemed, was to be stuck with that name too, but the periodic table he had constructed to predict it. Hobartium, after all, was only a fact, a discovery, the evidence that confirmed the table. It was no different from a dozen other superconductors discovered over the last generation. But the table, that was something new in the world, an invention, a creation of his mind. The table imposed order on the facts, predicting the superconducting properties of a compound from the elements and their proportions. His grin grew wider as he recalled his high school nickname. As an all-conference offensive linesman, he had been called the Doorman. In a way, Hobart's law would open doors too. Macedonia. The word caught his attention. Hobie turned his head to look at the television in the corner. He liked to run the news channel while he dressed in the morning. Usually it was mental muzak, but today, as he listened, his heart grew cold and his tie dangled, half-knotted, from his neck. Greek and Serbian forces entered Macedonia along the Vardar Valley this morning in a two-pronged invasion that cut the country virtually in half. Fighting continues at this hour on both fronts as invading forces close in on the capital, Skopje. A UN demand for an immediate ceasefire was vetoed by Russia in a Security Council vote. President Donaldson has called an emergency meeting of the National Security Council and of top congressional leaders to discuss the crisis. Meanwhile, concern grows for the UN peacekeepers stationed in the country. Hobie leaned into the TV screen and shouted, "What about the peacekeepers? What about my dad?" But the newsreader did not say. The phone rang 10 minutes later, and it was Mom. He spent the next half hour telling her lies and giving her assurances about things he did not know. He missed the meeting. Phoenix in the summer was a convection oven. Scorching winds blew down the desiccated bed of the Salt River, replacing warm air with warmer, turning sweat to basting. The Valley of the Sun, they called it. It might as well be a valley on the sun. The smart folk ventured out in cut-offs and tank tops. The smarter robed like Arabs. The smartest of all stayed indoors with their air conditioners maxed out. Of course, like everyone said, it was a dry heat. One thing Phoenix had over Houston, Ned reflected as he drove Betsy and Liz up winding Pima Canyon Road into the city park on South Mountain. At least the mosquitoes didn't eat you alive and leave your blood-drained corpse by the roadside. Atop South Mountain, the air was noticeably cooler, which might be a good thing mentally as well as physically. Tempers rose with temperatures, and the old reptile brain might take a hint from the reduced ambient and chill out. The inscription was carved into the rock near the summit, and Ned had no trouble finding the spot. There was even a picnic area for the occasional turista. He pulled the car to the side of the road and put it in park. "All out," he announced. Lizzie ejected from the rear seat in an instant. Ned watched her skip over to the historical marker. "Hard to believe she'll be sweet 16 in a few months," Ned commented. Betsy had been silent the whole way up. "She's grown up faster than I like," she admitted. "I swore that no daughter of mine would grow up as streetwise as I was, as early as I was." "You've done a good job. So have you, when you've been around." And there it was, the wriggling little serpent that crawled between them. "I'm not running out on you," he insisted. This time was unspoken. "I'll only be gone a year. Whaling ships out of New England were gone for 2 years. And didn't always come back with a full crew." He touched her on the shoulder. "There are 3 crews. 2 chances out of 3 I get to stay home and watch on TV like you." Her arms were folded, and she stared out the side window at Lizzie. "What, the great Ned Dubois? Where's your confidence?" "Betsy," he said, willing her desperately to understand. "I had to bid. This is the only chance I'll ever have to set foot on another world. Ned, you don't even have both feet on this one." She laughed to herself. "And maybe that's why. One of them's always searching for a toehold somewhere else. Damn it, I know what it feels like. When I was growing up on the X-Bar-R, I wanted another world too. Wichita Falls." She laughed again. "Not too exotic, considering. Not an asteroid floating out there in the sky. But excitement is all in where you are when you're wishing. When I reached the falls, all I wanted was to see Dallas someday, and the art museums, and the symphonies, and other things I'd only dreamed about. So don't think I don't know what that hunger feels like, Flyboy. I can remember when all you wanted was to fly. And then when all you wanted was to reach orbit just once. And after you get to this pissant little rock with even less nightlife than Wichita Falls, assuming you can find it and not go sailing forever into space, what is it that will be all you ever wanted to do?" Ned remained deadpan. "They say Mars is nice this time of year." Betsy cried, something between laughter and tears. "God damn you, Ned. It's not the going. It's not even the absence. It's the coming back. It's the thought that I might never see you again, or taste you or feel you inside me, or see that stupid shit-eating grin of yours plastered over your dim-witted face." She swiped her eye with the sleeve of her blouse. Then she reached out and took hold of his chin. She shook him once, and pulled him to her and kissed his lips. "There's only 2 ways to avoid losing something you love," she said when they parted. "And one of them is, you don't lose it." Ned didn't ask what the other one was. He pointed through the side window. "Lizzie wants us," he said. Betsy looked at him a moment longer, then yanked the door handle and stepped outside. Ned followed Betsy to the rock, where Lizzie pointed out an inscription she had found. "This is the Stupid Bean units. We booked this dwem first semester, and here he is, hard-driven in silicon." "What does it say?" Betsy asked. What did she say? Ned wondered. He studied the Spanish incised in the living rock, less of a foreign language than what teenagers talked. "It says Kilroy was here," Ned told her. Lizzie laughed. "No, it's Espanol and it goes," she followed the wording with her finger, "Coronado, where he passed from Mexico to Icos in the year of our Lord 1539. Ned grinned. "See, I was right." It was an old hunger to see new places. A man had stood on this spot more than 4.5 centuries ago and felt it. The ancient Greeks had left such messages scratched on the walls of the pyramids, themselves already ancient before the Greeks had come. Ashoka had dotted India with inscriptions, Da Gama the coast of Africa. There was something in human nature, he thought, that compelled them to say, "Hey, I was here. I once passed this way. Don't forget." He vowed that, if he was selected for the asteroid mission, he would leave his name scratched indelibly into the rock. "We come in peace for all mankind." Bullshit. That was PR platitude. You went because you couldn't not go. You went for yourself. So sudden and unexpected was the high-pitched beep that Ned's heart skipped. Betsy looked at him with wary eyes as Lizzie, oblivious, prattled on. "That Herb Tommy Schwerin? He thinks that dump that was news during kiddom is the bean word, and you could calculate all this. He's so far over the top, he's under the bottom." Ned hardly heard her as he fumbled at his belt for his phone. He flipped the phone open. They had given him one on joining the ERP, and it had never chirped at him until now. And it was too soon. The flocker had only been through a few test flights, never with more than 3 birds. They hadn't found the envelope yet. "Dubois," he said. "This is Stein. Rendezvous, Pegasus Field, soonest." "Roger. Half hour tops." He folded the telephone closed and shoved it back in his holster. He looked at Betsy. "I've got to leave." She looked at his belt. "I've hated that thing ever since you brought it home. I always knew that, someday, it would take you away from me." Gunnery Sergeant Thomas A. Monroe didn't ask too many questions when his skillets were in trouble, and the Marines were his homies, no doubt about it. So when Lieutenant Flynn called out the platoon just before Reveille and told them that fellow Marines were in deep shit, it was a foregone conclusion that the Red Hand would go in and bring them out. How was another question. The briefing officer showed them satellite photos of the terrain, which was mostly pretty rugged, and computer sims of the topography from skimmer level. It was no surprise to Thomas that the sims looked just like the ones he and his men had been training with for the last couple months. The commandant was paid to think up contingencies, and somewhere in the Corps, Thomas was certain, other platoons had been training with other sims. "The situation in Macedonia is politically and ethnically complex," the briefing officer said. He was a tall, balding man with a prominent nose and a bushy beard. Captain Dove. And wasn't that one hell of a name for a military man? "The original Greeks were displaced by Slavs centuries ago. The land has been at times part of the Greek Byzantine Empire, the Bulgarian Empire, the Ottoman Turkish Empire, Serbia, and the Yugoslav Federation. The majority of Macedonians speak a language that is essentially a dialect of Bulgarian, but 21% of the population is Albanian. So, if any neighboring nation does not have a claim to at least part of Macedonia, I haven't heard of it. Throw in a religious mix of Muslims and Orthodox Christians, and you have an idea what Macedonia is like." Thomas chuckled to himself. "Be like old North Orange. No men and nation and lords fighting over their hoods. Only these white gangs were whole countries, and some of the dissing went down centuries ago. If that's what it meant to have a history, Thomas would just as soon take things one day at a time." Captain Dove looked at his watch. "As of 0800 this morning, Turkey has warned Greece to withdraw from Macedonia or face the consequences. Bulgaria has also sent severe notes to Belgrade and Athens. There have been military movements in Croatia and Albania as well. In short, ladies and gentlemen, a great big gob of bulk and shit is about to hit the fan, and a reinforced company of the 2nd Marines is smack dab in the center, occupying the Skopje airport, along with a contingent of Swedish Marines and Nigerian MPs. Our mission is to extract them from the situation. After that, the peckerheads can shoot each other to extinction, and I won't give a rat's ass." Sears raised his hand. "We go in shooting?" The captain said. "You will be taking your skimmers fully armed." "Good, 'cause I don't wear no baby blue helmet, and I won't tote a gun I can't shoot." The other men in the squad made fists in the air and said, "Woof, woof." Sears had quoted from a rap that was making the rounds in the Corps in the last few weeks, but expressing a sentiment some 200 years old. "Although Greece withdrew from NATO following the colonel's coup in 2005, the captain continued, we do not believe that Greek troops will fire on the rescue mission from their positions south of the city. You can make no such assumption about the Serbs, who cover the airport from the north. Your platoon will land first and secure the airport perimeter, as you have been practicing, and provide cover for the evacuation of the UN peacekeepers." "How many Serbs are there?" asked Bareface Miller. "Too damn many," said Jojo. The rest of the platoon laughed. Years ago, when Thomas Monroe had been Azim Thomas, he had promised Jojo that he would take care of him, and he had kept that pledge. Azim did not know if Jojo's mama had smoked or snorted or what, but the boy had never been too quick. The structure of life in the Corps had proved good for Jojo. He did a good job on maintenance, as long as nothing was too out of the ordinary, and he knew enough to call on his gunny if they were. "We estimate," said Captain Dove, "regular Serb troops amounting to 2 divisions, plus a reinforced armor brigade behind them making its way south from Niš." "Versus 1 platoon of Marines?" asked Levan. "Seems fair," said Thomas. "1 country, 1 platoon." More laughter greeted his remark. "Question, Captain?" When he received a nod from the briefing officer, he said, "Those maps you showed us, this Macedonia don't have no coastline, so how are we going to get there? Through Greece?" Captain Dove shook his head. "This mission depends on speed and surprise to work. You will go in by air. Special transportation will arrive from Phoenix in about—" He checked his watch again. 2 minutes. There must have been a storm coming, because a short while later Thomas thought he heard thunder rumble across the sky. Jimmy was surfing when the balloon went up. He was lurking in restricted areas too, but how else could you learn anything useful? Public knowledge was worthless when it came to finding the edge. Otherwise, the public would be rich. He knew something big was going down when a dozen or so no-bots and data assemblers that he kept out in the net rummaging through trash cans came lurching back to base gorged with info and regurgitated right on his screen. Documents, abstracts, summaries, tiled and layered on his screen. An autovirus skimmed the documents and highlighted key words. And the word was war. Jimmy whistled and called up Mr. Stockmart, his securities trading spider, and sent him out with instructions to identify anyone with prior knowledge of the romp and to match any stock trades they made. If you're going to piggyback on the insiders. As he settled back in his chair with a satisfied smile, his screen scrolled up a list of planks. And what did that have to do with a war in the Balkans? He debriefed the no-bot that had brought the info in and threw the backtrack onto an auxiliary screen. He spun in his chair and studied the code on the other screen, tracing the bot's path from node to node, all the way back to the Pentagon. His lips pursed, but this time no whistle emerged. Quickly, letting his fingers do his thinking, he broke all military connections. Pentagon was heavy beans. He didn't want to mess with that. Yet his curiosity was up. There were a dozen planks on the list, and some of them had civilian registry numbers. What were they doing on a Pentagon list? He moused into the databases for the civilian owners, Aurora, Pegasus, Leprechaun. Their chastity belts yielded to his coaxing fingers. Aurora first, because his work for them had let him plant trapdoors in their system, and once inside Aurora, he could locate keys and gateways into the other VHI nodes. In 5 minutes, he had a composite list of planks, crews, and flight plans. They were all headed for Macedonia. In Jimmy's line of work, adding 2 and 2 could come in real handy. There were UN peacekeepers at the airport in Skopje. A dozen planks were heading that way, and that added up to 2 of the civilian ships were stopping at a Marine base along the way. Rescue mission or reinforcements? It didn't matter. A dozen was more than 5. That was a different sort of arithmetic, and it added up to a lot of subtractions. A part of Jimmy's mind untensed. He hated unsolved puzzles. At least now he knew why Atwood hadn't fussed over the bogeyed logic bomb. But what kind of lunatic pranks the Pentagon? Jimmy could see now that Flocker had always had a military subtext. Who would ever need to handle more than 3 or 4 planks unless you were going for massive surprise? That was why he had picked 5 planks as a trigger. Aerospace force would come down on Atwood like a California mudslide. Didn't matter how rich or powerful he was. He must be crazy to risk that. Or, like they said, be strongly motivated. But so far as Atwood knew, he was safe behind the facade of BB, who was safe behind the facade of Crackman. And if the boys in blue asked anyone any hard questions, it would be the security consultant. Yet, Jimmy was in the clear too, because the bomb had been installed by Crackman before Jimmy had completed the security code. Embarrassing, maybe, but not actionable. It might not matter anyway. No guarantee any planks would arrive on collision course. Granted, it was hard to project close approach trajectories because there would be all that last-minute maneuvering. Still, possibility did not equal probability. And if he did nothing, things could still work out. Try to warn Aurora, and there might be questions raised. Idly, he scanned the list of planks on his auxiliary screen, and a name caught his eye. He sat upright in his command chair. Chase Coughlin? Ensign co-pilot on Calberth Rogers II. He had heard something or other about Chase becoming a space cadet. He'd hero-worshipped that astronaut Dubois, so it wasn't too surprising to find them teamed up. Chase had made high school a living hell for Jimmy. That time in the locker room when he had watched Jimmy undress and caught him. The world would not be worse off if Chase weren't in it anymore. Jimmy relaxed in his chair. Everything would be bean, one way or the other, if he just relaxed. Chase Coughlin supervised the loading of Calberth Rogers II while Captain Dubois handled the refueling. The compressors shrieked as they sucked the oxygen from the air and liquefied it. It sounded to Chase like the Banshee's wail. They'd wait to top off the hydrogen. No sense risking a spark while they loaded cargo. Where they were going, there weren't any gas stations, and the trip had to be both ways. The Marines loaded their skimmers using a crane and tackle. Chase used hand signals to the crane operator to guide the vehicles to the cargo bay door, where he could attach the drogue and winch them inside. The bay could hold 3 of the machines with their squads. 100 yards north on the parade ground, Bessie Coleman II was loading the other 3. It would be an uncomfortable trip for the Marines, 3 Gs without contour seats, just hammocks, but Chase assumed they were prepped for a lot worse than that. "How much you pay me to go chasing after crazy guys with guns?" No way, Jose. Except that he and Ned were taking Old Cal right smack in the middle of a war. And probably the Macedonians wouldn't shoot, and maybe the Greeks wouldn't shoot, but the Serbies sure as shit would make up for both of them. The Marines fussed over the loading of their skimmers like they were family pets, and checked all the stays after Chase had tied the craft down with cables. Chase didn't know how that worked, but he gathered that a platoon ran 6 platforms and the platform jockeys were specially trained with Virch helmets and all, and, hell, maybe while they were slaved into the system they felt as if they were their platforms. "All right, Gunny," he said into his headset when he was ready for the last one. "We're bringing up yours now. No, don't try that. Oh, shit." Chase tugged his headset off and looked over the lip of the cargo door. The whine of the oxygen compressor took on a funny note, like it was singing in harmony. The second voice was a shush, like a blowing wind. The 3rd skimmer platform rose from the ground in a billow of dust and debris. Chase backed away from the opening, and the skimmer bopped into sight, framed in the bay door. He shoved the headset to his face. "Hey," he said, "what's the ceiling on those things?" "Not sure," the gunnery sergeant's voice answered. "Down there, somewhere." "Why don't you have the cargo doors down at dock level, fool?" "Because, asshole, that's where the engines and half the fuel tanks are." The skimmer inched forward into the bay. Chase shrugged and began guiding the pilot in with hand signals. The idiot was flying it in person, Chase saw, not by remote. Balls. The platform bucked as it entered the bay. Then the computer, or the pilot, compensated for the fact that the forward fans were inches from the surface while the aft fans were about 100 feet in the air. The cargo bay was filled with the angry hum of the propellers. They might be smart hush props, but the cargo bay was an echo chamber, and Chase's teeth rattled from the buzz. The pilot settled into the spot Chase had indicated and grounded. The roar of the lifters slowly faded, though Chase's ears continued to ring afterward. The pilot, who had flown in a prone position, rose to his knees and unsnapped his helmet. He was a skinny black man. "Fly 'em on. We load 'em faster," he said. "No shit, Sergeant," Chase said. It was bad enough the man had risked the whole loading operation, but he might have damaged Calberth Rogers in the process. "Most places I load and unload, up and down, don't matter." "Yeah," the sergeant hopped off the platform. "You be right. But someday maybe we gots to get on and off this landing boat damn fast, so I just wanted to see if—" His voice trailed off, and he stared at Chase. "Oh, shit," he said. Chase pointed a finger at the gunnery sergeant. "Oh, shit." There were few things Ned did not like about flying planks. One of them was the fact that, once committed to a trajectory, there wasn't much he could do but go along for the ride. Not until landing approach would he have control again, and even then Flocker and the autopilot had their fingers in the pot. Another thing he did not like was when code was uploaded into his flight computer while he was in flight. The last time that had happened was on the orbital test flight with Lefkin, and then there had been deliberate sabotage in the code. "What the hell is it?" he asked Chase, but his co-pilot only shrugged. Computers were not his gig. Ned toggled the ship to ship. "Eagle 1 to Eagle 2. "Go, Eagle 1. The voice was Alex Feathershaft's, Forrest's co-pilot. "Put on the cowboy. Over." "What's up, son? You getting talk on your black box, too?" So Forrest was getting an upload, too. "That's affirmative. Black codes check out. Otherwise the upload couldn't access, so it had to be legit, right? But I better check with ground." "You do that, good buddy." Ned switched over to Air Force STC. "Falconer, this is 1. Go, 1. We are receiving upload to our nav comp. Is that you? And why? Over." A pause, and Ned heard excited voices over the comlink. Then a firm voice said, "That's a negative, 1. No upload. Backtracking commenced. We will inform." "Shall I abort?" Another pause, longer. "Negative. The flock is flying. No friendly aborts on your trajectory. Out." "No friendly aborts," Ned muttered. "Hell, the target isn't all that friendly either." "It's only a 27-minute flight," Chase said. "I hope they make their minds up real soon." "There," said Ned, pointing to the screen. "They're putting up a screen." He watched the lines of code chase each other back and forth across the terminal screen as encryption schemes flip-flopped. Dueling transmitters, he thought. But who was the intruder? And could Falconer stop him before the Eagles converged on close approach? "What the hell?" said Chase. A single line of code spelled out C:"Chase Coughlin," followed by a transmission code. He looked at Ned, and now it was Ned's turn to shrug. "Looks like someone's calling collect." Chase set up the channel and referenced the coordinates on the comm screen. "It's directed to a telephone channel on Atlantic 24, he said. Ned sent ID XMIT, and a voice answered immediately. Chase, that you? Tell them to stop code dancing. I can't keep up with encryption changes in real time." "Why the hell should you?" Chase shouted. "Who the hell are you? And why are you messing with our flocker?" An impatient cough. "Pool security. I'm your guard dog, fool." "Jimmy? Jimmy Poole?" "There's a bomb in your flocker. I'm trying to defuse it, but someone is dancing on the crypt, and I can't get through to them. Military, my guess. Tell them I'm legit. Damn it, I wrote part of it. That's why I've got all the keys. I'm trying to save your butt, butthead." Chase and Ned exchanged a glance. Ned mouthed, "Can you trust him?" Chase said, "We went to school together, but we weren't what you would call skillets." He thumbed the transmitter. I will tell them, security. And, thanks." "Don't thank me, crudball. I'll get you back one day for all the times you dumped on me. But this is the wrong time and the wrong way, and it benefits the wrong person. Now buck off so I can finish." Chase cut the channel, and Ned said dryly, "Nice friends you've got." "Yeah," said Chase. "And they seem to be popping up everywhere." "How do you know a big-name computer whiz like Poole?" Chase thumbed the transmitter. "I went to school with him. He's El Geeko Herbie, but computer code gives him a hard-on. If he says he's defusing a bomb, he is. Falconer, this is Eagle 1. Ned let Chase handle the call. The kid could vouch for this Poole character. Ned couldn't. And if Poole was debugging a program while it was executing in real time on a 27-minute flight, he must be passing good at it. Ned laughed and shook his head. Outside the viewport, the sky had darkened, and stars were beginning to appear. They were nearing apogee. Whatever it was that Chase's friend was up to, he'd better hurry. 9. A pillar of iron, a wall of brass. The ship fell like an elevator, and Azim fell along with it, braced in his hammock against the thunder beneath their feet. The hover platforms jiggled in their restraints, as if eager to dash out and perform. "Here's the latest from satellite recon," Lieutenant Flynn announced from his sling. He had been plugged into the comnet all during the flight, even while, for a few brief minutes, they had floated weightlessly about the cabin, and Azim had known, without a porthole in sight, that they were really and truly in outer space. "The sub-mortars and the big artillery up in the Chernogora overlooking Skopje are more interested in the remnants of the Macedonian Northern Army than in unarmed UN peacekeepers. But there are a few units staged on Kumanov and along the Pechina River east of the city, taking occasional pot shots at the terminal building. Estimate 1 hour before Serbia can redeploy anything heavy against the landing zone. Our job is to clear the ridges and make that 2 hours or more." Young punks, thought Azim, sitting around bored with guns in their hands. He had known their type back in North Orange. Deadly, but without the discipline of a real fighting man. And dangerous precisely because they acted at random. Their officers, if they deserved the name, didn't lead so much as run with the pack. He had known street gangs that were better organized, though maybe not quite so well armed. The ship had barely touched down, was not even done rocking on its hydraulic supports, when Jojo and the other handlers sprang into action, unshipping the platforms from their restraints. Azim donned his helmet and gloves and flexed his fingers. The helmet was black. The blinking red light in the corner of his vision turned amber, then green. And suddenly he was seeing through the platform's sensors. His breath came slow and shallow. He would be floating again soon. "Bay door opening," he heard Chase's voice over the intercom. The wall in front of him pulled aside with a hiss. The breeze slowly tore the cover of smoke away, and the bright sunlight poured in. His visor went white, then recovered as the circuits compensated for the light. The airport terminal was dead ahead. He could see the faces of the trapped Marines staring through the shattered windows. To the right, he could see the other spaceship, the Bessie Coleman, like a pillar of iron no more than 50 feet away, hissing and pinging as she cooled. Distant thunder boomed as another artillery barrage rained down on Skopje. "Okay," shouted the lieutenant. "We've got 15 minutes to reach station. Go, go!" The skimmer platforms leaped out of both vessels, dropping toward the ground in a shriek of compressor fans, until they bounced on their ground effect cushion. It was a maneuver they had practiced over and over, using the jump tower at the Army's parachute school. Bareface's skimmer hit the tarmac and struck sparks before righting itself. He and Levan, who had been in the Bessie Coleman, sped off in opposite directions. Before they cleared the apron, 2 more skimmers had disgorged, and then 2 more, skittering off in all directions. Gunnery Sergeant Thomas Monroe flew his skimmer through the brush along the hillside. He banked and swerved like a leaf under power, swooping up and diving. He was his fighting top. He danced on feet of swirling air. The platform's cameras were his eyes, and its pickup mic his ears. Its computer was his brain, thinking long, cold thoughts. Its twin automatics were his fists. Its 6 ground-to-ground laser-guided missiles were his kicks. And the centerline-mounted Gatling was his dick. The weird thing was that Azim was still inside the Culberth Rogers. Yet he saw and heard everything from skimmer level. Azim heard the distant burp of a Gatling gun and saw from his map display that Levan had already reached his position. "Okay, Gunny," said the lieutenant over the command circuit. "I've reached the terminal. Here's how things stand. All the officers in the 2nd are down, dead or wounded. Senior man is Sergeant Major Mike Hobart. He says that the Greeks are holding their fire and are mostly still strung out on the road from Titov Veles. Execute deployment B. Repeat, deployment B as in bozo." Azim acknowledged and relayed the message to Levan and Bareface. Satellite recon downloaded right on time. Azim had never known an op to go off without a fuck-up, but this one was hip-hop so far, timed down almost to the heartbeat, so that they'd get this sky-eye update just as they reached the Serbi sniper positions. The map display lit up and showed him the other 5 platforms. ECM gave radio locations for the Serb positions. Either COINTEL had broken the Serb codes, or Serbi was too macho to use any stinking codes. "Go on, Annie. Find the boss man." Annie was Radio Group Traffic Intelligence and Analysis, or RGTIAN. Raggedy Ann to her friends. Raggedy Anal when she didn't work right. Annie was an AI construct from Werewolf Electronics that identified command positions by analyzing message frequency and integrating transmissions with subsequent troop movements. Basic reasoning was that anyone who sent and received a lot of traffic was giving orders and hearing reports. Raggedy Ann highlighted 4 locations: company and platoon HQs. Azim didn't know what the Serb disposition was or how it was organized. Hell, he didn't even know if it was organized. He took his wand from his belt and made assignments. Sears was closest to the brightest spot. Azim told Groff to back him. He gave 2 of the others to Bareface and Levan and took the last one himself. Horace Lee was watching their backs in case the Greeks got curious. Satellite recon and the up and down said his own target was on the other side of this ridge. The top surface of the skimmer and its pull-up canopy was covered 90% with MEMS, micro-electromechanical systems. In training school at Lejeune, they had talked about microscopic cantilever beams erecting or flattening on signal and displaying different colors as a consequence. Azim had always thought of them as tiny little pricks, coming erect or flaccid. Using inputs from 3 sensor arrays on the bottom of the platform, the MEMS reproduced a grainy image of the ground on the skimmer's upper surface. It didn't make the platform invisible. Hell, its rotors kicked up too much dust for that. But it did make it damn hard to draw a bead on. Azim took his platform to the head of the gully before he went up and over the crest of the ridge. That brought him out behind and to the left of a cluster of soldiers. They were huddled around a field table under camouflage netting, and one was holding down a flapping map and pointing. He gave them a cough of the Gatling, and they flew apart and flopped like rag dolls shaken by a tiger. It didn't bother Azim. He had seen the cluster of bodies in the UN Humvee on his way to his position. That Humvee had had a truce flag on its radio mast. Probably the UN commander going out to negotiate. No one who shot unarmed opponents was a real soldier anyway, in Azim's opinion. Not that Azim gave a rat for Macedonians either. Switch the shoes, and the Macs would be uptown in the Serbian hood happily shelling civvies in Belgrade, but maybe cut no never mind, as his mama used to say. The Serbies had made a career out of popping civilians. In Croatia, in Bosnia, in Kosovo, in Vojvodina, and even in their own precious Serbia, when the military dogpack had finally turned and bitten the hand holding its leash. In the process, they had made enemies of Croats, Muslims, Albanians, Hungarians, and each other. Though the way Captain Dove had explained it, those gangs had been dissing each other a long time anyway. A whole country full of poor white trash was the way Azim figured it. He cruised along the ridgeline flushing out snipers. Several of them threw their rifles down and ran. A few raised their rifles and fired. One dropped to his knees and made the sign of the cross backward. None of it helped. Working methodically along the crest, he cleared the ridgeline. "Position Apple, clear," he reported when he reached the end. He saw from the map projection that Sears and Bareface Miller had also cleared their sectors. "Red Hand, report." "Position Grape, clear." "Position Peach, clear, Gunny." The reports came in from each of the fingers. All the positions had been cleared, except poor Horace Lee, who had to report position Pineapple as no activity. Azim touched the command circuit. "Fruit salad," he said. "Tasty," said Flynn. "The flock is perching. Bug out in 15. "Retreat hell," said Sears. "We just got here." Laughter among the panel techs and skimmer crew. He heard it with his ears, not over the comlink, which reminded him that he was, in fact, sitting at a console set up in the cargo bay of a jump ship. "Put a lid on it," Azim growled. Distractions broke the illusion of skimming. That could disorient you at just the wrong moment. and the heavens erupted like a string of firecrackers. It was a sight that Azim never forgot. He saw it from the skimmer in the hills, and he heard and felt it at his console inside the ship. Sparks blossomed from horizon to horizon. They fell in from the north and from the west. 2 came up from the south, all converging on the landing apron at the Skopje airport until the sky was filled with ships. He saw the Air Force star on 3 of them. He saw the red stallion and the winged sun, and a green leprechaun hammering on a satellite. One of the ships wore the insignia of Northwest Orient Airlines, and one of them was the goddamn Atchison Topeka and Santa Fe. And if there was one thing that Azim regretted, as the sky flamed and thundered, and the ships swooped and touched down on every vacant spot of tarmac, it was that not one of them bore the globe and anchor. It cost him a moment to reorient himself after the distraction of the mass landing, and that almost cost too much. His skimmer broke out of the brush and hit a paved road running left to right. To the right, it led down to the airport. To the left, a column of armored vehicles coming up at the double quick. Shit! Azim slapped the controls, and the skimmer rose and banked in the air as a burst of heavy machine gun fire tracked him. He let the command circuit see the action. "Permission to take out a big motherfucking self-propelled howitzer, sir." The Serbies must have started rushing some heavies over from Skopje town as soon as the first jump ship landed. If they got those guns in place, they could start shelling the field. Azim didn't know how tough those planks were, but he thought a direct hit with a 73 would be pushing things. "Permission granted," Lieutenant Flynn said dryly. Azim hadn't waited. He brought his skimmer around in a loop, coming at the lead gun from the forward quarter. The driver's head stuck out of the cabin hatch. He wore road goggles and stared at Azim like some kind of insect. Azim locked on with his laser and let one of his birds see the target. Then he kissed it goodbye and did a bug-out. The blast turbulence caught his skimmer and tossed it like a frisbee. He canted to 33 degrees and the attitude board lit red. Skimmers had to play level, or nearly so, or they lost the ground effect. Azim fought the controls, bringing the starboard fans to max. Breakfast fought against vertigo, as the signals from his eyes, canted, fought the signals from his inner ear, sitting down and level. The fighting top wig-wagged and settled into a wide bank as the computers controlled the verniers on the thrusters. As he came around, he saw that the gun was immobilized, its treads blown, and a red and black cloud of greasy smoke enveloping it. Of the driver whose head had been sticking out, there was no sign. His second pass took out the troop carrier that was next in line. The deuce-and-a-half bucked like John Henry had kicked its ass, and its gas tank whomped into flame. Serbs leapt shrieking from the back end. That ought to block the road, for a while at least. Bring a couple more fingers in from the red hand and grab that column round the neck. Azim touched his wand to the 2 nearest skimmers on his console and gave orders. Tighten up the defensive perimeter in this sector. The icons for Groff and Sears moved toward his quadrant. On the third pass, some Serby-Herby got lucky and Azim's skimmer took a spray of automatic weapon fire right across the forward sensor panel. Azim's visuals shattered into static, then went black. Shit and double shit. He hit the auto abort without thinking, and the skimmer went into random evasion and come-home mode. Azim yanked his helmet and gloves off and threw them to the floor of the cabin. "Lost contact," he said. He stood from his console seat and strode to the cargo bay door. In the distance, he could see a mushroom cloud of black smoke rising behind the hills to the northwest. That's where I was, he thought. Serbies coming in that way. While he watched, another smoke column climbed skyward, so Sears must have reached the position. All along the tarmac, UN troops were clambering up rope netting into the waiting planks. Third Squad was deployed as traffic cops, waving the evacuees to available space. The Swedes were actually waiting in line at the base of one jump ship. Crazy squareheads. Azim checked his watch. Slippage. The loading was going slower than planned. The Serbies were bringing in artillery faster. No plan survives contact with the enemy. "Eyes, when do we get another sky peek?" he asked Tech Sergeant Schwartz. Satellite's coming into position about now, Gunny, the woman assured him. -30. Jojo came to his side and touched him on the sleeve. You okay, man? Azim kicked at the door frame. Yeah. Damn. Jojo pointed. Skimmer coming. His fighting top had appeared at the edge of the landing apron, darting this way and that like a pinball. Sergeant Moon, he said, see if Red Thumb answers. She's in line of sight. Give her a bearing and bring her straight in. The hatch in the center of the cargo bay ceiling opened, and the jump ship pilot stuck his head down in. We wrapping up already? He asked. One of your platforms coming in. Like I didn't know that. Azim sent a glare in his direction. Then he did a double take, because even upside down. Don't I know you? The pilot asked him. Azim turned away. Don't see how, he muttered. Jojo leaned close to him and whispered, Hey, he be the spaceman come to school that time. I know, Azim said between clenched teeth. Figures. Dubois was Chase's big hero back then, so now they hooked up, which meant pilot and co-pilot could both make him, if Dubois remembered. Jojo's eyes grew slowly wide, as the implications sank in on him, too. Zim, he said, I don't want to leave the Corps. Don't want to run no more. Azim clapped him on the shoulder. Ain't gonna run no more. Damn! Azim turned at the shout and saw the Skytech Schwartz at her console. Gunny! Second Serb column coming in due west along the main road. Azim strode briskly to the console and looked over her shoulder. You sure? Schwartz pointed to a line of ants on the image. Computer matched this against the last peak and highlighted everything different. Those suckers weren't there before. Damn! See us? His number 2 looked up from his skimmer console briefly. No can, Gunny. Hands full. Azim's skimmer had come to the base of the jump ship and hovered there, its autobrain not up to the strain of any more precise approach. It knew it was near home base, but there was a big honking jump ship in the way. Status on Red Thumb? I'll go but the visual remotes, said Moon from the maintenance panel. She can fight and fly, but she's blind. Jojo said, I can fix it. Take 20. Azim stooped and picked up his headset and helmet. Ain't got 20. Grabbing his rifle, he vaulted the lip of the cargo door and climbed down the netting. Jojo leaned out and yelled at him, Where you going, man? Got's a job to do. He leaped the last 10 feet onto the back of the fighting top, which bucked and swayed from the impact. The Skytech, Schwartz, leaned over the lip and shouted, You're crazy, Gunny. There are 100 Serbs in that column. What are you going to do? Azim grinned like a skull and held up a pair of bananas. Use 2 clips. He clapped his headset in place and his bucket over that. The goggles were useless and he didn't need the gloves. Lying prone, he gripped the hand controls in both fists. This was the way it ought to be flown anyway. Real, not virched. His feet found the stirrups, and he kicked the riser and the skimmer rose on its feet of air. Floating. Floating. Azim felt gloriously free. A leaf carried on the wind, except he controlled the wind. For once, eye and ear did not battle each other as he slewed and sped across the airport like a stone skipped across the waters at the old canal lock. Funny that he should think of that. He hadn't seen Eastport in 7 years, hadn't thought about it much. But all of a sudden, he remembered playing by the green, scummy water with Jojo and Zipper while bugs chattered in the weeds. He wondered if anything had changed, if, rolling downhill like it had been, the old hood had finally hit bottom. He took the skimmer down the highway at full throttle. Have to take them as far off as possible. Get too close. They sit back and play potshot. As many planks as on the field, they bound to hit some. On his display screen, a blinking red light showed his location, but without a 24 to eyeball the killing ground steady, he had only what he got from the eye before it dropped below the horizon. You could project positions based on last observed location, but... Nitwit computer says they be just around that bend in the road. Ice formed in Azim's brain, like that time the nation had cruised by the old playground, or later, after Zipper had nined the old Indo at the In-N-Out. Ice. glittering crystal and coldly clear. He knew exactly what he had to do. He could see every move laid out ahead of him, right out to the end. He turned sharp left onto the scrubby field beside the highway and settled down into the brush a few hundred yards off. Twigs and branches snapped under the platform's weight, and the wind tore the dust from the air above him. Wait here. They come to you. He toggled the comm. Red Palm? And Jesus, he always got a kick out of that code name. Red Palm, this is Red Thumb. In position. Lieutenant Flynn was a few seconds in answering. We have you located, Red Thumb. You are Going to radio silence now. Don't want no one homing on this, homeboy. Gunny? Silence enveloped him, and he felt acutely alone, far away from everything he ever knew or loved. He remembered that dumbass poem they'd memorized in school, Horatius at the Bridge. Shit. Here he was playing out that same scam, and it wasn't even his own hood he was sticking up for. Well, yes it was. The Marines were his skillets now. He'd die for them like he would have died for the Lord's. And he knew he would die here. He knew that, and Flynn knew that, which is why he'd had to cut the lieutenant off before he could order Azim back. The map display told him all he needed to know. Sears and Groff were still tied up with the first column, and the other three were too far off guarding their own sectors, and no way could he take out this whole column himself. He had 4 birdies left in their launchers. The Gatling and the automatics could make shredded wheat out of infantry, but once the birdies were gone, all he could do about armor was wave bye-bye as they rolled past. He pushed the toggle switch that brought the clamshell up to enclose him. Blind now, with the outside visuals fried like they were, but he could still hear. The audio pickups were still good. He could hear when traffic passed his position. Then up spoke brave Horatius, the captain of the gate. He whispered the words aloud in his enclosure. Damn, how could he still remember them? Hope those Serbies stick to the road. Be a hell of a thing, a tank rolled over him. To every man upon this earth, death cometh soon or late. He'd rather it was later, though. Shit. He activated the MEMS system. In theory now the clamshell cover looked just like the ground underneath him. Be just another bump in the ground. What he'd be when they buried him, too. Assuming the undercarriage microcameras still worked. Assuming the MEMS array on the canopy hadn't been damaged in the earlier flight. Assuming that the ground underneath him didn't look interesting and draw the eye of some Serbi nature lover. But how can man die better than fighting fearful odds? He whispered hoarsely. Speaking of which, here came the fearful odds now. The clatter of treads, the hum of tires, the coughing of engines, the tramp of feet. Let some get by. Hit the middle, the snake turns to bite. He knew he would have to think fast once he popped the canopy and rose into the air. He'd have to scan the column, pick his targets, and kiss his birds 1, 2, 3, 4. Then play peekaboo with the infantry until he ran out of ammo, or his guns jammed, or some damn pencil-neck Serb geek finally popped him. One last weapon. Big red switch under the deck. Flip it open, arm it. Kiss a Serb platoon goodbye. Kiss Azim goodbye, too. But by then he probably wouldn't care. Not like Zipper at the In-N-Out, though. Zipper never did care. Fuck Zipper. Because of him, I'd be here, getting my ass shot off. Except, where'd he be if he'd stayed in Eastport? Get his ass shot off there, too. Just do it. Those Serbies could probably hear his heart pounding anyway. He triggered the turbines, and the canopy pulled away as the platform shot into the air amid a cloud of dirt and leaves and broken branches. Vehicles were lined up like ducks. Sitting ducks, except they could shoot back. Infantry trudging along both sides of the road, some riding on the backs of personnel carriers and self-propels. 3 self-propelled guns, he saw in an instant. 1 old Soviet tank, 4 or 5 troop carriers mixed in between. First gun was an old SU-100. Behind it, a BMP-1, which mounted a 73mm gun. Behind the tank was an old Czech 152mm self-propelled howitzer. He swung the Gatling gun along the column front to back, scything down the infantry before they had even reacted to his sudden presence. Then he eyeballed the laser sight and pinned each target. First gun, launch. Second gun, launch. Howitzer, launch. Tank, launch. The platform bucked each time from the recoil. No more birdies. He grabbed the hammer for the gat again. Let's move. Only dead folks stayed put for long. With his foot controls, Azim kicked the skimmer sideways along the column, going for the driver's cabs on the trucks. The Serb line erupted in flames as the birdies nested. The howitzer's barrel flew end over end into the air and came down on the back of a troop truck. The tank slewed sideways, the treads on one side shredded, and presented its rear. Damn, for one more bird, send it up your ass. He hammered at the infantry with the Gatling, swooping down on them like a hawk. With his foot controls in his left hand, he made the skimmer duck and jump and weave. Felt different fighting from the skimmer, too, not like glove and goggles. Azim could hear the shriek of the missiles, feel the heat of their exhaust, smell the stink of the powder and the casing spewing from the Gatling like a wall of brass. As the Gatling's barrel spun, the skimmer tried to twist the other way, but the onboards kept a tight leash on the fans and compensated for the... Turk? No, torque. Azim laughed. It was a screech, a howl. Return fire now from the dazed infantry. Bullets pinged and ricocheted off the Kevlar prow, slanted to slough off bullets to the side. He damn well caught them with their pants down, diddling each other. Looked like more artillery down the line, but they couldn't get past the burning hulks in front of them without leaving the paved road. Not used to someone shoots back, are you? He shouted. No way they understood him. No way they could even hear him. But he wasn't shouting for them to hear. Yo, mama! Thunder rolled across the Macedonian countryside. From the corner of his eye, Azim saw a plank rise from behind the airport terminal. You couldn't see the flames from its engines except now and then when they flicked in tongues. Up fast. A second jump ship followed close behind, then a third. It was a beautiful sight, and Azim's heart rose with them. Must have finished loading. Bug-out time. Timetable called for Red Hand to fall back on the Coleman and the Rogers and scramble aboard. Azim checked the map display. Just a glance, because he had to keep hopping. Up, down, left, right. Never still for very long. Gatling never silent for long. Sears and the other skimmers were already on the apron loading. No way could he make it back in time. He hoped Jojo would let his mama know what had happened to him. Maybe Chase would. Shit, wouldn't that be a kick in the head? Might as well finish it here. Even if he did not make it back, so what? Chase blabs, the cops come and haul him off. So he might as well be dead. A gun began barking down the line of Serb vehicles, and the sky was pockmarked with bursts of black smoke. An AA gun, Azim realized. If they got the range, they could pop the planks as they launched, and all this was for nothing. He worked the thrusters with his feet and sped along the ragged Serb column a foot above the undulating ground. He saw it, a self-propelled ZSU with a pair of 57mm AA guns on a T-54 chassis. Azim swooped across its flank and saw the gunner furiously cranking down the barrel toward Azim. The ZSU-57-2 can also be used against ground targets. He heard the briefing officer's calm tones as he pointed to the photograph. No missiles left. He raked the gun with the Gatling. The barrel spun and the individual shots blurred into a single hacking cough. The Serb gunner was tossed from his seat. Another man ran to service the gun, and Azim blew him away, too. The other gunners scattered. His left arm went numb, and an instant later Azim heard the bumblebee hum of the bullet that got him. His tracking board told him which direction it had come from. Real nice to know. He turned the port side pop gun on that bearing and let loose. 2, 3 Serbs grabbed sky. The others kissed dirt. But one-armed, he couldn't maneuver and shoot at the same time. He let go of the gun controls and grabbed the stick. Time to move the franchise. From the corner of his eye, he had kept count of the planks rising from behind the terminal. The 11th was a bigger boom, a larger ship. That was the SSTO Bessie Coleman, a Leo orbiter like the Rogers, with more fuel and cargo capacity than the smaller FBTS jump ships. And damn if her pilot wasn't that same Forrest Calhoun he'd wondered about all those years ago. He'd met the man briefly at Lejeune, just before they jumped for Yugoslavia. Shook his hand. 11 down, 1 to go. No, that was 11 up, 1 to go. The Serbies must have realized that too, because the forward units pushing toward the airport gave up, which was good, and turned their attention to Azim, which was not so good. Toward the rear of the column, he saw a couple 3 Humvees, or maybe they were old patch-up jeeps, coming around off-road through the brush, so someone in back must have looked up deployment in his handbook. The heavy-caliber machine guns bouncing on their backs looked like serious weenie. 2 mags left for the Gat, and his right arm was getting tired from the strain of working both controls. Ought to complain, he thought. Motherfucking platform's not handicapped-friendly. There was no pain in his left arm. Not yet. Probably never would be. The Rogers lifted off then, and Azim was well and truly alone, except for 100 or so Serbies. The front end of the column was a shambles, burning trucks and guns, twitching bodies. But the back end was coming up now, and the advance parties were turning back, and he couldn't keep his skimmer hopping too much longer. Maybe it was time to think about that switch behind the little door. There was something wrong with the Rogers. It was rising too slowly, and even from here, Azim could see that the cargo bay door was still open. Damn! Had one of those Serb shots hit Lucky? Jojo was aboard that jump ship, and Chase, and if the Rogers went down, there'd be nobody tell his mama whatever happened to her boy. He yanked hard on the control stick and kicked the pedals, and his skimmer darted across the road between 2 of the burning guns. The flames roared and blossomed from the backwash of his lifter fans. Bullets spanged against his armor from both sides, but this time, thankfully, nothing came through the gun ports. Instead, as he passed between the 2 squads, they shot at each other. Azim howled laughter. There was a hummock in the ground on the other side of the road. Not much, but seized the high ground. He brought the skimmer around and settled it atop the mound. When he let go the yoke, his right arm felt like a sausage. He punched the cutoff with his fist, and the rotors whined into silence. A squad of Serb infantry must have thought the skimmer was disabled, because they shouted and charged up the slope to where he had grounded it. Azim gave them a convincing counter-argument, which left half of them flopping in the grass. The others went to ground and began firing from cover. His armor rang like a roof in a hailstorm. A bullet found the forward gun port and glanced off his helmet. It was like being hit with a hammer. Azim saw double. One of the jeeps was coming into position now. The other 2, coming up the other side of the road, were probing for a path through the line of burning wreckage. Some other Serbies must have figured Americans were too stupid to mount a tailgun on a skimmer and work their way to the side. With the videos out, he couldn't see behind, so he told the tailgun's pea-brain to shoot anything that moved. Another bullet found something. The control board spat sparks, and the map display went dead. Well, he didn't need the map no more anyway. He knew where he was. Up Shit Creek. Nothing here to shoot at but bogeys. Be a damn shame if they nined the fire control brain, though. He could only aim and shoot 1 gun at a time. The machine gun mounted on the jeep began to chatter, and the hailstorm on his armor turned into some jazz drummer on weed. Azim returned fire, but the range was extreme, and the jeep driver drove his charge in an evasive maneuver, which ruined the gunner's aim, but which kept Azim busy enough for the others to dash forward and dive into new positions. Azim's last stand. A Serb rifleman came suddenly erect, pointing toward the sky, the last gesture he ever made. Then others were turning and firing into the air. What the hell? Azim risked a glance and saw the most bizarre sight he had ever seen. The Calbreth Rogers, a fucking spaceship, was sliding sideways across the sky. I didn't know they could do that. In the open mouth of the cargo bay, a squad of Marines poured fire into the Serbs surrounding Azim. He could see Jojo hanging to a lanyard with one arm and firing his machine gun with the other. There was Flynn and Sears and the rest of Red Hand. There was the sergeant major who had been in charge of the UN troops. And Chase, who was a fucking civilian and couldn't know anything except which end the bullets came out. Which, under the circumstances, was enough. The high ground was always the best position, and it looked like the lieutenant had invented his own high ground. The Serbs began to scatter under the rain of lead, and the Rogers drifted after them, walking on feet of flame. The few who were left around Azim's position fired wildly at the spaceship or at the skimmer. Azim let the computer note the vector of each slug and sent a stream of fire along the return path. One by one, the guns fell silent. The Rogers had reached the roadway and began to follow the line of vehicles, scorching them with her exhaust. Fabric caught fire. Flames erupted from gasoline tanks, enveloping trucks and cars in steel-melting heat. A caisson blew up. Serb regulars scattered in all directions, away from the enormous flying torch that swooped down on their equipment. Azim watched it for a while. Then he closed his eyes and rested his cheek on the handle of the forward gun. Thunder, roaring wind, and searing heat brought him round again. Looking through the forward gun port, he saw the Rogers, gear extended, settle to the ground a little ways in front of him. Painfully, Azim pushed himself erect with his good arm. The left one, throbbing and with pain just beginning to soak in, dangled limply by his side. Chase was sitting in the open cargo bay door with a stupid grin on his face. "Need a lift?" he asked. Skopje by Roberta Carson, from Sticks Up. Were you at Thermopylae when Persia crossed the sea? Did you lay your bones between your homes and the spears of the enemy? Or did you stand before Chalon with old foes at your side, and with sword and shield refused to yield and stemmed the Hunnish tide? Did you ply a boat to Dunkirk? Did you drive a taxicab to the Marne's grim banks and never charge a fare? Did you roll down rocks at Moorgarten or die at Manzikert? Did you shout back, "Nuts!" in the frigid Christmas air? If you were no strutting conqueror, but fought for hearth and home, if you warded the defenseless and shielded them from harm, if you swooped in for the rescue, if you ground a tyrant down, accept the thanks from the world's poor ranks. You've earned your plot of ground. 10. Promises Kept 2. Marisa was watching the television coverage from the day couch in the sunroom when Barry came up behind her and began to massage her shoulders. Marisa reached up and held his hand. "It was Azim Thomas," she told him. "The Marine that held off the Serb artillery until the planks were off. He was going by the name Thomas Monroe. His picture has been all over the networks." "I heard. What will happen to him now?" Barry asked. She sighed. "Two things, I suppose. He gets the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he gets brought in for questioning by the North Orange police. It doesn't seem fair." His hands caressed the curve of her neck. "I remember the store videotapes, and it looked to me like he tried to stop Tyler, Zipper." He shook his head. Onwuka always did have a bad feeling about Zipper. He told me once that there was gold inside Azim, but as deep as he could dig into Zipper, there was nothing there. As far as Marisa knew, the North Orange police had not even been searching for Azim, but publicity did funny things to prosecutors' minds. Who could resist the temptation to strut for a high-profile case? "If I have any influence over matters," she said, "the charge on accessory and on interstate flight will be dropped." She could not allow them to take the boy. What could it possibly mean now but vindictiveness? "I am certain that the tapes can be computer-enhanced to show more clearly what happened." Barry stopped rubbing. I'm sure they can be. He fell silent, and Marisa craned her neck to look at him. Barry's face was a mixture of conflicting emotions. His mouth hooked down, and his eyes were troubled. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing." He came from behind the couch and nodded toward the television. They said on the news that more than 200 Serbs were killed in the fighting, and only 3 Marines. You forgot the 27 Marines, 4 Nigerians, and 2 Swedes killed before the rescue. Or don't they count? Of course they do. But that fellow, he indicated the newsreader, has been saying it was not a fair fight. Marisa said dryly, "It was not supposed to be. Besides, that fellow only reads what Cyrus Atwood gives him to read, and Cyrus is determined to spin any news story that involves my ships. Most of his media employees have different agendas than he has, but Cyrus can play his own tune regardless of the instrument. What is it, a war between you two? Cyrus and her? The old man in the shadows, sitting back and pulling strings because the future terrified him, and herself, dirtied by the struggle because, and it struck her suddenly, because she too was terrified of the future. Yes. And her laugh sounded odd, even to herself. It is a war, only we don't use bullets. Except one. What? Barry turned away and walked to the window, where he stood with arms folded, staring into the draperies. He pulled them aside. When the People's Crusades shut down that Klondike American oil depot in Alaska, Doyle Kennan, one of the foremen, shot himself. And is that supposed to be my fault? Barry turned at last, but his arms remained resolutely folded. Albright undertook the crusade because a big-money donor named Arthur Kondo suggested it. Kondo had given EarthSafe Solar $200,000 in the name of Japan America Friends of Solar, and you don't ignore a friend like that. I thought crusaders were not influenced by such matters, but never mind. What is your point? Just this. Arthur Kondo is actually a Tokyo-based trade negotiator for Van Hoyten Industries. You have to peel back 2 or 3 layers of the onion to find that, but it's true. And who taught you to peel onions? She wondered. What of it? I do not dictate how my employees spend their free time. Don't play games, Marisa, Barry snapped. Remember who I am? I'm your husband. I'm on your side. No way Kondo can scrape together 200 grand. Japan America is a front, a shell. It has a donor list, but you add up all those nickels and dimes and it's still peanuts. Except for the 200 special friends who gave 1,000 apiece. And, don't interrupt, please. And each of those 200 donations can be traced through a maze of transactions back to VHI. So tell me, Marisa, why did you launder so much money into EarthSafe? Just so Albright would listen to Kondo and go after Klondike American? No, that was simply a handy coincidence when I needed to strike Atwood. And so Doyle Kennan kills himself. She rose from the sofa, with her arms held stiff at her sides. I am not responsible for that. You set the events in motion. Or Cyrus did, when he sent a man with a knife to threaten me. Or Albright, when he decided that even barely detectable amounts of a discharge were earth-threatening. Or Klondike by overreacting. There were accommodations short of closure. Or maybe even that supervisor himself, if he was the one responsible for authorizing the discharge. How far back do you go to find the prime mover? Don't tell me I set events in motion. She stepped away from the day couch toward him. Through the window louvers, in the distance, she could see Harriet atop Estrella, trotting toward the stables. And past that, the meadow undulating toward Skunktown Mountain. She and Barry stood regarding each other for a long moment. Then Barry flapped his arms once. Look, I'm sorry I brought it up. Get out. Reese, I said get out. All right. He held his hands up, palms out. A gesture of surrender. Or of helplessness. All right. We can talk again after you've calmed down. He took a step backward and turned and circled the couch so he wouldn't come near her. At the doorway that led into the ballroom, he paused with one hand on the doorpost and turned again. Marisa felt as if she were vibrating, a tuning fork humming on some unheard frequency. "One last question, Reese, and you don't have to answer, but I wonder, what would Keith McReynolds have said?" It was a long time after he left that she stood there by the window, and not once did she hear the answer. She settled on a small affair, an open house and reception, to honor the Witherspoon graduates who, by an odd concatenation of chance, had assured the success of the Skopje rescue. Michael Hobart brought his wife, Philippine Flavie Leland, as well as his son. He was dressed in his blues, as was Azim Thomas, and Azim's friend Jojo Kirby. Azim's mother, a plump woman with work-worn hands, watched her prodigal with eyes that brimmed with tears, as if she expected him to leap out of the window and vanish from her life once more. A blue, star-speckled ribbon hung around Azim's neck. Every now and then his left hand, bound in a sling, would reach out and touch the medallion that dangled from the ribbon, as if to assure him that it was still there. During the reception, Chase, Azim, and Jimmy Poole gathered in the library alcove where her special globe had once been, and stood there with their backs turned, as if they had built a wall between themselves and the rest of the party. It seemed strange to think of them as young men in their mid-20s and not as children. Marisa did not disturb them as she passed by, but she could overhear Jimmy Poole's braying voice. "Can't prove it legal, but it was Cyrus Atwood. Used an outlaw hacker named Crackman to bogey the code and plant the logic bomb. That Crackman is one bean dude, let me tell you, and I've been trying to wangle the angle for almost a year. Then I find out how the flock is going up, you know? Talk pressure? Man." Ned Dubois, in a dinner jacket, looked as unlikely a specimen as Marisa had ever seen, like a fish wearing fur. He seemed to be in a constant struggle with his tie, and the tie was winning. He had brought his wife Betsy, who spent most of the open house inspecting the paintings that hung about, surprising Marisa by identifying several of the artists. Marisa found Ned talking with Hobie, Jojo, and Hobie's father. Marisa apologized for interrupting and laid her hand on Ned's forearm. "I wanted to commend you, Ned, on the control of the plank that you demonstrated in a crisis." Ned chuckled. "Does that mean you think I'm a hell of a pilot?" "Man," said Jojo, "you should have seen it. He really toasted them Serbies." Ned's smile faded. "I'm not too happy about that." Michael Hobart rumbled. "I won't waste my tears. They came looking for trouble and they found what they were looking for. They were picking my men off one by one, unarmed UN peacekeepers, just for sport." Hobart Père was large and broad-shouldered, like his son. Angry, he presented an awesome sight. "An hour earlier, that column you helped destroy was shelling equally unarmed civilians in Skopje town, so I can't say I'm too sorry they got back some of what they'd been giving." "Besides," said Hobie, "Azim helped get Dad out of a tight spot. You couldn't just go off and leave him." "No way," said Jojo, bobbing his head vigorously. "The answer to your question, Ned," Marisa said, "is that I do think you are one hell of a pilot." Then with a slight gesture, she led him apart from the others. "I have spoken to Dolores and the others on the Far Trip Steering Committee," she told him in a low voice. "They agreed that the ability to think coolly in an emergency is just the quality they want in the command pilot." Ned had a tall Pilsner glass of beer. He lowered it now. "The Far Trip assignment is yours." Ned seemed a little dazed. He shook his head as if to clear it. He swallowed once, and perhaps only Marisa could see how the Pilsner glass shook ever so slightly. "Another world," he whispered. "To set foot on another world." "Do I take that for a yes?" Ned straightened out. "Who's number 2? "For the command chair, Commander Calhoun. No, I meant co-pilot, but the co-pilot will be Russian." "Mike Krasnarov." "Very likely, but that has not been decided. Kravchenko is very competent. Ned grinned suddenly. But if Nikolai snores in his sleep, it could be a real long flight. Sykes announced dinner then, and they all moved slowly toward the dining room. Marisa saw Ned catch up with Betsy and take her arm. He leaned close to her and whispered, and Marisa supposed he was giving her the good news. Armando was serving dessert when the gatehouse called to say that there was a woman who wanted urgently to see Azim Thomas. Marisa, puzzled, gave permission to admit her. A few minutes later, Sykes came to the table to explain that the woman had come to the front door but would not enter Silver Pond. She wanted Azim to come to the door instead. Rather than create a scene, Marisa dabbed at her lips with her napkin and rose from the table. "Excuse me," she told the others, and left the dining room. It was Styx, as she had half suspected. The list of those who would not set foot in Silver Pond was not a very long one. Marisa could see Roberta through the mosaic of beveled glass. She could see a score of Robertas, large and small, upright and inverted. But when she opened the door, there was only one. "Roberta," she said, in as welcoming a voice as she could muster. "Where's Azim?" was all she received in response. "Sykes is bringing him. Would you care to step inside?" "Nah. I'd be crashing a real important party. And besides, I'm particular about what houses I walk into." "You were not always so particular," Marisa said. "Yeah, well, live and learn, or you don't live long." Sykes returned with Azim Thomas in tow. "What is it?" the gunnery sergeant wanted to know. He peered at Roberta with uncertain recognition. "You want to see me, girl?" "No," said Roberta. She reached to the left, out of sight of the doorway, and tugged another young woman into view. A short woman with dusky skin and a wide, round nose, hair chopped short in bangs across her forehead. "But here's someone," Roberta continued, "you need to talk to." A silence formed that seemed to stretch on and on. Who is it? Marisa wondered. One of Azim's old girlfriends? It was Azim who broke the silence first. "Shit," he said. "You that Indo girl from school." Tanuja Pandya, Marisa suddenly remembered, the one whose father had been killed by Azim's friend. Azim took a step forward, onto the porch, and Tanuja moved back, away from him. "I ain't gonna hurt you none, girl," Azim snapped. His right hand, half raised, made a gesture of helplessness. He turned and glared at Marisa and Roberta. "Leave us be a while, okay? Don't want no—" "Witnesses?" asked Roberta. "Fuck you, Styx. I'm going down the bottom of those stairs." He turned to Tanuja. You come down there too. Maybe we got something to say? We say it." He bounced down the flag-stoned staircase, balancing himself with his good hand on the rail. Tanuja Pandya hesitated and looked first at Roberta, then at Marisa. "Go on," Marisa said, "if that is what you want." Tanuja pulled her lip between her teeth and nodded slowly. "It's hard," she said, "to be reminded." Then she followed Azim down the stairs, leaving Marisa and Roberta on the porch standing in front of the open door. "Are you certain you will not step inside?" Marisa asked again. Roberta shook her head, and Marisa came out onto the porch herself. "As you wish." It was still light out. July days were long and the evenings short and soft. The sky was overcast and seemed to be lit by indirect lighting. Everything was bright in the waning daylight, yet nothing cast a shadow. "Why did you bring her here?" she asked. Roberta raised her head. "People have a right to know. People have to face up to their own lives." She shook her head to throw a curl of black hair off her brow. "Do they?" Marisa asked. "Azim broke with his old life. He learned. He is not the same person you knew in school." "Didn't know him then," Styx replied. "But what the hell makes you think it was Azim needed closure?" Marisa looked at the girl. "You did this for Tanuja." Styx looked away into the bushes that robed the crest of the great mound. I didn't want her to die of the wounds she got in the robbery." "I see. You wouldn't be manipulating her life, then?" Roberta gave her an angry glance. "I'm doing this for her, not for me. That makes a difference." Marisa stepped back inside the house and saw Sykes waiting patiently for instructions. She sent him up to the roost and told him where to find the envelope he was to bring back with him. Then she returned to the porch. Roberta was staring down the gently curving stairs as if trying to see beyond the bend to the parking apron below. "My mother died, you know," Styx said quietly. "Oh," said Marisa. "I hadn't known. I'm sorry." "No, you're not. What did you know about her to be sorry about? She hated you because you were rich, because she thought you bought me away from her." "I never had such an intention. We argued all the time. She kept me in a cage, no fooling, bars on the window and everything. She died while I was in Prague, and I never knew about it until I came back. And all those things we said to each other, they were still there. And all those things we never said to each other, they never got said. And so you brought Tani to meet Azim, so they could say things to each other." Styx turned and looked at her with coal black eyes. "Don't psychoanalyze me," she said. "You don't have the right." The breezes of twilight started, a rush of air across the mound that stirred the grass into restless motion. Like waves on the sea, Marisa had always thought. She looked down the stairs. "I wonder what they are saying to each other," Marisa said. "That's between the two of them," Roberta responded. "It's none of our business." "What if one of them says the wrong thing?" "Then that's what they said." Styx turned her pale gaze on her. "You still don't get it, do you, rich lady? People own title to their own lives. They can muck things up if that's what they want, and you or I get no say in it." "That cannot stop me from caring." Roberta looked away again. "When have you ever cared?" "Sometimes," Marisa admitted. "Perhaps not often enough." Sykes reappeared in the doorway with a thick manila envelope in his hand. Marisa took it and thanked him, and Sykes bowed gracefully and retreated. "I read your poem, the one about Skopje that appeared in the Atlantic Monthly." Roberta turned around with her arms folded. "I thought it was very good." "Did you?" The young woman would not accept the compliment. "It was nothing. A piece of doggerel I threw off and transmitted before I could think better of it." She made a face. "That's the problem with electronic submissions. You can send things before they're really ready." "Nevertheless, I thought it was good." Roberta shrugged. "Maybe the world needs more heroes. Maybe the world is ready for heroes again." "Yes," Marisa thought. "That's why we tried to grow some." Marisa looked at the envelope she held. 7 years of painstaking research by Luanda Chisholm. Evidences carefully tracked down, documented, copied, pieced together. Bank records, taped conversations, depositions. It wasn't all legal. It would never make it into court, and it had never been intended that it should. But it was all true. The evidence showed how money from Cyrus Atwood funneled through the People's Crusades financed an armed attack on the Antisana Ram. Used the right way, this information would bring down Cyrus Atwood. It would bring down the People's Crusades with it. "Tell me, Roberta, is Phil Albright one of those heroes?" "You damn betcha," Roberta said. "There's nobody who cares about as many things as deeply as he does. He's the only one in the country who sees the future the way it ought to be." "Perhaps not the only one," Marisa said wryly. "And perhaps you are right that the country needs heroes. Perhaps it needs a dozen different sorts of heroes, in the sky and on the earth and in the schools and on the battlefield. Heroes who care and heroes who think. Even heroes who might struggle against each other." She held the envelope out to Roberta. "Take this. I had intended only to show you its contents, but you may take it and decide for yourself what to do about it." Roberta accepted the envelope with a suspicious squint. "What is this?" she asked. She opened it and pulled out a sheet at random. "I will tell you one other thing. As far as we could determine, Phil Albright himself knew nothing at all about the matters described. Styx had always cultivated a pale complexion only one shade up from a sickly pallor. Now she seemed to blanch almost into transparency. Her eyes darted across the bank statement she had pulled, then lighted on Maurice's face. "Why are you giving me this?" "As you said, Roberta, people have a right to know." "You're trying to destroy the Crusades." "I'm trying to destroy Cyrus Atwood and his nephews. He has been using the Crusades as a cat's paw. I thought you were the one who was shocked by manipulation." Roberta shook the envelope. "What if I destroy this?" "Do you want my advice?" "No." "Still, you shall have it, if only so you can ignore it. Make a copy of what I have given you and put the originals in a safe place, a bank deposit box perhaps. Then take the evidence and show it to Phil. However much we disagree on some issues, he is an honest man. Between the two of you, you may yet save the Crusades from the rot within it." "You never give up, do you?" Styx said bitterly. She shoved the bank statement back into the envelope. "What do you mean?" "You're still trying to direct my life." She waved the envelope onto Maurice's face. "Damn you! Damn you! I don't need you. I don't need anyone." "Then I feel very sorry for you." Styx raised her arm as if to throw the envelope to the ground, but instead, turning, she tucked it under her arm and fled down the stairs. Marisa listened to the footsteps fade. Shortly, she heard a car engine start, and a few minutes later, Azim Thomas walked slowly into view. His uniform was disheveled, and the ribbon around his neck was askew. He looked somber and unusually thoughtful. When he saw Marisa waiting on the porch, he hesitated. "Sykes can direct you to a washroom where you can straighten up," she told him. Azim nodded silently. "Is everything all right?" she asked. He nodded again and added, "Sometimes you just gots to stand there and take it. Sometimes people, they just gots to unload, you know?" She stepped aside so he could pass her. "Yes," looking down the silent, darkening steps. "I know." Entire days could go by when she did not think of William. She considered that both as a hopeful sign that the pain would someday fade, and as a distressing one that she could ever forget the loss. There were other days when she could think of little else besides the son who had never been. Flashbacks, as those on drugs might experience, but to times that had never happened, holding a baby in her arms. On days like that, she welcomed distractions. Some of them. Barry took her to the top of Skunktown Mountain in the early morning, when the dew was still fresh on the meadow and the birds sang the sun into rising. They sat side by side on the bench in the gazebo overlooking Silver Pond, and she thought wistfully of that soft summer's day 7 years ago when they had made love for the first time. She thought how she had used him then as a way to score off Harriet, and how she had been neglecting him ever since the miscarriage. Was that why he had brought her up here? "Barry," she said, but he answered with a hush. He took her hand in his, gently, but she could feel that he was anything but relaxed. He sat stiffly and, with his left hand, he fussed with the manila envelope he had brought with him. "You know I love you, Reese," he said at last. "It has come to my attention," she said. But her dry response did not elicit the grin it usually did. His smile could light up his whole face, but she had seen little of it lately. He had been moody and irritable ever since his last trip. Sometimes they quarreled over inconsequential matters. I'm serious. I love you. I would do anything not to hurt you. And I believe in what you are trying to accomplish. Something in the way he said that, I would do anything not to hurt you, told her that hurt was coming. Unwillingly, she clenched up. What is it? Half a plea, half a command. He sighed. There's no easy way. Without another word, he gave her the manila folder. His face did not flicker. It was impossible to discern his thoughts. Marisa opened the folder and extracted the contents. They were photographs of Barry and a woman. And the two of them were... She slapped the pictures face down on the bench and looked away. Barry shifted and sat straighter, but still his face did not betray his thoughts. Marisa fought for breath against a sudden pain in her stomach. What? She said. She had to take a deep breath. What is this? She waved a hand at the photographs. She found that she could not bear to touch them. Reese. No. She pulled away from him. The pictures dislodged, scattered to the ground. One flipped over, revealing intertwined arms and legs. She would not look at it. She stared through the gap in the trees. Below, like a toy building, Silver Pond sat atop its mound, bathed in a clean morning sunlight that seemed almost sourceless. Why? She asked, after a very long time, measured in heartbeats. Ask Cyrus. You hit him, he hits you back. This was payback for Klondike American. He wanted me to sabotage our space program. She turned and looked at him. That was the wrong why, Barry. He wouldn't meet her eyes. I know what kind of person I am. Jesus. Ever since I saw those pictures, I've known all too well. I'm not proud. But if I tried to hide them, if I tried to keep them a secret, Atwood would own me. I'd give in to him sooner or later and do what he wanted. This was the only way I could stop him. By showing me the pictures yourself. Yes. He looked up at her, improbably eager-eyed. Don't you see? What you and I have built is too important to let Cyrus Atwood get a lever on me. What you and I have built? What part of it did you build? He flushed. I kept you alive when the work would have killed you. Well, thank you very much. She stepped on the photographs scattered on the dirt and ground her heel into them. And it's still the wrong why. I don't care why Atwood took the pictures. I don't care why you showed them to me. I want to know why you were there for the pictures to be taken at all. He froze for a moment, and Marisa could feel, even at the far end of the bench where she had placed herself, everything run out of him. But when he spoke, he did not address her question. He closed his two hands into a ball, which he shoved into his lap, and stared at the worn and trodden ground. It's funny, you know. All my life, I just took things as they came. Never once did I stand up for a principle. And now, because I wouldn't play Cyrus Atwood's game, I've screwed things up worse than ever. You are not trying to tell me that this was all out of loyalty to me. He grunted a laugh. Funny thing, but it's true. He did look at her now. What do you do when you've taken on obligations that conflict? What if your whole goddamn life is one big jigsaw puzzle and none of the pieces fit each other? When you've made too many promises and you've got to keep them all? She stood up, straight and stiff. I don't do that, Barry. I don't drift with the tide. I chart my own course. No matter who you leave behind, I'm not the one with my photograph taken. Then maybe you ought to be. Jesus, our whole life together has been a deception, from the day we first met. Or don't you remember your little dress-down act at the hotel? You like to keep little secrets, schemes within schemes. Prometheus within VHI, and the inner circle within Prometheus, and you within the inner circle. When half of Prometheus thought the goal was cheap space transportation, others knew there were space stations behind it, and still others knew there was solar power behind that. Tell me, Reese, have you ever told anybody everything? You kept things from Belinda, and she resents it. You manipulated the school curriculum, and Styx resents it. You used staff people from Morpheus and Demeter, and Jimmy Undershot and Brad Hardaway resent it. You always have something going on behind the scenes. How long have you and I been married? How much have we shared in pillow talk over the last 5 years? And not once did you ever talk to me about that fear of yours. Sometimes, Barry said, I think you can't not keep things to yourself. Sometimes I think you can't open yourself to anybody. Not to me, not to Harriet. I wonder. Not even to Keith? She dropped her eyes to the envelope in the dirt. No, not even to Keith. Everyone keeps secrets, she said bitterly. Not everyone betrays. She turned her back on him and walked toward the path that led down from the hill. His voice chased after her, followed her down. Maybe you ought to shack up with someone besides Prometheus. Did you ever think of that? It was always the guilty that had the most excuses, who hurled the most countercharges. She began to walk more swiftly down the trail off Skunktown Mountain, pushing blindly past the shrubs and low-hanging branches, not quite breaking into a run. Her feet stamped the hardened dirt of the path, tripped once on a protruding root, but she caught herself and did not fall. She left him behind, atop the mountain, and never looked back. Distance is the healer. Distance and solitude. Marisa did not stop running until she had reached the old family lodge high above Jackson Lake. Of all their houses, this one had always been Father's favorite, but they had stopped coming here after Father's death. An occasional ski outing in college, a few of the early management retreats. More often she had leased it out. There was no one staying there now. The lodge was dark and silent, the furniture shrouded in white sheets. It smelled of age and disuse. Dust lined everything. She had not called the caretaker before flying out, so nothing had been turned on. Nor had, she thought wryly, the neglect been corrected. She had packed a bag and abandoned Silver Pond before Harriet had returned from the city. Not even Sykes knew where she had gone, though he knew Lawrence Sprague had driven her to the airport. And Barry, as far as she knew, was still sitting on that bench atop Skunktown Mountain. Only Charlie Jim, who had flown her here on the company jet, knew, and he was sworn to silence. They would track her down eventually. She was too important to disappear for long. Until then, she had only herself for company. And how long had it been since that? She dropped her overnight bag into her old bedroom. Somehow, it did not seem right to take her parents' room, and hoped that during the angry stuffing of it some more coherent part of her mind had included all the things she would need. She walked from room to room, touching things. Her tour brought her to the back deck, which stood on stilts on the edge of a broad cirque, where God himself had taken a bite from the mountainside. Through the evergreens that clothed the sharp, stone-littered slope, she could glimpse the waters of Jackson Lake winking in the moonlight. She stood there for a while, hypnotized by the blinking. Finally, she returned to the bedroom and pulled the protective cover off the bed. There was a mattress pad, but no linens, but she did not particularly care. She stripped and then rummaged in the overnight bag for pajamas. The subconscious, or whoever had packed, had fallen down on the job. There were underwear, toiletries, a change of clothing, even a swimsuit, but no pajamas. It didn't matter. It was high summer, August, and though the Rockies were always cool, they were not excessively so at this time of year. She searched in the closets until she found an old flannel blanket woven in a faux Indian design and brought it back to the bedroom with her, She stopped before the full-length mirror on the bedroom closet door, but it was too dark in the room to see herself. She went to the French doors that led to the deck and pulled the curtains wide. In the moonlight, her body glowed like a pearl. Across the cirque, a man sitting feet on rail on his own deck saw her framed in the doorway and nearly tumbled off his seat. Marisa pretended not to notice him. Instead, she returned to the mirror and studied herself in the silver light. Why that other woman, and not her? Was she too thin, her breasts too small, her hair cut too boyishly? Or was she too reserved when the moment called for abandon? Or was it not physical at all? On some subjects, she knew, others did not share her intensity. Could it be only a search for a change of subject? She could flog herself all night over imagined shortcomings. It was a disservice to Barry to treat him so. He was an actor, too, with intellect and will, and so, too, was the woman. And it could be that each of the three of them had built a piece of the final product, each for his or her own reasons, with never any need that those reasons correspond. Is it the bell that rings, ran the old Japanese riddle, or the clapper? Or is it the meeting of the two? She and Chris and Belinda and Steve and Corey and Ned and all of them had different reasons for traveling the road they did, and if they found themselves together for a time, it was because those needs converged. If she feared the asteroids, and Belinda wanted to inspire the children, and Wallace got all misty-eyed just thinking about space, and Steve wanted to advance his career, and Luis Mendoza thought only about building his engines, and Dolores and Joao wanted only to score off of each other, and Ned Dubois wanted to touch another world, what did it matter in the end? She shivered, and goosebumps formed on her body. She wrapped her arms around herself and patted softly to where she had thrown the flannel blanket. She whirled it around herself like a cape. "Show's over," she thought to the man across the cirque. She wondered if he had had time to get a camera. Only fair to have pictures of herself as well. She wriggled into the bed and rolled the blanket up like a cocoon. Sleep was a long time coming, and she wished, but only for a moment, for the bottle that Barry had used so long for comfort. In the morning, after she had brushed her hair and teeth, she decided on a swim in the pool. Water was a cleanser, too. The bathing suit her brainstem had packed was a two-piece, of an Italian design that had been quite fashionable the year she'd had it made. Doubtless no one wore the style anymore. It fit, though snugly, a reminder of the years that lay between her and a frolic in the water. She was being foolish, of course. She saw that immediately when she stepped out the side door and discovered the pool empty. A tarpaulin had been stretched across it, and a season's worth of pine needles had accumulated in its lap. A faint, turpentine-like odor permeated the air. Marisa sighed, and she sat down on the steps that led to the pool. She didn't know what she wanted to do now, or if she wanted to do anything. "Going for a swim?" She looked up at the question and saw the man from the lodge across the cirque. He was blond turning gray, broad-shouldered, and with a smile that was a credit to his orthodontist. His arms and legs, where they protruded from swim shorts and pool shirt, were covered with light golden curls that glistened with beads of water. "You're welcome to use my pool if you wish, and you can use my phone to get your caretaker on the stick." He had seen her last night, standing naked on the balcony deck. He had more in mind, she was sure, than neighborly generosity. "If your wife doesn't mind," she said. He laughed. "She already has her half. What I've got left is all mine." She stood and held a hand out to him. "I am Marisa van Hoyten. What is your name?" His smile faltered a little, then returned. "Wayne?" He turned and led her off, and she followed, her sandals slapping against the paving stones. He moved with grace, legs and arms in perfect balance. She judged him to be about her own age, and, if he kept a lodge on this part of the mountain, of her own class. Pausing at the gate to his own grounds, he opened it and bowed her through. "I appreciate the loan of your swimming pool, Wayne. It hit her suddenly, leaving her speechless. She stopped half through the gate. He turned and gave her an inquiring look. "Wayne," she said. "Wayne Coper?"
"I didn't think you recognized me."
I hadn't. Wayne. It's been a long time."
"Not since prep school," he agreed.
"What are you doing here?" He shrugged.
"It's August 10th,
he said, as if that explained everything. It didn't, but everyone had their own private world of reasons. His was a lovely pool with gently curving sides filled with clear blue-green water heated to a comfortable temperature. Steam curled off the surface and made a sort of mist above the pool. Diving into it was a rebirth. She moved through the water with slow strokes, arching her back, floating. She broke surface and shook the water from her face. Wayne was sitting by the poolside with 2 glasses of iced tea in hand.
"How do you like it?"
he asked. Marisa kicked off the side of the pool and coasted across. She gripped the edge and floated there. "It's refreshing," she said. "Better than sitting in an unopened house feeling sorry and bitter." Wayne looked momentarily serious.
"Tell me about it."
For a moment she thought he was prying, but then she saw he was making a comment, not a request. "When did you build this lodge?" she asked. "Your family always kept a house down by the lake." Another careless shrug.
"My first wife got that in a settlement."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"Yeah, it was a great house, but lawyers like me, we keep long hours and come home at unexpected times."
Marisa pushed herself out of the water and sat on the edge of the pool. It was done up in Mexican tile, an eye-twisting riot of color. The water ran off her and pooled where she sat. The dry, high-altitude air sucked it off her skin. She could feel the sun beating down on her. Wayne handed her a pool towel, and she patted her face dry. "It's good to have someone to talk to," she said. "I don't know what I was thinking when I flew out here, but sitting alone in that house—"
"Are you ready to talk about it?"
She turned and looked at him, ran her fingers through her hair. Maybe she ought to let it grow out again. Her hair had always been one of her best features. Harriet had always marveled while combing it out when Marisa had been a child. "No," she said. "Not yet." He handed her one of the iced teas. She tasted it and could detect no liquor. He wasn't trying to get her drunk. He had always done that in prep school. "You've changed."
"We all do. It's called growing up. Back when we were going together, I was a real asshole."
"Tosh, you were a teenaged boy."
"That's what I just said."
She laughed. She hadn't laughed since Barry had shown her the pictures. She couldn't imagine telling Wayne about the pictures. She couldn't imagine admitting they existed. They documented Barry's failing, not her own. Yet she could not help but feel ashamed. "Why is August 10th special?" she asked. "Is that an anniversary or something?" His face darkened under his tan, and he looked down between his feet.
"You're going to think I'm an idiot."
"No, tell me."
"Well, I promised one time that I would meet you at Jackson Lake every August 10th.
"What?" She turned so sharply, she nearly slid off the slick tiles and into the pool. Wayne reached out and grabbed her arm to steady her.
"Careful."
"I don't remember that," she said.
"I do. It was the last summer before college. We were on the boat out on the lake."
And suddenly, she did remember. That had been the very day she had seen the Firestar, the day she had seen what the future might become. And here was her past, come to remind her of it. Funny that they both remembered that day, but for such different reasons. "Do you mean to say you've been coming here every year on August 10th just in case I might show up?" It was an astonishing thought. It was, in a way, frightening.
"Well, No, he admitted. I did for a while, at first. But after your dad died, you never came out here anymore. He laughed softly. Then, a few years ago, I figured that if you finally did show up, you would really need for someone to be here. She stared at him for a long time. Then, with a sudden convulsive movement, she rolled over, face down on the cold, wet tiles. Rub some oil on my back, would you, Wayne? I want to work on my tan. She pulled the straps of her bathing suit off her shoulders and waited. Wayne said, Are you sure you want to do this? They both knew what he meant. They both knew it was not a suntan. Yes, she said. He hurt you, didn't he? He said tentatively. But you still think you may love him. Otherwise, why try to even the score? Psychoanalyze me later, Wayne, and save your guesses. I know what I want. Then you're luckier than most of us. Cold, oily drops hit her in the small of the back, and she shivered at their touch. I think I've always been sort of halfway in love with you, he said, while his hand stroked her, spreading the oil. Or with my memory of you, anyway. That's why my second wife got the Maserati. Wayne, how many wives have you had? Only 2. I'm a slow learner, but I'm not stupid. I won't be the third. I know that. She tried to look back over her shoulder, but she couldn't see him. You don't mind being used this way? He laughed. To make love to a beautiful woman on my pool deck? It's not exactly a fate worse than death. She had to laugh with him. It looked like the old hormone-driven Wayne was still there, too. She twisted around and lay on her back. Are you ready to do the front? When Marisa returned to Silver Pond a week later, Barry was already gone. His closets were empty, as if he had never lived there. Too much remained unresolved. If they were to break over this affair, she ought to at least understand what the affair meant. Harriet did not yet know exactly what had happened, only that Barry had moved out, but she walked the halls of Silver Pond with a curious mix of sorrow and satisfaction. There was a week's worth of decision-making and correspondence to catch up on. Helios was building up to a launch time early the following year. The Antisana ram was down for annual maintenance, and Wilson wanted to rearrange scheduled supply chutes around the Kilimanjaro ram. Fartrip had settled on the Jean Bullard, as expected, and it would come down to land dock next month. All things considered, Steve Mathias had done good work, making those decisions required, while deferring those needing Marisa's agreement. If he was more a mercenary than a true believer, he at least gave good measure for his pay. It was hot and humid in the roost. The observatory dome was open, and the late August night descended through the slit, carrying with it the odors of wood lily and foxglove and the sweet smell of mown hay. Crickets chirped in the woods around the estate, their sound muffled by walls and the distance. It would have been a good night to lie outdoors, a good night to spend with Barry on a blanket thrown among the wildflowers. Marisa sighed and bent over her writing desk. On the main desk, the computer sparkled as multicolored icons flickered and jaunted across the screen. The laser printer hummed to itself, waiting for the data assembler to swoop back from the net and download its file. She picked up the letter she had written and read it over, adjusting the half-lens reading glasses on her nose. Dear Jenny, I am writing you as chairman of VHI, the parent company of Mentor Academies and the Hope Schools, to tell you how proud I am of the work you have done. Dr. Carr has told me of the many projects you have carried out and the ideas you have suggested for caring for our charges. I am sure you have read of the recent rescue mission at Skopje in Macedonia. Should she mention that her classmates Chase Coughlin and Azim Thomas had taken part? But that would reveal that Marisa knew that Jenny Smith was Jenny Ribbon. Marisa decided to respect the young woman's wish to remain anonymous. She took her fountain pen in hand again and continued to write. Rest assured that you and your co-workers
have been conducting rescues no less important. I know that the compensation and recognition are meager compared to many other occupations, but some payments are incalculable. I hope that someday, when you are older, some of those you have rescued look you up for no other reason than to thank you. This is, Dr. Carr has assured me, a payment far beyond rubies. With my very best wishes, I remain yours, Marisa Gorley Van Hoyten. She signed it with a flourish. She had written by hand in blue ink, no form letter, no impersonal company boilerplate. The stationery was embossed in silver, with a Harriet's sterling rose curled in the upper left corner. The printer began to run, and Marisa set the letter aside to be addressed later. She took the color photograph from the discharge tray and opened her scrapbook. It was the formal portrait the Marine Corps had taken of Azim Thomas when he finished basic training a few years ago. Thomas stood decked in dress blues beside an American flag. He looked pleased but wary, and perhaps a little cocky, and entitled to all three. Harriet entered the roost. Harriet never came to the roost. She stepped carefully, like an explorer entering uncharted ground. "What are you doing now, Marisa?" her mother worried. "We are meeting the Vaughts for dinner tonight, or have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten. This won't take long." She hadn't forgotten what a Herbie Ernie Vaught was either, but Harriet had her own rules. She flipped through the scrapbook, past the group photograph of the men and women around the Arizona laser — Morris Tucker was third from the left — until she found a blank page. She placed Azim's photograph on it to see how it would look. Not many pages left. She would have to get a new volume soon. "I need to catch up on how my children have been doing." "Your children?" Harriet's voice was disembodied, floating in the air somewhere behind Marisa's left shoulder. "What are you talking about? You have no children." She took a moment to thumb back a few pages. Azim, her troubled, angry boy. Styx, the rebellious one. Chase, so proud in his spacer's uniform. Jimmy, the smart one. Too smart, maybe. And serious, earnest Tani. She had sold her father's store at last and entered college. Marisa would start a page for her soon. "Oh, yes, I do," she said in a whisper. To herself, not to Harriet. She did not care if Harriet understood at all. "Oh, yes, I do." The future was a complex thing, built of many components. There were futures you could plan and build, futures of metal and fire, bright shining as the sun. And there were futures you could grow on hope. Belinda and Keith had been right all along. These children, her children, mattered as much as, no, more than, the satellites and the ships. Because what purpose would it be to save the world if there were no world worth saving? She applied the mucilage paste to the back side of the printout photograph and set it firmly in the center, holding it until the glue set. Then she closed the book carefully and sat for a while, listening to the sounds of the night. Epilogue, May 16th, 2009, on the shore of the endless ocean. Bat de Silva wriggled through the manlock into Mere Station, and Ned Dubois shook hands with him when he was finally inside. "You old son of a gun," he said. "Hello, Ned." Bat rubbed his mustache flat with the knuckle of his forefinger. "I am not too late. I saw Bullard as we made our final approach. She is, how do you say it? Awful?" "Awesome would be better," Ned told him. Gorgeous might be better still. Bullard, grappled to Mere by magnetic tethers, was a flower of bright solar panels that gleamed like gold and silver in the sun. "Did you bring it?" De Silva grinned. "Of course. It was not easy finding him, but as you said, he was right. Excuse me." He grabbed a handhold and reached over to grip the hand emerging from the manlock. He pulled Bobby McFeely into the module, where she floated at odd angles to both Ned and Bat. It was something Ned had gotten used to on his various shifts on the station. "Hey, Ned," she said. "How are they hanging?" "This is Orbitsville, Donna Bobby. They don't hang, they float." He kicked off the wall toward the manlock that led into the external tank. "Come on, I'll show you how the upscale half lives." "What was that contraption I saw in parking orbit as we closed?" Bobby asked, following him. "Glenn Curtis," he told her. "Being retired this month. Chase and I. You meet Chase Coughlin yet? We're taking her down after Fartrip leaves. She's all tanked up and ready." He touched down on the bulkhead next to the manlock and punched his code into the keypad. The hatch opened with a hiss. "I was talking about that other bird. Looks like a goddamn F-16 fighter plane." "Oh," Ned laughed, and Bat said, "That is a Lockmar cruiser. Thought you knew." "Bat, honey, I've been reading nothing but baby books for the last year." "Yeah, how's the kid doing?" Ned asked them. Bat's grin was wider than his skull. "Looky what I did." Ned remembered that feeling. "I brought pictures," he said. "Just like his daddy," Bobby said, poking Bat in the ribs with her elbow. "Always crying for more. But what do we need another kind of orbiter for anyway? I like the planks just fine." Bat said, "Have you ever seen photographs of early airplanes? No two were alike." Ned shrugged. "Makes me no never mind." Lockmar's cruiser took off horizontal, just like a plane, using jet fuel, too. When it reached 43,000 feet, it took on another 150,000 pounds of oxidizer from a tanker. And from there? Bobby shook her head. "Sure, but hydrogen peroxide? That stuff's awful. They'll chew up those NK-31G engines of theirs like potato chips." Ned was expansive. "Let 1,000 flowers bloom and 100 different designs contend. They'll probably find one kind of ship's good for some things and another's good for other things." Bat bent over and pulled himself through the lock. Bobby gripped the sides of the lock. "Lefkin flew the cruiser up, you know," Ned told her. "Lefkin? No foolin'. I thought he quit." "Quit VHI anyway. A good career move, all things considered. He is back in the game now. Signed on at Lockmar." He helped Bobby through the lock with a firm shove on her center of gravity. Then he followed her through. The back porch, as everyone called the external tank addition, was spacious, the size of a 747 aircraft with partitions and equipment set up in odd positions and orientations. In microgravity, you could use all the volume, not just the walls. But for the party, most of the furniture had been belayed against the bulkheads. Forrest Calhoun floated in the middle, the center of attention, just where he figured he always belonged. Mike Krasnarov floated beside him, also with a probable opinion on where the center of the gathering lay. Mendez, the geologist by contrast, was content to float on the sidelines, deep in conversation with Dr. Hobart and the other scientists working on board the station. When Forrest saw Ned returning with Bat and Bobby, he boomed, "Hail, hail, the gang's all here!" Lefkin and the Volkovs were already floating nearby. It was a noisy party, but subdued at the same time. Everyone had one eye on the clock. Fartrip would be leaving soon, and the crew would have to get buttoned in. The news people, looking faintly seasick and totally ridiculous with the camera bands strapped to their foreheads, drifted, quite literally, among the pilots and technicians, interviewing whoever would talk to them. Drinks were fruit juices. No sense risking impairment. But Ned knew there was a bottle of champagne hidden aboard Mir for later. Forrest wrapped an arm around Ned's neck. "Son, I'm going to miss your sorry ass, I really am. We ought to be going together, you and me." "After that comment about you missing my ass, I'm not so sure I'd want to be locked in a can with you for very long." Forrest guffawed. "You were always the one to beat, Ned. You know that? The others, Mike, Valerie, Bobby, and the rest, they were good, but it always came down to you and me in the end. We're both number one, son. But there can only be one number one." "Damn it, Forrest. You keep calling me son, but you're 3 years younger than me." "Ah, but so much older in wisdom and experience," Forrest said blandly. "Ah, the hell with it." He wrapped his own arm around Forrest. "I'll miss you too," he said. "Maybe we can get a long-distance poker game going," Forrest suggested.
"Forrest," said Bobby McFeely da Silva, "you can't play poker by mail."
The big man sighed. "Suppose you're right," he admitted. "If I can't see Ned's face, I can't know what cards he's holding."
"In your dreams. Bat, give it to him."
Bat anchored his feet to a stanchion and held out the package he had brought. Forrest exchanged a look with Mike Krasnarov. "What is it?" Krasnarov asked.
"Claudio's feijoada," Bat said. "Just the thing for the going-away meal."
Forrest threw back his head and laughed. "Claudio always did make one damn fine feijoada. But I think Levkin here ought to take the first spoonful."
Gregor Levkin scowled, but Valery Volkov nudged him and said, "It's a big honor, Tavarish."
Levkin thought about it, then expelled his breath.
"I break bread with you then," he said.
"Long as you fix what you break," said Forrest.
You couldn't see anything. You ought to be able to see something. Chase said as much after Vlad Sugachev, the station chief, announced that the power beam from Helios had locked onto Bullard's array and the Antisana laser was just coming around the horizon. Bullard's impulse engines would get continuous power from the sun sink, from the ground lasers, or from the sun itself. Only when the ship was out of efficiency range would she jettison the impulse stage and switch to onboards, but by then the vessel would have built up a respectable velocity and could conserve the rest of her fuel for closing on the asteroid. "I hope everything works all right," Chase said. He had said it several times already. "Don't worry," Ned told him. "I sat in that can for 6 months and we tested every system on board 50% past nominal limits." Chase didn't quite look at him. "Too bad you're not going." Ned sighed. "Yeah. Too bad." Bobby McFeely said much the same thing an hour later, when Bullard was already a shrinking light in the sky, and it was time for Bat and her to resume their interrupted delivery schedule. They had some drop-offs to make at the Leo Consortium construction site. "I wonder how many schedules VHI juggled to get us all up here," Bat wondered as he lingered at the manlock. "And Lockmar," said Ned, who was seeing them off. "Lefkin's test flight was no coincidence either. I think Donna Marisa has a good sense of theater, that's all." He shook hands with them both, and they promised to see each other again, real soon now. He even allowed Bat to give him a Latin kiss on the cheeks, figuring to get the same from Bobby. Bobby paused in the opening before following Bat out to Santos Dumont II and faced Ned. "I always figured," she said seriously, "that you had the inside track on Far Trip. Too bad." Ned accepted her condolences. "Yeah, well, them's the breaks." She shook her head. "No fooling. The skinny was you had a lock on it after Skopje." Ned wouldn't look her in the face. He stared at the bulkhead in the direction of Earth. He could feel the tug of its mass, feel the pull in his heart. He didn't dare turn in the other direction. He could feel that pull, too. "I made a list one time of all the things that were important to me, and I ranked them. There were 2 things ranked higher." He tried to pass it off, as if it didn't bother him, as if his heart did not strain to race after Forrest, to go farther and faster than anyone had ever gone, to set foot where feet had never stepped. You always knew when you had done the right thing, because it always bugged you afterward. He rejoined Chase in the crew module after Santos Dumont had cast loose. They watched through the viewport as it braked into a lower orbit and pulled ahead. "You can still see Bullard with the telescope," Chase told him, "but she'll pass behind the Earth soon." "Where's Leo?" Ned asked. He didn't want to talk about Far Trip anymore. He had made his choice. He had weighed what he had in each hand and had to decide what to hold on to with both. He wondered if Marisa had been surprised when he had told her of his decision. "Should be coming up soon," Chase said. "It's in a slightly higher orbit, so we overtake it now and then." He was silent a moment, then added, "Guy I know's up there, helping build it." Ned didn't know what he was supposed to say about that, so he said nothing. He watched the limb of the Earth
knowing that the construction site would be too small to see even when it did come within view. Slowly, a pale white ghost peeked around the edge of the planet. The moon. Luna was half full from this angle, craters and mountains thrown into sharp relief.
"Geez," said Chase. "Look at that sumbitch. It looks close enough to touch."
"It's an optical illusion," Ned told him.
Chase said,
"Seems a shame nobody goes to the moon anymore."
"Give it time," Ned said. "We're building an infrastructure. And you know what they teach you at the academy? Once you reach orbit, you're halfway to anywhere. Yeah, I know. Half the Del V is just getting off Earth, so you tank up in orbit and—" His voice trailed off into silence.
Ned looked at Chase, and Chase looked at Ned.
"You're not thinking what I'm thinking, are you?" Ned said. "We couldn't do that, could we? Glenn Curtis is all topped off and ready to take dirtside. Might just take us a little detour. What do you say?"
"Ned, we could get into really serious shit."
"We'd need flight programming, though," said Ned, shaking his head. "Have to wump it up before our scheduled deorbit, and that's in what, 4 hours? Hell."
He folded his arms and scowled at the moon. It seemed to be growing smaller as it emerged from behind the earth, getting farther. The silence lasted another heartbeat or two before Chase said,
"I know a guy."
Marisa was meeting with John E. when Khan brought the news. They were sitting tete-a-tete at the coffee table by the window that faced First Watchung Mountain. The tea was Darjeeling, and the tea biscuits had been flown in just that morning from a darling pastry shop in Rotterdam. About 1/3 of the paintings in her office had been replaced by photographs. A subtle touch, and one that some of her staff had not yet noticed. She wondered if she would live long enough to replace all of them. She glanced at her watch as she reached for her cup.
"Harriet should be touching down in Aomori soon," she said.
John E. shook his head in wonder. "I would never have believed it if she hadn't told me herself."
"Mother is a stickler for convention. When her circle decided that 3 days in orbit would be such a delicious outing, well, Harriet simply had to go along."
"She'll be all right, won't she?"
"Nippon Spaceway's tourist boats are all certificated. This isn't their first flight, you know."
John E. smiled gently. "I don't see how you let the tourism industry slip through your fingers."
Zhao Hui's disembodied voice interrupted them. "Ma'am, Mr. Gagrad is outside. He says it is urgent."
Marisa sighed.
"It is always urgent," she said to John E.,
raising her voice. "Send him in."
It was hard to read Khan's face. He was the ultimate technocrat. To him, the world was data. If there was passion there, it was a passion for numbers and abstractions. Seeing them sitting by the window, he strode briskly across the room. Marisa held a cup out. "Would you like some tea, Khan?"
"No," he said brusquely. "One of our planks has been hijacked."
Marisa and John E. exchanged looks.
"What happened?" she asked. "Dubois and Coughlin were supposed to ferry the old Glenn Curtis down to Earth for salvage. Instead, they've taken it on orbit toward the moon."
"Have they?"
Marisa set the teacup down on the table and leaned back in her chair.
"Have they?"
She began to laugh.
"I will say this about Ned Dubois. The man is consistent."
John E. scowled. "Are you certain of the information, Khan?"
The CFO nodded curtly. "Sugachev tracked them. They are going to the moon, all right."
John E. sighed and reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out his wallet and extracted a $100 bill. Then he reached out and slapped it into Marisa's waiting palm. "I hate it when you're always right," he said.
Marisa rubbed the bill between her fingers. "I like to win," she told him.
This concludes the reading of Firestar by Michael Flynn.